Chapter 1 Transformed into a lovesick fool. Sure, is that you? Tang Zhujun openetaries, feeling gastoff stars are dancing before you, her knees ablaze with pain, she gazdathiang sayas mind before you rant tentatively call it out. She was a renowned physician from the 22nd century, having just completed overnight surgeries, while heading to the cafeteria, she stumbled down thesters, expecting to face a humiliating scene, only to find herself in a situation of transmigration. A torrent top memorious tat did not belong to her flooded her mind. She was Tang Zhujun, 20 years old, the daughter of Tang Ningfan, the Minister of Justice, and not a reason the capitalis loves a girl desperate for marriage. It was sapity that Tang Ningfan, a virtuous minister of his time, known for his integrity, had been driven to premature grey-haired de tarnished reputation be his inaput daughter. Miss Ariel all right, you scared me to death, Zaire exclaimed, her voix said tremblingus irachidato hell for up. These ways that she had truly crossed over. With no time to ponder, Tang Zhujun only wanted to flee. She had tripped over the threshold and fallen, and now lying unconscious on the bead waisman heard her get, the Jean Wang Prince Jean. The previous owner of this body had foolishly harassed the for young masters of the capital, and not long ago this enough emperor who had been living among the common folk, had returned to claim his heritage, the strikingly handsome prince had caught the eye of the foolish girl who had come before her. Today marked the Grand Flower Appreciation Banquet at the residency of Grand Princess, primarily aimed at selecting guy for Prince Jean. Tang Zhujun, emboldened by reckless courage, had incapacitated the prince and was no in the face of climbing into his bed. Let's go, quickly, Tang Zhujun scrambled at her feet, snatching up her phalanpers, shanata white powder inside and, after a brief sniff, quickly took it away, casting an illest glance at the handsome man in the bead before dragging Zaire toward the exit. But Miss Orentio Warith Jean Wang is right there, Zaire stared at Tang Zhujun in disbelief. Just go and I say go, Tang Zhujun insisted. There was not time for explanations, they had to escape. Miss, are you having skin thoughts, Zaire skied uncertainly. Didn't you want to sleep with Jean Wang? Am I looking to extend my life, I could just aciasilla spend the night with a courtesan. Beauty were thrown out last to me because he would no money, Zaire whispered, courtesans require payment. Courtesans require payment, but sleeping with a prince could cost me my life, I feel keep talking, I'll leave without you. The previous owner of this body must have a newt off her mind to scheme against a prince would Herod succeeded or not, I would certainly lead to serious consequences. As that wolf demurred lyriac at the courtyard, they suddenly heard the sound of the door being locked from the outside. The sis bad Simeon I splot and got against us, Tang Zhujun immediately realized the gravity of the situation. What should we do, Zaire skied in a panic. They could not afford to be captured today's events were either targeting her or her father. Tang Zhujun glanced at you. Do you wish to cling to Jean Wang? If that's your intention, I will not stop you. I don't want that, Zaire exclaimed, terrified. Tang Zhujun looked at the surrounding walls and made a decisive echoes let's climb wall. Surged Zaire Taga first, but Helater hesitated, squatting down to allow her tossed upon her shoulders. With determination, Tang Zhujun stepped up. Zaire gritted her teeth and slowly stood up. From this vantage point, Tang Zhujun could see clearly how a group of nobles led by the Grand Princess was being weighted toward them by a maid. The Grand Princess wore a grime expression, and Tang Zhujun could see it distinctly. These ways they were like fish caught in a net, with no chance of escape. Let me down, Tang Zhujun ground her teeth, determined to struggle even in dire circumstances. Moments later, the maid's voice rang out from outside there right there. Thito or Swangapan, revealing Gathram of Pipa accompanying the Grand Princess, who found Tang Zhujun sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, casually fanning herself with a silk fan behind her stood a maid, and Thetwa appeared relaxed, as if they were remerliarsting. Tang Zhujun feigned calmness, thought she was inwardly panicking. She pretended to be surprised, then stood up to bow, what's going in is every onasher. The Grand Princess residence is of asked the tealest me way and thought tourister with me made is this a forbidden area, if so I apologized sure let's go. With that, she attempted to slip away. Stop right there, the Grand Princess reprimanded, you with a shift eyes, what sort of behavior is this? Oh dear, we is still insulting people, wha's a thief, what have istilin? I haven't to your precious nephew is stilling comfortable inside. Of course, these words Tang Zhujun couldn't lie think to herself. Her gaze fell upon the young woman standing beside Grand Princess. Thajir Leperetto around 50 or 16, dressed in a peleblu floral robe with flowing sleeves, adorned with a pendant pouch at her waist and a pomegranate-tiered skirt the trivial choice inlaid with pearls, hair and black hair framed a face of elegance, with bright eyes and perfect teeth, exuding grace and beauty. Her name was Ruan Ruat, the daughter of Ruan Singji, a junior minister in the Ministry of Justice, and she had always maintained a closer relationship with Tang Zhujun. Feigning surprise, Ruan Ruo exclaimed to Zhujun, what's going in, how did he end affair? Tang Zhujun, upon reflecting on the chemis orchestrated beer Ruan Ru, recognized Harris a quintessential vitalatus of de prospera zerat, thetas of today's events was likely the result of her manipulations. Ruan Anru, arrogant and self-assured, believed herself superior to Tang Zhujun. However, her father remained subservient to Tang Zhujun's father, which led her to incessantly incite Tang Zhujun into foolish antics, hoping she would embarrass herself ideally enough for Stang Mingfan to resign from his official post. What a coward l'acte toisto boule somion perceived as simple-minded rather than confront her openly. Tang Zhujun was seething with indignation as Hera marked sarcastically. Anru, didn't he acclaim ya would stay be Masai today, why have you abandoned? Ruan Anra flushed crimson. Immerly went to pay my respects to the Grand Princess when it turned around. Yaoragon Jujuan have azin Prince Jean, his eams to have vanished. Ah, how'd like you to have such a friend eager to plung eat knife into her back. Tang Zhujun retorted, hoist Prince Jean, I've never heard of him. Beauty a clear lie state dearly or thought wished to accompany Prince Jean Jujuan, please don't just his state as his exalted one. Anru insisted, if this escalates, it will put Lord Tanjin at a difficult position, just admit it no, and the Grand Princess will surely overlook it. How touching, indeed, it was, a display of false sympathy. Determined to deny wrongdoing, Tang Zhujun resolved to hold her ground without being caught in the act. How cold condemner? With a faint smile, she replied, Anru, since you were so familiar with Prince Jean, you must surely know where hi's. I'd not, Jujun, you cannot speak to mine such a manner. Ruan Anru said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Enough, the Grand Princess, not known for her patience, cast a stern glance at the man commanded, let's go inside and see if Prince Jean is present. And, I am here. A deep resonant voice echoed through the air, striking Tang Zhujun like thunder. Was this Prince Aho had been incapacitated by her potion? Was Shemmer living his condition? Oh, indeed, it seemed he'd been. She hadn't considered it closely before, but now, the realization dawned upon her that she had indeed been deceived. Your Highness, what brings you here with Jujuan? Ruan Anra gasped in surprise. Must he insist in placing the blame upon the prince? A figure resembling Igward stepped forward behind Prince Jean. Blame fell Tayson's off relief with Prince accompanied by guards and herself with maids. It could hardly be construed as a clandestine meeting. Chapter 2 Her three men. Prince Jean was to land imposing, with guzzled features and long brows to tarch elegantly into his eyeline. His starry eyes were deep sepset, and disnosu was strikingly handsome, exuding a robust charisma, adorned in attic blue robe, intricately embroidered with a golden dragon. He peered as though he might let forth from the fabric itself. His gaze was indifferent. Tasha scanned the crowd, offering gaslight both to the Grand Princess, and upon seeing him, the Grand Princess' expression softened considerably. I've been searching for you everywhere. Indulged in a few 2-minute drinks and came here tourist, Prince Jean replied nonchalantly with so many people around. Has so nothing happened? Tang Zhujun gracefully returned the greeting. Her voice clear and resonant. I was soon aware that his Highness was resting here, intruded upon the courtyard without cause, and I am fortunate to not have entered the house. I beg your pardon for any disturbance it may have caused. Her words drew the attention of Prince Jean, who regarded her with renewed interest, and whispers rippled through the crowd. These ways entirely unexpected, for Tang Zhujun was not known for such eloquence. It's nothing, Prince Jean replied, Histonius frigidasis. So being handsome me make you so arrogant, do sit oomph. Tang Zhujun exhaled in relief, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the sycophantic ward behind Prince Jean looked at her with a sense of deep resentment. Brother, just deal with it. I have been quite courteous. If it were Rito truly seduce our master, you might as well forfeit your head. Prince Jean was remarkably composed. Even after her loud fall, he had not merged. Wait, that's not right. Suddenly Tang Zhujun pondered why he hadn't intervened earlier. Prince Jean had clearly been feigning unconsciousness, and Thegward had been lurking in the shadows. What were the plotting? Were the playing into her hands? However, Thegward was too large, and she had little time for further contemplation. The Grand Princess remarked, I feel as well, the night is more misunderstanding, let us go every nice waiting for you. Ash spoke, her gaze toward Ruan Anra held a hint of reproach. Tang Zhujun cast a sardonic glance at Ruan Anru, Harry filled with mockery. Unexpectedly, Ruan Anru Uzima determined to confront her today, declaring, Your Highness, Zhujun truly told me she intended to bring that sort of illicit potion to deal with the prince. I was morally concerned for his Highness' safety, which is we. Tang Zhujun raised an eyebrow. You actually believe him? If I told the oddity, would he accomplish? These was the demi nor befitting ganatoria's woman of the capital, and Thickroad looked on with disdain. Yet, Tang Zhujun swiftly changed her tone, clapping her hands. Moreover, I never said such a thing, nor will diverdoit the princes like a cloud in the heavens, while I am a reader in the ground, unworthy of aspiring to such hates for fear of falling God's hattering into pieces. Theneria bravinato produci arpach, I for not, perhaps you could ask the lady in waiting beside his Highness to assist, Ruan Anra retorted, her face flushed and expression contorted. At this juncture, Al pretense was abandoned. If Tang Zhujun was not publicly humiliated today, others would accuse her of framing Ruan Anru. Before Tang Zhujun could respond, she or her maid began to trembly uncontrollably. After all, the twas the very potion she had procured. If this gamut alike, she would but have fears to foresee direct consequences. On what grounds do I intend to search my sister? A cool voice rang out, drawing the attention of Deckrode. A thin trances stude Talman, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features exquisitely sculpted, huorism wat worn but impeccably clean stone blue robe. In his grasp was Molboy, around 4 or 5 years sauvage, fair and delicate, with the assessed dark asopsian, though his expression bore an unusual severity for any sung. Tang Zhujun gazed at heterable little boy, feeling Gazher Jiofang Arana Tradash fixed his gaze upon her. The newcomer was Tang Baixin, Tang Zhujun's son elder brother Thiboy held was Tang Zhujun's nominal nephew, but in truth, he was sure biological son. Indeed, 5 years ago in the early horse of the new year, her previous oath had given birth to a child, naming him Tang Duo, with the fiction a nickname Lean Lean. Because she had given birth out of wedlock and she herself did not even know the identity of the father reflecting on the snow, Tang Zhujun wished she could chastise her former self for such foolishness. Tang Zhujun had been spoiled by her grandmother back home. Her mother had perished during childbirth, leaving her father devastated, yet he had to return to the capital to assume his duties, not wishing to marry, had had bestow entrust his daughter to his own mother for convenience, bringing Galongason, Tang Baixin, to the capital. These was the single most regrettable decision of Tang Mingfan's life, without exception. He served as an official with integrity, earning a meager salary without any dubious source of income given the exorbitant costs of living in the capital. His financial situation was quite strained, nevertheless, he devoted the majority of his earnings to support this familiathon, both to honor his parents and to ensure him a comfortable life for his daughter. However, he remained fully unaware of his mother's true nature. His infrequent visits show me very few years failed to reveal that this daughter was being raised in Ruth. Tang Zhujun had been nurtured by her grandmother into a superficial and disservice young woman oblivious to the reality of soft world. It was only when the scandal of her premarital pregnancy erupted that Tang Baixin hurried home, only to discover how estranged his sister had become. He brought her back to the capital, but by then the child had grown too large to be terminated, and though she had no choice but to give birth. To protect the sister's reputation, he conspired with Tang Mingfan to claim that the child was his illegitimate offspring, sacrificing his own reputation in the process. At the time, Tang Baixin had already achieved the honor in the imperial examinations, and his future prospects were consequently affected. Nevertheless, the emperor still held him in high regard, which allowed him to secure a position in the Ministry of Personnel. Had it not been for the existence of his illegitimate child, with his moral integrity intact, he could have been admitted to Hanlin Academy. Tang Zhujun couldn't help but think, what did these women know to her former self, le thought woman reap what she had sown. Though understood emotion alike how take ways impossible, she was aware of her former self had caused chaos, dragging her father and brother into such a predicament while remaining unrepentant, squandering money, and making life difficult for the 3 men in her family. Moreover, she had an inflated sense of self-worth, believing she deserved to marry the finest man in the capital, which led to many embarrassing situations. Tang Mingfan, Amanoff creator known, had never wished for any known to utter a negative word about him, yet because he off this daughter, his reputation was in tatters. Had it not been for the emperor's repeat attempts storting him, he would have a long sincere return of the main disgrace. Tang Baixin Sataru or Shabbath at heaven the servants swore bitter, yet it was the best they could manage for renewing as for Lean event the meat left for a mother me had been snatched away by Tang Zhujun, leading him to harbor a deep-seated resentment for Thizont. The former self-rule squandered her bulsing share. Father was a top scholar, her brother was also top scholar, Anderson was a prodigy at every O'Neill so was left to clean up her mess. It was all her fault. She called to Venber to meet Linlin's gaze, feeling guilty as he turned to Tang Baixin and said, elder brother, I did smianto. But before she could finish her sentence, Tang Baixin snapped, be quiet. Tang Zhujun. Her former self had committed since was he here to repay a debt, what a stroke of misfortune. Ruan and Ru declared, young Master Tang, I am certain that there are unsavory items hidden in Zhujun's pouch. Your certainty is of little value, Tang Baixin scoffed. I were aware we have only now brought it up, Lin's making demeanor more red that off Tang Baixin. What my daughter conceals sis no if I owe your concern. Father has a reved too. Chapter 3 of the ruined Tang family. Observing the patched official robe draped over Tang Mingfan and the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the sun, Tang Zhujun felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, cursing her former self 1,000 times over. Her 3 male guardians had shielded her so well, yet she remained as useless as a mud wall that could not support a wall. Master Tang, Ruan Anrua exclaimed, her urgency palpable, she has brought something dangerous into our midst. What is her intent? Tang Zhujun stepped forward to bow respectfully to Tang Mingfan, then grasped his arm, saying, Father, I will handle this matter myself. Breathless from his hurried journey, Tang Mingfan had evidently rushed over upon hearing of the grave situation from the neighboring office. He stared at his daughter in bewilderment. Today, she seemed different somehow. Tilting her head, Tang Zhujun inquired of Ruan Anrua, pray tell, what perilous item have I brought in? Ruan Anrua retorted, a drug. You have a narcotic in your pouch. You plotted against the prince, claiming he is not beyond your reach. Does he not have a daughter? It is not as though this is his first marriage. Indeed, Tang Zhujun's former self had harbored such thoughts. Although she had an illegitimate child, the identity of the mother of the Jean Princess daughter was still a mystery. Were they not a fitting pair in their own way? The Jean Princess countenance darkened, radiating a chill akin to a colossal air conditioning unit, exuding an aura of frigid menace. Had looks been lethal, Tang Zhujun would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. Feigning surprise, Tang Zhujun replied, "Have you been indulging in too many plays, or are you suffering from hysteria? What means do I possess to conspire against the Jin Prince? The Tang household harbors but a single maid and a gatekeeper, while the Jin Prince is attended by dozens. What makes you think I could scheme against him? You have done such things before, and you once wet the bed." Tang Zhujun scoffed. To utter such coarse words in public infuriated Wan Anrua, her face flushing in anger. "You are merely feeling guilty. I fear you may find yourself in a predicament." Tang Zhujun withdrew her pouch from her waist, extracting a fine powder and, under the watchful gazes of all present, placed it to her lips and inhaled, declaring, "Sugar powder, care for a taste?" "Impossible, enough," the Grand Princess exclaimed with ire. "As a dignified daughter of an official family, must you create such a scene? Guards, expel these two at once, and ensure they are never permitted in the princess's residence again." "Your Highness, allow me to explain." Ruan Anrua panicked, still hoping to cling to the Grand Princess's favor, for she was the esteemed sister of the Emperor. However, Tang Zhujun wished nothing more than to depart swiftly, beckoning her three male guardians. "Father, brother, Linlin, let us return home." Tang Baixin shot her a glare. Neither the Grand Princess nor the Jin Prince had left. Where did they think they were going? Yet Tang Zhujun felt inexplicably bewildered, assuming Tang Baixin was still angry with her, and refrained from speaking further. The Jin Prince cast a deep, lingering glance at Tang Zhujun before departing alongside the Grand Princess. Tang Mingfan finally spoke. "Let us return home first. We can discuss matters there." With her head bowed like a wilted eggplant, Tang Zhujun followed the three men back home. The Tang residence was a dilapidated courtyard, stark in its simplicity. Tang Mingfan resided in the main house, Tang Zhujun in the annex, while Tang Baixin and Linlin occupied the eastern wing. The gatekeeper, Granny He, and her daughter Xiaoer shared the western wing. Granny He and her daughter were destitute and had been taken in by Tang Mingfan after losing their home due to a court case. Though they lacked sophistication, both were diligent and loyal, maintaining the household in a commendably clean state. This family, save for Tang Zhujun, was remarkably dependable, albeit impoverished. Upon returning home, Tang Mingfan appeared aged by over a decade, his posture sagging as he leaned heavily against a chair, gasping for breath. Tang Zhujun sensed that her stepfather's health was deteriorating. Tang Baixin demanded, "Hand over that filthy drug." Xiaoer fell to her knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing her head. "Master, it is all my fault, all my fault." Tang Mingfan interjected, "First, summon a doctor for the young lady. Let the consultation fee be put on credit for now." His eyes revealed a mixture of anger and deep concern. "Xiaoer, please rise." Tang Zhujun sighed, contemplating how to remedy the chaos. Slowly, she knelt, saying, "All the troubles of the past stemmed from my ignorance, causing worry for you and my brother. It shall not happen again." Xiaoer was deceived into purchasing a counterfeit drug, misled by sugar powder, thus I am unharmed. She lamented the loss of 5 taels of silver, which she had borrowed from outside sources. Tang Zhujun felt her former self was utterly reprehensible. Tang Mingfan earned an annual salary of 300 taels, while Tang Baixin received 50, alongside various allowances for firewood and such, totaling over 400 taels. Tang Mingfan had provided 200 taels for the household, leaving just over 200, which should have sufficed for a comfortable living, yet all had been squandered by Tang Zhujun. Borrowing money had not been a first for her. Tang Baixin had restricted her access to funds, making it difficult for her to obtain silver. Time and again, Tang Mingfan had filled the hole she had created, a situation that was truly exasperating. Tang Zhujun calculated that she still owed over 100 taels, a sum that remained undisclosed, now serving as her burden to bear. Oh heavens, what sins had she committed to be thrust into this world to shoulder such blame? Who in the capital did not know of the Tang family's spinster, a lovesick girl unable to marry? You. Tang Mingfan trembled with rage. "Baixin, fetch the family discipline. Father, please think of my mother. Spare me this once." Though Tang Zhujun scorned her former self's habit of invoking her deceased mother whenever trouble arose, unable to find peace even in death, she felt a surge of cowardice in the face of impending punishment. Tang Mingfan fell silent, his thoughts drifting to his late wife, gazing at his daughter whose face mirrored that of her mother, tears streaming down his cheeks. Tang Baixin smirked, he had anticipated this outcome. He harbored no belief that Tang Zhujun would genuinely repent. A dog could not change its nature. He grasped Linlin's hand. The young boy had remained impassive since returning, not sparing Tang Zhujun a single glance. "Come, let us return to our quarters to study." The two strikingly handsome faces, one adult and one child, passed by Tang Zhujun with an air of indifference. "Rise." Tang Mingfan was deeply affected, speaking weakly, "The day I close my eyes to seek your mother will be the day I no longer worry for you. You may leave now, I must return to the office." He swayed slightly as he attempted to stand, nearly collapsing. Tang Zhujun hurried to support him, saying, "Father, take care, please rest a moment. Let us wait until after dinner before heading to the office." Seizing the opportunity, she discreetly examined Tang Mingfan's pulse, her heart heavy with sorrow. Tang Mingfan, an esteemed second-rank official, exhibited a weak pulse and cold hands, his breath shallow and labored, a clear sign of malnutrition leading to insufficient vital energy. He was barely in his 40s yet bore the weight of gray hair. This was a man who could have achieved remarkable distinction, now burdened by an unworthy daughter who had led him to such despair. Like bamboo arrows with their cores, like pines and cypresses with their hearts, steadfast and pure, her name and her brother's reflected Tang Mingfan's aspirations. Linlin's name symbolized a noble and proud spirit. Yet here she was, an utterly hopeless case, having irrevocably tarnished his brilliance and extinguished any glimmer of hope. Tang Mingfan collapsed into his chair, his gaze filled with sorrow and despair. Chapter 4: A display of skills. Ultimately, Tang Mingfan did not dine at home. Under the anxious gaze of Tang Zhujun, he staggered off to the yamen. Lying on her bed, Tang Zhujun cursed under her breath at the azure canopy that followed the rain. What a mess she had found herself in. After a few complaints, she had to face the reality. The immediate priority was to change the perception of the three men in her household towards her, all while ensuring she did not reveal any flaws. Otherwise, if they discovered she had taken over the original owner's body, she would surely be regarded as a monster. Moreover, she needed to hasten her efforts to repay the exorbitant debts incurred outside, lest these obligations adversely affect her father and brother's careers. It was lamentable that in the modern world she wouldn't even dare to use a credit card, yet here she was, back in ancient times, mired in debt, accepting her fate. Tang Zhujun had already immersed herself into the role of the original owner. As for the Prince of Jin and that troublesome Yuan Xinrua, they had long been cast aside in her mind. First, she would clean up her own mess before seeking vengeance for past grievances. Without further ado, Tang Zhujun called for Xior and began sorting through her past possessions. The debt she owed, compounded with interest, must have amounted to around 120 taels. She needed to sell off everything she had accumulated over the years to gather the necessary silver as swiftly as possible. However, upon seeing the items Xior brought forth, Tang Zhujun could only vent her frustration. What on earth had the original owner purchased? These items, which had cost 500 to 600 taels, could barely fetch half that amount. Suppressing her anger, she meticulously selected some jewelry and winter furs. Miss, what are you planning to do? Xior stammered in fear. You're not thinking of eloping with the Prince of Jin, are you? Tang Zhujun replied. I might consider it, but would he even accompany me? Was the prince deaf or blind? Had he never heard of his own reputation or seen his own appearance? Then who do you intend to elope with? Tang Zhujun exclaimed. Why must it be an elopement? In her recollection, Xior was indeed loyal but possessed a mind so muddled that it could spill half a bowl of water. You stay at home and help your mother with the cooking. I shall step out for a while, Tang Zhujun declared, grabbing her bundle with irritation. No, miss, I won't let you go. What will I do if you leave? I'm not leaving. I am merely going out to sell things. If not, I might have to pawn you off to settle the debts, Tang Zhujun retorted fiercely. Xior trembled in fear. Miss, I don't want that. Then let go and help your mother with her chores. I shall return promptly. Only then did Xior release her grip, tear-filled eyes watching as Tang Zhujun stepped out. Tang Zhujun made her way to the pawnshop, where the clerk, looking down from a height, inquired, live pawn or dead pawn? She gritted her teeth and replied, dead pawn. To the shopkeeper then clicked his abacus, intoning, 3 tattered fur coats and 13 broken pieces of jewelry. Dead pawn, 100 taels. What, such extortion? No, those pieces of jewelry are genuine gold, silver, and precious gemstones. My gray squirrel fur coat alone was purchased for 50 taels. Pawnbroker or not, if you don't like it, get lost. Tang Zhujun felt a surge of indignation. The counter was exceedingly high, and the people behind it looked down upon the customers. It was a rare occasion for anyone to visit a pawnshop unless absolutely necessary, thus they had grown accustomed to taking advantage of the desperate. There was no remedy. The tears she shed now were merely the result of the foolishness she had indulged in during her past, stealing herself. Tang Zhujun began to haggle, only for an aged hand to reach out and push her belongings back towards her. Go look elsewhere. Tang Zhujun seized that hand. The pawnbroker was taken aback, having been disrespected for the first time in his many years of service. Seizing the moment of his surprise, she deftly took his pulse. Tang Zhujun felt a surge of triumph. Her suspicions were confirmed. Before the shopkeeper could express his anger, she brightly proclaimed, Sir, do you suffer from stiffness upon waking, with frequent joint swelling and unbearable pain? Having observed the shopkeeper's deformed fingers earlier, she had surmised this and thus boldly checked his pulse. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. How did you know, young lady? Someone must have told you, right? This old ailment of mine is known to many. It's futile to bargain. Indeed, those in the business world were often suspicious. Tang Zhujun remained composed. Lean in closer. I have something to share that others don't know. The shopkeeper, half believing, bent down. Tang Zhujun whispered something in his ear, causing his face to flush red, and the scrutiny in his gaze deepened. My ancestors were renowned physicians, she fabricated confidently. Your pulse is weak and stagnant, suggesting you have taken numerous medications. I have indeed taken many, yet none have proven effective. Why not give my prescription a try? Tang Zhujun asserted with confidence. The shopkeeper appeared incredulous. Do you truly possess medical knowledge, or are you merely deceiving me? Tang Zhujun smiled. You may present my prescription to any other physician. If they do not endorse it, then consider me a fraud. A young clerk nearby interjected. Sir, why not give it a shot? You suffer greatly when the ailment strikes. The shopkeeper slapped the clerk on the head. Get lost. Tang Zhujun recognized this as an attempt to keep her from feeling too pleased and pretended not to notice, waiting for the shopkeeper to speak first. As expected, the shopkeeper said, here's the deal. You write me a prescription, and if it truly works, I shall pay you 10 taels for your consultation. As for the pawning, you shall receive what is owed. 20 taels. Tang Zhujun replied without lifting her gaze, one fixed price. Payment only after it's effective. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. Fine, get the writing materials ready. When his ailment flared up, it was excruciating. If she could truly cure him, he would pay not just 20 taels, but even 50 or 100. Come, write it down, Tang Zhujun instructed. Regrettably, her previous self had not acquired much literacy, and her handwriting resembled that of a dog's paw arriving in a new place. She could not decipher the characters that resembled seal script, leading to an awkward predicament. The shopkeeper assumed she was reluctant to leave a written record and took the brush himself. Epimedium, Salvia miltiariza, Rehmannia, and green wind vine, 2 chien each. Tang Zhujun recited steadily, exuding calmness. Once she finished the prescription, she took the 100 taels in promissory notes and stated, as a show of sincerity, I'll return in 10 days to collect the consultation fee. The shopkeeper replied, let us draft a contract. No need, she said as she walked out. I trust you. Her primary concern was her unsightly handwriting. Moreover, 10 days would only be enough to alleviate symptoms, and subsequent treatment would require a different prescription, so she was not worried about him defaulting. Wait. The shopkeeper called after her, pulling out 2 taels of silver from his sleeve and handing it to her. This is a deposit. Since you trust me, I shall trust you as well. Tang Zhujun smiled slightly, accepting the silver with ease. It seemed the shopkeeper had begun to believe in her, wishing to cultivate a good relationship for the future. Once she departed, the young clerk approached the shopkeeper. Sir, what did that young lady whisper to you? The shopkeeper's face turned crimson. Get lost, don't pry. Such matters within the shop were not to be shared with others. That young lady, whether she was merely fortunate or genuinely skilled, he would wait and see. Chapter 5. The spicy awful hot pot. With the 2 taels of silver in her possession, Tang Zhujun resolved to procure some provisions. She recalled that the meals at the Tang household were rather simplistic. The staple fare consisted of steamed corn buns and pickled vegetables, with the occasional morsel of meat reserved for Lin Lin and herself. This could not continue, for food is paramount to the sustenance of life. Without proper nourishment, what purpose does living serve? As she approached the butcher's stall, the evening sun began to set, and the butcher was preparing to close up shop. The counter displayed only a few large bones with scant meat, while a wooden basin on the ground held a bundle of pig intestines. All the meat has been sold today, miss. If you wish to buy, please return tomorrow, the burly butcher stated politely. What are you asking for those large bones and the intestines? She inquired. The butcher hesitated for a moment before responding. I intended to take these home myself, but if you desire them, you may have them for whatever you wish to offer. The bones could still fetch a few coins, but the intestines were seldom sought after. He typically brought them home for his own consumption or gifted them to neighbors. Tang Zhujun felt a surge of delight and tentatively suggested, then I shall give you 20 coins for all of it. In terms of purchasing power, 1 coin was roughly equivalent to a modern-day dollar. Thus, 20 coins for such a bounty of bones and intestines was indeed a remarkable deal. The butcher, pleased, readily agreed and secured the items with a length of rope. After paying, Tang Zhujun remarked with a smile, if only there were some pig's blood available. That would allow her to prepare a spicy awful hot pot. Although lacking tripe, it would still suffice. She recalled that chili peppers were already available in the area, yet many were unaccustomed to their heat, and Sichuan cuisine was not prevalent. The butcher replied, there is indeed a piece left. Please wait, I shall fetch it for you. Consider it a gift, and do come by often. Tang Zhujun asked him to keep an eye on her purchases while she ventured next door to acquire the necessary vegetables and seasonings. Upon returning with the hefty load of bones and intestines, her hands were sore and red from the strain, leaving her breathless. She could not help but lament her frail constitution. In her previous life, her father was a Muay Thai coach, and she had begun training with boxing gloves before she could even walk. Having practiced for over 30 years, the discipline remained with her even after his passing. Had her mother not succumbed to illness during her teenage years, she might have pursued a professional path. The emotional toll of separation had deeply affected them both. Her father fell into depression while she devoted herself to medicine, studying with unparalleled diligence. Following her father's untimely death, she was left utterly alone, focusing even more intently on her career, only to find herself transported to this new world. Thinking of her parents brought tears to her eyes. Miss, what troubles you? Shower, her maid, emerged to find her with glistening eyes, astonished by the sight. Oh my, have you purchased pig intestines? Shore exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the items in her hands. Tang Zhujun sniffed back her tears and replied, come help me, tonight we shall enjoy a fine meal. After setting the items down, she vowed to strengthen her body and always carry a basket for her shopping excursions. Those intestines smell dreadful. Who would eat them? Shore grimaced, I know, you bought them to feed the cats, didn't you? Their neighborhood was home to many feral cats. Tang Zhujun, disinclined to explain, retorted, come inside and help. I will be cooking tonight. Shore's mouth fell agape in disbelief. You, cooking? But miss, you have never cooked before. I grew up in the countryside, how could I not know how to cook? I simply lacked the motivation before, Tang Zhujun asserted. She first secured the silver note and then proceeded to clean the pig intestines. Shore watched in astonishment as her mistress worked with surprising deftness. However, as she observed Tang Zhujun using flour to wash the intestines, she could not help but remark, intestines so cheap that no one wants them, yet you use such precious flour to clean them. She had thought her mistress had undergone a transformation, but it seemed she was still being foolish. Irritated by Shore's incessant chatter, Tang Zhujun shooed her out of the kitchen to work alone, unperturbed. Shore chopped firewood at the kitchen door, lamenting that when the master returned, he would surely scold the miss for her antics. Though she had never faced reprimand from him, even a mere frown from him filled her with trepidation. The young master, though still a child, had a gaze so penetrating that it sent shivers down her spine. That evening, the 3 men of the household arrived home almost simultaneously. Tang Mingfan asked, what is that delightful aroma? It smells wonderful. Tang Baixin, with a stoic expression, replied, from next door. Lin Lin chimed in, I am not the least bit tempted. Father, brother, Lin Lin, you have returned. Tang Zhujun called from the kitchen, her face beaming as she urged, wash your hands. Dinner is ready. The 3 men exchanged glances, their reactions varied. Tang Mingfan inquired, Ajin, have you cooked? Tang Baixin chuckled lightly. Lin Lin scoffed, hypocrite. Tang Zhujun could only respond with silence. Once they had washed their hands, the 3 men sat at the table in silence. Tang Zhujun and Xiaoer brought forth the dishes and rice. She had prepared a large pot of spicy awful hot pot, fragrant and bubbling, rich with glistening bone broth, and the tender marrow exuding its delicious oils, adorned with vibrant green scallions. Additionally, she had stir-fried garlic sprouts with eggs, and the bowl of porridge before Lin Lin contained the succulent meat she had salvaged from the bones, a fragrant meat porridge to compensate for her inability to eat spicy food. Observing the 3 men, who were momentarily stunned into silence, Tang Zhujun felt a flutter of anxiety. Please, do try it, it is truly delicious, she encouraged. Tang Baixin was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, what calamity have you unleashed this time? Tang Zhujun protested, me? I did nothing wrong, I simply went out to buy ingredients and prepare a meal. I was just ignorant before, but I shall improve. She feigned a bashful demeanor, fiddling with the hem of her clothing in a pitiable manner. As expected, Tang Mingfan interjected, Baixin, do not speak to your sister that way. A wayward child returning home is invaluable, let us eat. Tang Zhujun felt a wave of relief wash over her. The hearts of parents are often tender, she recalled how she had once softened her own parents' hearts, and it seemed to work here as well. Tang Mingfan picked up his chopsticks and reached for a piece of pig intestine. This is pig intestine? I have cleaned it thoroughly, father. Do give it a try, she urged, demonstrating her sincerity by taking a piece and placing it in her mouth. Xiaoer muttered from the side, you used half a pound of flour to wash it. How could it not be clean? Tang Zhujun shot back, you, go away and mind your own business. Tang Baixin scoffed, so you still waste food after all. Seeing that his daughter had taken a bite, Tang Mingfan, though internally conflicted, closed his eyes and tasted a piece. Father, spit it out. Tang Baixin urged anxiously. Tang Mingfan's expression froze momentarily, but after a brief pause, his eyes widened in approval. Delicious, truly delicious as Baixin, you must try it. Tang Baixin dismissed him with disdain, focusing on his bowl of rice. I will not partake. His father was becoming increasingly exaggerated. His sister had been spoiled to such an extent that she nearly caused a ruckus, and now she was serving pig intestines at the table, and yet he indulged her. Chapter 6 The Turning of the Tide. With a lone Tang Mingfan chuckled heartily, really, why would I deceive you? I never knew that Ajun possessed such remarkable culinary skills. I always said that Ajun is a good child. Do try it. As he spoke, he picked up a piece and placed it into Tang Baixin's bowl. Tang Baixin remained unmoved. Tang Zhujun urged, then elder brother, do taste the pig's blood. Having savored the essence, she could hardly believe that after tasting her dish, Tang Baixin could truly refuse to eat. Seeing her eager gaze, Tang Baixin's heart softened unexpectedly, and he reluctantly sampled a piece of pig's blood. His eyes brightened momentarily, though the spark faded just as quickly. Yet, Tang Zhujun caught this glimmer and felt a sense of satisfaction. She couldn't believe that anyone could resist bowing down to her culinary prowess. Humph. Even this proud elder brother was no exception. The clever younger son had fallen silent, merely bowing his head to sip his meat porridge, his expression betraying nothing of his preferences. To her surprise, the most unassuming of them all turned out to be him. She realized that winning over Lin Lin was going to be a long and arduous journey. You should try some too. Tang Baixin served a piece of pig's blood to Lin Lin. It's too spicy, Tang Zhujun quickly interjected. Yet Lin Lin appeared to deliberately contradict her, consuming an entire piece of pig's blood, his little lips turning a rosy red from the spice, yet he paid no mind and continued to eat. The three men devoured the entire pot of spicy hot blood soup. Had there been enough rice, they would likely have soaked the soup with it as well. Tang Zhujun was left dumbfounded. She now harbored deep suspicions that the family's financial ruin was not solely due to her own mismanagement but rather the insatiable appetites of these three gluttons. Tang Mingfan, in high spirits, turned to his son and asked, wasn't your sister's dish splendid today? It was passable, Tang Baixin replied pridefully, though it consumed a lot of oil and rice. Tang Zhujun muttered softly, as long as it goes into the belly, it cannot be considered waste. Tang Mingfan laughed, indeed, Ajun is right. Ajun, as for the past, let it be bygones, let us focus on living well in the future. Such is a father's perspective, with expectations for his children set so low. Tang Zhujun nodded, I understand, father. Seizing the moment while everyone was present, she summoned her courage and said, father, elder brother, there is something else I wish to discuss. The expression on Tang Baixin's face instantly turned wary. Tang Mingfan encouraged, speak freely, no need for hesitation, nothing would please me more than seeing you excel in your studies. If there are any difficulties, do share them with me, your mother left us too early. Let us not dwell on that, Ajun, you go ahead. Tang Zhujun said, I wish to borrow 20 taels of silver from the family, but I can repay it in 10 days. 19 taels. She needed to quickly repay the loan shark, for if Ruan Shinru discovered her borrowing, it was likely that this green tea would seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. Until today, they had not openly clashed. Ruan Shinru could not directly expose her secret. However, now that the facade was likely stripped away, it was probable that she would bring up the loan shark matter. Tang Baixin slammed the table, so that's why your demeanor changed so drastically today. It was all for the sake of money, not a single coin will you have, don't even think about it. His handsome face flushed with anger, his hands trembling. Tang Zhujun could understand that Tang Baixin had been dragged down to such a state by the previous life and had not yet dealt with it was indeed a testament to his great character. Tang Mingfan's face reflected disappointment, yet he still inquired, Ajun, borrowing money is not out of the question, just tell your father what you need it for. Is it really permissible to borrow money? Tang Baixin's anger surged anew, fine. I shall no longer manage this household. He stormed out, only to quickly return, placing the money box on the table, taking Lin Lin by the hand, and leaving without a backward glance. Tang Mingfan appeared aged by several years in an instant, letting out a long sigh. Nevertheless, he opened the money box, retrieving 2 10-tael silver ingots and handing them to Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun gazed at the few remaining silver coins within, her heart heavy with sorrow. She stammered, Father, I won't squander the money, please believe me, I will repay it. She dared not mention the loan shark for fear of inciting her father's wrath. Faced with such unwavering trust and sacrifice, she felt an urge to rectify the wrongs of the previous life. Father believes you have changed, not for any other reason, but because it is the first time he has tasted your cooking, Tang Mingfan said, his eyes reddening. You have taken after your mother. She cooked so wonderfully, even the simplest ingredients would taste exquisite. In those days of hardship, with his wife being a child bride, life had been difficult, yet she managed to prepare delicious meals with whatever ingredients she could procure, only to depart this world before he could achieve success, leaving a lingering pain in Tang Mingfan's heart. Seeing her father's tear-stained visage, Tang Zhujun felt a pang of anguish. She solemnly took the money box in her hands and pledged, Father, from now on, I shall manage the household. I promise to ensure that everyone in the family is well-fed and warmly clothed, and I shall never squander again. Having taken over the life of his daughter, she was determined to live beautifully and repay all that was owed. Tang Mingfan swayed as he stood, returning to his room to slowly process his sorrow. The next day, before dawn, Tang Zhujun was roused by the sounds outside. Be quiet, do not wake your sister, Tang Mingfan admonished in a low voice. Tang Baixin seemed to be pouring water into a basin. The sound of a splashing water laid echoing. Tang Mingfan sighed deeply. That is your sister, but never mind, you need not accompany me. I can walk on my own. Tang Baixin softened. Father, I have heated 2 steamed buns for you, take them to stave off hunger. No need, the palace provides meals. But after the morning court session, when will that be? Tang Baixin exclaimed anxiously. Only then did Tang Zhujun vaguely recall that it was still early, with no rooster crowing, yet her father had to attend court. Morning court began early, and given their family's poverty, lacking a carriage, her father had to rise even earlier to walk. Everyone attending court was diligent, arriving ahead of time, pulling out their own meals and snacks to stave off hunger before the session, lest they grow too famished. Although the emperor had prepared meals out of consideration, they would only be served post-court and were often cold and unpalatable. Only Tang Mingfan would meticulously seize such opportunities. Tang Zhujun felt a pang of discomfort in her heart as she hurriedly donned her clothes and hastily styled her hair into a bun, rushing out. Father, wait. I will fry you 2 eggs, eat them before you go, it won't take long. Today's lack of preparation was forgivable, but tomorrow, she would ensure to have food ready for her father in advance. No need, leave the eggs for Lin. It's fine. There is more, I'll be quick. Tang Zhujun dashed to the kitchen. Bold madam, he was already boiling water, so she took advantage of the fire and swiftly prepared the fried eggs, bringing them out. Father, eat before you go. Good. Tang Mingfan nodded repeatedly, looking at his completely transformed daughter. As dawn broke in the east, perhaps life was finally beginning to illuminate. Chapter 70. A chance encounter with a lackey. Following the incident yesterday concerning the demand for silver, Tang Baixin continued to ignore Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun, however, was not in haste to explain. Over time, one can discern a person's true nature. Having endured hardships for over a decade, it was not a simple task to alter others' perceptions of her, and she was prepared to take her time. She busied herself in the kitchen, making potato cakes and vegetarian wontons. She also sent Shoer out to procure fresh milk and prepared some pickled vegetables, crafting a modest yet hearty breakfast. Lin emerged, rubbing his eyes, already dressed with his long, straight, glossy black hair cascading down his back. Such an adorable little boy. Tang Zhujun found herself unable to tear her gaze away from the scene at the kitchen door. Upon sensing her scrutiny, Lin's youthful innocence vanished in an instant. He coolly walked to the large vat, tiptoeing to fetch water for his morning wash. I'll do it, Tang Zhujun quickly offered. Such a small child could easily drown in that vat, yet Lin was ungrateful, repeatedly calling for Shoer. With no other choice, Tang Zhujun relented, allowing Shoer to assist him while she carried the dishes into the room. The 3 of them finished their meal in silence, after which Tang Baixin took Lin out. Lin was to attend his studies at the residence of the Duke of Rome, while Tang Baixin had duties at the Ministry of Personnel. The men of the household would not return until nightfall. Tang Zhujun instructed Shoer to keep Granny He company at home while she took the silver to settle the loan. Fortunately, there were no complications. She haggled skillfully and, having repaid the entire amount in advance, even managed to reclaim 5 taels of silver. Miss, should you find yourself in need of silver again, you are most welcome to return, the clerk said as he escorted her to the door. Tang Zhujun, do you realize that saying such things invites trouble? Nonetheless, due to the 5 taels, she could not summon any anger. Instead, she felt a sense of contentment, as though she had a small fortune to splurge. She then proceeded to the butcher to order pig intestines and tripe, purchasing a slab of pork belly, which cost her 101. Recalling the excessively salty and bitter pickled vegetables from breakfast, which were decidedly unhealthy, she resolved to buy some spices to prepare a cold dish herself. The recipe for this dish was a treasured family secret from her past life, imbued with her mother's essence, though it required a plethora of ingredients: lemongrass, cardamom, sand ginger, monk fruit, sand pear, white atractalodes, cloves. More than 20 varieties in total. At the grocery store, Tang Zhujun was able to acquire only a few ingredients, and after deliberation, she decided to try her luck at the apothecary. Upon arriving at the apothecarius entrance, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, the lackey attendant of Prince Jean. The lackey limped slightly, carrying several packages of medicine, and upon recognizing her, his eyes filled with a mix of resentment and anger. Tang Zhujun, but is it because I got punished? She quickly noticed the awkwardness in his gait, likely due to being struck. The lackey retorted angrily, what a useless fool. Tang Zhujun, what an interesting tone, does he blame me for his misfortune? Suddenly struck by a revelation, Tang Zhujun grasped the situation. That day, she had clearly used powdered sugar, yet Prince Jean lay there unmoving. She had sensed something was amiss but had not had time to ponder it further. Observing the lackey's glum expression today, she understood. Prince Jean had acted deliberately, seeking to manipulate events to his advantage. The lackey's absence that day was merely a ruse, waiting for her previous incarnation to take the bait, yet upon her arrival, his plans had been thwarted, and he had redirected his wrath onto the lackey. Despicable and shameless! Tang Zhujun exclaimed, stamping her foot on the lackey's foot before hastily entering the apothecary. These two, master and servant, were full of schemes. Based on her experience from 3 days in a palace intrigue game, she surmised that Prince Jean had just returned to the capital, still trying to establish his footing, and was attempting to win over her father and elder brother, hence his actions. How shameless! Next time she saw him, she would spit in his face. The lackey, Song Jingyang, muttered, "You wicked woman." However, in the presence of witnesses, he dared not engage further with Tang Zhujun. Given that he had acted without authorization and had failed to prevent her from entering the apothecary, he had already suffered 50 lashes. Should the prince learn of his conversation with her, he would surely face dire consequences. That day, he had been aware of Tang Zhujun's intentions, yet thought, although this woman was repugnant, the prince needed support upon his return, so he considered going along with her. Little did he realize the prince was merely pretending. Had that woman been a bit more reckless, perhaps she might have succeeded. Such a worthless scoundrel, he lamented. Just as Song Jingyang contemplated departing, he suddenly remembered, what was Tang Zhujun doing at the apothecary? He hesitated and instead lingered at the entrance, straining to overhear, oblivious to his presence. Tang Zhujun was delighted to find the various spices she needed. Then she requested, "Please prepare me a few doses of abortifacients. They are to be taken to ensure no further pregnancies." Song Jingyang, he wished to continue listening, but was interrupted by a worker sweeping outside the apothecary. "Sir, do you need to purchase anything else?" Feeling cornered and fearing Tang Zhujun might notice him, Song Jingyang hastily departed, inwardly relieved. Thankfully, this woman had not succeeded. Otherwise, would she not have passed the burden of her child on to the prince? No wonder she sought to climb into the prince's bed. She was coming bearing a green hat. What a wicked woman! The prince was indeed wise and valiant, the apothecary clerk remarked. "We do not have that, sir. You must bring a prescription to obtain such medicine. Moreover, we prefer not to engage in such matters." Tang Zhujun chuckled. "There are too many feral cats around my home. Now that it's spring, they are incessantly yowling at night. I wish to mix some sterilizing medication into their food to prevent their numbers from growing." The clerk, visibly relieved, replied, "You gave me quite a scare. We do have that kind of medicine. I will fetch it for you right away." Tang Zhujun spent over 101 at the apothecary, then, laden with her purchases, proceeded to collect the pig intestines, tripe, and pork belly before returning home. "Brother, why are you back?" Upon seeing Tang Zhujun standing at the door, his expression stormy as he glared at her, Tang Zhujun was taken aback. She felt certain she had not offended him today. Why did he appear as though he might devour her whole? "Ah Jun, I accidentally mentioned your borrowing of the loan to brother Tang." Wan and Rua's smug face peeked from the gates of their Ruan residence. "I truly apologize." Tang Zhujun smiled. "Ah, thank you so much. Just wait, I will come find you shortly to express my gratitude." Fortunately, she had foreseen the need to repay the silver, or else her brother might have been driven to the brink of fury. "You come with me," Tang Zhujun commanded sternly, casting a piercing glance at Wan and Rua. Ruan and Rua immediately feigned tears. "Brother Tang, I was only thinking about Jun's best interests. She must have been blind to consider you a friend." Tang Zhujun burst into laughter, her tone light and cheerful. "Brother is right. Come, let us return home and ignore the mad dog." Her brother truly was a good man. Even when enraged to the point of seeing red, he still preserved her dignity, choosing to reprimand her within the confines of their home. Chapter 8. Lin Lin's injury. Did you truly repay it? Tang Baixin asked, his expression one of disbelief. "Indeed," Tang Zhujun replied briskly. "If you don't believe me, inquire with Xiao. Yesterday, I visited the pawnshop to exchange for silver, and just now I went out to repay the debt. Brother, I was afraid it might affect father and you, so I hastened to settle it, and I shall not borrow again in the future." "Which establishment did you borrow from?" He felt uneasy unless he investigated personally. Tang Zhujun offered no evasion and revealed the location. After a brief pause, Tang Baixin remarked, "You requested 20 taels yesterday. Was it due to insufficient funds for repayment?" "Yes," Tang Zhujun confirmed, "but father and brother provided me with the necessary amount, so I managed to gather enough silver." Tang Baixin recalled his overzealous reaction from the previous day and felt a twinge of embarrassment, clenching his teeth in uncertainty over what to say. Although he remained unaware of the precise nature of his sister's distress, he sensed that she had undergone a transformation since yesterday. Regrettably, he had nearly stifled her change. "By the way, brother, there is something I must discuss with you," Tang Zhujun said, recalling the sycophant she had encountered, her urgency evident. "Speak," Tang Baixin replied solemnly. His sister appeared unperturbed by his earlier anger, and as long as she was genuinely repentant, he would certainly support her. Tang Zhujun shared her suspicions regarding the Jin Wang, saying, "What I fear now is that the Jin Wang harbors ulterior motives and may bring harm to father and brother. I am inexperienced with external affairs, and father is steadfast and selfless, never inclined to think ill of others. Brother, please be vigilant." Tang Baixin replied, "I contemplated this matter yesterday. Since he was not drugged, he should not have emerged so late. You need not worry, just refrain from becoming entangled in these affairs and limit your interactions with that Ruan Anrua. She is not a person of good character. Knowing that you are aware puts my mind at ease." After all, I can always rely on your judgment, brother, Tang Zhujun flattered. As Tang Baixin reflected on his misjudgment of his sister, returning to confront her, he was astonished to find she was not only unperturbed but also even more affectionate than before, filling him with guilt. I must return now. I only requested leave for this morning, he said, somewhat awkwardly. Then shall you return after lunch? No need, I shall depart immediately. You, take care and rest well. With that, he nearly fled in haste. Brother, wait. I must inform you that I am going to the Ruan household. Ruan Anrua has bullied me, and I intend to settle the score. Tang Baixin halted, then I shall accompany you. His sister had finally come to her senses, now willing to sever ties with Ruan Anrua. That woman was full of schemes and not to be trusted, he had repeatedly cautioned her, yet she had persisted in ignoring his warnings. No need, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Tang Zhujun replied with a sly smile, trust me, brother. If I fail, I shall seek your assistance. Her tone was soft, laced with a hint of petulance, her demeanor lively and charming, a far cry from the foolish and detestable girl she had once been. I shall wait for you at home, Tang Baixin said, and once you have dealt with this, I will take my leave. Very well, I shall be swift in returning. Tang Zhujun understood her brother's concern, washed her hands, changed to retire, and proceeded to knock on the door of the Ruan household. Tang Baixin paced anxiously within, deeply worried that his sister might suffer. To his relief, Tang Zhujun returned in less than a quarter of an hour. Have you resolved it? Tang Baixin asked incredulously. It is resolved, Tang Zhujun replied with a triumphant smile, revealing no suspense. Ruan Anrua had received many gifts from her cousin, and I informed her mother. That cousin was the son of Ruan Anrua's maternal uncle, yet Ruan Furen held disdain for her merchant family, fixated on her daughter climbing the social ladder. In truth, I know that Ruan Anrua is either enamored with her cousin or merely seeking personal gain, Tang Zhujun continued, but her mother would not believe it, haha. At last, this bothersome fly can finally be silenced. In the spirit of reciprocity, this was merely the beginning. Upon witnessing his sister's complete withdrawal from the situation, Tang Baixin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Filled with pride, Tang Zhujun realized that after managing to win over their father, she now sought to charm her brother as well. They loved her dearly, and thus, with the slightest indication of her virtuous change, they were quick to forgive her past misdeeds. Yet Lin was not so easily swayed. Patience is key. That evening, Tang Zhujun prepared a sumptuous feast of 9 fatty intestines, pig stomach soup, along with her homemade cold lotus root slices and wood ear mushrooms, complemented by scallion pancakes, creating a delightful dinner. Tang Baixin first brought Lin home, instructing him to practice writing in his room while he himself observed Tang Zhujun in the kitchen. Does Lin still need to study? Tang Zhujun inquired, sensing, perhaps mistakenly, that the little one seemed somewhat despondent upon his return today. He did poorly in his studies today, and I punished him, Tang Baixin replied. Tang Zhujun felt a pang of sympathy for Lin. Burdened by the pressure of excelling alongside two top scholars, she brought a small bowl of wild strawberries she had purchased from a vendor earlier that afternoon to Lin's room. As the door was ajar, she did not knock, and upon entering, she caught sight of Lin, whose arms bore bruises, unable to conceal them with his sleeves. What are you doing in here? Lin asked with evident disdain. I brought you strawberries. Tang Zhujun stepped closer. What happened to your arm? It is none of your concern. Shall I summon father to inquire? Tang Zhujun raised an eyebrow. You. Lin's anger flared. Yet Tang Zhujun set the strawberries aside and sat down beside him. Show me your arm. Lin resisted, remaining perfectly still. Brother, just let me see, stop acting so coy. Lin turned his head away, reluctantly extending his arm. Tang Zhujun carefully rolled up his sleeve, and upon seeing the extensive bruises on his forearm, her heart ached with a rush of compassion. Who did this? There were no obvious abrasions, suggesting it was not from a fall but rather from someone twisting his arm. Why are you silent? She pressed. I do not wish to speak, Lin sulked, it has nothing to do with you. Spare me your feigned concern, I am not fooled. If you think to win my father's pity by pretending to be kind to me, you are mistaken. This troublesome child was decidedly unlovable. Take off your clothes, she insisted, needing to ascertain if there were any other injuries. Lin naturally refused, but upon hearing Tang Zhujun threaten to summon Tang Baixin, he gritted his teeth and said, I will show you, but if you tell grandfather and father, I swear I will, tell them? I will be a little puppy. Tang Zhujun found his indignant expression endearing. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that stirred within her. She felt an uncontrollable surge of maternal affection when faced with Lin. With great reluctance, Lin removed his shirt, and Tang Zhujun discovered several more bruises on his abdomen and back, but he adamantly refused to remove his trousers. Have you been bullied at the Wangfu? Tang Zhujun stepped out to instruct Xiaoer to purchase some ointment for bruises, then returned to inquire. Lin bit his lip in silence. If someone strikes you, you must retaliate. If you cannot win, then flee. If escape is impossible, then yield. A wise man does not suffer needless losses, understand? Come back and inform grandfather and your father. If you prefer not to tell them, then confide in me, and we shall seek retribution for you. Do you understand? Chapter 9, Is Prince Jean coming? What exactly do you want? Lin inquired. There's hardly any silver left at home, so your flattery is of no use. Tang Zhujun replied, very well, her past misdeeds would continue to bring misfortune upon her. She administered medicine to Lin Lin, then smiled playfully, teasing him. Actually, calling you father was just a ruse. Your father has gone to fetch mine, teehee. This child was far too rigid. She hoped he could ease up a bit. Lin Lin remained silent, contemplating that he was on the verge of expelling Tang Zhujun when she spoke again. I know our family is financially strained, and you must have faced your share of grievances at the Wangfu Academy because of it. Who says a child's world is devoid of complexities? Those born with silver spoons, steeped in affluence from an early age, are often oblivious to the struggles of the world. Their families are well off. In terms of sustenance and comfort, they are all far better off than Lin Lin. Ironically, Lin Lin excels academically, which only fuels their jealousy and results in his ostracization. In fact, I believe you're not suited to study there, Tang Zhujun remarked. However, I cannot speak on this matter hastily. Grant me some time to consider how to discuss this with your grandfather and father, and we must also find you something to engage in. Although she had never been a mother, she felt that a child's physical and mental well-being was of utmost importance. The bullying he faced was a serious issue. Noticing Lin Lin's downcast expression, Tang Zhujun realized he genuinely did not wish to attend. Otherwise, given his self-loathing, he would have outright rejected her. His acquiescence indicated that his situation was indeed dire. How about this? Tang Zhujun suggested. Tomorrow, I shall say you are unwell and rest at home for a few days, then we can devise a strategy together, alright? Lin Lin hesitated for a moment, then replied, alright. He truly did not want to go tomorrow, as it was the day for equestrian lessons. The other children all had horses and could ride, while he had no experience at all, consistently performing poorly, which was hard for someone as competitive as him to accept. Don't tell my father or grandfather. I don't want them to worry about me, Lin Lin requested, then immediately felt conflicted about appearing conciliatory, and continued sternly, they have already worried themselves sick over you. I understand, it won't happen again, Tang Zhujun responded, gently patting his head. Now, write your characters, eat your strawberries, and I'll check on the meat to see if it's cooked. Lin Lin gazed through the swaying grass bead curtain at her indistinct silhouette, his brow furrowed, a look of confusion etched on his face. What was she truly up to? When Tang Xin returned home with Tang Mingfan, dusk had settled. Tang Zhujun served warm dishes, bustling about to prepare the meal. To accommodate Lin Lin's delicate feelings, she even brought out a small portion of the braised pork she had intended to make the following day. During dinner, Lin Lin kept watching Tang Zhujun, but she remained silent, feeling despondent. He channeled his frustrations into his appetite, consuming 2 pancakes and half a bowl of braised pork, as well as a fair amount of cold dishes. Having promised to help him take leave, she was now playing coy. He could no longer trust this woman. Tang Mingfan praised the cold dishes enthusiastically. Suddenly, Tang Xin interjected, Father, perhaps you should inform Jun about the affairs concerning Prince Jin. Tang Mingfan looked at his son, surprised. Tang Xin lowered his gaze, his long lashes concealing his emotions, and said calmly, Jun has become quite sensible, it's best to tell her to prevent her from overthinking later. Father, what is this about? Tang Zhujun inquired curiously. Tang Mingfan appeared somewhat awkward, clearing his throat before responding, it's nothing of great consequence, nor does it concern you. Just today, during the morning court session, the emperor mentioned that in the future, Prince Jin will come to the Dali Temple. What he did not mention was that Prince Jin had already arrived that afternoon. They had only just returned home after bidding him farewell. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, what, the emperor, does he know about yesterday's flower banquet? What a foolish arrangement, that troublesome emperor. If this were in her past life, she would have been a laughingstock at the Dali Temple's gates every day. Tang Mingfan grew more uncomfortable, seeking assistance from his son. Tang Xin explained, someone lodged a complaint against father today, accusing him of being lax in his supervision, regarding yesterday's incident. Tang Zhujun was rendered speechless. Which gossipy person was so insufferable? However, the emperor is wise and did not place blame, rather, he praised father, suggesting that Prince Jin accompany him for some practical experience. Good heavens, that cunning man was coming. Clearly wanting to entangle himself with her, yet lying there pretending to be innocent, waiting for her to approach him, how ridiculous. By the way, did you tell father about my earlier speculations? Tang Zhujun asked. Father is already aware, Tang Xin replied, you and Prince Jin will have little opportunity to meet in the future, so there's no need to be anxious. I'm not anxious. I simply detest him, Tang Zhujun muttered, let us not discuss such bothersome matters during dinner. If we encounter each other in the future, I shall simply avoid him. Seeing her disdain without any hint of infatuation, both father and son simultaneously sighed in relief. Tang Mingfan even chuckled, that dish from yesterday was delightful, Jun should make it again. It was too spicy to have too often, it might cause heatiness. Father, elder brother, how do you find this cold dish? I believe this recipe could fetch a good price. Delicious, delicious. Tang Mingfan wholeheartedly supported her, glancing at his son, who, to his delight, was smiling. He could not have been more satisfied. Lin Lin, typically reserved, remained oblivious to any unusual tension. Lin Lin, help me clear the dishes. Tang Zhujun called after dinner. She needed to heat water for bathing and prepare clothes for the 3 men, so both Granny and Shior were quite busy. Entering the kitchen, Tang Zhujun pinched Lin Lin's nose. Oh, what's this, are you sulking? Lin Lin turned his head away defiantly, you are untrustworthy, I dislike you. Silly child, if I say you're ill now, your father will surely rush out to find a doctor, and that would blow our cover. Let us wait until tomorrow, right before you leave, you can fall ill, and your father will be so anxious to leave that he'll forget about you. Lin Lin's expression softened slightly as he lowered his head, saying, I've thought it over. I will have to go eventually, or grandfather and father will worry, but I don't want to go tomorrow, just for that one day. Observing his reluctance to go yet his willingness to force himself, Tang Zhujun felt a pang of sympathy for his maturity. All right, we'll reconsider later. Tomorrow, I shall take you out for some fun. In truth, Tang Zhujun believed that her father and brothers were wonderful people, yet their methods of education were not always ideal. For instance, by enrolling Lin Lin in a different school, they might be more concerned about his academic performance while neglecting other aspects. This was not entirely their fault. As two busy men, their efforts to care for the child were already commendable. The true criticism lay with her past self. She had come to repay her debts and was determined to ensure Lin Lin's happiness and healthy growth. Chapter 10 Revealing one's skills. On the following day, Tang Zhujun indeed staged a performance with Lin Lin, successfully deceiving the father and son duo. Once they stepped outside, Tang Zhujun, accompanied by Lin Lin, followed suit. Where are we going, and why are we bringing along the prepared cold dishes? Lin Lin inquired. Do you not find my cold dishes delectable? Tang Zhujun replied, let us venture out and test our luck, perhaps we can sell a few recipes and earn some silver for new clothes for you. Although she dared not dream of becoming wealthy, she was determined to undertake something that would improve the living conditions of her family. Tang Zhujun eagerly contemplated several paths, ready to try each one, undeterred by hardship or setbacks. As long as there was a chance to acquire silver, she was willing to make multiple attempts. The reason for bringing Lin Lin along was to show him her efforts, in hopes that he would recognize her sincere repentance and cease to regard her with disdain, gradually mending their relationship. However, selling recipes proved to be more challenging than anticipated. At several reputable inns she had considered, she was even driven away without being allowed to enter. Eventually, Lin Lin could not bear to watch any longer and said, let it be. Your cooking for us is already quite wonderful. Seeing his expression, which clearly conveyed, I am sincerely trying to comfort you, Tang Zhujun chuckled and pinched his cheek, saying, I am merely testing my luck. If it doesn't work out, so be it. Come, let us head to the apothecary. I need to buy some medicinal herbs. The temporary failure in selling recipes did not faze her, as she still had the option of concocting medicines. After purchasing various herbs and some vegetables, she even bought Lin Lin a wooden toy of a chick pecking at grains. Hand in hand, Tang Zhujun led Lin Lin back home. Make way, everyone, make way. A horse-drawn carriage came barreling down the street, the driver frantically wielding his whip to urge the horses forward while shouting. The crowd dispersed in haste, but the vendors in the middle could only flee, leaving their goods behind. In an instant, the passage left by the carriage was left in disarray. To the Jin Wangfu to collect silver, shouted a guard riding closely behind the carriage. The carriage bore the emblem of the Jin Wangfu. Tang Zhujun pulled Lin Lin aside and, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but curse. Are they in such a rush to reincarnate? This Jin Wang is far too overbearing, recklessly charging through the streets. What if someone gets hurt? It was a pity that he had such a handsome appearance yet behaved so irresponsibly, wasting that fine visage. Lin Lin, however, remarked, this is the direction to the palace. I just saw a woman behind the curtain holding a child. I suspect it is the Jin Wang's daughter who has fallen ill. What? Tang Zhujun was bewildered. The Jin Wang's daughter suffers from a heart condition and epilepsy, often falling gravely ill. I have heard that each time, it is a matter of life and death, Lin Lin explained, having been exposed to such matters through his schooling among the offspring of the powerful in the Wangfu. How tragic, Tang Zhujun said. To have such a negligent father and to be afflicted with illness herself. While she felt sympathy, she did not believe she could meddle in the affairs of the Jin Wangfu. Let us return home, she concluded. Yet, she noticed Lin Lin did not move, instead staring blankly at the swirling dust and the galloping horses. Lin Lin was contemplating the well-fed horses of the Jin Wangfu, clearly magnificent steeds that were rare and valuable. He had heard that the Jin Wang had procured a batch of fine horses from the northern desert. He wondered if these were among them. If only he could have one, how wonderful it would be. He would no longer fear ridicule, believing he could ride as well as anyone else. Lin Lin? I'm fine, let us go, Lin Lin replied, lowering his head upon returning home. Granny he had taken Xiao out to sell pouches. She could not tally accounts, hence she always brought her daughter along during such times, leaving only Tang Zhujun and Lin Lin at home. Lin Lin, would you like to learn some martial arts? Tang Zhujun asked after ensuring he had eaten and drunk enough. Lin Lin remained silent, his gaze cast downward. How he wished to learn, yet, the family could not afford a martial arts instructor. Such teachings were not offered in the Wangfu. Where could he learn? Observing his demeanor, Tang Zhujun discerned the answer. I learned a bit when I was young in the countryside. If you do not mind, would you like to learn from me? Lin Lin looked up in surprise, but his expression quickly darkened, clearly indicating his disdain. Tang Zhujun remained unperturbed. Just watch for now. She changed into more agile clothing and stepped into the courtyard to perform a set of punches. Initially, Lin Lin wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say, are you out of your mind? However, as she progressed, his eyes widened in astonishment. When he witnessed Tang Zhujun execute a flying kick that snapped a branch as thick as his wrist, his mouth fell agape in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tang Zhujun, however, shook her head, dissatisfied with her performance. Not good, not good. I have no strength, far weaker than before. Her physical condition was evidently lacking. She would need to increase her training in the future. How did you learn that? Lin Lin asked, his eyes now filled with admiration. Tang Zhujun felt a surge of pride and fibbed. I just figured it out on my own in the village. When I was in the countryside, no one paid me any mind, so I practiced alone. Besides this, I also learned some medicine. I saved a homeless old man and often brought him food and spoke with him. He taught me medicine for a few years. With all those skills, why do you still have to do such things? Linlin inquired, his gaze filled with confusion and deep sorrow. Tang Zhujun felt a pang at his look. Linlin understood. He understood her past. He was asking why she had resorted to selling herself and bore him with a man whose identity she scarcely knew. Linlin not only knew but also felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority and sadness because of it. He was a child born of an unknown father, marked by original sin from the beginning. I'm sorry, Linlin, Tang Zhujun struggled to say, feeling that all explanation seemed so feeble before those sorrowful eyes. I know many things, yet I do not understand which actions are right and which are wrong. A mistake is a mistake. It is my fault that you suffer because of your origins. Her long eyelashes glistened with tears, not because she regretted her past actions, but for the suffering endured by this child before her. He had borne far too much pain for one of his age. Linlin suddenly asked, what will you do if that man comes looking for you in the future? His fists clenched at his sides, visibly anxious. So this was what he worried about. I do not know him. I will not entrust you to a man from the flower boats. Will you forgive him and marry him? Forgive? Tang Zhujun chuckled bitterly. He has nothing for which I could forgive him. He only needs your forgiveness for bringing you into this world to suffer. The wrongs lie with him and me. I will not remarry. Your grandfather is old and requires care. Your father has already borne too much burden from me. When he marries, I would not feel comfortable allowing you to follow anyone else. So, in the end, it shall be just the two of us, all right? Linlin remained silent, and after a long pause, said, I do not need a biological father. That if you ever try to give me to someone else, I will never forgive you, never, ever. He was a clever child yet lacked a sense of security. Tang Zhujun, you must strive to do better. Chapter 11. From overzealous parenting. Tang Zhujun took the initiative to teach Linlin Muay Thai, yet she soon realized that both their physiques were rather frail. Considering the previous dietary conditions at home, it was hardly surprising. There was no way around it. They could only improve their health gradually. What would you like to eat for lunch? I can prepare it for you, she asked, wiping the sweat from her brow after a quarter of an hour of exercise, a smile illuminating her face. Anything is fine. Could you possibly? Never mind, Linlin hesitated, his words trailing off of the little rascal. Does he not realize that such speech invites trouble? Tang Zhujun suppressed the urge to pinch his cheek and replied, I can, of course I can. Your aunt is capable of anything. Now, speak up. Could you bring me lunch tomorrow? Linlin mumbled, lowering his gaze but sneaking glances at her from the corners of his eyes, biting his lip as he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. He was visibly anxious, fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. In that moment, Tang Zhujun understood. Linlin must have faced discrimination at school, likely not receiving enough to eat during mealtimes while feeling too embarrassed to mention it to his family. Today, he probably sensed a change in his circumstances, gathering the courage to voice this excessive request. Absolutely, she cheerfully agreed, feigning exaggeration as she continued, oh dear, how could I have agreed so readily? What if I fail to deliver and bring you shame? That won't happen, Linlin replied softly, anything is better than the current situation. Tang Zhujun felt a pang in her heart, nearly unable to contain her curiosity about what he had endured at the Royal Wang School. However, she restrained herself. The relationship was not yet close enough for such inquiries. As before, Tang Zhujun prepared a lavish meal, and it was evident that her family members were greatly satisfied with her progress. If there were any downside, it was perhaps the lingering doubts and concerns reflected in their gazes, likely fearing that her enthusiasm would wane and she would revert to her old self. On the following morning, Linlin rose early, rushing into the kitchen before even dressing properly. Tang Zhujun was busy shaping wontons, her hands deftly kneading and twisting the dough, creating plump little morsels that lined the cutting board. You're up so early? Sure, go fetch water and help Linlin wash up. Are you making dumplings? Linlin's face fell in disappointment. Wontons, chicken wontons, Tang Zhujun corrected him. I will cook them in chicken broth shortly, adding extra cilantro for you. How does that sound? Linlin nodded, surveying the surroundings as if searching for something. However, when he didn't find it, his expression soured with disappointment and a hint of anger. How could she forget her promise to bring him lunch after he had hoped for it? He felt a surge of frustration. He shouldn't have held any expectations, yet, in the next moment, he heard Tang Zhujun say, what would you like for lunch? I'll go grocery shopping after I send you off, and Xior can deliver it to the Wang residence. They will let her in, right? Linlin was taken aback by the unexpected delight, incredulously responding, are you really sending Xior with lunch for me? Initially, he had only envisioned bringing his own meal in the morning. He hadn't dared to hope she would consider such details. Tang Zhujun, misunderstanding his reluctance, asked, you don't want Xior to go, then I will go instead? Linlin hesitated briefly before nodding. His aunt was different now, he was no longer afraid of her potentially embarrassing him. Alright then, Tang Zhujun smiled, quickly wash your face and comb your hair, soon we will have wontons, and you will be well fed and ready to become a top scholar. Linlin declared earnestly, I will. I intend to achieve the highest honors just like my grandfather and father. Tang Zhujun interjected, no. What? I merely meant that you shouldn't feel such immense pressure, she clarified. When I mentioned being a top scholar, it was merely a figure of speech. Achieving second or third place, or even passing the exams, is already an incredible accomplishment. Children should not bear such heavy burdens, it is detrimental to their healthy development. You don't believe in me? Linlin exclaimed, visibly hurt. Tang Zhujun was at a loss for words. Though she had never been a mother, she had heard countless colleagues lament their children's lack of ambition, the complaints almost becoming a monotone hum in her ears. What kind of rare breed was this child, who was self-critical? She didn't need to push him, she had come here to simply succeed effortlessly, hadn't she? This was indeed a case of overzealous parenting, confirmed. You can do it, who else but you? Tang Zhujun instantly adopted a serious demeanor, her face radiating belief in him, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. After her heartfelt, Oscar-worthy performance, Lin finally cracked a smile and earnestly declared, I'm going to read for a bit. Tang Zhujun felt a surge of pride for this promising young individual onward. A trio of top scholars was surely within reach. Once Tang Baixian departed with Lin, Tang Zhujun ventured out to buy groceries. In fact, she had prepared much the night before, having kneaded the dough ahead of time using pumpkin and spinach juice. Upon returning home with the groceries, she swiftly crafted delightful little pig and frog buns, placing them in the steamer. Children have little resistance to adorable treats, but nutrition must be balanced. Tang Zhujun filleted fresh grass carp into thin slices, removing the bones and preparing a slightly spicy sour fish soup to suit Lin's palate. She also made pumpkin baked with egg yolk, stir-fried lettuce and meat, fried small river shrimp, a cold dish of wood ear mushrooms and lotus root, and a fruit platter of peeled melon and mulberries. Be sure to bring 2 damp towels to wipe his mouth and hands, Tang Zhujun instructed Xior. With so much food, she packed 2 containers and, together with Xior, made their way to the royal Wang residence. Upon learning that the Tang family was delivering a meal, the gatekeeper appeared as if he had encountered an otherworldly visitor, dismissively waving them in while muttering, the Tang family is as poor as a church mouse, yet this maid has a certain charm. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, have you lost your sight? However, she said nothing, entering alongside Xior. Fight! Bring him down! A distant chorus of excited voices echoed, causing Tang Zhujun's heart to race. She sprinted towards the commotion, leaving Xior behind. Tang Duo, you worthless wretch, get up, I wager 30 taels of silver on your victory. Ha! Today you're certain to lose. As she approached, she overheard these exchanges and placed the food containers on the ground, frantically pushing through the crowd. What lay before her was a scene she could never have imagined. Lin was pinned beneath a much larger boy, who rained down punches upon him like a torrential downpour, while Lin could only curl up defensively, desperately trying to shield himself. Enough is enough, today, no one is going to get away unscathed. A surge of adrenaline coursed through her as Tang Zhujun, without a moment's hesitation, lunged forward, seizing the boy and delivering a flurry of slaps before he could even react, turning him into a battered mess. Gripping his arm, she unleashed a series of kicks to his thigh, shouting, is it bullying to pick on the weak? Alright then, let's play. Her hair fell loose, her clothes disheveled, she paid no heed to her appearance, consumed by one thought. You dare to hit my child, I'll risk everything to retaliate. How dare you? The boy's followers panicked, rushing to restrain Tang Zhujun. This is the young prince of the royal Wang residence. Chapter 12. With you by my side, Tang Zhujun, filled with rage, disregarded his status, believing that even the highest authority could not deter her. Lin, staring blankly at her frenzied actions, who had not shed a tear even after being struck, now found his eyes brimming with tears. He climbed up and clung to Tang Zhujun's waist, pleading, Aunt, please stop hitting, I'm fine, truly fine. Only then did Tang Zhujun cease her assault, panting heavily, and gently stroked his head, her eyes reddening with anger. Are you foolish? Why do you allow him to strike you? Lin's tears cascaded down, as he sobbed uncontrollably in her embrace. The young prince who had struck him was the long-awaited son of the Rong Qingwang, 2 years younger than Lin, and thus indulged to the point of lawlessness. He dared not retaliate, fearing expulsion from the esteemed Rong family. Stubbornly enduring, he refrained from crying. Yet today, nestled in his aunt's arms, he could no longer contain his sorrow. Tang Zhujun quickly grasped the situation, listening to the cacophony of childish voices around her, some scolding and threatening her, while others fawned over the young prince. She bent down with great effort to lift Lin, gazing down at the group of unruly children with an air of superiority. With a cold smile, she declared, what is a mere family reputation? If we don't attend, then we don't. I was the one who struck him, and I would not shy away from admitting it before the emperor. If your elders are so accomplished, let them come and argue before the emperor tomorrow. I would like to see if the emperor, knowing of your bullying the weak, will bestow you a plaque or give you a beating. Lin felt her embrace was fragile yet offered a warmth he had never known. He stammered, Aunt, grandfather and father will be angry. He did not express his desire to stay, rather, he worried about his family's wrath. If you allow yourself to be bullied, it is grandfather and father who will truly be angry. Tang Zhujun scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the stunned children. Lin, remember, even if you are not here now, one day you will surpass them all. We shall not continue this farcical education. If grandfather and father punish you, I will stand by you. Suddenly, Lin exclaimed, let father hit me, I don't wish to go anymore. Good child, let us depart. However, Lin broke free from Tang Zhujun's grasp, asserting, Aunt, I will go back with you. I shall never return here again. Very well. Tang Zhujun picked up the fallen peachwood hairpin, swiftly arranging her hair and securing it, while holding the food box in one hand and grasping Lin's hand with the other, she strode away without looking back. Standing at a distance, Rong Qingwang displayed an awkward expression and turned to the tall, stern man beside him. What has caused these children to create such chaos today? It was not like this before. I suggested Yan Ran attend for her studies, not to mingle with them, but for her own education. The man in question was none other than the Jinwang, who had recently been the target of Tang Zhujun's failed seduction. Although Rong Qingwang was his imperial uncle, Jin Wang was the emperor's biological son, and the emperor had shown him great favor, thus Rong Qingwang had to curry favor with Jin Wang as well. Yet, Jin Wang replied coldly, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but it is unnecessary." His daughter would not be placed in such a disordered and chaotic environment. Rong Qingwang awkwardly smiled, saying, "Then let it be. If you change your mind in the future, feel free to send her any time." Jin Wang indeed wished to find his daughter some peers to interact with. His daughter, aside from her concerning health, was somewhat inept in socializing. Jin Wang had previously arranged for some young maidens to accompany her, but the disparity in status proved insurmountable, and her situation had not improved. Thus, he considered that perhaps associating with young ladies of higher standing would be more beneficial, leading him to visit Rong Qingwang's residence, known for its esteemed education. However, upon arriving, he was met with such a scene, leaving him utterly disheartened. A group of debauched youths, with dubious family values, were beneath his notice, yet, he had not anticipated that the woman he had encountered would be so fierce and resolute, a stark contrast to the one who had attempted to seduce him. Despite her disheveled appearance, her fierce demeanor had left a profound impression on Jin Wang. What was her name again? Jin Wang furrowed his brow. Tang Zhu something. It eluded him previously. He had lamented that Tang Mingfan had produced such a daughter. However, it seemed she was not without merit. As Tang Zhujun returned with Lin Lin, her anger gradually subsided, giving way to melancholy. After tending to Lin Lin's wounds, they exchanged silent glances. "Lin Lin, do you think grandfather and your father will be angry?" she inquired. She bore the weight of her misdeeds, fearing that further mistakes might lead to her banishment. "They will," Lin Lin replied, "but I will bear the consequences myself. It is not your fault. If you are truly afraid and regretful, then I will find a way." Tang Zhujun countered, "Regret? What would I regret?" Regret was out of the question. She would never lament such a decision. A good child, if raised in such an environment, would become twisted even if they achieved the highest honors. What use were unhappy scholars? Even the emperor would not value them. "If I were to regret anything, it would be not striking a few more blows, since I have already done so," Tang Zhujun stated, "but I do feel a bit of fear. I am afraid of your father. He is exceptionally fierce, is he not?" While speaking, she mimicked Tang Baixian's frown, asking, "Does it look like him, does it?" Lin Lin chuckled at her antics, a little. "Well then, it matters not. At worst, I shall receive a scolding from your father, but he cannot strike me." Tang Zhujun resolved to take it lightly. If Tang Baixian chose to lecture her, she would simply count sheep. Come, let us eat. The meal has gone cold." Tang Zhujun stood, arranging the dishes from the food box on the table. "Quickly taste it and tell me if you like it." Lin Lin accepted the chopstick she offered and suddenly remarked, "Aunt, I have a bit of regret now." "Regret about what?" Tang Zhujun was taken aback. "I should have eaten before leaving, to make them envy me for once, to see yet not partake." Tang Zhujun laughed at his seriousness, recognizing the humor in his eyes. She playfully pinched his nose, saying, "As long as you can laugh, everything is fine. Now in this vast world, nothing is more important than a meal. Let us fill our bellies and brace ourselves for the impending storm from your father." "All right," Lin Lin exclaimed enthusiastically. As Tang Zhujun observed the little one enjoying his meal, occasionally glancing up to smile at her, she mused, what ill intentions could a child possess? As long as she treated him with kindness, he would reciprocate with the purest trust. Among the 3 men in her family who was not like this, a little sunshine was all it took to make them bloom. After Lin Lin finished his meal, Tang Zhujun urged him to take an afternoon nap. She tucked him in and sat by his side, gazing into his obsidian-like eyes. "Lin Lin, do not worry about the future. I have considered it. Your grandfather and father are both top scholars. How could they be outdone by the sycophantic scholars of the Rong Wang Fu? Let alone the fact that they were feigning ignorance about Lin Lin being bullied, they were merely pretending to be oblivious while turning a blind eye. In the future, at home, your grandfather and father will teach you literature, while I will instruct you in martial arts, and you may also learn medicine. Our future is bright." Sir, why have you returned so soon?" A flustered voice from outside interrupted. Tang Zhujun thought, truly useless, why the nervousness, let her come. Alas, standing up, her legs trembled. The fear of this elder brother had already become muscle memory. Chapter 13 Intelligence crushed. However, when Tang Zhujun saw the visibly trembling Lin Lin, an overwhelming surge of maternal love surged within her. Upon meeting Tang Baixian's gaze, she raised her chin and declared, "Elder brother, you have returned. What has transpired?" Tang Baixian inquired with a furrowed brow as he entered. "I have heard rumors that there was a commotion at the Prince Rong's residence, and that you all even assaulted the young prince?" "Father, it is my fault." Lin Lin rose, stating, "It has nothing to do with my aunt." "It was I who. What was it you did?" Tang Zhujun interjected, her eyes unwavering as they met Tang Baixian's. "Elder brother, I was the one who struck, and it was also I who prevented Lin Lin from attending school." "No, father, it is all my fault." "It has nothing to do with my aunt. If you must punish someone, let it be me." "It was I." "Enough of this." Tang Baixian interrupted them, walking to a chair and sitting down with a serious expression. "I have taken leave. There is ample time to hear your explanations." Tang Zhujun cleared her throat, appearing resolute, yet internally she was in a flurry. She feared that Tang Baixian might suspect her intentions, believing she was deliberately instigating Lin Lin's reluctance to study, which could jeopardize Lin Lin's chances of becoming a top scholar. Such a failure would be a grave sin in the Tang household, akin to being torn apart by 5 horses. "Elder brother, Lin Lin has been bullied at the royal residence, and I could not stand idly by. Tang Zhujun stated, that group of children has been ganging up on Lin Lin, and this is not an isolated incident. I do not believe that Lin Lin can thrive among such a group of debauched youths. A father is a top scholar, and so are you. Why not teach Lin Lin yourselves? Tang Baixin turned his gaze toward Lin Lin, his tone grave. Is what your aunt says true? Lin Lin bit his lip and nodded. Tang Baixin remained silent for a moment, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, lost in thought. Each tap felt like a hammer striking Tang Zhujun's heart, yet she pressed on, elder brother, this school must be abandoned. I fear that if Lin Lin continues down this path, it will lead to trouble. Then let him not attend. Tang Baixin declared resolutely. Lin Lin's face registered disbelief, followed swiftly by elation. Elder brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. Tang Baixin shot her a glare, though his expression softened. He approached Lin Lin's bedside, asking, let me see, where are you injured? With a hint of shyness, Lin Lin lifted his garment, revealing the bruises adorning his skin. Is this the reason you refused Father's help with your bath? Lin Lin's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as he lowered his gaze in silence. It is my fault, Tang Baixin said, I have neglected you. From now on, you shall stay at home with your aunt during the day, I will assign you tasks, and in the evenings, I shall review and guide your studies. Previously, they had refrained from allowing Lin Lin to remain home because both father and son were apprehensive about Tang Zhujun, fearing she might sell Lin Lin off. This was not an unjust accusation, she had indeed contemplated such actions until Tang Baixin had severely reprimanded her, extinguishing that notion. Tang Zhujun, seizing the opportunity, blinked her eyes mischievously and said, I knew you were the best, elder brother. I shall certainly take good care of Lin Lin, but regarding father, would you kindly speak to him? Tang Baixin shot her another glare but did not voice any objections, silently shouldering the responsibility. Tang Zhujun was elated, with both father and elder brother dependable, and her son obedient. She felt empowered by the support of 3 men, there was no need for her to feel discontent. Father, Lin Lin whispered, I fear the Prince Rome's residents will not let us off easily. Tang Baixin scoffed, a proud glint in his eyes. If you two did not conspire against me today, he would not dare to act. Father was the Minister of Justice, known for his protective nature. Moreover, he held a significant position before the emperor. Despite the many who mocked the Tang family's poverty, few would dare confront the father and son directly. Seeing his confident demeanor, Tang Zhujun felt reassured and chimed in, elder brother is truly formidable. Henceforth, I shall be as audacious as a crab. Go prepare dinner, I am famished. You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Tang Baixin replied irritably, I was just about to eat when I heard about your disturbances, so I hurried back. Very well, I shall prepare it at once. Tang Zhujun hummed a little tune as she exited. Having thoroughly dealt with the trouble, Lin Lin no longer had to suffer, and with elder brother backing her, she felt utterly exhilarated. Tang Baixin watched her light-hearted retreat, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. However, the smile faded as he turned serious, asking Lin Lin, do you wish to remain at home with your aunt? If not, I can find another place for you to study. I have a friend, I wish to stay. Lin Lin interjected eagerly, my aunt treats me very well. Today, he had realized that his aunt was genuinely risking her life to protect him. Ever since the flower appreciation banquet, she had seemingly transformed, though he could not fathom the reason. He fervently hoped she would remain this way forever. Tang Baixin patted his head and said, good. Then stay at home with your aunt for now, and if you wish to change your mind in the future, you can tell father at any time. Lin Lin nodded earnestly, I will study diligently at home and strive to bring honor to my ancestors, allowing grandfather, father, and my aunt to enjoy a life of ease. Good. That evening, upon returning, Tang Mingfan learned of the events and surprisingly responded with calm acceptance. Perhaps it was the astonishment evident on Tang Zhujun's face that prompted Tang Mingfan to smile. I was merely worried that you could not care for Lin Lin. Now, I have no such concerns. Tang Zhujun. Again, it's her. She widened her eyes at Tang Baixin, who nodded in affirmation. Tang Zhujun, that very well, she has acknowledged her shortcomings, and now she understands. Thus, Lin Lin ceased his visits to the Prince Rome's residence and remained at home with Tang Zhujun. Nevertheless, he was exceedingly studious, barely allowing himself a moment's rest. He was either reading or practicing calligraphy, seemingly eager to achieve the status of a top scholar by the morrow. Observing him practice calligraphy, Tang Zhujun dismally discovered that out of a passage of 40 to 50 characters, she recognized but one. Indeed, that was the only character she knew. The characters here resembled seal script, exceedingly difficult to decipher, and compared to them, both simplified and traditional characters were akin to the descendants of a long-lost civilization. Having never received an education, she was illiterate. Even with her arrival in this world, she remained so. Lin Lin, would you teach me to recognize characters? Lin Lin was more than willing, reveling in the role of a teacher. The only thing he found somewhat disheartening was that his aunt was a bit slow-witted. Tang Zhujun realized that Lin Lin's memory was akin to a photographic memory. He could remember everything at a glance, truly a prodigy. It was said that a dog's intelligence is around 40, hers, as an average person, was 100, while Lin Lin's intelligence was at least 140, perhaps even 180. Lin Lin regarded her as one might regard a dog. In such circumstances, Tang Zhujun steeled herself, striving to learn, akin to a somewhat clever dog, so as not to be overly despised. Alas, it seemed impressive, yet in comparison, they were all but mediocre, and the pressure of learning was overwhelming. Days passed, and the appointed date with the pawnshop owner arrived. Tang Zhujun set out with Lin Lin. Miss, you have finally arrived. The pawnshop owner, previously haughty, now greeted Tang Zhujun as if she were a savior, emerging from behind the counter and bowing repeatedly, expressing his profound gratitude. The old ailment that had tormented him for years had finally shown signs of improvement. Chapter 14 The scheming Ruan Anrua. This was all to be expected. Tang Zhujun was solely preoccupied with the 18 taels of silver and patiently listened to the shopkeeper's flowery compliments, smiling as she inquired, "Now that you are pleased, may I ask about the silver we discussed earlier?" "Absolutely, absolutely," the shopkeeper replied, retrieving 2 prepared 10-tael silver ingots and placing them on the table. "That totals 20 taels of silver, but since you have already given 2 taels, you owe me an additional 18. The extra 2 taels will serve as a deposit for our next encounter," the shopkeeper said with a beaming smile. "This is a habit of mine, and I shall trouble you again in the future." He did not expect to recover fully. He would be grateful if he could avoid pain altogether. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zhujun declared, "Then I shall not be modest. I will visit often, but should you continue with this old habit, I shall not charge for my services." "Then I am most grateful to you, my lady," the shopkeeper replied, his face alight with gratitude. Only those who have experienced the torment of illness can truly appreciate the value of a skilled doctor. Tang Zhujun smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have another matter to trouble you with. Having served as a shopkeeper for many years, do you happen to know anyone at the tavern? To be candid, I possess a recipe for cold dishes that I wish to sell, yet I lack connections. That is easily arranged," the shopkeeper responded. "How much silver do you wish to sell it for?" "I shall purchase it." From his tone, it was clear he expected to buy it for a few taels or perhaps a mere dozen. Such an amount would not satisfy Tang Zhujun's ambitions. Thus, after a soft chuckle, she calmly stated, "Please allow me to finish today. I have brought the prepared seasonings. The flavor of this dish, mixed with my recipe, is nothing short of extraordinary. I shall not charge you for this package. We can discuss the price after the tavern staff have sampled it." The shopkeeper, being quite astute, immediately grasped the implications of her words and nodded in understanding. "Very well, I happen to know the proprietor of Sea Tower. However, he is rather busy, so we may need to arrange another time." Upon hearing that there was a potential connection, Tang Zhujun was elated and quickly interjected, "No need for that. I would only trouble you to deliver this package of prepared seasonings. I shall return in a few days for news." The shopkeeper readily agreed. Tang Zhujun then assisted him in refining a prescription before departing with Lin Lin. "We have money now. What do you wish to buy?" Tang Zhujun declared in triumph. Lin Lin quietly reminded her, "Auntie, you previously borrowed 20 taels from the public purse. Well, now I am purchasing on behalf of the public." Tang Zhujun retorted, "Did you not hear? I have found a way to sell my cold dish recipe." "Will it truly sell?" Lin Lin questioned, recalling previous disappointments. Though Tang Zhujun shared his doubts, she replied confidently, "Of course. Now tell me, what do you wish to eat or buy?" I do not want anything," Lin Lin replied. "Oh, you silly boy, come, I will buy you meat and fish to take home. And some pig offal." Lin Lin exclaimed enthusiastically. "Haha, certainly." As they strolled and shopped, Tang Zhujun initially intended to buy clothes for her father and brothers, only to discover that the prices were exorbitantly high. It was not merely the garments that were costly, rather, the fabric was outrageously priced. Even fine cotton was expensive, let alone silk and satin, which were simply out of the question. Coarse cloth was slightly cheaper, but given her brother's status, they could not wear such attire. Ultimately, Tang Zhujun resolved to spend 2 taels on several pieces of fine cotton and coarse cloth, returning home to have Aunt He and Xior craft outfits for the 3 men in her family. Xior possessed exceptional embroidery skills, making her one of the few redeeming qualities of this maid beyond her loyalty. As they passed the horse market, Lin Lin hesitated, reluctant to move forward. He understood the horses were costly, yet he could not help but gaze longingly. "Auntie, I'm just looking, I wouldn't buy anything," he murmured. Tang Zhujun recalled his earlier melancholy about riding and recognized what was on his mind. For boys of this era, horses were akin to Ultraman, the epitome of coolness and grandeur. "Then let us admire them for a moment. After all, looking costs nothing." Tang Zhujun laughed. The horse vendor, a man in his 30s, was shrewd and did not underestimate them due to their humble attire. He enthusiastically introduced the horses and, upon noticing Lin Lin's fondness for one, even offered him a piece of malt candy to feed it. "Just like that, yes, in the future, when you have your own horse, you must train it this way." Lin Lin's face flushed with joy. "Auntie, it licked my palm." Seeing this, Tang Zhujun smiled and turned to engage the vendor in conversation regarding the prices of the horses. The vendor informed her that he had no old horses, all were of high quality. Even the least expensive horse would cost over 100 taels, while the premium ones could reach as high as 1,000 taels. Tang Zhujun mentally calculated, realizing this was akin to the price of modern vehicles, with reputable cars ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Indeed, a significant expenditure. "I cannot afford this now," she thought, glancing at the horse Lin Lin admired. "How much for that one?" "To give you a fair price, it would be 300 taels, the vendor replied. "I shall return to purchase it when I have the funds." Tang Zhujun smiled, though she wondered when that would be, as it represented a substantial portion of her family's income for half a year. Unless a sudden windfall occurred, it would remain unattainable. "Looking quite impoverished, can you afford it?" "What?" Upon hearing this voice, Tang Zhujun turned to see Ruan Anrua's delicate face, which now appeared somewhat haggard and resentful. "I did not expect your house arrest to be lifted so swiftly. How is it that your mother permits you to venture out? Did your esteemed cousin enter the palace in a state of purity?" Tang Zhujun replied with a smirk. Ruan Anrua twisted her handkerchief in anger, her countenance contorted with rage, as though she wished to consume Tang Zhujun whole. "How much for that horse?" she demanded, pointing at the one Lin Lin was feeding. 300 taels. I have already bought it, Tang Zhujun responded. Ruan Anrua scoffed. Do you truly possess 300 taels? What business is it of yours? Tang Zhujun retorted. Regardless, the horse is mine. Doubt flickered in Ruan Anrua's mind, yet she knew that, given the Tang family's capabilities, if they were intent on accepting bribes, hundreds or even thousands of taels would not pose a challenge. Could it be that they had been spurred into the path of wealth accumulation? Nevertheless, Ruan Anrua could not afford to show weakness before Tang Zhujun. While lacking in other aspects, she was rich. Her mother hailed from a merchant family and was immensely wealthy, while her father was a nobleman who married a merchant's daughter, all for the sake of riches. 350 taels. Sell it to me. Ruan Anrua coldly asserted, her gaze fixed on Tang Zhujun with a sense of entitlement. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, Vendor, this is not right, we had an agreement, come here, let me speak to you. One must uphold integrity. As she spoke, she pulled the vendor aside for a hushed conversation. The vendoress expression turned troubled. My lady, the highest bidder takes the prize. You cannot expect me to incur a loss of 50 taels, can you? Tang Zhujun's face contorted with anger. Then I shall bid 351 taels. Ruan Anrua regarded her with disdain. 400 taels. 401 taels. 500 taels. You. Tang Zhujun's expression was one of exasperation. Ruan Anrua, you are doing this on purpose. And what if I am? Ruan Anrua revealed her true colors. You brought shame upon me, and you deserve it. 501 taels. Tang Zhujun ground her teeth, her expression revealing the strain of her utmost effort. Linlin stood silently beside her, confusion etched on his face, yet he remained voiceless. Ruan Anrua declared, 600 taels. You drive a hard bargain. Tang Zhujun retorted angrily. Take the wretched horse, Linlin, let us leave. Reluctantly, Linlin cast one last glance at the horse before silently following her away. Once outside, Linlin suddenly remarked, Auntie, in the future, I will surely buy you a horse, one that is very expensive, so no one will dare to look down on you. The furious Tang Zhujun, now transformed, smiled radiantly, bending down to pinch his adorable cheek. Then shall I buy you a fine horse right now? Linlin stood in stunned silence, his large eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 15 Purchasing a horse. Just wait and see, Tang Zhujun said with a sly smile. She stepped aside to buy Linlin a serving of candied chestnuts and found a large slate to sit on by the roadside, where she began to shell the chestnuts for him. Aunt, do we have any silver to buy a horse? Linlin finally asked. No, my dear, buying a horse doesn't require silver. Do you believe me? Tang Zhujun blinked playfully, deliberately teasing him. Then, isn't that stealing? Linlin exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Zhujun replied, if it's earned through skill, it's not stealing. First, enjoy the chestnuts, and soon you shall understand. Once they finished the candied chestnuts, Tang Zhujun led Linlin back to the horse dealer they had encountered earlier. The dealer's face lit up with joy upon seeing her, exclaiming, Miss, you are truly my lucky star. Earlier, Tang Zhujun had discreetly informed him that she would outbid Ruan Anrua for any amount exceeding 300 taels of silver, with the two of them sharing the profit equally. Just pick me a horse costing 150 taels, Tang Zhujun instructed. The dealer beamed with delight, eagerly selecting a horse originally priced at 200 taels, and even gifted her a bridle and saddle. Observing Linlin's astonished expression, Tang Zhujun smiled warmly. Come, let us return home. Aunt, does this really not require any silver? Linlin was bewildered. Tang Zhujun laughed heartily, holding the horse with one hand and Linlin with the other, patiently elucidating the earlier events to him. Although Linlin was clever, the other two men in the household were too principled to teach him such unorthodox methods. When faced with an adversary, you fight if you can. If you cannot, devise a strategy to overcome them. If that fails too, then we must flee, and if we cannot escape, we kneel. A gentleman may take 10 years to seek revenge, right? Tang Zhujun guided him gently. Moreover, one must not be too rigid. Sometimes, dealing with unpleasant individuals requires special tactics. A black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, is a good cat. There is no need to be bound by conventions. Linlin appeared deep in thought. However, this contemplation was fleeting, as he was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to believe that their family could actually own a horse. Aunt, can we name this horse? Go ahead, I haven't had much education, Tang Zhujun encouraged Linlin, intentionally downplaying her own role. All right. Linlin responded eagerly, let us name him Fierce Wind. As Tang Zhujun prepared to place their purchases on the horse's back, Linlin felt a pang of sympathy. Tang Zhujun, exasperated, mused that if they did not intend to ride or carry things on the horse, would they have to carry the horse instead? Aunt, let us go to the riverbank first, Linlin implored. I want to watch the horse there and let it graze. The grass by the river is the freshest. Tang Zhujun felt as though she hadn't merely bought a horse, but acquired an ancestor. She purchased 2 brushes and 2 large baskets to carry their previous items, then led the horse to the riverbank. At the riverbank, women were washing clothes and children were playing. Upon seeing the large horse, many children gathered around to stare, yet none dared to approach. Amidst their envious gazes, Linlin let Fierce Wind graze while he tiptoed to wash him. When Tang Zhujun offered to help, Linlin rebuffed her, claiming her movements were too rough. Thus, she could only caution him to avoid deep waters while she sat idly by the flowing stream, lost in her thoughts. This river, a tributary of the Lu River, was still 3 to 4 zhang wide, with the deeper parts estimated to be several meters deep. Fortunately, the current was not swift, appearing quite calm. Tang Zhujun contemplated that while they now had a horse, they still needed to purchase a cart, unsure of how much silver that would require. After acquiring the cart, they would also need a coachman, which would incur yet another expense. However, these expenditures were unavoidable, for Tang Mingfan toiled tirelessly, especially during winter, which was particularly grueling. The family's income was limited, yet she did not wish to squander money as her previous incarnation had. She ought to be able to afford the cart. Furthermore, if that cold dish recipe could be sold, it would alleviate the current pressure. Truly, a single coin can pose a formidable challenge, as every necessity firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea demands money. Suddenly, she felt a tickling sensation on her foot and instinctively looked down. To her astonishment, she discovered a treasure. Tang Zhujun beamed as she grasped a small crayfish, watching it futilely claw at her hand. How could she have forgotten that it was the season for crayfish? Spicy, garlicky, or seasoned, crayfish are delicious in any preparation. She vaguely recalled that during her previous life in the countryside, there were plenty of crayfish by the river, but such delicacies were seldom appreciated. If it weren't for dire poverty, no one would bother catching them. Even children would occasionally catch a few to boil, often complaining about the earthy taste. Tang Zhujun felt a thrill akin to discovering a new continent, rolling up her sleeves to begin catching crayfish by the riverbank. A few children, having shifted their attention from fierce wind to her, likely never having seen an adult catch such things, gathered around Tang Zhujun, with a twinkle in her eye, proposed, "Help me catch crayfish, and you can trade 10 for a cash coin." "What do you say?" The children could hardly believe their ears. At the riverbank, one could easily catch dozens of crayfish, which could amount to several cash coins. To them, it was akin to a fortune. Once they received Tang Zhujun's affirmation, the children burst into excitement, racing to catch crayfish. Tang Zhujun cleared out one basket and wove a lid without holes from grass, waiting for the children to bring her crayfish in exchange for coins. At last, when Linlin finished washing the horse and was ready to return home, she had spent 23 cash coins and collected 230 crayfish. Returning triumphantly upon arriving home, Linlin could hardly contain his excitement as he boasted to Granny He and Xiora about his fierce wind, leaving them both wide-eyed with astonishment, followed by genuine joy. However, when Xiora learned that Tang Zhujun had spent money on crayfish, she gasped in dismay. "You, of all people, would spend money on something that could be had for free. Honestly, buying a few candies for those children would have sufficed." Xiora grumbled. Tang Zhujun chuckled. "Enough of that, you'll enjoy it more than anyone else, so come help me wash the crayfish." This task proved to be quite arduous. In the evening, Tang Baixin returned home, greeted by the tantalizing aroma of spicy crayfish wafting through the yard, but what caught his attention first was the sight of fierce wind leisurely gnawing on tree bark in the yard. Dad! Linlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Come see the magnificent horse Aunt bought for me. His name is Fierce Wind." Tang Baixin was taken aback, and after hearing Tang Zhujun explain, he chuckled. "How on earth did you come up with such a cunning scheme? When Wan Anrua finds out, she will surely go mad." "I could not be more pleased." Tang Zhujun replied, "If they deliver themselves to be slaughtered, I won't draw my sword. They might really think I am afraid of them." Linlin remained in the yard with Fierce Wind, refusing to go inside, asking Xiora for a carrot to feed the horse. Tang Zhujun called from inside, "Linlin, if I catch you sharing that carrot with Fierce Wind, I will have your father discipline you." Hearing this, Tang Baixin could not suppress a smile. Chapter 16. The charming old father. Upon returning, Tang Mingfan was utterly enamored with Lai Feng, behaving like a child as he circled around, affectionately patting and touching. Linlin, observing from the side, felt a pang of sympathy in her small eyes. Tang Mingfan even instructed Tang Zhujun to set the meal in the courtyard, enjoying specially brewed xiaojiu while relishing some crayfish, his gaze scarcely straying from Lai Feng. Tang Zhujun, playfully sticking out her tongue, remarked, "I was initially worried that father would think this horse was acquired through dubious means and scold me." With a serious demeanor, Tang Mingfan replied, "This horse is a reward for your assistance to the horse trader." "How can that be considered dubious?" Tang Zhujun laughed heartily. She cherished this father, who was both upright and unpretentious. Showering her with affection. Turning to Linlin, Tang Mingfan said, "This horse was purchased by your aunt. It is her kindness towards you, so remember that, all right?" Linlin nodded, declaring, "Grandfather, I will also treat Aunt well. If she remains unmarried, I shall support her." The atmosphere became subtly awkward, as both Tang Mingfan and his son exchanged uncomfortable glances, apprehensive of Tang Zhujun's reaction. To their surprise, Tang Zhujun laughed heartily, saying, "Then it is settled. Father, brother, what shall we do about the carriage? I wish to order one but fear being deceived how much silver is needed. If 20 taels will suffice, then let us purchase one. Where do you intend to procure 20 taels?" Tang Zhujun deliberately led the conversation here, feigning nonchalance as she continued, "In the countryside, I learned medicine. When I pawned some items, I provided the shopkeeper with a prescription that significantly improved his long-standing ailment, and he compensated me for it. Linlin can attest to this." Linlin nodded vigorously, recalling the shopkeeper's admiration and gratitude, feeling a sense of pride. Tang Mingfan and Tang Baixin were both astonished. Linlin chimed in, "My aunt is also skilled in martial arts." No one took this statement seriously. However, both Tang Mingfan and his son realized their previous understanding of Tang Zhujun had been woefully insufficient. They began to discuss the matter of the carriage. A simple, unadorned carriage would cost approximately 10 taels of silver, prompting Tang Mingfan to decisively instruct Tang Baixin to take a day off tomorrow to finalize the purchase, ensuring he would possess a carriage by the time he attended court the day after. Tang Zhujun had never realized that her seemingly frugal father possessed such an endearing side, akin to a child eager to showcase a new toy. Emboldened by this revelation, she decided to fan the flames of affection further. "Brother, don't forget to find a coachman to pick up father daily." Father, I shall prepare you a food box and a charcoal stove. I will bring your meals in the morning, so you can eat on the way or after entering the palace without them getting cold. Tang Mingfan interjected. What was it called? Mao Shui Wang? Yes, let us make that. Tang Mingfan, having indulged in a few cups of wine, was somewhat spirited. Tang Zhujun hesitated. Father, isn't that dish a bit greasy for the morning? And won't the aroma disturb others in the palace? That dish, trust me, Tang Mingfan insisted, his face flushed with excitement. Listen to your father, let us make that. Sensing his inebriation, Tang Zhujun weakly acquiesced. Whether due to the wine or the full moon, she felt as though her father had transformed. Later, Tang Baixin assisted him inside and helped him lie down, then emerged to tell Tang Zhujun, Father hasn't been this joyful in quite some time. He knows this horse is your filial gift to him. Lin gazed at Tang Zhujun with longing. He felt the horse was a gift for him. Tang Zhujun sighed. In the morning, grandfather goes to court, and in the afternoon, you shall learn archery. By the way, brother, do you know how to ride? Perhaps you could teach Lin? Tang Baixin felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he too did not know how to ride. He intended to seize this opportunity to learn. He covered his mouth with his hand, awkwardly saying, well, I have someone in mind who can teach Lin. It's Changji, one of father's subordinates. An image of a bearded man from the northwest immediately sprang to Tang Zhujun's mind. Changji, once a bandit leader, had admired Tang Mingfan and sought refuge in the capital, now serving as a constable at the Dali Temple. Previously, Changji had often visited the Tang household for meals, but after Tang Zhujun moved to the capital, she had treated him with disdain, prompting him to avoid visits to spare Tang Mingfan from discomfort. Unquestionably, Changji harbored a strong dislike for Tang Zhujun as well. Well then. Tang Zhujun feigned ignorance of their past grievances and readily agreed. I recall that brother Chang has quite an appetite. I shall prepare more dishes. Changji was not just any hearty eater, he was a true glutton, capable of consuming an entire barrel of food. Seeing her unopposed, Tang Baixin said, it's settled then. I will inform him tomorrow to start coming the day after. The next day, upon hearing that the Tang family had acquired a horse and carriage and intended to hire a coachman, Changji eagerly boasted that he was more than capable of handling the task. Ultimately, he sought to save the Tang family some silver. Changji was not in need of money. He had amassed considerable wealth during his years as a bandit. His admiration for Tang Mingfan was genuine, and he wished to support him, yet he had been firmly rebuffed each time. What about Tang girl? Changji asked, turning his head away with a scowl. If it weren't for Tang Mingfan's stature, he would have preferred never to see that vile woman again. Tang Baixin chuckled, no worries, my sister is not the same as before. ULLC. The following day, Changji indeed arrived bright and early to escort Tang Mingfan to court. He officially harnessed the carriage, then waited outside for Tang Mingfan to emerge, deliberately avoiding any interaction with Tang Zhujun. Unexpectedly, she came out herself, holding something in her hands, followed by Xior, who carried a large food box. With a smile, Tang Zhujun extended the item she was holding to him, sweetly saying, Brother Chang, these 4 meat buns are wrapped in lotus leaves. Have a bite to stave off hunger on your journey. Had she truly changed, Changji said nothing, accepting the large lotus leaf and taking a hearty bite. How delightful it was, Tang Zhujun remarked, but you can't eat the lotus leaf. Changji retorted gruffly, what is wrong with the lotus leaf? It is good for dispelling heat, you won't understand. Tang Zhujun fell silent. As Changji devoured the meat buns, he casually placed the large food box onto the carriage, declaring, these meat buns are delicious, but too few to fill me up. I'll need a few more. Tang Zhujun stared in astonishment as he finished all 4 buns in a whirlwind. Oh, alright. She retrieved the 8 buns she had set aside for the others, and upon hearing there were none left, Changji expressed his disappointment, saying, I'm only a third full. Make sure to prepare more tomorrow, I'll bring some meat next time. Lin looked up at Changji in admiration. He had risen early that day, not trusting Lai Feng alone, and accompanied Tang Zhujun outside. Tang Zhujun sighed, wondering if admiration among men was always so inexplicable. Why idolize a glutton? After a while, Tang Mingfan emerged, holding his head high and exuding a commanding presence, akin to someone preparing for a coronation. Such a disrespectful jest was not to be entertained. Once the carriage departed, Tang Zhujun could not help but murmur, what is father planning? Turning back, she lit the small charcoal stove, the bubbling aroma of Mao Shui wine wafting through the hall, a scene so exquisite she dared not imagine. Chapter 17 of Versailles. Tang Mingfan found today's court session to be particularly lengthy and excruciating. Standing below, he listened to the incessant prattle of the censors, cursing them vehemently in his heart. These old fools, they do nothing but chatter, wasting precious time. Although he too held a civil service position, he was a man of action, distinctly different from them. Due to his elevated status, he stood closer to the throne, and the emperor, noticing his apparent restlessness, couldn't help but chuckle. Is it that you have something to present, Minister Tang? The emperor, weary of the censors, refrained from expressing his displeasure openly, for he feared their wrath. They would rather die in a blaze of infamy than allow him to be labeled a tyrant. Enough is enough, he thought. Hence, he called upon Tang Mingfan, hoping to interrupt the censors' incessant chatter. The censors could find little fault with Tang Mingfan. At worst, they could only nitpick trivial matters regarding his children, and even then, they dared not speak too freely. After all, whose family is devoid of wayward offspring? Beyond that, Tang Mingfan was a paragon of integrity. Who could claim to be more incorruptible than he? He was indeed the emperor's formidable weapon against the censors. Tang Mingfan stepped forward with a ceremonial tablet in hand. I report to your majesty that this old minister has no business to discuss, merely feeling faint from hunger. The Prince of Jin, standing diagonally before him, cast a sideways glance, and the others exchanged whispers, surprised by this unexpected demeanor from Tang Mingfan. The emperor erupted in laughter. Minister Tang, you are a pillar of the nation, we cannot allow you to suffer from hunger. In that case, let us conclude the session. Wang Fu, assist Minister Tang in partaking of his meal. Wang Fu, the chief eunuch who had served the emperor for decades, immediately complied. This servant obeys your command. The assembly finally grasped that today's early dismissal was merely due to Tang Mingfan's hunger. This impoverished official had indeed captured the emperor's favor, they could only avoid him in the future. Wang Fu escorted Tang Mingfan to the dining hall, knowing full well he never brought his own meal. He scolded a young eunuch. What are you waiting for? Hurry and summon the kitchen, instruct the kitchen staff to prepare an ample feast for the esteemed officials, let them not be lazy or I shall flay them. Everyone understood that this was merely a gesture to uphold Tang Mingfan's reputation, for others rarely partook of the meals served here. To their astonishment, Tang Mingfan nonchalantly replied, there is no need, I brought my own meal today. Eyes widened in disbelief, had the heavens opened, Tang Mingfan had actually brought his own food. At that moment, someone remarked, what fortune has befallen Minister Tang, with his carriage and his own provisions? This individual had indeed seen Tang Mingfan arrive by carriage that morning. Tang Mingfan beamed with pride, my dear daughter prepared it for me. The Prince of Jin exchanged a few words with the emperor before entering the hall, hearing Tang Mingfan's comment just as he crossed the threshold. Another mention of the daughter, Tang Zhu, who seemed to be omnipresent, his subordinates had suggested marrying her to solidify his position, but he had dismissed the notion. Initially, he had intended to humiliate Tang Zhujun when she approached the bed, hoping she'd retreat in shame, but she had unexpectedly fled. Later, witnessing her fierce demeanor during a brawl at the Prince of Rome's residence had altered his perception of women. Little did he expect to hear Tang Mingfan mention her again. The Prince of Jin, maintaining an impassive facade, took his place, while a perceptive young eunuch promptly opened his food box. His demeanor was aloof, keeping others at arm's length, and thus, when he entered, the dining hall fell silent. Tang Mingfan leisurely fanned the charcoal stove, waiting patiently for the spicy hot pot to boil. Soon, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of the dish. He picked up his chopsticks and rice, relishing his meal, utterly oblivious to the fact that the entire room was watching him, including the typically aloof Prince of Jin. The onlookers speculated whether Tang Mingfan was being intentionally provocative. Had he conspired with the emperor beforehand? Such peculiar behavior. Tang Mingfan savored his meal, while the others ate with distracted minds. What were the emperor and Tang Mingfan plotting? Tang Mingfan thought to himself, I merely wish to flaunt my culinary delights, must you all overthink, truly a band of fools. On the following day, he brought spicy crayfish. The day after, he presented boiled fish. By the fourth day, with a blister on his lip, he finally settled for congee and pickled vegetables, though he couldn't fathom why his steamed buns were shaped like frogs and piglets. My granddaughter is so dutiful, he mused. Moreover, why did even his cold dishes exude such an enticing fragrance? Yet, the others no longer appeared as anxious as before, beginning to suspect that Tang Mingfan was eager to showcase his household chef. However, he hardly seemed the type. Everything in the dining hall did not escape the emperor's keen observation. One day, during a meal following court, the emperor arrived. At that moment, Tang Mingfan was indulging in crayfish, albeit today in a garlic flavor. Upon seeing the emperor, he hastily wiped his hands and bowed in greeting, only to find the emperor seated directly across from him, smiling. Minister Tang, I was drawn here by the enticing aroma. May I partake? Tang Mingfan shielded his bowl. These are but humble dishes, your majesty, I dare not present them to you. What a jest, the emperor was wealthy enough to not plunder his modest offerings, after all. Let his daughters prepare the meals, of which he had numerous, yet, none could compare to this one. The emperor countered, what you eat, I shall eat. Attendants, bring forth my meal as well. The assembly, having just settled their nerves, felt their hearts race once more. It appeared the emperor was intent on stirring the pot, and the cunning fox that was Tang Mingfan must be in on it. The emperor had never tasted crayfish before. Wang Fu, dutifully serving, imitated Tang Mingfan's actions and peeled one for the emperor. Tang Mingfan remarked, it tastes better with a bit of sauce. Wang Fu could only stare in disbelief. My lord, are you and the emperor truly so familiar? The emperor, however, laughed heartily. Dip it, dip it. Wang Fu had no choice but to comply, for this was a dish enjoyed by the esteemed minister. The assembly watched intently as the emperor sampled the crayfish, exclaiming, quite delightful, indeed, Minister Tang, this dish is exceptional. Your majesty flatters me, it is merely my daughter experimenting in the kitchen, Tang Mingfan replied. Wang Fu thought, Minister Tang, might you lower your head when being modest? Strutting about like a proud peacock does little to uphold your esteemed reputation. The emperor was aware of Tang Mingfan's rather troublesome daughter. Now, observing him, did it seem he had turned over a new leaf? The heart of a parent is a universal sentiment, and the emperor could not help but glance at the Prince of Jin. The assembly gasped, what could this signify? As Tang Mingfan mentioned his daughter, the emperor's gaze shifted to the Prince of Jin. The recent flower banquet was still fresh in their minds, and the emperor's current demeanor was indeed thought-provoking. Tang Mingfan's daughter bore a notorious reputation, yet both father and son were pillars of society. If the emperor were to bestow a marriage, would that imply his favor towards the Prince of Jin? This matter had escalated. Just as the assembly buzzed with speculation, the emperor finally spoke. Chapter 18 of The Hen That Lays Golden Eggs. Minister Tang, your daughter must have grown up away from your side since childhood, remarked Tang Mingfan. Your majesty, indeed. This old minister has neglected his daughter and has long felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, he replied. To Prince Jin, how could I not feel the same? The emperor lamented, rising to pay his respects. Prince Jin said, Father, please do not speak in such a manner. I am immensely grateful to be able to acknowledge my heritage. The emperor waved his hand, signaling for him to withdraw, and departed only after sharing a meal, though it may have been a fleeting whim for the emperor. Many others, including Prince Jin's sycophant, Song Jingyang, could hardly contain their unease. My lord, does the emperor intend to bestow Tang Zhujun upon you in marriage? Prince Jin mused. Oh, so her name is not Tang Zhuzi. Song Jingyang cautioned, you must absolutely refuse. That woman is, or rather was, pregnant. Prince Jin was taken aback. Pregnant? She may no longer be. Song Jingyang recounted their encounter with Tang Zhujun, gritting his teeth as he added, her intentions that day were merely to seek your assistance in raising her child. Her heart is truly vile. After a brief moment of astonishment, Prince Jin dismissed thoughts of Tang Zhujun. The woman was inconsequential, his mind was preoccupied with the emperor's intentions. Undoubtedly, the emperor was elevating Tang Mingfan, but did he harbor ulterior motives? Upon returning to the capital, every step was fraught with tension, as any misstep could have dire consequences. Noticing his lord deep in thought, Song Jingyang refrained from speaking, standing quietly at his side. Tang Zhujun sneezed twice, prompting the pawnbroker to chuckle. As the young lady caught a chill, you must take care. The manager of Sihai Lu chimed in agreement. Today, when Tang Zhujun visited the pawnshop to inquire about the sales of cold dish seasonings, the pawnbroker had greeted her as though she were the god of wealth, eagerly sending a young assistant to summon manager Zhao from Sihai Lu. Young lady, you have finally come. These past few days, I have nearly been driven to distraction by manager Zhao. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhujun understood immediately. The cold dish was selling well. Feigning indifference, she laughed lightly. Is it really that exaggerated? Not in the slightest, the pawnbroker replied, smiling, and instructed someone to bring out some snacks for Linlin to enjoy. Linlin only selected a piece of beef tongue cake to nibble on after receiving a nod of approval from Tang Zhujun, quietly listening to the adults converse. My lady, have you considered how much silver you would be willing to part with for this recipe? The pawnbroker inquired tentatively. Tang Zhujun smiled slightly. I am truly sorry, but this recipe is a family secret. I cannot sell it for any amount of silver. However, Sihai Lu may procure seasonings from me, and I assure you of a sufficient supply. Currently, she was not in dire need of silver. She intended to keep the recipe and let it lay her golden eggs over time. The pawnbroker chuckled awkwardly, sensing that Tang Zhujun was not easily deceived. When manager Zhao arrived, he lavished Tang Zhujun with compliments and expressed his willingness to purchase her recipe for 200 taels of silver. Once again, Tang Zhujun declined. Manager Zhao remained unperturbed, stroking his beard as he said, My dear lady, please reconsider. After all, recipes can be deciphered over time. Then manager Zhao may take his time to ponder, Tang Zhujun replied with a smirk. Manager Zhao responded, I am not that kind of person. Since it is your family's secret recipe, I shall not use it for free. As for the price, it is not set in stone. We can negotiate further. Let me share my thoughts, Tang Zhujun said leisurely. For the cold dish seasoning, 1 tael of silver for 10 jin, my lady. That is quite exorbitant. Sihai Lu consumes 20 to 30 jin daily. Manager Zhao exclaimed, agitated. This seasoning is not without cost. My price is quite fair, Tang Zhujun insisted without yielding. After much contemplation, manager Zhao realized that despite the high cost of the seasonings, the cold dishes were indeed popular, ensuring a profit regardless. Then you must guarantee that this seasoning will be supplied exclusively to Sihai Lu. Of course, Tang Zhujun smiled, but that would be at a different price, with an annual additional fee of 200 taels. This was a monopoly fee. Manager Zhao nearly lost his composure. However, after a protracted negotiation, he begrudgingly acquiesced to Tang Zhujun's terms, enlisting the pawnbroker as a mediator, and both parties signed a contract. Tang Zhujun left with 200 taels in silver notes, accompanied by Linlin. She promptly purchased a new set of official robes for Tang Mingfan, which cost 50 taels. The robes, crafted from the finest materials and embroidered with lifelike cranes and ocean waves, were truly a luxury. She also reluctantly bought a set for Tang Baixin, which cost only 20 taels due to his lower official rank. In an instant, 70 taels had vanished, leaving Tang Zhujun feeling frugal even while shopping for groceries. Although she found earning this silver relatively easy, spending it was an entirely different matter. In the countryside, such an income could support a large family for many years, but in the capital, it would barely suffice for a family of first-rank officials. Upon returning home with Linlin, she noticed the front door wide open, with voices echoing inside. Chang Ji's loud voice rang out, no slacking off, those who need to kill chickens, do so. Those who need to chop firewood, get to it. When Miss Tang returns to treat you all to dinner, you will be scolded if you do not perform well. Tang Zhujun stormed in, hands on her hips, exclaiming, here we go again. Chang Ji, emboldened by a little kindness, had grown increasingly greedy, not only mooching off her but also dragging along the group of officials from the Dali Sea. Though they always brought their own ingredients, who would willingly serve them, Chang Ji grinned, Miss Tang, let us talk this over. Today is my birthday, weren't you just celebrating yesterday? Yesterday, I made a mistake. Tang Zhujun retorted, don't give me that. Tomorrow you'll claim you forgot again. Linlin, Chang Ji tried to divert, Uncle Chang will take you to ride a horse? Linlin looked eagerly at Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes, you must return in half an hour. Thank you, Aunt. Linlin exclaimed joyfully. The officials who had come for a meal busied themselves chopping wood, lighting fires, and fetching water, all to ingratiate themselves for a meal, lowering their postures to an extreme. Tang Zhujun felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of denying them food. She sensed that this would become a regular occurrence in the future. She would endure it. Once Linlin learned to ride, she would cut off their free meals. In the afternoon, at Linlin's insistence, Tang Zhujun took him to the riverbank to wash the horse. Tang Baixin returned home early today and accompanied them. Tang Zhujun shared her calculations with Tang Baixin regarding the cold dish recipe. I roughly estimated that the cost of 10 jin of seasoning is 200 won, yielding an 800 won profit. With daily sales of 20 to 30 jin, that amounts to 2 taels of silver daily, totaling 60 taels monthly. Even with a reduction in winter, earning 500 taels in a year should not be a problem. She had secretly set aside the 200 taels as a monopoly fee, and regarding the official robes, she fabricated a story about having received an advance payment. It was essential to keep some personal savings. Tang Baixin was utterly astonished. He never imagined that a mere cold dish recipe could yield more than their combined salaries. Tang Zhujun raised her eyebrows in pride. Isn't it impressive? I'll tell father tonight, he will surely be overjoyed. Tang Baixin hesitated. Elder brother, what is it? Don't inform father, Tang Baixin said awkwardly. He has been boasting about your capabilities lately, and many believe he has been driven mad by you. Tang Zhujun was taken aback. Is he truly that enamored? It seems to be a problem that needs remedying. Moreover, father is not good with finances. If he learns that we have amassed such wealth, he will begin to squander it. You should manage the funds yourself. Father would waste money? Tang Baixin replied, he will, and you will come to realize this in time. Very well, I shall keep it safe and not inform father. Tang Zhujun soon made her decision. She had only hidden 200 taels, while her elder brother suggested she hide a portion for herself as well. Suddenly, a cry rang out, help, a child has fallen into the water. Tang Zhujun's smile vanished in an instant, and her heart dropped. Could it be that Linlin had fallen in? Chapter 19 A resurgence. Tang Zhujun glanced over in a state of panic, only to find Linlin frozen in place, a brush held aloft in his hand, clearly startled as well. It's all right, Tang Zhujun reassured him, embracing him and pressing his head against her chest to shield him from the sight, while she peered into the water. You scoundrel, there's no escape for you today, came the familiar voice of Chang Ji from the distant stone bridge. He was flanked by a group of constables, and, was that the Prince of Jin? Tang Zhujun felt a sensation akin to that which the prince had for her. It seemed he was everywhere, an unrelenting specter. Who can swim, jump in and seize him. Chang Ji, who could not swim, bellowed in frustration, wishing he could leap in himself upon hearing that the constables were apprehending a criminal. Women along the riverbank hastily retreated with their children. Yet, none of the constables made a move. Though Tang Zhujun was a capable swimmer, she lacked the ability to retrieve someone from the depths. Just then, a figure clad in white suddenly leaped into the air, executing the motion with grace and agility, slicing through the water like a silver fish as he swam directly towards the submerged individual. It was the Prince of Jin. Moments later, his sycophant Song Jingyang arrived and jumped in as well, the two of them searching together in the long, wide river. Auntie, are they catching bad guys? Linlin asked, his voice muffled. Yes, Tang Zhujun replied, shall we go home for now? Tang Baixin added, Linlin, you should return with your aunt. Your father will stay here for a while to see if he can assist. Linlin was reluctant to leave and said, perhaps auntie could help too, let us wait a little longer. I've got him. Changji exclaimed excitedly from the bridge, come on, hurry and help me support the prince, I've witnessed the prince's prowess today. After a while, the Prince of Jin and Song Jingyang emerged from the water, dripping wet, each grasping an arm of the fugitive, dragging him ashore like a dead dog. The prince was completely soaked. Between spring and summer, his garments were light, clinging to his form and revealing his well-defined pectorals and abdominal muscles, along with certain outlines that should not be visible. However, he quickly shook off his robe, obscuring the view. Tang Zhujun felt a surge of anger, thinking him a miser, who would want to see such a sight. Tang Baixin subtly tugged at her sleeve, urging her to avert her gaze from the prince. He feared his sister might once again succumb to her infatuation. It had only been a few days of good fortune. He hoped she wouldn't revert to old habits. Damn it, Changji grumbled as he inspected the fugitive. After all the trouble to catch this rascal, I expected some progress, only to find he is already dead. Now Lord Tang will have his worries. The prince furrowed his brow. Is he not breathing? Indeed. Changji looked as deflated as a withered eggplant. Upon hearing that it was her father's case, Tang Zhujun hesitated briefly, glancing at the motionless body on the ground, its abdomen swollen like a toad. Let me give it a try. With that, she passed Linlin to Tang Baixin, covering his eyes with a handkerchief, and instructed, don't let Linlin see. He'll have nightmares. Tang Baixin inquired, what are you going to do? To save him. Isn't it important for father? Tang Zhujun replied, already stepping toward the man, addressing Changji, let me see. She first cleared the individual's mouth and nose, then instructed Changji to lay him face down on the ground to control the water, before placing him back on the ground. Brother Chang, give him air, like this. She reached for her handkerchief but realized she had given it to Linlin. The prince, noticing her movement, offered his own handkerchief. Tang Zhujun, not recognizing who it was, took the elegantly folded cloth and placed it over the man's mouth, demonstrating artificial respiration, which drew gasps from the onlookers. What's all the fuss about? If you want to save him, hurry up, she urged. Changji immediately stepped in to assist. Meanwhile, Tang Zhujun began performing CPR. However, it was quite exhausting. As she worked, she panted, can someone take over so I can catch my breath? I'll do it, the prince replied, his voice like shattered jade, and he had already crouched down by that point. Tang Zhujun moved aside, collapsing onto the ground. Utterly spent, Song Jingyang, filled with skepticism, asked, will this really work? Tang Zhujun had no favorable impression of the duo and retorted, if you think you can do better, then go ahead. Song Jingyang at that moment, Tang by Xin calmly interjected, we might as well try. There may be a glimmer of hope. Just look at how resourceful her brother was, always finding a way out. However, it seemed they wouldn't need it, as Tang Zhujun was confident they could revive this man. Sure enough, after a while, the man coughed a couple of times and regained consciousness. In a comical twist, upon realizing he was alive, he attempted to bite his tongue to end his own life, only to have the prince swiftly dislocate his jaw with a casual motion. Hearing the crack, Tang Zhujun couldn't help but shudder. That was terrifying. As a woman of a certain age raised on sweet tales of love, her mind was filled with romantic notions. Such a lovely hand was not meant to merely unhinge jaws but to gently cradle a heroine's chin, pretending it was her, and kiss her tenderly and possessively. Yet here, in the hands of the prince, it was a matter of crack, and the jaw was gone, utterly finished. She felt a moment of sympathy for his future partner. Changji burst into laughter, clapping Tang Zhujun on the shoulder with such force that it nearly knocked the wind out of her. Sister, you've been a tremendous help today. Haha, it's nothing, Tang Zhujun grumbled, wishing she could roll her eyes. You should take the man back and report to your superiors. I still need to return home to cook. I too desire a meal, but alas, I have matters to attend to today. What a pity. Changji chuckled, now that we've caught this little thief, this major case will soon come to a close. Once I have some free time, I can teach Lin Lin how to ride. Tang Zhujun, if it weren't for the gleam of anticipation in Lin Lin's eyes, she would surely toss a handful of salt into Changji's bowl to spite him. However, just as the constables were preparing to escort the thief away, Tang Zhujun called out, wait. Everyone halted in their tracks, including the prince, who turned to look at her. First, let him lie down and restrain him. Tang Zhujun had caught a glimpse of something awry and harbored grave suspicions that the thief was not merely in trouble. Sure enough, after she approached and examined him, she suddenly raised her gaze to the prince, a sardonic smile playing upon her lips. Your Highness, you truly are formidable. Song Jingyang jumped forward. What do you intend to do? Don't you think that just because you displayed a little skill today, my lord will regard you with favor? What a contemptible sycophant, Tang Zhujun replied coolly, your lord has broken his ribs. It would be wise to find a skilled doctor to set them, or else he may puncture a lung and die without a trace. What a fearsome presence the Prince of Jin was. One could only pity the woman who would share her life with him had his daughter been left motherless, or had he caused her demise. That evening, Tang Mingfan returned home quite late, his weary face unable to conceal his delight. Jun, you have been a tremendous help to your father today. Tang Zhujun beamed with pride. I have always claimed I possess medical skills, yet you all doubted me. Ha ha ha, Tang Mingfan replied with evident pride. When the prince inquired about it today, I told him the same. Jun, you truly continue to impress your father. Auntie, I want to learn too. Lin Lin chimed in, shoveling food into his mouth. Tang Zhujun picked up a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Alright. Tomorrow, I will teach you, along with practicing martial arts and arithmetic. In short, while your grandfather and father will only teach you literature, the rest will be left to me. Auntie, have you forgotten something? Lin Lin kept winking at Tang Zhujun, his expression earnest. Chapter 20 of The Visit from Prince Jin. What did she forget? Tang Zhujun truly did not react immediately until Lin Lin suddenly mimicked flapping wings, prompting her sudden realization. Right, let us buy a few chicks to raise at home. That way, we won't need to venture out for eggs. Lin Lin was quite fond of the fluffy yellow chicks he spotted outside, yet Tang Zhujun was initially reluctant due to the messiness of chicken keeping. However, upon seeing Lin Lin's pleading gaze, her resolve softened. After all, she had to speak on his behalf in front of the patriarchs. Moreover, Lin Lin has promised, Tang Zhujun said with a smile, that he will help with the cleaning. What concerned her was that the two men at home might perceive this as a frivolous distraction. To her surprise, Tang Mingfan was quite open-minded. Then let us purchase a few. He reminisced about his late wife, who had tirelessly managed all the household chores, often facing his mother's reprimands. She had always been timid, rendered mute in the face of her mother's scolding, requiring Tang Mingfan to come to her rescue. Yet, despite her shyness, she had somehow managed to stealthily pilfer an egg from the tightly supervised basket to secretly give to him. Contemplating these memories, Tang Mingfan lost his appetite, rising to retreat to his room. Dejected, Tang Baoxin observed his father's silhouette, his expression filled with concern. Initially perplexed, Tang Zhujun quietly inquired, Elder brother, does father not wish to raise chickens? If so, we can abandon the idea. While it was important to bring joy to the children, wasn't it a bit too much to force this upon their father? Tang Baoxin lowered his gaze, responding, father is merely reminded of mother. Let us eat. Oh. The following day, Tang Zhujun took Lin Lin to purchase chickens, then gathered some millet and poured water, allowing Lin Lin to feed the birds. Being a child, Lin Lin was utterly captivated by these adorable, fluffy creatures, playing around the coop for quite some time without rising. Observing this, Tang Zhujun smiled and proposed, Lin Lin, how about I present you with a riddle for you to solve? Upon hearing the challenge, the young scholar's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Aunt, please tell me. Tang Zhujun continued, there is a cage containing chickens and rabbits, totaling 12 animals. They possess 34 legs altogether. Can you determine how many chickens and rabbits there are? Lin Lin furrowed his brow in concentration, yet after a considerable pause, he could not arrive at an answer. Tang Zhujun was not surprised to in this place, education did not extend to mathematics, with most possessing merely the rudimentary skills of addition and subtraction. Such a problem was far too challenging for a 5-year-old. Nevertheless, Lin was undeterred, declaring, "Aunt, wait a moment, I shall fetch paper and pencil to draw it out and return with the answer." "Very well, I believe you shall succeed." After a quarter of an hour, Lin triumphantly announced, "Aunt, I have it. There are 5 rabbits and 7 chickens." While kneading dough, Tang Zhujun chuckled, "Well done, you are indeed a clever child." Unexpectedly, Lin shyly admitted, "No, I arrived at those numbers through trial and error. If the numbers were larger, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I need to ponder the method further." With that, Tang Zhujun watched him scamper off. A scholar indeed. Sure, assisting with the dough, inquired, "Miss, is this quantity insufficient?" Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes, "With Changji coming over, do you think it is enough?" Recently, Changji had become increasingly demanding, not only coming himself but also frequently bringing others along. It was prudent to prepare more. To simplify matters, she decided on noodles for lunch, blending white and sweet potato flour to create a smooth and delightful dish, along with a few side dishes. Before long, Changji's boisterous voice echoed from afar, seemingly engaged in conversation. Tang Zhujun thought to herself that he certainly had no sense of boundaries. However, considering his unwavering loyalty to her father, his frequent visits brought gifts without taking advantage, and his teaching Lin to ride, she tolerated it. "But brother, what does it mean to bring Prince Jean along?" Upon spotting her, Changji exclaimed loudly, "Sister, you truly aided us immensely yesterday. We worked through the night and have come to eat something before heading home for some rest." "Ah, so he considers this place a restaurant. Look who I have brought." Tang Zhujun replied, "My eyesight has been rather poor lately. I did not recognize him." Changji of Prince Jean spoke with a calm demeanor, "I have come uninvited, I apologize for the intrusion." Quite self-aware, but would she fall for it? Setting aside past grievances, she would remember how he and his sycophants had plotted against her. Though her previous self had made mistakes, Prince Jin's opportunism was not to be forgotten. If it were merely a matter of physical encounters, it could be overlooked, but his intentions toward her family were despicable. Changji discreetly nudged her, "Be gracious, add a few more dishes." Tang Zhujun twisted her body and retreated inside, leaving Changji feeling awkward. Despite the cold reception, Prince Jean did not turn to leave but instead followed Changji inside. Lin emerged to greet the guests and, upon learning of Prince Jin's arrival, addressed him like a little adult, instructing Shower to serve tea. Noticing the wet ink on Lin's fingers, Prince Jean approached the desk and asked, "What are you writing?" Lin replied honestly, "Aunt presented me with a difficult problem that I cannot solve." Changji laughed heartily, "Perhaps the prince can offer you some guidance." Prince Jean was inclined to agree. However, after a few glances, he unexpectedly discovered that he, too, was at a loss. This was quite awkward. Lin looked at him with eager anticipation, genuinely seeking his advice. Prince Jean stated, "I cannot assist you. Perhaps you should consult the one who posed the question." At that moment, Tang Zhujun entered to retrieve something and casually remarked, "Have all the rabbits stand upright on their hind legs, then reconsider." Both Lin and Prince Jean quickly grasped the solution, particularly Lin, who excitedly rushed to hug Tang Zhujun's leg, exclaiming, "Aunt, how can you be so clever?" Prince Jean was astonished that this riddle had originated from Tang Zhujun. Changji chuckled, "Too clever by half. I've heard that your highness has exquisite calligraphy. Lin, why not ask him to write something for you?" Regardless of his demeanor, Prince Jean, as a royal, understood the importance of maintaining decorum. Before Lin could speak, Prince Jean readily replied, "Certainly." He approached the desk and swiftly penned 4 large characters, then turned to Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun inquired, "What do you want from me?" Prince Jean replied, "I seek your esteemed opinion. I cannot read." Prince Jean, how amusing. Attempting to show off, and now admitting he was not as clever as he thought. In truth, Tang Zhujun had misjudged Prince Jean. He was not boasting but rather seeking to cultivate goodwill with her, as he had a request. Thus, he had not brought along the insufferable Song Jingyang. Even after arriving, despite Tang Zhujun's sarcastic comments, he chose to remain. Chapter 21. The purpose of Prince Jean. Tang Zhujun, upon observing that Prince Jean displayed neither anger nor embarrassment, felt a twinge of disappointment. Disregarding him, she returned to the kitchen to continue making noodles. "Miss, it's sufficient for me to be here. Why not prepare a couple more dishes? After all, the prince has arrived," urged Granny He. Reluctantly, Tang Zhujun acquiesced, listening to her further insist, "One must show respect. He is the emperor's own son, and the emperor is our master's sovereign." Though her words were coarse, they held a kernel of truth. Tang Zhujun sighed, "Very well, I shall prepare 2 additional dishes." She made sweet and sour pork and scrambled eggs with cucumber, both of which Lin adored. Then, she personally prepared Lin's portion of noodles, serving everything on a tray to carry inside. Changji sat at the lower end with Lin, while Prince Jean occupied the upper seat. They had yet to dig in, engrossed in conversation about the events of the previous day. Changji, animated and verbose, had already forged a brotherly camaraderie with Prince Jean. The prince maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from interrupting him. "Sister, what delectable dishes have you prepared? Surely, these are special for the prince's visit," Changji exclaimed exaggeratedly. Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes, recalling that he had just uttered similar sentiments. Now, he feigned innocence, suggesting she was eager to curry favor with the prince. How amusing. She feared he might think her intentions were ulterior. Thus, she placed the dishes before Lin, saying, "Eat heartily, these noodles are yours." Lin obediently bent her head to eat, while Changji awkwardly urged Prince Jean to partake, muttering, "Sister, isn't it a bit rushed today? Next time, do prepare a spicy hot pot for us, and don't forget that cold dish of the hot pot is hardly a suitable fare, but I do have a cold dish." I shall have Shoer bring a plate shortly, Tang Zhujun replied, mindful not to overstep. As Linlin enjoyed her meal, she discovered a fried egg among her noodles, while Chang Ji had already finished his bowl without encountering an egg. Linlin looked at Tang Zhujun in confusion. They don't have an egg, only you do, for you are a child, the most precious, Tang Zhujun explained. Now eat. Chang Ji interjected, that's not what she meant. She was referring to the egg, as in a chicken egg. Tang Zhujun was at a loss for words. Had he not drawn attention to it, even she would have forgotten. His explanation only served to complicate matters. She irritably took Chang Ji's bowl and served him another helping of noodles. Prince Jin, in contrast to Chang Ji, ate his meal with a certain grace, which was rather pleasing to the eye. Yet, Tang Zhujun remained unfooled. She was well aware of Prince Jin's true character and would not be swayed by superficial charm. While at times a man's features might influence her perspectives, when it came to her own affairs, she was resolutely clear-headed. She had no patience for scoundrels. After finishing a bowl of noodles accompanied by the cold dish, Prince Jin was unexpectedly pleased by the flavor. Simple fare, yet it brought a sense of earthly delight. If only Tang Zhujun Wen Ti intermittently cast him sharp glares, it would have made for a more pleasant experience. Had he offended her, even if the flower-viewing banquet had gone awry, was it not her own unfulfilled ambitions that had caused it? Had he not spoken up for her, why, then, did she harbor such animosity towards him? Not having had much interaction with women, he found it bewildering how inexplicable a woman's love and hate could be. Having finished his bowl of noodles, Prince Jin found himself wanting more. He did not expect Tang Zhujun to serve him. Accustomed to self-sufficiency, he rose to refill his bowl. However, as he stood with his bowl in hand, he heard Tang Zhujun coolly state, as a guest, you need not trouble yourself with the dishes. Allow me to take care of them. Prince Jin was momentarily taken aback. Chang Ji, somewhat foolishly led by the situation, exclaimed, Your Highness, are you already full? It seems you've barely eaten. Allow me to fetch you more dishes. Reluctantly, Prince Jin set down his bowl and feigned satisfaction. Linlin chimed in, Your Highness, you haven't eaten enough. You won't grow if you don't, but it's alright, you're already quite tall. Prince Jin remained silent. Indeed, instead of worrying about others, focus on nourishing yourself, Tang Zhujun chimed in, offering him a piece of sweet and sour pork. Isn't this your favorite flavor? Do indulge. The meat appeared peculiar. Was it truly sweet and sour? The unsated Prince Jin swallowed hard, rising to say, I shall go for a stroll. Tang Zhujun continued to ensure Linlin was well fed, while Chang Ji whispered, What's the matter with you? Are you intentionally targeting the prince? I've heard about the previous incident. Are you not merely embarrassed? Tang Zhujun scoffed, Pa, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Be quiet. Chang Ji cautioned, glancing anxiously outside, that is the prince. Yet, Tang Zhujun was deliberate in her actions. She detested the way Prince Jin regarded her with those innocent eyes, as if she were unaware. His sycophants had already leaked the truth. He sought to ingratiate himself with her father, hoping to curry favor and receive a warm reception. She was wary of him. She was no fool. A prince like Jin was a high-risk individual. One misstep could lead to calamity for all her kin. It was best to keep a safe distance. She wondered what had compelled the emperor to assign him to the Dali temple. How vexatious. Standing in the courtyard, Prince Jin felt the fierce wind against his face. His noble lineage was known throughout the capital. He then noticed Tang Zhujun re-emerging from the kitchen, carrying a plate of something intriguing. It resembled ice, drizzled with a white, milk-like substance, yet in a solid form, garnished with cut cherries and strawberries, making it look utterly delectable. Linlin, it's time for some icy treats. Linlin cheered, oh, we have icy treats now. This was Tang Zhujun's own invention, a fruit-flavored ice cream. The ancients had some astonishing innovations, such as storing ice in winter, allowing for its use throughout the year. Don't eat too much, it may upset your stomach. Besides, your uncles have worked hard and have yet to taste this. They should have a chance as well, don't you think? Upon hearing her gentle yet firm tone with Linlin, Prince Jin felt a stirring within him. Soon after, Chang Ji, having finished eating, brought Linlin outside, eager to teach her to ride, jokingly remarking, I'm like a carpenter showing off a large axe. Linlin gazed up at Prince Jin, Your Highness, are you skilled at riding? For reasons unknown, Prince Jin felt a momentary softness as he met her bright, clear gaze. He smiled, I suppose I'm moderately skilled. Chang Ji laughed heartily, Your Highness is being modest. Come, Linlin, let us mount the horse. Mount, not so fast. Tang Zhujun interjected, didn't I say we should rest for a quarter of an hour after eating? You must heed my words, Linlin. Come, walk with your aunt and rest for a bit. As she led Linlin outside, she continued, haven't I told you numerous times that vigorous exercise right after a meal is unwise? Your stomach is still delicate, it can't withstand such strain. Your stomach is like a little girl, you need to take good care of it. Prince Jin observed her retreating figure, lost in thought. Your Highness, Chang Ji inquired, I brought you here. Can you now speak candidly? What is it that you truly desire? Chapter 22 Embezzlement. The time that Prince Jin spent at the Dali temple was brief, although Chang Ji found him to be a decent fellow, especially during the apprehension of thieves when he exhibited no airs and displayed commendable skills. He was not foolish enough to bare his heart immediately. The cunning of such individuals was more abundant than a sieve, and as a rough man, he preferred to keep his distance from them. Nevertheless, he still felt obliged to extend a measure of courtesy. Thus, when Prince Jin expressed his intention to join him for a meal, Chang Ji hesitated momentarily, deeming that sharing a meal was harmless. At worst, he could keep an eye on Tang Zhujun to ensure she did not become overly enamored with the prince. Consequently, he acquiesced. However, even after the meal had concluded, he remained perplexed about Prince Jin's true intentions and could not restrain himself from inquiring. The prince replied, I was merely intrigued by her unique method of saving lives that I witnessed yesterday. Chang Ji suddenly understood, yes, indeed. I had meant to ask her how she learned it, but alas, it slipped my mind entirely. I'll be sure to ask her later. The prince, however, shook his head. That is unnecessary. He had already made up his mind. Tang Zhujun returned from her walk, yawning as she declared, Brother Chang, it's your responsibility now, your highness, please feel free, I must return to rest. Chang Ji quickly dismissed the constables, and taking the reins of the horse, he stepped outside with Ling Ling. The prince lingered, observing Tang Zhuyun's back as she walked away, and slowly spoke, Miss Tang, I have a request. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, she turned back with a charming smile, her lips parting to utter, I cannot assist. Flattery without purpose is either deceitful or malicious. Deceit was out of the question, she would ensure he regretted it. For malice, it was irrelevant, there was little left of value in her family besides its members, she would not be swayed by his high status to abandon her principles and engage in polite conversation. Surely, there was no good to come of it. Perhaps I cannot assist, but should I be able to, I would compensate you. Do I appear to be in need of anything? Tang Zhuyun inquired with a smile. Even if he were to offer himself in exchange, she would not be interested, it was not a man she lacked. Money. Tang Zhuyun nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, who lacks money? I possess a recipe for cold dishes that is akin to a golden goose. At least for the next couple of years, I am secured. Do you think I lack silver? Oomph. Your brother has embezzled 5,000 or 6,000 taels of silver. You are speaking nonsense. Tang Zhuyun's face flushed with anger, her voice rising in indignation. Her elder brother was a man of utmost integrity, even her attempts to borrow money had vexed him greatly, so how could he possibly engage in embezzlement? This was a blatant slander against the Tang family's reputation. Prince Jin replied coolly, in a few days, you will understand. Leave. Tang Zhuyun insisted, pushing him away, get out. She had even fed him, but now she wouldn't spare him a morsel should he end up as dog food. The prince stated, if you find yourself in need, you may come to the royal residence to seek me, if I am not present, leave a message with the gatekeeper, and I will come to find you. With that, he cast a lingering glance at Tang Zhuyun, his dark eyes filled with a chilling depth, before turning to depart. Tang Zhuyun was so furious that she felt the urge to chase after him and scratch his face that he dared to request her assistance, and when she refused, he cursed her family? How infuriating, she prayed never to encounter him again, otherwise, she would make him question his very existence with a tickling powder, yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. When Tang Baixin returned, she pulled him into her room and recounted the events in detail, testing the waters as she asked, Brother, do you think Prince Jin is exceedingly annoying? I cannot fathom what he wants me to aid him with, and I figured good fortune would not befall me, so I outright declined, is he not infuriating? Tang Baixin calmly responded, it is wise not to engage with him. He looked at Tang Zhuyun with a hint of approval in his gaze, patting her shoulder as he remarked, Yun has grown up. I can rest easy now. These words caused Tang Zhuyun's heart to plummet, she couldn't shake the feeling that these words portended ill. Tang Baixin smiled gently, do not worry, I will handle it. Handle it? Tang Zhuyun scrutinized his eyes, what do you intend to do? Are you going to pursue Prince Jin for slandering us? Not at all, Tang Baixin replied, rest assured, I know my limits. Though Tang Zhuyun felt something was amiss, she reasoned that if her brother had indeed embezzled such a significant amount of silver, it would surely be spent on the family, would it not? However, upon her arrival in this world, the family was in dire straits, barely scraping by, which made it clear that Prince Jin was speaking nonsense. It could not be true. Let her not encounter that scoundrel again, she thought through gritted teeth. However, in the dead of night, as she was blissfully asleep, she was abruptly awakened by sounds emanating from the adjacent room. The noise resembled the thud of a bludgeon striking flesh, interspersed with muffled groans of restraint, and the stifled reprimands. Tang Zhuyun jolted awake. This was coming from Tang Mingfan's room. Hastily, she donned her clothes and slipped on her shoes, pushing the door open. The cold night air sent a shiver through her, yet the flickering candlelight and the shadow of a figure wielding a stick cast against the window paper filled her with dread. Was her father beating her brother? If this were the case, could it be that what Prince Jin had said earlier was indeed true? She stealthily approached and overheard Tang Mingfan's furious voice, how have I taught you since childhood? You cannot touch what is not yours, not even a single thread. Father, a grave mistake has been made, your son is unfilial. Why did you take the money? Where has the money gone? Father, it is all my fault. I succumbed to greed, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. The money has been stolen. Tang Zhuyun's heart sank to the depths of despair. Was her brother's assertion of, it has nothing to do with anyone else, an attempt to absolve her? It was not she who had brought this upon herself, rather, their family had been ravaged by past actions. If Tang Baixin had indeed embezzled from the court, it was likely due to her circumstances. How could her brother be so careless? If he could only return the stolen funds, it would alleviate some of the burden. Instead, the silver had been misfortunate enough to be stolen. Was that thief who took the silver also the one who reported her brother? No, this matter had not yet come to light. How could Prince Jin possibly be aware? Was it a deliberate trap set by him to ensnare her brother? Given his cunning nature, this was entirely plausible. That despicable wretch, how low could he stoop? This was far from over, Tang Zhujun thought through gritted teeth, yet, with Tang Baixin saying nothing, how could anyone assist him? With this thought lingering, Tang Zhujun pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 23 Interrogation. Upon entering, Tang Zhujun finally discerned the scene before her. Tang Baixin was kneeling on the ground, his head bowed, bearing the brunt of the abuse, while Tang Mingfan, wielding a rattan switch, was visibly agitated, his chest heaving with fury. "Father," Tang Zhujun exclaimed, rushing forward to support Tang Mingfan, whose pallid complexion filled her with concern. "Please, do not be so agitated, your health cannot withstand this, let us speak calmly." In the past, she had been a source of worry, but at least there was Tang Baixin, a son of promise. Now that she had finally come to understand the world, Tang Baixin had plunged into a dire predicament. The plight of Tang Mingfan was truly pitiful. "Zhujun, you must leave," Tang Mingfan commanded. "This matter does not concern you." It was evident that he was straining to suppress his emotions. "A father, as your daughter and the sister of my elder brother, his troubles are inevitably intertwined with my own," Tang Zhujun asserted, her voice unwavering. "To be blunt, if there were to be repercussions, I could not escape unscathed. Despite my past transgressions, I have not faced annihilation, and that is solely due to the protection of my father and brother. We are all bound together. When one suffers, all suffer." She assisted Tang Mingfan to sit upon a chair, then glanced at Tang Baixin, whose face was flushed with humiliation at being seen in such a disheveled state, perhaps also feeling guilt over the embezzlement issue. "Father," she gently tugged at Tang Mingfan's sleeve, "let us allow my brother to rise and speak, shall we? It is hardly fair for him to kneel while I stand." "Let him kneel, let him languish there," Tang Mingfan rasped, his throat heaving with exertion, his voice a guttural sound of fury. Tang Baixin interjected, "Zhujun, you must leave, this matter does not involve you." Tang Zhujun felt a surge of anger. Both men insisted on excluding her. Did they truly believe she could distance herself from this? "Oh brother, this afternoon when I spoke of the Prince of Jin, I found it utterly absurd. Now, I find it even more so." Zhujun. Tang Baixin's expression was strained. "Brother, I would rather believe that my own mind has been clouded, leading me to commit theft, than to accept that you would engage in such embezzlement." Tang Baixin insisted, "Unless it was for my sake." "Absolutely not," Tang Baixin retorted, "this matter has nothing to do with you, so do not take it upon yourself." He spoke rapidly, repeatedly emphasizing, "It has no bearing on you whatsoever." After a moment of contemplation, as if he had resolved upon a course of action, he bowed deeply to Tang Mingfan. "Father, I have been an unfilial son. I implore you to decisively expel me from the family." Tang Mingfan's lips trembled, rendering him speechless. This was his son, whom he had raised with his own hands, whom he had nurtured with pride. Tang Zhujun inhaled deeply and approached Tang Baixin, but she could not budge him. "Brother," she spoke with urgency, her words spilling forth like beans cascading from a dish, "given the gravity of the situation, with father in such a state, can you not share a single truth with us? I know not what burdens you bear, but I sold myself to a pleasure boat for 10 taels of silver, and bore an illegitimate child. Can you truly be more foolish than I? In the past, you and father shielded me unconditionally, arranging everything for me to start anew. Now that you are in trouble, why will you not confide in us to find a solution together? You are wielding a knife against our hearts. It is easy to expel you from the family, but what of father? What of Linlin? What will become of you in the future? Brother, I beg of you, please speak the truth. Even if it were a moment of madness that led you to such actions, facing the scorn of the masses, we would bear it together. It matters not, we can earn back the lost silver, we will help you atone, but we only wish for a single truth from you. Will you not share it?" Tears fell from Tang Zhujun's eyes. With the memories of her previous life, she understood the immense pressures that Tang Baixin had endured for the sake of their family. Such a gifted and responsible brother should not face utter ruin. She wiped her tears and turned to Tang Mingfan. "Father, what are the consequences under the law for such embezzlement?" Tang Mingfan replied weakly, "Severe cases result in execution, while lighter ones may lead to exile." "And what if we were to return the silver, that amounts to thousands of taels, not just hundreds?" Tang Baixin exclaimed. "Zhujun, do not concern yourself with me, father, I am speaking to you." Tang Mingfan said, "It is up to the emperor's judgment, perhaps he will be lenient, but I cannot say for certain." At his daughter, suddenly enlightened, realized that the good days had scarcely begun before calamity beset them, nearly overwhelming this just and upright man. He was barely 40, yet his hair was already largely gray, making him appear like an old man. Tears flowed freely down Tang Mingfan's cheeks. Tang Baixin continued to bow, his forehead striking the hard brick floor with resounding thuds. "I have been an unfilial son, an unfilial son. I in the future, Zhujun will care for you, let her take a husband. I trust her completely now. Zhujun." Enough, Tang Zhujun could no longer contain her frustration. "Even now, you refuse to reveal the truth. Very well, I shall not ask further. I will seek out the Prince of Jin. If the Prince of Jin threatened her, then even if he were not the instigator, he at least knew the truth." "You are not to go." Both father and son exclaimed in unison. Tang Zhujun had faced setbacks with the prince. If she were to approach him now, she could not predict how he would treat her. They were more concerned that she would be further traumatized, possibly reverting to her former self. Tang Zhujun regarded Tang Baixin with a cold smile. "If I proceed aimlessly like a headless fly and something befalls me, it will be your fault. I cannot disregard you, nor will I regret it, but I hope you will not blame yourself. I owe you this debt, and I will repay it. At dawn, I shall seek out the Prince of Jin. Whether he desires my body or my life, I shall give it to him." It was clear that only through resolute measures could she penetrate Tang Baixin's stubbornness. "Do not speak of entrusting father to me. I refuse. I shall entrust him to you, for who else is there that I owe? Since suffering is inevitable, let me bear the brunt. It is late, I shall return to my rest." With that, Tang Zhujun turned to leave, her gaze resolute, her silhouette unwavering. 1, 2, 3, she silently counted in her mind. She was betting that Tang Baixin's love for his sister would prevent him from watching her sacrifice herself in vain. Indeed, just as she reached 5, she heard Tang Baixin's defeated voice. Zhujun, come back to I will speak chapter 24 frames you mean to say, Tang Zhujun exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief after hearing Tang Baixin's words, that you are also unaware of where the problem lies, yet the evidence is irrefutable? Tang Baixin nodded. He disclosed that someone had misappropriated funds using his seal, under various pretexts, amounting to several thousand taels. This was evidently a conspiracy, yet the evidence was incontrovertible and undeniable. Then how have you secured your seal? Tang Mingfan retorted angrily. I have told you since childhood that it is as crucial as your very life. Tang Baixin lowered his head, admitting, I am but a foolish son, and even now I do not comprehend where the issue originates. However, I am aware that with the current evidence, a conviction is entirely attainable. He was an astute individual, yet at this moment, he found himself utterly lost, and thus did not believe anyone could uncover the truth. Not wishing to jeopardize his father's career, he implored his father to cast him out of the family. Tang Zhujun felt the urge to curse. What a wretched predicament. Father is the Minister of Justice. Brother, since you have done nothing wrong, why do you fear? Precisely because I am the Minister of Justice, Tang Mingfan replied, leaning back in his chair. This matter, given the solid evidence, cannot be overturned. Otherwise, others will accuse me of abusing my power. Tang Zhujun protested vehemently, how can this be reasonable? This is utterly illogical. She was infuriated. Baixin, rise, Tang Mingfan gestured for Tang Zhujun to assist her brother, a faint smile gracing his lips, his expression now resolute. No. Tang Baixin saw through his father's intentions, declaring, I would rather perish than have you relinquish your position as Minister of Justice. After a lifetime of effort, he may never attain the stature his father had achieved. His father had sacrificed too much to reach this point. Moreover, even if you were to relinquish your position, what would that accomplish? Those who have plotted against me will not spare me. Father, you must remain clear-headed, we cannot allow both father and son to fall. Additionally, Ajun and Linlin require care. If you forsake me, disowning your own flesh and blood, the Emperor will still trust you as he once did. Tang Zhujun could no longer contain herself. Brother, what a splendid idea you have. Do be quiet. She was on the verge of exploding with rage. Why could they not discuss matters as a family? Even if the sky were to fall, they would face it together. Now, he stubbornly insisted on bearing the burden alone, causing his family distress and anguish. What kind of plan was that? To act under the guise of I sacrifice for your sake, I am the martyr was the height of foolishness. She thought this and expressed her thoughts with unrestrained fervor. Tang Baixin stared at her, taken aback, feeling her words nearly splattering across his face. He had never seen his sister exhibit such fierce yet warm-hearted tenacity. Father, Tang Zhujun reproached, turning to Tang Mingfan, this is not a matter of who sacrifices for whom. Given the current situation, what do you believe is the best course of action for our family's benefit? Just tell us how we should proceed. My brother and I will follow your lead. Tang Baixin attempted to speak but was silenced by her fierce glare. Haven't you already rendered yourself a dead man? What more is there for you to say? Tang Baixin found himself at a loss for words. His sister had transformed. The once timid girl would never have assumed such a burden. Tears welled in his eyes, realizing that while things seemed to be improving, he had inadvertently caused a monumental disaster. Tang Mingfan, burdened with heavy thoughts, finally stated, I still hold a modicum of faith before the Emperor. I will risk my reputation to plead with him for your brother's case to be judged as mere exile. At the very least, there may be room for negotiation. I refuse to believe that after a lifetime of handling cases, I cannot clear my own son's name. This implied that time was still needed to overturn the case. Tang Zhujun inquired, what about the Prince of Jin? She recounted how the prince had previously sounded the alarm, stating he wished to enlist her assistance, using this situation as leverage. Although she was reluctant to engage with such a treacherous figure, she would brave any peril for the sake of her family. Absolutely not. Tang Baixin interjected, his face filled with urgency. If the prince harbors ulterior motives towards you, he would rather endure 1,000 tortures than allow his sister to suffer indignities on his behalf. Tang Zhujun found his reaction both amusing and infuriating, pointing to her own face. Brother, do you think my visage is captivating enough to entice a nation? To be fair, in her past life, she was indeed a beauty. However, the capital was never in short supply of stunning women. The prince could have any maiden he desired. Why would he pursue a woman who had already borne children? The prince's interest in her surely had ulterior motives. Tang Baixin fell silent, pondering. Indeed, he too was curious about the prince's intentions toward his sister. Tang Mingfan sighed heavily. The Prince of Jin comes from humble beginnings, his thoughts inscrutable. No one can fathom his mind, nor can we ascertain the emperor's stance towards him. While others claimed the emperor was indifferent to the prince, Tang Mingfan felt otherwise. Yet, to assert this was merely speculation, as he possessed no concrete evidence. The heart of a sovereign is difficult to gauge. Even after decades of service, he remained uncertain. I shall probe the matter further, Tang Zhujun declared, her fighting spirit ignited. I refuse to believe he would dare to act against me now. The emperor would clearly not easily believe that Tang Baixin had embezzled funds. Anyone who sought to further discredit the Tang family during such a scandal would likely draw the emperor's scrutiny, risking being suspected of plotting. Tang Mingfan gazed at his daughter, increasingly reminiscent of his late wife, tears streaming down his face. Very well, this matter is settled. I will approach the emperor after court tomorrow to present my case. Baixin, continue your inquiries at the Ministry of Personnel discreetly. If you can uncover anything, that would be splendid, but do not force it if nothing arises. Jun, see if you can ascertain the prince's intentions, perhaps it may yield some benefit. He mentioned Tang Zhujun's approach to the prince last, harboring little hope. Though his daughter had changed her demeanor, she still lacked the gravitas to contend with the prince. Nonetheless, he was deeply moved by her willingness to act. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, what do you mean perhaps it may yield some benefit? It must yield results. The prince, yes, she understood he was a treacherous and insidious man, yet he was not entirely devoid of weaknesses. The following morning, Tang Zhujun prepared a lavish breakfast for Tang Ningfan to take to court. Her radiant smile met with his astonished and appreciative gaze. In this vast world, nothing is more important than a meal, she quipped. Excellent, 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 Tang Ningfan repeated. Tang Baixin appeared somewhat haggard, evidently having spent a sleepless night, his mind elsewhere during breakfast. Linlin noticed and cautiously inquired, Father, are you unwell? Tang Baixin felt a pang of sorrow. His moment of carelessness had brought harm upon his family. Linlin, having a father like him, would inevitably face repercussions in her future. At what had gone awry? Your father is fine, Tang Zhujun assured, handing Linlin a meat bun. He is nearly a bit daft at the moment. Had she truly become a crumbling pillar of support? You today, Tang Baixin cautioned, be careful. Tang Zhujun continued to eat without acknowledging him. She had never anticipated the siblings would switch roles so swiftly. With her now assuming the cold demeanor. After breakfast, Tang Baixin headed to the Ministry of Personnel, while Tang Zhujun instructed Xiaoer to look after Linlin before proceeding to the prince's residence. His Highness requests your presence. The sycophant eyed her warily, for after all, she was the first woman to make the prince wait instead of attending court. Song Jingyang felt as though he were about to place a green hat on the prince's head. Chapter 25. An unexpected turn. After the negotiation, Prince Jin led Tang Zhujun to a pavilion nestled within the garden. This pavilion, perched atop a high artificial hill, offered a panoramic view of the surroundings, yet one could easily be discovered if they attempted to eavesdrop. The prince remarked, does conversing here put your mind at ease? A hypocrite. Tang Zhujun replied with a sardonic tone, I fear it is you, your highness, who has cause for concern. What is there for someone of my scandalous reputation to dread? The prince refrained from engaging in banter and instead delved directly into the matter at hand. What is your perspective on your brother's situation? What perspective can I have? I can only watch with wide eyes to discern whether he is a man or a beast. Tang Zhujun scoffed, your highness values his time, so let us get straight to the point. She harbored deep suspicions that Prince Jin had orchestrated a trap for her brother, aiming to unearth some unspeakable secret. As for his intentions, they undoubtedly pertained to that coveted position, leveraging threats and temptations against her family. You possess commendable medical skills, assist me in saving a life. If she remains unharmed, your brother will likewise be safe. So, he is targeting her? This struck her as rather peculiar. She had only showcased her medical prowess briefly by the river, and now he had set his sights on her. Yet, her brother's embezzlement must have occurred long ago. Thus, was this a spur-of-the-moment decision by the prince, altering the terms of their exchange? First, tell me how you intend to assist my brother, considering those seals for the dispersed silver indeed belong to him. Prince Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his imposing figure silhouetted against the backdrop. I oversee the Golden Scale Guard, and I possess the authority to act with discretion. Tang Zhujun gasped. The Golden Scale Guard, wasn't that the Emperor's personal guard? No one dared to offend them, for one could never predict how they might inform the Emperor of any misdeeds. This was an exceedingly enigmatic military unit, and she was astonished that the Emperor had entrusted it to Prince Jin. Noticing the skepticism in her eyes, Prince Jin flicked his wrist, and a golden token fell into his palm, which he presented to Tang Zhujun. She examined the token, her gaze landing on the 4 characters inscribed upon it, and she could not help but think, brother, are you pulling a fast one? Your Highness, you may be mistaken, she said, regarding him with an air of cold elegance. I am illiterate, but I can count. There are 4 characters here. Please enlighten me as to how many characters the Golden Scale Guard comprises? Prince Jin replied impassively, read more, and do not be swayed by the nonsense that women's lack of talent is a virtue. This reads as if I were present. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, are you deceiving me? And what do you think? This could not be. A Prince Jin could not wield this token as a means of deception. If word got out, it would be a death sentence. Tang Zhujun straightened her posture, feigning ignorance. Ignorance is no crime, and whether it is true or false matters not to me. Now, where were we? I can assert that I investigated the Ministry of Personnel and had your brother act as an informant. An undercover agent, a bait, regardless of the label, it could easily be justified. Once the Golden Scale Guard was mentioned, no one dared to contest it. Tang Zhujun's mind raced. If his sole aim was to have her save a life, then this arrangement was not entirely disadvantageous. No, there was a flaw. You intend to hold this matter over me indefinitely, don't you? Tang Zhujun inquired. Not indefinitely, for soon enough, the investigation will lead to your brother, and it will not take an eternity, Prince Jin retorted coldly. Tang Zhujun exhaled in relief. Perhaps it was worth a try. Engaging with a tiger, she felt her mind tense, not daring to relax for a moment. Commence treatment immediately. I grant you 1 month to restore her health. Prince Jin stated, in a month, the embezzled funds must be returned. Should you meet my demands, I shall cover that sum for you. If you fail, it will be confirmed that he indeed embezzled, and I shall bear no responsibility. A threat, stark and unadorned. He may possess an appealing visage, yet his actions were utterly reprehensible. I want to see your daughter first, Tang Zhujun declared, raising her chin defiantly. Do not assume that only he can read hearts. She was no less adept. After a moment's contemplation, she surmised that his motivation stemmed from a desire to protect his daughter. Very well, follow me, Prince Jean responded, his long strides brisk as he moved forward, with Tang Zhujun trailing behind, her short legs scrambling to keep pace. Internally, she cursed the prince vehemently. However, as they descended from the pavilion, she stumbled on the slope and fell forward in a most dramatic fashion. In that instant, one thought consumed her mind. Oh no, am I about to be transported again? Initially, she had thought it was merely a transition, but now it seemed more akin to a rapid journey, yet, she could not resolve her current predicament. Death was not an option. Tang Zhujun, as she fell, realized she might just land on Prince Jean, secretly hoping he would turn around to save her. Even if she inadvertently brushed against his lips and their eyes met in an awkward moment, she would accept that fate. However, the cold and unyielding prince, having heard her gasp, did not even glance back. Bearing the demeanor of a corpse, Tang Zhujun thought to herself, you are but a male supporting character, destined for a tragic fate. She flailed her arms as she fell behind him, inadvertently grasping something that provided a brief reprieve, yet the impact was painful, sending tears streaming down her face. Thankfully, she was still alive. But why was there a pair of robust, muscular calves magnified before her? She could even discern the coarse hair upon them, marking her first close encounter with a man's leg hair. Indeed, it was rather thick, and she felt an urge to help him shave it off. It dawned on Tang Zhujun, too late, that she was clutching a piece of fabric. No, more accurately, she had yanked down Prince Jin's trousers, and now she found herself ensconced within his robe, examining his leg hair. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, she wished for yet another journey through time, for she had lost her senses. She had just pulled down Prince Jin's trousers, accomplishing an act that no predecessor had dared to attempt. Tang Zhujun could scarcely fathom the expression that would grace Prince Jin's face. Prostrating herself on the ground, she feigned death. Then, she heard him grit his teeth, growling, "Return my trousers." Tang Zhujun firmly believed that, at that moment, Prince Jin wished to tear a piece of flesh from her. She lowered her gaze to the grass, struggling to extract the trousers from beneath her, raising them above her head. "Ahem, your highness, the grass in your royal residence is unlike any I have seen elsewhere. I must study it closely." At that juncture, a sycophant arrived, livid. "Tang Zhujun, you shameless woman, how dare you, how dare you!" "Silence, withdraw." Prince Jin barked, seething with anger. Tang Zhujun fixated on the ground, pondering. "Sycophant, may I inquire how you have survived this long, with such a lack of perception? It is a miracle your family tomb is not engulfed in flames. Do you truly wish to throw yourself into the fray?" Song Jingyang declared, "I vow to defend my lord's honor. Begone, green hat." Time passed, and Tang Zhujun eventually heard Prince Jin inquire, "How much longer do you intend to remain sprawled here?" She rose, brushing the dirt from her attire, attempting to feign nonchalance as she strode down the slope with an air of bravado. She had only glimpsed his legs. What was there to feel guilty about? Prince Jin's countenance was dark as he led her onward, arriving at a secluded and tranquil courtyard. Chapter 26. Visiting Yanran. Upon entering the room, Tang Zhujun's heart melted at the sight of a young girl lying on the bed. The little girl, of a similar age to Linlin, possessed long, thick eyelashes and large, expressive eyes that sparkled like water, with pupils reminiscent of shattered starlight. Her skin was exceptionally fair, almost translucently pale, and as she noticed the arrival of the Jinwang, her lips curved into a gentle smile, revealing two faint dimples. In a soft voice, she called out, "Father." The cold demeanor on Jin Wang's face softened considerably as he sat down on a chair beside the bed. "Yanran, how are you feeling today?" "Father, I'm not unwell. I simply wish to go outside for some fresh air and sunlight." The room, with its tightly shut windows, was suffocating, filled with the heavy, cloying scent of incense burning in a high-footed incense burner. Tang Zhujun felt an immediate discomfort upon entering. She also sensed Yanran's curious, probing gaze upon her, tinged with an unspoken anticipation. What could this little angel be hoping for? Jin Wang took his daughter's hand and said, "Once you are well, you can go outside, my dear. Today, I have summoned a physician to attend to you. You will surely recover." Yanran turned her gaze to Tang Zhujun and asked, "Is this elder sister the one?" Tang Zhujun smiled, despite the potential implications of being treated as inferior due to her youth. "Indeed, it is I." She stepped forward. At that moment, a maid dressed in a begonia-colored red gown entered, carrying a bowl of dark medicine. Upon seeing Jin Wang, her eyes lit up, only for her to quickly lower her gaze to conceal her delight, respectfully greeting him in a soft tone, "Greetings, your highness." "What a man who attracts all the bees." Tang Zhujun found this display tiresome, and glanced at Yanran, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of panic in her eyes. Did she not wish to take the medicine? Silently observing, Tang Zhujun remained composed. Jin Wang commanded, "Bring the medicine over." "Your highness, allow me to assist." The maid knelt before Jin Wang, artfully revealing a hint of her bosom. Ignoring her, Jin Wang picked up the medicine, extending his other hand to support Yanran, clearly accustomed to this scenario. Yanran, as if rallying her courage, declared, "Father will feed Yanran. Yanran is not afraid of bitterness, not at all." "Oh, this little darling, she was even more endearing than Linlin," Tang Zhujun interjected. "There is no need to take the medicine just yet. Let me examine her pulse first." Jin Wang replied, "Wait until after she has taken the medicine." "After consuming so many medicines, has there been any effect?" Tang Zhujun scoffed, "Since your highness has summoned me, should you not heed my medical advice?" "Impudent," the maid suddenly chastised, "how dare you speak so boldly in front of his highness?" "My audacity is supported by my own merit. Care to test it?" Tang Zhujun retorted, her smile cold as she leaned down to stuff a handkerchief into the maid's bosom, adding, next time, ensure you have the capital before attempting to sell anything. The maid's face flushed crimson in an instant. Jean Wang ordered, leave. The maid, on the verge of tears, murmured, I fear the young lady may call for me later. Her gaze flickered towards Yan Ran, who clearly appeared distressed. Father, I want Hongxiu, Yan Ran implored. Stand aside. Jean Wang commanded. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Hongxiu's eyes. Tang Zhujun gently spoke to Yan Ran, extend your wrist for me to examine, we shall not take the bitter medicine, there is no need for you to be afraid, Yan Ran. Yan Ran smiled brightly, her gaze tender, I am not afraid of bitterness, elder sister. Good child. It was remarkable that such a compassionate daughter could emerge from a man as formidable as Jean Wang. It was indeed a genetic anomaly. As Tang Zhujun examined Yanran's pulse, her brow gradually furrowed. Jean Wang's voice, though still deep, betrayed his growing anxiety. How is Yanran's health? She is fine. Tang Zhujun gently placed Yanran's small hand back under the covers with a tender touch. Fine? Jean Wang raised his voice, his cold gaze fixed on Tang Zhujun, clearly doubting her sincerity. Numerous court physicians had pronounced Yanran's condition dire, stating she might not live past 10, her episodes of epilepsy were severe, each time hanging between life and death, and now she claimed there was nothing wrong? Hongxiu exclaimed, Your Highness, she is clearly a quack, a charlatan from the streets. Yanran appeared anxious, yet for reasons unknown, remained silent, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if caught between words. Tang Zhujun straightened her posture, alternating her gaze between Jean Wang and Hongxiu, a cold smile playing on her lips. Jean Wang, sensing her displeasure at being labeled a fraud, coldly ordered, Hongxiu, step back. I cannot leave. I raised the young lady myself, and I leave. This time it was Tang Zhujun who interrupted, her patience fraying. Hongxiu, feeling utterly wronged, opened her mouth to protest, but a single icy glare from Jean Wang silenced her. She bowed, retreating with a sense of grievance. Tang Zhujun commanded, leave, and take everyone in this room with you. I wish to examine Yanran alone. What are you scheming? You invited me, Your Highness. Surely you understand that one should not doubt those they employ? Tang Zhujun crossed her arms, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. I claim to be able to heal, whether you believe it or not is of no consequence to me. Jean Wang hesitated for a moment before assuring Yanran, do not worry. Father will be right outside. She wouldn't dare harm you, otherwise, father would flay her alive. Flay her alive, was that because she had just stripped him of his dignity? The thought amused Tang Zhujun. Jean Wang ushered everyone out of the room alone with Tang Zhujun. Yanran appeared timid, shrinking closer. Tang Zhujun felt her earlier suspicions were validated. She asked, Yanran, would you be willing to remove your clothing? Yanran was greatly startled, no. Do not take Yanran's clothes off, Yanran is very obedient. Tang Zhujun felt a pang of sorrow yet remained patient, soothing her, sister won't touch you, I will wait for you, shall we take our time, Yanran? Then she uttered another phrase that left Yanran wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 27 In genuine illness or feigned ailment Tang Zhuan stated, I shall assist you in eliminating Hongxiu. Yanran recoiled in fear, her large, expressive eyes darting between Tang Zhuan and the truth of her words, brimming with trepidation. Be good, Tang Zhuan coaxed her like a wicked ant trying to tempt a child, her voice imbued with utmost gentleness, I know she has treated you poorly, hasn't she? Tears suddenly welled up in Yanran's eyes as her hands instinctively clutched the bed linens tightly. Tang Zhuan could discern the obvious distress in Yanran. Upon her entry, she had sensed something amiss, particularly since her examination revealed no grave congenital or acquired ailments. Yanran was a frail yet remarkably healthy child. However, her mental state was evidently poor, marked by an overwhelming fear of Hongxiu. Moreover, Tang Zhuan had inadvertently noticed a pinprick-like mark on her forearm, discreetly located near her elbow. Thus, she boldly speculated that Hongxiu had manipulated the situation, deceiving both above and below. It was clear that Yanran could not trust Tang Zhuan. After a long pause, tears streaming down her face, she whispered, No, Hongxiu is good, I want Hongxiu. Then I must have misunderstood. Tang Zhuan did not contest her words. Now, please remove your garments. I will help you. No, Yanran shook her head vehemently. Then let us proceed this way. Tang Zhuan pondered before continuing, I assure you, should I uncover anything inappropriate, I will not divulge it to anyone without your permission, not even to your father. How does that sound? Seeing Yanran still hesitating, Tang Zhuan added, If I deceive you, let me be transformed into a puppy. Woof woof woof. Yanran was momentarily amused, relaxing briefly before falling back into hesitation. Tang Zhuan patiently awaited her decision, showing no signs of urgency. Outside, Jean Wang grew increasingly impatient, knocking on the door, Are you done yet? Tang Zhuan noticed Yanran shiver at the sound of his voice. Why was Yanran so terrified of Jean Wang? She dismissed the thought, feeling vexed as she retorted, Be quiet, if you are capable, come in yourself. In the face of someone coercing her, she displayed no semblance of politeness. Yanran gazed at Tang Zhuan in surprise. Your father is but a paper tiger, Tang Zhuan declared, he fears me, otherwise, observe how I scold him without fear of reprisal. Jean Wang outside heard her words clearly, his expression darkening. Suddenly, Yanran chuckled, then pulled back the covers and slowly began to unfasten her garments. Tang Zhuan meticulously examined her before attempting to part her legs. Yanran clamped them shut, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tang Zhuan gently stroked her head in silent comfort, her gaze resolute, unwilling to allow her to retreat. Yanran covered her face in anguish, silently weeping, yet gradually parted her legs. On the inner thigh, Tang Zhujun discovered numerous puncture marks, just as she had surmised. Tang Zhujun gathered Yanran into her embrace, her own eyes reddening. Poor child. In this world, the existence of such innocent and beautiful children contrasts starkly with the revolting and twisted perversions of others. Yet Yanran had never mentioned this to Jin Wang. She did not know where the fault lay, but Yanran was merely a child. The blame lay squarely with Jin Wang. Yanran's tears soaked Tang Zhujun's outer garments. After dressing her again, Tang Zhujun lifted her. This child felt as light as a mere collection of bones, even thinner than the emaciated Lin, making Tang Zhujun hesitant to apply too much force, fearing she might break her. Come, let us step outside, Tang Zhujun said. Yanran clutched her clothing tightly. Do not be afraid, today marks the end for that vile maid, Tang Zhujun said through gritted teeth. In her life, her greatest disdain was reserved for those who preyed on the weak, the elderly, women, and children. When Jin Wang saw them emerge, his expression grew serious as he approached. What is happening? Have someone seize Hong Xiu and execute her. Tang Zhujun nearly ground her silver teeth to dust, her gaze fierce. Yanran buried her face in Tang Zhujun's side, refusing to look up, regardless of what Tang Zhujun and Jin Wang said. Jin Wang, now aware of the gravity of the situation, spoke sternly. Song Jingyang, bring Hong Xiu in. I have questions for her. As Hong Xiu entered the courtyard, she rushed forward to snatch Yanran, exclaiming, Your Highness, the girl is delicate, how can she venture outside? What if she catches a chill? Jin Wang glanced at Tang Zhujun, signaling her to speak. Tang Zhujun sensed the small body in her arms stiffen further and gently patted Yanran's back, articulating each word with emphasis. Your Highness, strike until she confesses. She would not allow Yanran to bear witness. Yanran was just a child, deeply traumatized by her experiences, and it was unjust to force her to reopen her wounds, causing further harm. Your Highness, please uphold justice for the servant. I am utterly loyal to the young lady, she cannot do without me, Hong Xiu pleaded, her voice filled with grievance. Jin Wang's face revealed a momentary hesitation. Yanran, tell your father. Do you want Hong Xiu or Tang Zhujun, the one holding you now? Tang Zhujun thought, what audacity, do you truly believe you are worthy of my presence? Yanran clung tightly to Tang Zhujun, refusing to release her or raise her head, wishing to bury herself in Tang Zhujun's chest. Jin Wang turned to Tang Zhujun, what do you say? She has abused Yanran, Tang Zhujun asserted. If I am not mistaken, she has been the one bathing and attending to Yanran, has she not? Has she ever allowed anyone else to approach her? Has she not claimed that Yanran only favors her? So clumsy, so woefully lacking in subtlety, yet Jin Wang, the fool, remained oblivious. Panic flickered in Hong Xiu's eyes, her voice rising sharply. Your Highness, please see clearly, this servant is devoted to both you and the young lady. Silence her, Jin Wang commanded. Song Jingyang immediately stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Hong Xiu, sending her sprawling to the ground. Continue. Tang Zhujun insisted, if she is not beaten to death today, Yanran will forever be too afraid to speak the truth. Look at Yanran, does she seem to harbor any affection for her? You ought to be ashamed, for even a commoner would not be so easily deceived. I tell you, Yanran suffers from no ailments. All her supposed maladies are fabrications and inflicted wounds, and the countless scars upon her body are the result of her hand. Everyone in the courtyard was left in shock. Is what you say true? Jin Wang inquired, but I have witnessed Yanran's episodes multiple times. Are you referring to her seizures? It is quite common for children to convulse when they have a fever, that is entirely normal. But all the doctors, including the imperial physician, have claimed Yanran is frail and needs careful nurturing. Does being frail mean one cannot get out of bed or venture outside? Tang Zhujun scoffed repeatedly. Your Highness, do you not understand? If you were to claim your back ached, the imperial physician could easily declare it a sign of kidney deficiency. Children experience headaches and fevers as part of their growth. As a physician, particularly when treating someone of high standing, it is customary to exaggerate symptoms. If one heals them, great credit follows. If not, one has already forewarned, thus avoiding potential backlash. Who would not pursue such a course? Yanran clung to Tang Zhujun's neck, sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling as she wept, exhausting every ounce of her grievances. Chapter 28. Li Lin's special admiration for Prince Jin. Prince Jin is beset by a multitude of questions that he has always held a particular regard for Yanran, largely due to her status, yet he never suspected Hong Xiu, who had been brought along from Yanran's family as a maid and with whom Yanran had formed a deep attachment. While he harbored a certain disdain for Hong Xiu, perceiving her as somewhat affected, he tolerated her presence as long as she attended to Yanran's needs. He could never have anticipated the turn of events. He felt like a blind man groping in the dark. After witnessing Yanran cling to Tang Zhujun, refusing to lift her head, he sensed that there was more to the story than met the eye, though he never imagined the truth would be so cruel and mocking. Hong Xiu must have realized the tide had turned. She shrieked, My lord, I am Lang. Song Jingyang swiftly covered her mouth and dragged her away. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, You truly have a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Though her words were sharp, she turned to Yanran with a contrasting gentleness, saying, There, Yanran, she will not return. Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Bring Yanran to me, Prince Jin commanded. However, Yanran remained resolute, refusing to release her hold on Tang Zhujun. No matter what was said, she clung to Tang Zhujun's neck like a lifeline. Tang Zhujun thought, This simply won't do, I must return home. Yet, despite her entreaties, Yanran would not let go. After much effort, it was Prince Jin who finally insisted that she take Yanran home. Back to my house? Tang Zhujun widened her eyes in disbelief. Why should his daughter require her care? Silver, Prince Jin stated matter-of-factly. For the sake of 5 pecks of rice, Tang Zhujun acquiesced. Is this truly the daughter of Prince Jin? The three men of the Tang family looked in astonishment at Yanran, who refused to leave Tang Zhujun's lap. What was meant to be a negotiation had turned into the abduction of Prince Jin's daughter. Was this a success or a failure? Tang Zhujun could not disclose the matter in front of Linlin, so she devised an excuse to send her away. Linlin cast a lingering glance before leaving, visibly displeased. Abusing Prince Jin's daughter? Tang Bai questioned his own hearing. Tang Mingfan stroked his beard, saying, I have indeed encountered such cases before. After all, she is just a child. Even princes are secretly bullied by eunuchs and palace maids in the court, especially in their youth. The dependence children have on those around them is instinctual. Even amidst beatings and scoldings, they cling to warmth, and thoughts of revenge are far-off concerns. How foolish of Prince Jin to fail to inquire privately about the child's well-being and to be led around by a lowly maid. Does he not feel a tinge of shame? Father, brother, let us not meddle in Prince Jin's family affairs. I have done my utmost to uphold my conscience, Tang Zhujun asserted, remaining clear-headed. The pressing question now is, can we trust Prince Jin's words? We can, the father and son replied in unison, then exchanged glances, realizing that Prince Jin commanded the Golden Scale Guard. The emperor openly assigned him to train at the Dali Temple while secretly entrusting his personal guard to him. Even the crown prince did not receive such favor. Then does this mean the matter is resolved? Tang Zhujun inquired. Tang Bai nodded, his expression filled with guilt and gratitude as he bowed solemnly. This time, it is thanks to you, sister, I feel utterly ashamed. Oh, brother, why speak such words? Tang Zhujun replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tang Mingfan added, it is all to the good that Prince Jin is willing to assist, but the matter of silver counts as a loan from us. We shall repay him once the case is solved. Even if it remains an unsolved mystery, we must repay him, even if it means tightening our belts. Fine, Tang Zhujun conceded, though her heart was reluctant. Having helped Prince Jin rid himself of troublesome servants and to care for his child, did she not deserve some form of compensation? We cannot say that. Let us consider it interest, Tang Mingfan remarked. Oh. Alas, instead of achieving wealth, she now bore a debt of 5,000 taels. Just as she felt she was on the verge of prosperity in this ancient world, Tang Zhujun was met with a staggering blow. Life in the capital was easy for making money, yet spending it was equally effortless. 20 taels could sustain a common family for a year, while the extravagant affairs of nobility could easily reach tens of thousands of taels. Such is the disparity of the world. The path to wealth is fraught with obstacles. The meager earnings from her cold dishes barely scratched the surface. Yanran persistently refused to leave Tang Zhujun's side, even following her into the kitchen as she prepared a meal, ensuring she remained within arm's reach. Though Tang Zhujun harbored disdain for Prince Jin, she found herself unable to resist the vulnerable child, allowing her to sit beside her while she worked. Linlin entered as Tang Zhujun was boiling large bones. When the meat was ready, she tore off a small piece and offered it to Linlin, saying, taste it for me, dear niece, let me know how it is. She then offered a piece to Yanran, who shook her head in refusal, prompting Tang Zhujun to eat it herself. Aunt, Linlin said, lowering her head, do you wish to marry Prince Jin? Tang Zhujun exclaimed, absolutely not. What are you even thinking? Then bringing her back was merely to curry favor with him? Linlin pointed at Yanran, causing Tang Zhujun to momentarily falter. She could not possibly admit that Yanran had insisted on coming alone. It was clear that the little one was feeling jealous. Sister, do you intend to marry my father? Yanran asked, her first question since arriving. When will you marry? Tomorrow. Tang Zhujun was rendered speechless. Please, you two, do not stir up trouble. If this continues, I shall find myself in a bridal chamber with Prince Jin tonight. First and foremost, I have no desire to marry. I do not wish to wed. Tang Zhujun replied weakly. Secondly, even if I were to change my mind, I would never marry Prince Jin. I would rather gouge out my own eyes. Only a blind fool would befit a blind fool like Prince Jin. Standing at the kitchen door, Prince Jin paused, his foot hovering in the air before he withdrew. It was best he did not enter. Seeing Yanran there brought him a sense of relief, and he proceeded to meet with Tang Mingfan and his son. Whatever he said seemed to have worked, as Tang Zhujun later noticed that her father and brother were exceedingly courteous to him, with Tang Mingfan even urging her to prepare additional dishes to entertain Prince Jin. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, how absurd. It is one thing for children to be ignorant and come to mooch meals, but for someone of Prince Jin's stature to do so. How shameless. To her dismay, she soon discovered that Prince Jin had moved next door and was now coming over daily for meals. She could not express her grievances in front of Tang Mingfan, as inquiries would lead to talk of interest, given that it was 5,000 or 6,000 taels at stake. Prince Jin, with his thick skin and remarkable composure, continued to visit unperturbed by Tang Zhujun's disdainful glances, declaring he was merely visiting to see his daughter. The issue was, did his daughter wish to see him? After leaving Prince Jin's residence, Yanran exhibited no fondness for him and even resisted speaking to him. Tang Zhujun speculated that Hongxiu had likely employed underhanded tactics to compel Yanran to ingratiate herself with Prince Jin, hence her current rebelliousness. But what of Hongxiu? On one occasion, Tang Zhujun discreetly inquired of the sycophant Song Jingyang. With an air of aloofness, he replied, no comment. Then I shall ask the prince directly, she retorted. She sensed that Song Jingyang harbored a deep-seated dislike for her association with Prince Jin, his gaze frequently darting in her direction. Was it possible he harbored feelings for her? Sycophant, you had best keep your distance. No intermingling of man and beast should occur. Indeed, Song Jingyang narrowed his eyes and growled, let me make this clear. Do not attempt to seduce the prince. She was sent to the border with her tongue cut out and her hands and feet broken. He aimed to intimidate her, hoping to quell her arrogance. A fitting end, Tang Zhujun clapped in approval. Evil must be met with evil. Song Jingyang was momentarily speechless. Tang Zhujun pressed on, can you not honestly tell me why you keep staring at me? Do not think you can follow the prince. Song Jingyang exploded with frustration. You think I would follow the prince? Would you prefer I follow you instead? Song Jingyang nearly exploded in rage. Who would want you? Do not think I am unaware, you are carrying another man's child. Such a woman was unworthy to approach the prince, let alone serve him. Aunt, are you with child? Linlin emerged from the room. I have a little bun. Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes, nearly reaching for the heavens. Why must you learn to bark like a dog? From now on, in Prince Jin's residence, aside from Yanran, none are to be acknowledged, do you understand? Linlin's face reflected her discomfort. Aunt, the prince is actually quite nice. Prince Jin visited frequently, and he seemed to have ample leisure time, unlike Tang Mingfan and his son, who were often out early and late, which allowed him to spend considerable time at the Tang household. Yanran clung to Tang Zhujun, while Prince Jin could only offer guidance to Linlin in writing, leading to a rapid improvement in their relationship. Prince Jin even taught Linlin how to ride, allowing him to mount his prized steed and taking him on exhilarating gallops and hunting excursions. Sometimes, he would accompany Linlin on outings to tend to the chickens, spending delightful hours together. The wounds inflicted upon Linlin during his time at the Rong Wang residence were quietly healing. Prince Jin often wished to include Yanran, but she steadfastly refused, preferring to stay with Tang Zhujun, helping to pick and wash vegetables, learning to cook while standing on a small stool, and feeding the little lambs next door. As she grew accustomed to this routine, her appetite increased, and her complexion improved. Since Prince Jin's arrival, Linlin's appetite had notably expanded, and she would even request milk daily, having heard Tang Zhujun mention its benefits for growth. Why was this child suddenly so eager to grow up? When Tang Zhujun curiously asked Linlin, she expected the response to revolve around becoming strong to avoid bullying or preparing for the imperial examinations. To her astonishment, Linlin, the prodigiously gifted child she had anticipated would become the third top scholar of the Tang family, declared, I want to urinate farther than the prince. Tang Zhujun felt as though her world had collapsed. She had unwittingly acquired a peculiar piece of knowledge. Young boys would compete over whose stream could reach farther. When Prince Jin took Linlin out, he would bring him along for this very purpose, showcasing his impressive skill and thereby endearing himself to Linlin. Is the admiration among men always so refreshingly unique? Prince Jin, you are quite remarkable. Chapter 29. The young prostitute's visit. Tang Zhujun harbored some concerns about drawing too close to the Prince of Jin, fearing it might arouse the emperor's suspicions. However, her father and brothers seemed unconcerned and treated the prince with utmost courtesy, even warmth. Father, is this truly acceptable? She finally could not contain her worries and confided in Tang Mingfan. Tang Mingfan stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction on his face. Ah, Jun has indeed matured, she is capable of contemplating such matters. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, it was because she wished to avoid death. Who could say whether the Prince of Jin might suddenly decide to challenge the crown prince's position? If he were to do so, her own demise would be inconsequential, but what of the repercussions on herself? Rest assured, I have already discussed this matter with the emperor. It turned out her father had paved the way before the emperor, truly a father to be proud of. And what did you say? How did the emperor respond? Tang Mingfan replied, I expressed to the emperor that the Prince of Jin's close association with you could tarnish your reputation. Tang Zhujun couldn't help but recall her previous escapade, realizing her father's words held considerable merit. To the unknowing, one might assume she possessed remarkable allure, rendering the prince unable to resist her. In truth, they were both rather averse to one another. Tang Zhujun's frustration stemmed from the fact that, despite having not indulged, others perceived her as if she were smeared in grease. Engaging in a purely physical relationship with the Prince of Jin was not beyond her. After all, she was a connoisseur of beauty, yet, now, she found herself repulsed. Foolishness and blindness were not impervious to contagion. What did the emperor say? Tang Zhujun inquired, her curiosity piqued. I observed a sense of nostalgia in the emperor's demeanor, and after a prolonged silence, he mentioned that he would trouble you to take good care of Yanran. Tang Zhujun was left speechless. How brazen of the royal family, treating her as a mere caretaker. By the way, the emperor also expressed a desire to bestow gifts upon you, which I declined. Tang Mingfan continued, after all, she is just a child, and how much can she possibly consume? Furthermore, the Prince of Jin frequently brings gifts as well. Tang Zhujun found herself at a loss for words, beginning to grasp the meaning behind Tang Baixin's earlier remarks. Her father, despite his financial constraints, was remarkably generous, seemingly undeterred by their circumstances, and even wished to support the emperor's granddaughter. But having declined the offer, it seemed too late for any further discussion. Suppressing her heartache, Tang Zhujun asked, why does the emperor care so much for Yanran? Is he truly in need of a granddaughter? Perhaps he had sired 18 grandsons and finally welcomed a granddaughter? Tang Mingfan replied, that is certainly not the case. The emperor has 14 sons, with 8 remaining princes, so he must have a considerable number of granddaughters. Then it is merely a case of love for what is close at hand. Father, do you know how the Prince of Jin came to be among the common folk? The people of the capital only knew that the Prince of Jin had been reclaimed from among the populace, speculating endlessly about his origins, yet none possessed accurate information. Tang Mingfan said, well, I do not know either. Truly unaware? Tang Zhujun questioned, skepticism evident. Tang Mingfan chuckled, alright, no more inquiries. Go outside and keep an eye on Linlin and Yanran, I must write a few letters to an old friend. It seemed he was indeed privy to the truth. Linlin was outside with Yanran, tending to the chickens. The fluffy yellow chicks waddled around the courtyard, utterly adorable. Alright, it is time for reading and writing practice. Tang Zhujun declared cheerfully. Linlin's tutor was delighted, as aside from Tang Zhujun, he had taken on Yanran as a student, diligently teaching them to recognize characters. Tang Zhujun, having once achieved a doctorate in medicine in the modern world, learned swiftly, though she found handling the soft brush rather challenging, producing characters that resembled the scrawls of a dog. After much effort, she managed to write something legible when Xiao rushed in, breathless. Miss, you must come out at once. Just a moment, let me show Linlin first, Tang Zhujun replied. No time for that. Xiao stamped her foot, you must come quickly. Tang Zhujun set down her brush, perplexed, what is it? As she spoke, she stepped outside. Only then did Xiao lean in conspiratorially and whisper, Miss, Qingfeng has arrived. I believe he has changed his mind, and you must seize this opportunity. I have already tidied your room, and I will take the young master and young lady out now. Without waiting for Tang Zhujun to respond, she hurried back inside, soon emerging with the two children in tow, moving as if propelled by the winds. Tang Zhujun could only stand there, bewildered. Once Xiao left, a man entered. He was tall and slender, clad in a white robe embroidered with bamboo patterns, his handsomely delicate features possessing an almost effeminate quality. His fair complexion and captivating eyes rendered him even more striking than most women. Upon seeing him, Tang Zhujun recalled that this was the young prostitute from her past, once mocked for her unrequited longing. What was he doing here? Had news of her profitable dealings with the medicine been leaked? The man bowed to her, his voice like shattered jade. Miss Tang, it has been a while. Qingfeng comes to pay his respects. Qingfeng, where was Veda? She had never been one to purchase without comparison. What do you seek from me? Tang Zhujun cut to the chase. Now she understood Xiao's earlier behavior. This fool was clearing the way for herself and Qingfeng, but was she that kind of person? I have long felt remorse for offending you, Miss Tang, and today I have come specifically to apologize. Qingfeng spoke, his enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed on Tang Zhujun as if casting a spell. Tang Zhujun crossed her arms defiantly, speak plainly. This Qingfeng was clearly opportunistic, showering her with flattery without cause, either a rogue or a thief. Miss Tang, Qingfeng smiled, I have come today to offer my sincerest apologies. Whatever you decide, I shall not object. Then I shall bid you farewell. Miss Tang, would you truly part with me? However, before Tang Zhujun could retort, he suddenly loosened his belt, and his garments fell away, revealing his bare form. Tang Zhujun could only stand there, aghast. Goodness, have ancient people such audacity? Miss Tang, today, Qingfeng is yours, you may do as you please. Although Qingfeng lacked pronounced muscles, his skin was fair and smooth, a sight that would undoubtedly evoke a desire for conquest in many men. Clearly, he had mastered his craft, yet Tang Zhujun found him too soft for her taste. She preferred robust, muscular men brimming with vitality. She needed a purely physical connection, yet this man only evoked feelings of weakness. Miss Tang, are you satisfied? Qingfeng stepped closer, his feet brushing against his discarded clothing. Wait, just a moment. Tang Zhujun raised her hand to halt him. Seeing that she showed no sign of embarrassment or panic, Qingfeng felt a surge of triumph. It appeared this infatuated girl was indeed shameless, welcoming any man who approached her with his charm. Winning her over would be a trivial task, and today's encounter would likely bear fruit. Despite his internal disdain, he maintained a facade of allure, striking what he believed to be the most captivating pose. Miss Tang, Qingfeng is entirely at your service. Chapter 30 of the medicine business. Do they truly heed my words? Inquired Tang Zhujun. Qingfeng nodded, a smile of feigned obedience gracing his face, yet his gaze held an undercurrent of provocation. What a seductress she was. However, this allure was not without its imperfections. Tang Zhujun, with her obsessive tendencies, found herself restless at the sight of patients oblivious to their ailments. Yet, Qingfeng's intentions today were far from pure, and given the constraints of the ancient era, there were matters such as the lengthy incision she had in mind that she could only contemplate but not execute. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her from earnestly toying with him. With a defiant tilt of her head, she declared, very well, just wait. With that, she strode into the kitchen and emerged with a kitchen knife. Qingfeng, taken aback, stammered, Miss Tang, please, do not jest. If you find it inappropriate here, I am more than willing to accompany you indoors. Whatever manner you wish for me to serve, I shall comply. I am quite accommodating. Tang Zhujun felt a wave of nausea. This feeble creature, who cared? I believe you could be improved. Should I apply this knife to you? She remarked with chilling sincerity. Indeed, she spoke the truth. As she advanced upon him, Qingfeng's expression morphed into one of alarm. This woman was utterly deranged. Tang Zhujun found amusement in his changing demeanor, pressing closer while stating, do not move. Did you not assert that I could command you as I please today? Well, I wish to give you a cut. Truly, dear, it is all for your own good. When the Prince of Jin arrived, he was met with the sight of a bare man cornered by Tang Zhujun, brandishing a kitchen knife with no avenues of escape. He nearly questioned his own sanity. Was this truly an act a person could commit? Tang Zhujun. The Prince of Jin seethed through clenched teeth. Tang Zhujun, taken aback, sheepishly lowered the knife. Yan has gone out to play and is not home. You may seek someone else. The Prince of Jin clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. How dare she dismiss two children, cavorting with a man in broad daylight? Observing the tension in his furrowed brow, Tang Zhujun muttered, "Are you searching for me? Who was this man?" With a countenance reminiscent of one caught in an illicit affair, Qingfeng, accustomed to the pleasures of the flesh, possessed a keen sense of the atmosphere. Sensing the prince's formidable aura, he, though unaware of his status, felt a surge of fear and hastily donned his garments, exclaiming, "Nothing happened between us." The man before him radiated a deadly aura, one that suggested he would not gamble his life for mere silver. He cherished wealth, yet valued his life even more. Wait, Tang Zhujun stopped him in his tracks. She had changed her mind. Why not seize the opportunity presented to her? "Your Highness," she addressed the prince, "do you have any business here? If not, might you take your leave? We have matters to discuss." The Prince of Jin cast her a penetrating glance, his eyes sharp as blades, before turning on his heel and departing in a swish of his robes. Regret clouded him. How had he been so foolish as to entrust Yan Yan to such a woman? He was acutely aware of her past reputation. What had clouded his judgment? "Your Highness," Qingfeng, now pale, exclaimed. "Miss Tang, he is Prince of Jin," she replied nonchalantly. "Our affairs have no bearing on him. Come, I have a most lucrative proposition to discuss with you." Qingfeng's legs trembled. The Prince of Jin was indeed the infamous and unyielding prince known for his ruthlessness. He had unwittingly provoked the ire of the princess woman. The princess' earlier fury could not simply be dismissed as jealousy. Qingfeng's mind raced, unable to focus on the proposed business. "Miss Tang, could you possibly forget I was ever here today?" Tang Zhujun found his cowardice amusing, arching an eyebrow. "But if you were to partner with me in business, you would be my associate. Naturally, I would ensure your safety with no other recourse." Qingfeng resigned himself to compliance. After all, it was the Prince of Jin. "Come, have a seat," she instructed, gesturing to a stone bench in the courtyard as she placed the knife on the stone table. "I was merely jesting with you earlier." Qingfeng forced a smile, his enthusiasm for seduction extinguished. "Miss Tang, I have come to understand a saying today. What is it? After 3 days apart, one must view another with new eyes." "Quite so," Tang Zhujun replied. "Speak freely. As long as you can ensure the prince does not trouble me, I am amenable to anything." Tang Zhujun cleaned her ears, advising, "I suggest you refrain from making such sweeping declarations if I can do anything in the future, lest you find your face stinging from a slap." Qingfeng bowed his head. "You speak wisely, Miss Tang." As a courtesan, he was adept at bending to the whims of others. However, he could not afford to offend those who held true power. A single slap could lead to a scenario where he would have to smile and inquire if the patroness hand hurt, while offering the other side of his face for further punishment. "There is no need to feign helplessness," Tang Zhujun dismissed. "I am not your patron. I sincerely wish to discuss business with you." "Proceed." "I wish to inquire if there are, in your circles, purveyors of medicinal concoctions, specifically those with effects that cannot be publicly disclosed?" Qingfeng, quick on the uptake, replied, "You mean, aphrodisiacs?" "Precisely. If you desire them, I can procure them for you," he readily affirmed. "Do you possess them?" Tang Zhujun felt a tinge of disappointment. "Indeed, what if I have something even better?" She pressed on, her ambition undeterred. While she could not concoct Viagra, she had several recipes for tonics that nourished the kidneys. "I possess 6-flavor Rehmannia pills, Goldenlock solid essence pills, and kidney chi pills," Tang Zhujun cheerfully enumerated. "We mean no harm, these are all excellent supplements for the kidneys." Was she truly intent on selling him medicine? Qingfeng appeared conflicted. "We shall split the profits 50-50. For every portion you sell, I shall take my share, and beyond that, I will not demand a single coin more." "How does that sound?" Tang Zhujun coaxed. It seemed to him that there was minimal risk involved. If sales faltered, he would not be held accountable. Recalling the murderous expression of the Prince of Jin, he clenched his jaw and relented. "Agreed." "Excellent, in a few days, I shall have someone deliver them to you," Tang Zhujun exclaimed with delight. Such earnings came swiftly. Who among the courtesans cared about the silver spent on medicine? Viagra in modern times cost over 100 per pill, yet its sales remained robust. A man could not refuse, even if he claimed impotence. There was always a remedy available. All Qingfeng sought was to extricate himself from this predicament, repeatedly affirming, "Miss Tang, may I take my leave now?" Not yet. Qingfeng. Was he now entangled in her web? "You have yet to disclose." Tang Zhujun narrowed her eyes. "The purpose of your visit today," with a resigned smile, Qingfeng explained, "it is thus. The fifth master of the Chanyang Marquisate, in a drunken stupor, accidentally killed a man. He has offered silver in hopes of persuading the Jingzhaoyin to deliver a lenient sentence. However, this case must be reviewed by the Dali Temple, and thus Jingzhaoyin is reluctant to acquiesce, yet he has hinted that should Lord Tang choose to turn a blind eye, he would dare to issue a lighter sentence." "How much silver did he promise you?" 10,000 taels. Tang Zhujun's heart sank. How delightful it would be to be a corrupt official, effortlessly pocketing half of that sum. Her debt to the Prince of Jin would be settled without such arduous effort selling kidney tonics. No, if he prospered, so too would she, as she endeavored to benefit both men and women alike. How delightful. Chapter 31 of The Threat You Pose. Yan Yan returned in tears, running into the room and clutching Tang Zhujun's leg, trembling all over. Behind her was Lin Lin, who followed in a huff, his face a mask of anger. Further back loomed the somber visage of Prince Jin. Tang Zhujun lifted Yan Yan and seated her on the couch, gently wiping her tears as she reassured, "Do not cry, my dear Yan Yan. Tears do not suit your lovely face." Yan Yan sniffled, "Sister, I do not wish to return to the palace unless you accompany me." Tang Zhujun immediately grasped the situation. Her earlier improper behavior had led Prince Jin to believe she was unfit to care for his daughter. She shot a fierce glare at the prince before softly soothing Yan Yan. "There is no one forcing you to return to the palace. Do you not enjoy your time at your sister's home?" On one hand, she awaited the prince's funds to mend her troubles, and on the other, she was genuinely concerned for Yan Yan's well-being. Prince Jin clenched his fists at his sides, but ultimately refrained from speaking, constrained by the need to tread carefully. Lin Lin pointed an accusatory finger at Prince Jin, exclaiming, "Aunt, it's all his fault. He insists on taking Yan Yan away." Tang Zhujun interpreted this as, "Aunt, do bite him." In Linlin's eyes, she had become the embodiment of the Tang family's fighting spirit, fearless in her defiance. She dared to confront anyone. Yet, her son, after all, was a prince. If it were not for Yan Yan, he could easily crush her mother underfoot. Tang Zhujun lovingly restyled Yan Yan's disheveled hair into 2 cute buns, embodying the daughter she had once envisioned in her past life. There, no one shall take our beautiful Yan Yan away. Go play with brother Linlin while I have a chat with your father, alright? Linlin was the elder brother, and she was the elder sister. Tang Zhujun spoke with unwavering conviction, feeling no shame in her familial hierarchy. Prince Jin's expression remained as cold as ice, yet he did not object that he wished to take Yan Yan away, yet required Tang Zhujun's assistance, which made him feel utterly vexed. When had he ever endured such indignity? Were it not for Yan Yan, he would have it that Yan Yan timidly approached Prince Jin, tugging at his sleeve, and looked up at him, saying, "Father, it was all my fault, please do not blame my sister." Her innocent and adorable demeanor could melt even the coldest of hearts. "Do not worry, my dear. Your father cannot prevail against me." Tang Zhujun teased, smiling as she gestured for Linlin to take Yan Yan outside. Once the children had exited, Tang Zhujun pointed to a chair and asked, "Would the prince care to sit and converse?" Prince Jin took a seat, and Song Jingyang instinctively positioned himself behind him, his expression stern. Tang Zhujun rubbed her nose and stated, "If you wish to take Yan Yan away, I can clarify the events of today." "Speak." Tang Zhujun continued, "I was seeking him for medicinal purposes. Do you believe me, your highness?" Prince Jin scoffed, "Selling medicine? Are you going to tell me that he was in such a state to test the medicine?" "Not testing, but it certainly inspired me," Tang Zhujun replied audaciously. "I observed his weakness and thought to sell him some medicine." "Is that how one discerns weakness?" Prince Jin retorted with a derisive laugh. He was loath to engage with this glib-tongued woman. "Well, it is a personal talent." Tang Zhujun raised an eyebrow, for not everyone possessed her keen insight. Song Jingyang remained silent, taken aback by her audacity. "Yan Yan's current condition, while not dire, is fragile. I believe it is in her best interest for her to stay with me for the time being." "And then you would cavort with men in broad daylight?" Prince Jin shot back. Tang Zhujun slammed her hand down. "Which of your eyes witnessed me cavorting with men? If your sight is poor, you ought to consult a physician." She had been civil with him for Yan Yan's sake, and he seemed to think she could be trifled with. "What do you say?" Prince Jin sneered. "Tang Zhujun, my patience is not infinite. Yan Yan will have her day, from now on, as long as Yan Yan remains in your care. If you seek out a man, keep it hidden from my sight, or I shall have that man killed, regardless of who he is." Tang Zhujun smiled with regal disdain. "I shall keep a close watch on you, your highness. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill." Song Jingyang flushed with embarrassment. "You, shameless." Tang Zhujun chuckled coldly, "Spare me the theatrics. In matters of love and desire, who does not know, do not say I have not behaved today. Even if I were to sleep with Qingfeng, what of it? If the prince had managed his affairs properly, would Yan Yan even be here?" Pausing, she continued, "Why do you concern yourself with my actions? I have not let Yan Yan witness anything. The one who upset her is you. Though today's incident with Qingfeng had indeed crossed a line, was it truly her fault? Very well, even if she was at fault, did Prince Jin have the right to oversee her? Let us not forget, your highness, that Yan Yan resides here at your behest." Tang Zhujun stated bluntly, "Thus, I kindly ask that you treat me with a modicum of respect, or else I shall not hesitate to sever ties." How brazen. He was a prince, yet she too held her station. Who was truly afraid of whom? The negotiation ended on a sour note, but the outcome remained unchanged. Prince Jin left feeling disgruntled, his mood soured. Song Jingyang, observing the prince's darkened countenance, ventured cautiously, "Your highness, perhaps it would be wise to endure a little longer. After all, the young lady simply adores her." He believed that the immediate priority was to stabilize Tang Zhujun and prevent her from acting rashly. "Speak plainly, and do not beat around the bush." "Yes." Song Jingyang replied. "What I mean is, if she has an affinity for men, why not procure a suitable companion for her? This man should ideally be someone loyal to you, handsome and charming enough to win her favor. Then, would he not have cause to worry about Tang Zhujun's compliance?" Prince Jin regarded him thoughtfully. Song Jingyang felt a chill as the prince's gaze bore down on him, and he steeled himself to say, "Your highness, I am merely offering a suggestion. If you find it unsuitable, dismiss it." "Suitable." Prince Jin replied, "I believe it is worth a try." Song Jingyang chuckled, "Then, this candidate, I find you quite suitable." Song Jingyang nearly fainted, stammering, That simply will not do. You have followed me since childhood, steadfast and loyal. I deem you the most fitting." Song Jingyang fell to his knees with a thud. "I am willing to face any peril for your highness, but do you believe Tang Zhujun has sullied your honor?" Song Jingyang nodded vigorously, recounting the incident involving Tang Zhujun's miscarriage repeatedly. "Moreover, I am still a virgin. I cannot allow her to tarnish my purity." Prince Jin chuckled, "Rise, I was merely jesting. I would not part with you so easily." He valued this capable aide and had no intention of sending him to be subjected to Tang Zhujun's whims. Song Jingyang exhaled a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Your highness, I have a candidate in mind. Desperate times call for desperate measures." Song Jingyang was all in. Chapter 32 You are my paramour Changji. The Prince of Jin furrowed his brow slightly. "Indeed," Song Jingyang enthusiastically promoted. "Hasn't he recently developed a good rapport with your highness? And consider this. Having followed Lord Tang for so long, Lord Tang surely trusts him. Song Jingyang fervently advocated for Chang Ji. The Prince of Jin, intrigued, promptly sought out Chang Ji. After all, anyone capable of taming Tang Zhujun and ensuring he brings Yanran to full recovery is worth a try. Yet, upon hearing this, Chang Ji shook his head vigorously. How could that be possible? I have someone I'm fond of. For many years, he had been entangled with an elderly courtesan in the bustling alleys. He chuckled. I have no desire to marry. I was a bandit in my past life. How could I possibly raise a child properly? That would be doing harm. What about Tang Zhujun, Your Highness? You jest. Who am I to even contemplate the daughter of Lord Tang? Ultimately, the Prince of Jin was met with disappointment that evening. Just as the prince was about to retire for the night, he was suddenly roused by Shore's loud knocking, exclaiming, Your Highness, wake up quickly. Miss Yanran has a fever. The prince hurried to see Yanran, who was burning with fever, rambling incoherently and repeatedly crying, Sister, I want tea leave. Tang Zhujun pushed past the prince, applying a cool cloth to her forehead, exclaiming, Are you satisfied now? Such a person is fit to be a father. Shouldn't one consider the child before acting? The prince remained silent, observing her as she scolded while tenderly caring for Yanran. Linlin, rubbing his sleepy eyes, entered and inquired, Auntie, what is wrong with Yanran? Nothing serious, go back to sleep, Tang Zhujun replied. She was just startled during the day and has a slight fever. Linlin refused to leave, sitting on a small stool, obediently watching Yanran. Auntie, will Yanran be better by tomorrow? She'll need a few days of rest, Tang Zhujun replied. Then can she go out to see the dragon boat races during the Duanwu festival? I promised to take her with me, Linlin insisted. With only 5 days until the Duanwu festival, Tang Zhujun had been busy preparing colorful strings and rice dumplings. Linlin had previously visited the dragon boats and had excitedly described the grand festivities to Yanran, mentioning that the emperor would be attending with the palace and officials, celebrating together. Yanran was eagerly looking forward to it. Having had little contact with many people, she felt an innate yearning for such liveliness. Duanwu will be fine, Tang Zhujun reassured him, patting his head. Now hurry back to sleep, lest you wear yourself out. Then I shall sleep here, Linlin said, glancing at the large bed. Yanran must be feeling awful. I'll keep her company. Very well. The bed was spacious, and Tang Zhujun allowed him to lie inside, tucking him in with a blanket. Both children soon drifted into a deep slumber, while Tang Zhujun sat at the foot of the bed, propping her head on her elbow, dozing off intermittently. The Prince of Jin, seated in a chair, watched with keen, bright eyes, showing no signs of fatigue. What puzzled him was that even while dozing, Tang Zhujun remained aware. After a while, she would wake, check Yanran's forehead temperature, offer her some water, or gently wipe her down, tirelessly and without complaint. Though she was utterly exhausted, her past experiences as a doctor and nurse made it somewhat bearable. However, she was incensed. How could her biological father sit idly by? What a scoundrel! Will she have another episode? The prince was deeply concerned for Yanran's well-being. Not at all, Tang Zhujun replied curtly. You might consider who was here caring for her. Yanran had merely been startled and would soon be back to her lively self, counting the days until Duanwu. Qingfeng did not dare return but sent a servant with 5 taels of silver, claiming it was a share from selling medicine. Tang Zhujun was thrilled. This was indeed a swift way to earn money. She handed the servant a handful of coins and provided him with the prepared medicine, saying, Tell your master I wish him prosperous business. It's precisely this inability to keep her legs crossed that brings her wealth. The servant left, grinning, informing her to produce more, as demand exceeded supply, to which Tang Zhujun readily agreed. Tang Zhujun approached the Prince of Jin for provisions. With Duanwu approaching, I plan to make each child a new outfit. You must cover the fabric and labor costs, the prince scoffed. Why not ask your paramour for that? He had discovered that the fellow named Qingfeng was not only a top performer but also a part owner, greedy as a wolf, having amassed numerous shops in fertile lands. Tang Zhujun retorted sharply, Isn't that precisely what I'm doing? The prince exclaimed, Why is it permissible for you to slander others while I cannot defend myself? Tang Zhujun replied unapologetically, Find a way. Have you no shame? If you can't support your daughter, just hand her over to me, you pitiful creature. The prince's complexion darkened at her retort, and he promptly instructed Song Jingyang to return to the residence and fetch several bolts of satin, practically wishing to hurl them at Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun gazed at the exquisite satin, unable to conceal her astonishment, utterly captivated. Oh my, this is simply too beautiful, even surpassing what she had seen in museums. Like a cow chewing peonies, Song Jingyang remarked. Then, noticing Tang Zhujun's smiling gaze directed at him, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Tang Zhujun replied with a forced smile, a dog catching a mouse. Tang Zhujun generously outfitted her entire household in new garments. After several days of hard work, on the day of the Duanwu festival, Madame He and Xior finally dressed the entire family in their new attire. Tang Mingfan inquired, This fabric must be quite precious, no? Tang Zhujun replied nonchalantly, It was a gift from His Highness the Prince of Jin. Is that not right? Yanran, Tang Mingfan sighed. The prince is indeed thoughtful and considerate, just like the emperor. Yesterday, the emperor summoned me, stating that the rewards for the Duanwu festival were merely sachets and rice dumplings, believing I would not require them, so he directly bestowed upon me 500 taels of silver. What a benevolent emperor! Tang Zhujun's eyes sparkled. Then, Father, where is the silver? She was indeed the family's treasurer, Tang Mingfan remarked. I believe we have sufficient funds for our needs at home, so I distributed it among the impoverished subordinates in the Dali temple, allowing everyone to celebrate properly. Tang Zhujun was nearly struck dumb. To prosper is to assist the world, yet in such dire straits, to aid others. What about the silver you owe the prince? Tang Zhujun pressed. Tang Mingfan replied, Well, I doubt the prince will press for repayment. We can discuss it later, as the emperor is quite generous. Tang Zhujun was left speechless. No wonder Tang Baixin repeatedly cautioned her that her father was a spendthrift, yet she could not voice her frustrations. After all, her father was destined for the annals of history, and it was understandable that she, a mere commoner, could not grasp his intentions. Tang Mingfan then praised Tang Zhujun. "Ah Jun, your outfit is truly lovely. The 5 bats buttons are quite clever today. You must dress beautifully however." Tang Zhujun interjected. Speak plainly, she was perturbed about the silver, her mood soured by his hesitation. "Today, the emperor, along with the court and officials, will celebrate with the people. If you happen to take a liking to someone, return and speak with me privately." Never this was a warning against her becoming overly excited. Tang Zhujun, feeling helpless, replied, "Understood, there will be many who will attempt to engage you in conversation, you need not pay them any mind. As I sit in this position, too many eyes are on me, do not take advantage, and keep a close watch on the 2 children. Oh dear, isn't that the notorious flower chaser of the capital?" Just as Tang Zhujun settled into her seat with Lin Lin and Yen Ran, she heard a sarcastic voice from behind. "Oh dear, did they think she had left her knife at home today? But she certainly had her tongue." Chapter 33. A full throttle. Tang Zhujun addressed the 2 little ones, "Behave and sit right here, watch as I confront the monsters." Yen Ran, filled with concern, tugged at her sleeve and said, "Sister, let my father assist you. He is truly formidable." However, Lin Lin expressed her unwavering faith in her aunt, stating, "Do not worry, aunt, you will surely achieve resounding victory." Tang Zhujun turned around, her demeanor shifting instantaneously from gentle to a sardonic smile, narrowing her eyes at the approaching figures. "Oh, I was wondering who it might be. It turns out to be the infamous pauper from the capital." Standing before her were 2 exquisitely adorned women, resembling walking displays of jewelry, eager to flaunt every piece of finery they possessed. One was her old friend, Ruan Anrua, and the other was her cousin, Ruan Anhua. Ruan Anhua, as the legitimate daughter of a marquis, held a higher status than Ruan Anrua, who had moved out and established her own household. Yet, even with her elevated status, one still needed to eat. The marquis had fallen on hard times in recent years, often forcing Ruan Anhua to seek favors from Ruan Anrua's household. Given the adage that one who eats from another's hand is beholden to them, Ruan Anhua treated Ruan Anrua rather well. Nevertheless, Ruan Anrua harbored a strong dislike for her opportunistic cousin, feigning politeness while often venting to Tang Zhujun about how Ruan Anhua resembled a beggar. Ruan Anhua sneered, "If we are to speak of poverty, who dares to claim the title before the Minister of Justice? Do not think I am unaware of your borrowing schemes." Tang Zhujun, adjusting her hair, responded with a charming smile, "Even if I have borrowed money, it was done with the intent of returning it. Unlike some individuals who, upon visiting the Ruan residence, seem eager to cart away the very ground beneath their feet." Laughter erupted among the noble ladies surrounding them. Observing Ruan Anhua's face flush with indignation, Tang Zhujun continued, "Can you guess what your dear sister says about you? While others are as miserly as iron chickens, my sister is more akin to a sugar chicken, determined to cling to others' feathers." Determined to embarrass the sisters thoroughly, Ruan Anhua shot a glance at Ruan Anrua. Ruan Anrua feigned tears. "Sister, how could I ever utter such words? June, you mustn't incite discord. Even if I once disrupted your affair with Prince Jean, it was for your own good." The mention of Prince Jean elicited a bemused response from Tang Zhujun. "Anrua, was it not for your sake that I sought Prince Jin's favor? I hoped he would take you under his wing, to spare you from your infatuation with your cousin, which would surely vex your mother. Such a thing would be a grave act of filial impiety. Let the mutual harm commence. Do not fret." Tang Zhujun feigned sincerity, "I shall assist you. I know there are words you cannot voice, and I shall speak them for you." Ruan Anhua, have some dignity, do not seize everything that belongs to her. That fan you hold was gifted to Anrua by her cousin, and it pains her greatly. You slanderous fiend. Ruan Anrua retorted, her temper flaring. How could she allow her clandestine dealings with her cousin to be exposed in such a public setting? Moreover, the fan indeed belonged to her, yet it was not a gift from her cousin. Oh dear, Tang Zhujun quickly covered her mouth. My apologies, Anrua. I had inadvertently let that slip. I did not intend to. I said nothing. You have heard nothing. Ruan Anrua relished the charade of sisterly affection, and Tang Zhujun was more than willing to play along. Let us not dwell on that, Tang Zhujun continued. Ruan Anhua, did you not acquire Anrua's twin fish pendant, her newly crafted lotus skirt, and the solid gold necklace crafted for her by Madame Ruan? As she enumerated each item, Ruan Anhua's expression soured. These were matters that should have remained private between sisters, yet Tang Zhujun's public humiliation indicated that Ruan Anrua had divulged their secrets. It appeared Ruan Anhua was indeed displeased with her cousin. Anrua, what do you mean by this? Ruan Anhua exclaimed, those items were clearly your initiative. What a fool. A dim-witted adversary, Tang Zhujun couldn't be more pleased, yet, Ruan Anrua was no easy opponent. She interjected, Sister, we sisters ought not to be at odds, let us cease this talk. Ruan Anhua, reading the expression on Ruan Anrua's face, wisely held her tongue, though her countenance remained quite displeased. Tang Zhujun reveled in her triumph, feeling invigorated. Look, Miss Meng has arrived. Upon hearing this, the crowd diverted their attention away from the spectacle to gaze at Miss Meng. Have you heard? At the last flower festival, Miss Meng was supposed to attend, but she fell ill and could not, which is why the position of Princess Jean remains unconfirmed. My mother mentioned the same. It is likely that the position of Princess Jean is reserved for Miss Meng. Then Miss Meng must be quite unfortunate. Prince Jean is truly pitiable. Tang Zhujun, upon catching wind of such intriguing gossip, particularly involving Prince Jean, felt like a rabbit eager to pounce on a morsel of sweetness. That cannot be entirely true. Miss Meng is indeed remarkable, yet she is already 19. 19 and still unmarried among noble ladies. This made Tang Zhujun realize they were speaking of Meng Yulan from the Meng Duke's household. This young woman, strikingly beautiful, exuded grace and poise, excelling in all arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was the epitome of virtue and talent, the center of attention wherever she went. If one were to nitpick, her only flaw was her age. Having reached 19 without a marriage proposal, however, given her exceptional qualities, it was understandable that the Meng family would be discerning in their choice. Tang Zhujun, having never encountered Meng Yulan due to her previous unremarkable life, was now filled with curiosity and turned her gaze toward the crowd. Wow, she was indeed a beauty, her features like an exquisite painting, her movements as graceful as a willow in the breeze, her demeanor dignified. Tang Zhujun was instantly reminded of the little dragon girl. Indeed, she possessed that noble and aloof beauty that left one spellbound. Sister, look over here, sister, I want to be your fan. Meng Yulan's status was elevated further still, for the current Defei hailed from the Meng Duke's household. She was her aunt. Tang Zhuyun's imagination began to run wild. How wonderful it would be to have this lady as a sister-in-law. Pairing her with Prince Jean would be akin to placing a blossom atop a mound of dung. Just as she was lost in her fanciful thoughts, the dung made an appearance. However, he did not approach the ladies. Instead, he made his way to the emperor's side. Yanran was the first to notice, exclaiming excitedly, "Father, it is my father." Tang Zhujun wished to intervene, but it was too late. The crowd had likely deduced Yanran's identity, especially since she was still pointing at Prince Jean with youthful enthusiasm. Wherever Prince Jean went, the grass did not grow. He accompanied the emperor, and others kept their distance, intent on their clear objective. Tang Zhujun looked skyward, planning to feign ignorance of Yanran's presence. Sister. Yanran bounced over, grasping her hand. "Look at my father." Tang Zhujun felt as if she wished to vanish. The onlookers gaped at the close interaction between Yanran and Tang Zhujun, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Was it not said that the daughter of Prince Jean was frail? Was it not said that Prince Jean shunned the company of women? Was it not said that Tang Zhujun was a notorious infatuated girl? Chapter 34 of the Emperor's Bestowal. It was no longer possible to feign ignorance. Tang Zhujun smiled awkwardly. I see. Yanran felt a surge of joy within her heart. Perhaps now others would realize that she held only affection for her sister? If that were the case, no one would dare to mention the matter of the crown prince's consort. Should her father insist on marrying, her sister would be the most fitting choice. This way, she would not have to part from her sister, nor would she need to worry about the malevolent stepmother. Look, father is watching you too, sister. Tang Zhujun desperately wished to cover her mouth. Was he looking at her? No, he was gazing at his own daughter. Yanran, are you hungry? Tang Zhujun quickly grasped her hand and led her toward their seats, eager to change the subject. She certainly did not wish to be branded with the mark of the crown prince. Unexpectedly, as soon as they sat down, contemplating how to inform Yanran that such remarks were inappropriate in public and could lead to misunderstandings, Tang Zhujun heard a gentle female voice. Is it Miss Tang? The voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, prompting Tang Zhujun to look up and see Meng Yulan, who had just been the center of attention, standing beside her. It is I. Miss Meng, do you require something? The moment the words left her mouth, she realized that Meng Yulan had likely overheard or been told of Yanran's words, prompting her to come and probe. She hurriedly added, Miss Meng, please do not misunderstand. Yanran is merely recuperating at my home due to illness. Meng Yulan replied indifferently. What is there to misunderstand? What connection do I have with the crown prince? Was it Tang Zhuyun's imagination, or did she detect a hint of disappointment in Meng Yulan's tone? After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Yulan kindly invited her to visit her residence in the future before returning to her own seat with her maid. Tang Zhujun was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? If she had once believed that she could navigate the palace intrigue to the latter half of the story, now she severely doubted her ability to survive even a single episode. If one could not compete, one must remain inconspicuous like a quail. Tang Zhujun kept silent, tending to the two children, distributing snacks and reminding them to drink water, all while pretending not to notice the scrutinizing gazes around her. However, despite her desire for discretion, some individuals would not permit it. A palace maid approached. Miss Tang, the prince requests that you bring Miss Yanran over. Tang Zhujun thought, I refuse to go. Yanran is shy and does not wish to go. She fabricated an excuse while casting a pleading glance at Yanran, who looked back at her with evident reluctance. Although Yanran was young, she was adept at reading the room. Despite her eagerness to go, she observed Tang Zhujun's demeanor and spoke up. Please tell father that I shall not go. Tang Zhujun breathed a sigh of relief. What a good child. However, the maid displayed a troubled expression and lowered her voice. In fact, it is the emperor who wishes to see you. The emperor, has he lost his mind? He could summon his granddaughter at any time, yet he chooses now to do so. Moreover, Tang Zhujun had to accompany Yanran. She did not want to become the target of everyone's ire. Anxious about both Yanran and Linlin, she took one child in each hand and led them toward the crown prince. As they approached, she inquired of Yanran, would you like to go on your own? She wished to avoid the distance that required her to bow to the crown prince, tend to the children, and then bow again. What an absurdity. Yanran remained silent, gazing up at her with her large, watery eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Tang Zhujun's heart softened, but she was not foolish. The tall bird is the first to be shot. Thus, she had a sudden idea. How about if brother Linlin takes you there? Yanran immediately nodded vigorously. Tang Zhujun felt a surge of amusement. Linlin had always been with Tang Baixin, and he was certainly well-mannered and adept at social situations, so he would not falter. Son, it's your turn. Linlin took Yanran's hand and stepped forward to greet the crown prince. The pair of children, resembling golden boys and jade maidens, drew admiring gazes wherever they went. Tang Zhujun listened to the murmurs around her speculating about the children's origins, feeling a swell of pride. Mine, they are all mine. The crown prince glanced at Tang Zhujun, who was hiding behind the guards like a quail, before leading the two children to pay their respects to the emperor. The emperor laughed heartily. Ah, sixth brother, where have you conjured up another grandchild? Why does this one seem so familiar? Tang Mingfan rose to bow and replied, Your Majesty, this is my incapable grandson. You old rascal, the emperor chuckled, are you afraid I might steal your grandchild from you? Come, both of you, come to me. Yanran felt a twinge of trepidation. She was not accustomed to being in the presence of so many people, let alone facing the emperor, and thus her heart raced. Linlin tightened his grip on her hand, and only then did Yanran realize the emperor's summons was not to be resisted. With her head bowed, she allowed Linlin to lead her forward. The emperor was delighted and instructed Wang Fu to bring them some pastries. He inquired about Yanran's health, to which she responded softly yet clearly, Thank you, grandfather, Sister Tang has cured Yanran's illness. Sister Tang? Tang Mingfan beamed with pride but played the humble card. Indeed, it is my daughter. The emperor's interest was piqued. Ah, the daughter you always worry about? Tang Mingfan was displeased by this remark. Even if it came from the emperor, it was unacceptable. Your Majesty, she is the one who rises early and works tirelessly, caring for the household and honoring her elders. The emperor burst into laughter. You are provoking me. I thought Linlin looked familiar. There is indeed some resemblance to you. Good child, may you, like your grandfather, be upright and incorruptible, serving as an exemplary official. Linlin knelt and bowed. Tang Duo will remember the emperor's teachings. Very good, Minister Tang, your grandson is exceptional. Wang Fu, reward him with the 4 treasures of the study, and also give him the chicken bloodstone seal material I just acquired, along with a package of gold and silver ingots for him to enjoy. Everyone understood that the emperor was placing importance on Tang Mingfan, and they grew increasingly wary of him. Linlin accepted the decree with gratitude. Yanran beamed with joy and whispered, Brother Linlin is truly impressive, even grandfather praised you. The emperor observed her with a smile. Why is Yanran so happy? The rewards were not for you. Yanran blushed, lowering her head yet still smiling. The emperor continued, seeing you so lively, I too am genuinely pleased. Wang Fu, reward Yanran, reward Tang Zhujun, my daughter Zhujun. Tang Mingfan interjected. Everyone was rendered speechless by Tang Mingfan's shamelessness. The emperor, however, found it amusing and laughed heartily. You having received a reward. Tang Zhujun could no longer pretend to be a quail. She stepped forward and properly bowed to the emperor in gratitude. The emperor bestowed upon her 6 bolts of silk, the quality unknown. If it were unattractive, it could not be sold, which left her feeling melancholic. Yanran received 2 packages of gold and silver ingots, and she would have preferred to exchange her share with Yanran. It seemed Yanran could read her thoughts, for she offered her rewards to Tang Zhujun for Sister Tang's dowry. Tang Zhujun felt her face flush. She could hear the emperor's laughter echoing in her ears. Alas, the mark of the lovesick girl yearning for marriage would likely never fade. Chapter 35 of the failed framing. Tang Zhujun fled in a panic with her 2 children, while Yanran attempted to speak with the Prince of Jin, only to be obstructed by her. What words cannot wait until later? Upon returning, she secretly instructed her children, eat more, speak less. In such circumstances, it is best to avoid drawing attention. The proud expression on her father's face, proclaiming, my daughter is the best in the world, was enough to make even a person as shameless as her blush with embarrassment. My lady, would you like some more tea? A maid dressed in a blue tunic approached with a teapot. All the serving maids present today wore similar blue garments paired with beige skirts, creating a refreshing and cool appearance. As Tang Zhujun's cup was empty, she smiled and replied, Thank you, dear sister. It was quite audacious for a 20-year-old woman to refer to a 14 or 15-year-old girl as sister. As the maid leaned in to pour tea for her, suddenly the liquid overflowed, spilling onto Tang Zhujun's sleeve. The maid hurriedly took a handkerchief to wipe it off, repeatedly apologizing, Miss Tang, allow me to assist you in changing your attire. Change clothes? She had nothing to change into. This outfit was still benefiting from Yanran's status. Tang Zhujun glanced at her, a smile playing on her lips as she remarked, I believe that outfit you wear is a bit large. It might fit me perfectly. The maid flushed, Miss Tang, you jest. Tang Zhujun waved her hand dismissively and said, It's merely a bit wet, it's of no consequence, you may leave. The maid thanked her before retreating. Aunt! Linlin called out. Tang Zhujun subtly shook her head, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Shortly after, Wan Anruo approached, feigning intimacy. Jun, it's been a while since I visited you. Today, I nearly misunderstood the situation. I thought you might be preoccupied with thoughts, so I came to explain myself. The implication in her words was unmistakable. She was calling her petty. Tang Zhujun scrutinized her from head to toe and, in a voice loud enough for all to hear, declared, Wan Anruo, should an assassin appear, I would certainly place you in front of me. Ruan Anrua's smile faltered, and she stammered, If there were truly an assassin, I would certainly protect you. We are friends. You would be safe as well. With a face like yours, even 3 slashes wouldn't draw blood. Do you believe that? I certainly do. Laughter erupted around them. How adeptly she insulted without profanity. Tang Zhujun was truly sharp-tongued. Ruan Anrua's face turned crimson. Tang Zhujun feigned indifference as she fiddled with the royal gifts, spilling gold and silver ingots onto the table for the children to count and categorize, ignoring Ruan Anrua entirely. With gritted teeth, Ruan Anrua could only depart. Stop. Tang Zhujun called out. Jun, do you have something more to say? Ruan Anrua, despite her anger, had to endure, given the many witnesses. Tang Zhujun, unashamed, was determined to pursue her goal. You dropped something. Tang Zhujun kicked an object towards Ruan Anrua's feet. The onlookers turned to see a carved yellow jade monkey holding a watermelon, lifelike in detail. Ruan Anrua's complexion instantly paled. Tang Zhujun smirked. That maid who just poured tea for me, she is over there, pointing. She observed the maid attempting to hide behind someone, only to be seized by Song Jingyang. At last, the sycophant had done something commendable. Tang Zhujun, unfazed, continued, when she poured tea for me, I noticed her attire was ill-fitting, clearly not hers, yet, in the midst of a royal banquet, how could a maid represent the family in such garments? After she left, I discovered your jade pendant with me. Quickly, apprehend her for questioning. We must uncover who seeks to undermine our friendship and sow discord. Ruan Anrua's face turned ghostly white as she stammered, "Well, that is unnecessary to its the Dragon Boat Festival banquet. For such a trivial matter let it be." Song Jingyang had already dragged the maid forward, forcing her to kneel on the ground, while a guard followed, holding a box of pastries. He had been dispatched to deliver refreshments but stumbled upon the conflict between the women. Although he held little regard for Tang Zhujun, she was, after all, connected to them through Yanran, and thus he felt compelled to assist her. Slap her. Tang Zhujun commanded. Song Jingyang, taken aback, had yet to adjust to following her orders, thus remained momentarily stunned. Tang Zhujun rolled up her sleeves and, with swift strikes, delivered 4 resounding slaps to the foe maid before anyone could react. The crowd was left in shock. While it was not uncommon for noble women to discipline their servants at home, once outside, who among them would not maintain poise, swallowing their grievances to avoid being deemed undignified? Yet this young woman had the audacity to strike someone herself. Tang Zhujun declared, "What a striking, look at my wrist." She blew on her reddened palm, gazing down at the maid with a commanding presence. "I shall ask you only once. Who directed you? You have 2 options to speak, or remain silent should you choose silence. Allow me to enlighten you on how the Prince of Jin's residence deals with disobedient maids. They remove tongues, sever limbs, and send them to the border for punishment." Song Jingyang blushed furiously. "You cannot say such things." His master's reputation was already tarnished. Further scandal would deter any potential brides. Has anyone ever faced such a fate? Tang Zhujun pressed. Song Jingyang fell silent, his hesitation interpreted as tacit agreement, leaving the women in the vicinity too terrified to breathe. The residence of the Prince of Jin was indeed a den of danger. The maid, equally frightened, turned to Ruan Anrua. "Miss, save me." Ruan Anrua retorted, "Why do you look to me? I do not know you." "See? No one will help you. Song Jingyang, take her away." And no, the maid clung to Ruan Anrua's leg. "Miss, I am your purchase." Ruan Anrua threatened her, promising to sell her if she failed to handle the matter, but compared to Tang Zhujun's words, that was a far better fate, as at least she would not face punishment. With this uproar, how could anyone remain oblivious? It was evident that Ruan Anrua had orchestrated this entire affair. Attempting to frame me for theft? Tang Zhujun scoffed, "Then ensure you clean up after yourself, fool." Ruan Anrua bit her lip in defiance and suddenly, in a fit of desperation, exclaimed, "Do you think that even if you did not steal from me, others would not realize how impoverished the Tang family is?" "Whether the Tang family is impoverished or not, I cannot say," Tang Zhujun stabbed with precision, "but I do know that you and your esteemed cousin are finished. Moreover, given this incident, do you truly believe you can still marry into the prestigious family your mother desires? Go home and explain to your mother, you fool." To her surprise, Ruan Anrua appeared unperturbed by her threats. "I am unafraid to tell you, my cousin and I are already betrothed." "Oh my, is the sun rising from the west?" Chapter 36, The Intimacy of Meng Yulan. Ruan Anrua caught a fleeting glimpse of embarrassment on Tang Zhujun's face and raised her chin defiantly, stating, "My cousin has already achieved the rank of a successful scholar in the imperial examination, and my parents have granted their consent. What transpired today was nothing short of a deliberate scheme to frame me. You not only stole my belongings but also sought to cast blame upon me, yet, everyone is well aware of your true character. The innocent shall remain untainted." Achieved the rank of a successful scholar? Tang Zhujun harbored her doubts. Ruan Anrua's cousin had been a student for many years and had never even been rumored to have passed the provincial examination. How could he be considered a successful scholar? However, the very fact that Ruan Anrua dared to bring it up in such a public setting indicated that there was likely some truth to her claim. Tang Zhujun scoffed, "A successful scholar, is it? How impressive. By that logic, my father and brother could casually attain the title of top scholar, and I would then be entitled to strut about with my head held high. A mere successful scholar? How laughable." Ruan Anrua, rendered speechless, realized she had erred in mentioning the imperial examinations in front of the Tang family, an act akin to wielding a great axe before Luban himself. "There is no need for further commotion. Let us disperse. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and with such a ruckus, neither of you nor the onlookers will reap any rewards," spoke Meng Yulan, who had approached unbeknownst to them. Upon seeing her, Song Jingyang instantly transformed into a sycophant, stepping forward to pay his respects. "Miss Meng, how fortunate you are to grace us with your presence today. I was merely delivering some delicacies to Miss Yanran, not for anyone else." Tang Zhujun remained silent, feeling an urge to curse him. This insufferable sycophant, yet, she vaguely understood that the engagement between Jin Wang and Meng Yulan was indeed a matter of universal acclaim. Meng Yulan's demeanor was notably aloof, offering no nod of acknowledgement. Song Jingyang, clearly flustered, felt the weight of embarrassment. The crowd, now aware of her presence, fell silent. Meng Yulan, favored by the virtuous concubine, had the backing of the Empress Dowager, and to offend her would be to invite trouble before the Empress Dowager's discerning eyes. Who would emerge unscathed from such a predicament? Ruan Anrua, accompanied by her maid who had been rendered a laughingstock by Tang Zhujun, left in a state of disgrace. Tang Zhujun emerged victorious. To her surprise, Meng Yulan chose to sit beside her. Well, I must confess, I harbor an intense dislike for Jin Wang. She truly had no ulterior motives regarding him. Firstly, Jin Wang was detestable. Secondly, she was too sensible to compete for a man against a paragon of virtue, lest she become the target of scorn. Yanran, overhearing this, grew anxious, but Linlin silenced her. Yanran gazed at Linlin with a look of grievance, and Linlin, offering her a piece of pastry and gently patting her hand, whispered, "Let us discuss this at home." Yanran was comforted by the thought of home and cheerfully began to enjoy her treat. Meng Yulan did not respond directly but remarked, "Your earlier disdain for successful scholars, are you aware how many here take pride in having such individuals in their families?" While a successful scholar was considered the lowest tier of the examination system, for noble families, even producing a successful scholar was a cause for pride, a matter that illuminated their lineage. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, astonished that she had inadvertently offended someone. If Meng Yulan hadn't pointed it out, she would have remained oblivious. Realizing how much she still had to learn, she quickly said, "I was thoughtless." "Thank you for your reminder, Miss Meng." She acknowledged the favors. Meng Yulan continued, "I share your sentiments, I too dislike Jin Wang." Tang Zhujun took a moment to process this. Miss Meng, you truly possess discerning judgment. Fear not, our conversation shall remain between us. A flicker of disappointment and self-mockery crossed Meng Yulan's eyes, but it vanished almost instantaneously, leaving Tang Zhujun questioning her own perception. Meng Yulan remained seated for a while, and Tang Zhujun, unsure of what to say, found herself feigning attention to the children, making small talk about the weather. She could not help but wonder, what was the purpose of the model of virtue being present? Lacking familiarity with Meng Yulan, she hesitated to take her words at face value, especially the claim of disliking Jin Wang. If she believed it, she would be a fool. Not that Meng Yulan was certainly lying, but Tang Zhujun struggled to comprehend her motives, leading to a myriad of unanswered questions. Soon after, a palace maid approached, beaming as she invited everyone to place their bets. "What teams are available?" Tang Zhujun inquired. Puzzled, the maid replied with a smile, "Currently, the betting is on the dragon boat teams of several princes." "Oh, then I shall wager 1 tael of silver on Jin Wang's defeat," Tang Zhujun declared. The maid's expression faltered. "Miss Tang, we only bet on the winners." Furthermore, 1 tael of silver was hardly a worthy stake. "Is that how it works? Very well, I shall refrain from betting." Reluctance filled her heart. She was already loath to part with 1 tael just to jinx Jin Wang, and betting randomly with a 1 in 6 chance was tantamount to throwing money away. The maid's smile grew more strained. Meng Yulan remarked, "I too shall abstain from betting, it remains too opaque." The maid bowed and retreated. Tang Zhujun sensed that Meng Yulan was being considerate of her feelings. Despite the uncertainty, she had yet to develop any animosity towards Meng Yulan. "You are quite admirable," Meng Yulan suddenly stated. Tang Zhujun was bewildered by this remark. While she held herself in high regard, what led Meng Yulan to such a conclusion was it her refusal to place a bet. Surely, that was merely a reflection of her financial constraints. If she were wealthy, throwing silver away would be trivial. Yanran eyed Meng Yulan warily. Anyone who could potentially become her stepmother was, besides Tang Zhujun, an adversary. Children are unable to mask their emotions, and Tang Zhujun felt slightly embarrassed, explaining, "This child is simply shy. I hope you do not take offense." She understood Yanran's desire to avoid hostility towards a potential stepmother, yet in this matter, Yanran's stance held little significance. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that Meng Yulan would become Jin Wang's consort, thus fostering a good rapport with her would be advantageous for Yanran. Meng Yulan's demeanor remained impassive, devoid of anger yet lacking any excess affection. She sat there, seemingly close, yet evoking a sense of distance. Perhaps this was the distinction between a celestial being and a mortal. At that moment, another palace maid approached, bowing before Meng Yulan. "Miss Meng, there you are. It took me quite a while to find you. The Empress Dowager summons you, along with the Empress, the virtuous concubine, and concubine Qi." Only then did Meng Yulan rise, offering a sigh of relief to Tang Zhujun. "I shall seek you out for conversation later." Tang Zhujun thought to herself, "No need for that. I would be content merely to admire your grace from afar. This unspoken connection between us is hardly awkward, is it?" With tear-filled eyes, she watched as Meng Yulan walked away. "Sister," Yanran murmured, "I do not wish for her to become my mother." What could Tang Zhujun say? She replied, "Fear not, if you find life in the Wang residence unbearable, come to find me, alright? Why can't you marry my father?" Yanran looked up at her, tears brimming in her eyes. Tang Zhujun was so taken aback that she nearly toppled from her chair. Chapter 37 of The Emperor Grants a Marriage. "My dear, we must not repay kindness with enmity." At that moment, Linlin remarked, "Now that I am to marry your father, I shall no longer see my aunt." "But brother Linlin can accompany us," she replied. "Then I shall merely be a burden." Tang Zhujun nearly burst into laughter. "Alright, enough of this. I am famished, do tell me, which delicacy is delectable?" Yanran hurriedly picked up a pastry and brought it to her lips, while Linlin offered her his sweetened water. Tang Zhujun reveled in their affection, feeling utterly content. Who needs a man when one can raise children? Men are fickle and ungrateful. As long as the children are nurtured well, how many would turn out disloyal? As the dragon boat race commenced, the group focused intently on the spectacle. The Jin Wangfu's dragon boat ranked last, leaving Yanran somewhat disheartened. Tang Zhujun felt a twinge of regret for not allowing her to place a wager, otherwise, wouldn't they have won some money? Meng Yulan had been absent for quite some time, but Tang Zhujun felt a sense of relief. She has arrived, let's sit a bit further away. Let us go change. Do not let any hint of our feelings show, after all, her husband is, who could it be, that was so despised? Tang Zhujun looked up to see a woman in her 20s approaching, dressed in rather unflattering attire, her expression somewhat timid. The two maidservants trailing behind her appeared to possess more grace. Seemingly without a seat, the woman glanced around, but wherever she looked, others averted their gazes, clearly unwilling to engage with her. Tang Zhujun was puzzled and had no intention of inviting her over. Yet, upon spotting Tang Zhujun, the woman approached and awkwardly inquired, "Miss, is anyone seated here?" "No, please have a seat." Only then did the woman sit down. Her face was caked with thick white powder, nearly flaking off, while her neck was a deep shade of black, and her exposed hands were rough, indicating a life of hard labor. She seemed out of place in the setting, her eyes betraying a blend of panic and meekness, yet she attempted to smile at Tang Zhujun, complimenting her children's beauty, her gaze brimming with envy. "One should not strike a smiling face," Tang Zhujun said with a smile. "Forgive my ignorance, but I do not recognize which family you belong to." The woman's face flushed crimson, and after a moment, she timidly replied, "My husband is Wang Fu." "Wang Fu? That name sounds familiar. Wang Fu, is he not the chief eunuch by the emperor's side?" Tang Zhujun's understanding suddenly dawned. No wonder the crowd treated her with such disdain. To befriend her would mean earning the reputation of flattering a eunuch. Furthermore, this Madame Wang was not particularly charming, making interactions awkward. The majority likely looked down upon her background. However, Tang Zhujun viewed the situation differently. For Madame Wang to have won Wang Fu's affection and be wed to him, she must possess some remarkable qualities. Other ladies might be resplendent, yet who would dare to bring shame to their husbands? They would have to walk on eggshells. Despite Madame Wang's cautious demeanor, it was evident to anyone with eyes that she was out of place. However, Wang Fu still allowed her to attend, indicating his satisfaction with her. If she could win a man's favor, how could a crowd of sycophants disdain her? "Ah, so you are Madame Wang," Tang Zhujun said with a smile, inviting her to partake in the pastries. Madame Wang was taken aback by her reaction, feeling awkward. "I think I shall not sit here any longer, lest I cause you trouble." "Not at all, I doubt you know who I am." Her reputation was hardly pristine. One could hardly tell who was causing whom trouble. Tang Zhujun introduced herself, but Madame Wang's expression remained blank, as if she had never heard of her. "Not to worry, as long as you do not mind, please sit here." At that moment, Tang Zhujun felt a surge of confidence. Her father had a clean record. Who would dare accuse her of flattering Wang Fu? After a while, Meng Yulan returned, her expression decidedly grim. What could have occurred to unsettle even the ethereal goddess? Meng Yulan initially intended to sit down but, upon seeing Madame Wang present, merely cast a deep glance at Tang Zhujun. The glance was so layered that it made Tang Zhujun's heart sink. It was not long before Tang Zhujun learned the reason behind Meng Yulan's distress. She heard that the emperor had publicly decreed Meng Yulan's betrothal to Jin Wang as his consort. If the matter had ended there, Tang Zhujun would have expressed her condolences for Meng Yulan and cursed Jin Wang with a few choice words. However, the emperor also decreed that Tang Zhujun would become Jin Wang's secondary consort. Tang Zhujun felt as if 1,000 alpacas had rushed through her mind. What business did this have with her? She was merely enjoying pastries while watching the dragon boat race, behaving obediently, and suddenly, a heavy burden has been thrust upon her. She had indeed expressed a desire to support Meng Yulan but had no intention of sharing a husband. What about her father? Did he not oppose this? Heavens above, strike me down with a lightning bolt. The weather suddenly darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Tang Zhujun, I take it back, there may still be a chance to turn things around. Preserving her life was of utmost importance. Curse you, heavens, I shall fight you to the end. Upon hearing the news, Madame Wang congratulated Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, does my face display? I am overjoyed. Upon returning home, Tang Zhujun was enveloped in gloom. Lin Lin also appeared discontent, while only Yanran seemed elated. Finally, when her father and brother returned, Tang Zhujun approached them, asking, "Father, brother, what is happening?" Tang Mingfan said, "Jun, do not be alarmed, the official decree has yet to arrive. This matter may still have developments. But rest assured, I will do my utmost to persuade the emperor to expedite the decree, ensuring that this situation does not change." Tang Baixin laughed, "Father, there is no need to be so cautious. Your words will only cause Jun to lose her appetite." Tang Zhujun, forget it, heavens, just strike me down already. To live without desire while the world believes you have achieved your wishes. This dissonance makes one question the very meaning of existence. Tang Mingfan continued, though you may be a secondary consort, it is a slight against you, but considering the past. Moreover, the young lady from the Meng family is known for her virtue. She would not mistreat you. Tang Zhujun, no one can stop me. I am going to end my life. After a lengthy discussion, the father and son duo finally understood, through Tang Zhujun's repeated explanations, that she genuinely did not wish to marry. Yanran was deeply hurt and was led away by Lin Lin. Tang Mingfan was puzzled. Jun, surely you jest. Is it because you disdain the secondary consort status that you object? No, I simply do not wish to marry Jin Wang. Father, is there any chance to alter this situation? Tang Baixin furrowed his brow. I am afraid not. The emperor has already declared it. This matter is difficult to reverse. Jun, tell your brother why you do not wish to marry Jin Wang. Tang Zhujun replied, I just do not want to. Is there any way out? Father, brother, let us think of another plan. Other time-traveling ladies escaping marriage always have countless schemes, right to climbing walls, faking deaths, that in any case, she could not simply remain passive. She must not disgrace the reputation of time travelers. After contemplating, Tang Zhujun said, if you truly do not wish to marry, then think of a way. Tang Zhujun could tell from his tone that he already had a plan. Brother, do tell. Chapter 38. A nightly intrusion into the boudoir. No, Tang Zhujun immediately dismissed the thought before he could voice it. That would cut off your path entirely, you would never marry thereafter. Never marry, that suited her just fine. Elder brother, do speak, Tang Zhujun implored, playfully shaking his arm. Tang Zhujun, unable to resist her charm, conceded, I was initially considering having you feign an illness, claiming you have a dreadful affliction. Perfect. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, leaping in delight. Elder brother, how could you keep such a brilliant idea to yourself? You've made me worry for half the day. Tang Mingfan's expression grew serious. Ah Jun, do you truly wish to go through with this? Look father, I genuinely do not wish to marry, Tang Zhujun replied earnestly. He knows of my background. I have already promised him that I will not marry and will dedicate myself to raising him. I cannot burden my elder brother any longer. Her tireless efforts to earn money were solely aimed at helping Tang Zhujun find a wife, so he might lead a normal life. She was already 20, and her brother was 24, Tang Zhujun reassured her, so it was my welfare you were concerned about. As your brother, I willingly do all of this for you. Seeing you turn your life around is enough for me. Rest assured, I shall treat Linlin as my own. You may marry into the Wang residence without a worry. Tang Zhujun was left speechless. How could she explain her true feelings to them, to make them understand that she did not harbor any affection for the Jin Wang? What was so commendable about him? Her frustration only grew when she overheard Hipozi and Xiora in the courtyard preparing incense and candles to express gratitude to the Buddha for bestowing upon her such a promising match. Tang Zhujun felt an overwhelming desire to escape from it all. Father, elder brother, I can handle the matter of the affliction myself, she stated firmly. You both should attend to your own affairs and not concern yourselves with me. If they truly wished to assist, they could delay the imperial decree. She thought to herself, she could not afford to delay, for her own happiness depended on procuring the necessary herbs without delay. The matter of feigning an illness was intricate. After much contemplation, she resolved to disfigure herself. By breaking out in rashes resembling smallpox, the emperor would likely reconsider his decision. If he felt too embarrassed to retract the decree, he might even reward her father for the trouble. Should the emperor remain resolute, she would have to leave some after effects, administering potent medicine to make him feel that bestowing such a marriage upon his son would be unjust. She truly was a clever little thing. By the way, father, there is something I nearly forgot, Tang Zhujun interjected. Today, Ruan Anrua sought me out to cause trouble, claiming her cousin had passed the imperial examination. Tang Mingfan furrowed his brow. I must speak to Ruan Xiaoqing and have him properly educate his daughter. Do not, I have not been wronged, Tang Zhujun replied. It is merely a personal matter, not worth the trouble. Tang Mingfan felt gratified, stating, I had heard a whisper about this. Although he is of the same rank, he is hardly impressive, yet he is still acceptable, given his merchant background. A merchant background lacks an atmosphere conducive to scholarly pursuits. It was only in recent years that the emperor lifted restrictions, allowing merchants to partake in education. No, what I meant to convey is that previously, I knew him to be utterly incompetent. How could he qualify for the palace examination? Are you suggesting that someone may have manipulated the situation? Precisely, Tang Zhujun replied. That does seem unlikely. If we take your theory into account, cheating would have to occur from the autumn examination to the spring one and then to the palace examination. Such a feat would not be easy, yet it is not without possibility, Tang Mingfan argued. Since your sister has raised the matter, you should investigate this year's top candidates and see if any clues emerge. Tang Zhujun agreed. Tang Zhujun felt a surge of joy, though she was uncertain about the matter herself. The fact that her father and brother took her seriously and were willing to investigate demonstrated their respect for her. Father, elder brother, I shall return to my room now. After her departure, the Tang father and son fell into a difficult discussion regarding whether Tang Zhujun was genuinely unwilling to marry the Jin Wang or merely pretending. Her indecisiveness had cost her the trust of her family. If they truly intervened this time, there would be no second chances. Oblivious to their turmoil, Tang Zhujun immersed herself in her work. No, she was not merely tinkering, she was concocting remedies. She skipped dinner, with Hipozi and Xiora preparing a meal that left the family looking constipated. Tang Zhujun, however, was not picky. After slurping down a bowl of noodles, she energetically returned to her labors. Tang Zhujun glanced at Tang Mingfan. Father, has Jun been affected by something? Tang Mingfan replied, will I be able to bring home food tomorrow morning? This was a matter of his dignity and appetite, a serious concern. Tang Zhujun was speechless. Tang Mingfan lamented, it is easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. Jun has truly spoiled us. Tang Zhujun worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning, exhaustion overwhelming her. Yawning and bleary-eyed, she lay down on her bed and fell into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she envisioned herself marrying the Jin Wang, seated on the bed beneath a red veil. When the Jin Wang entered and lifted the veil, he was taken aback by her appearance and promptly fainted. Tang Zhujun burst into laughter. Jin Wang, look at you now, what is wrong with me? The voice beside her sounded unnervingly real, and Tang Zhujun instinctively retorted, you scoundrel. In the next instant, she felt a sharp pain in her face, as if someone had viciously pinched her, jarring her from her pleasant dreams and forcing her to open her eyes. The Jin Wang's face appeared under the candlelight, bathed in a golden glow, though his complexion was far from favorable. It took her a moment to comprehend that this scoundrel had intruded into her room in the dead of night. What are you doing? She exclaimed indignantly. How outrageous, she was not even his consort, yet he had entered her chamber uninvited. If she were to become his concubine, what would prevent him from treating her poorly on a daily basis? However, upon noticing the scattered remedies on the table, Tang Zhujun felt a twinge of guilt. I need you to come with me, now, he demanded. Why must I? Very well, but you must clarify your intentions. Tang Zhujun reached out to accept the 100 taels of silver he offered and tucked them into her purse. Help me rescue someone, it is urgent, then let us not delay, Tang Zhujun replied. But I must inform my father first. Do not disturb Tang Darren at this hour, I will explain everything to him afterward. What if you decide to kill me to silence me, Tang Zhujun retorted, her expression one of disdain. Then I shall do it now, who would dare suspect me? The Jin Wang's expression was clearly inscribed with the words fool. Regardless of her feelings towards the Jin Wang, the silver was too enticing to ignore. Tang Zhujun begrudgingly agreed. If you succeed, is there still a reward? The Jin Wang, growing impatient, replied, I will give you another 100 taels. This woman was utterly captivated by money. Fine, Tang Zhujun said, her face lighting up with a smile. Now, who are we saving? Meng Yulian. Tang Zhujun was left speechless. Chapter 39 Meng Yulian suicide. What have you done to her? Tang Zhujun instinctively exclaimed, her face a mask of disdain and wariness. Truly a beast, having just become his prospective princess, he already forces someone to the brink of death. Who would have thought you were such a tyrant? Prince Jin. Without uttering a word, Prince Jin remained silent, while Tang Zhujun's imagination conjured a dramatic scene of a bully oppressing a virtuous woman. Come with me, he commanded, his aura shifting, emanating a chilling demeanor. Tang Zhujun's indignation intensified. This was clearly a case of being caught red-handed, and he was embarrassed and furious. Furthermore, why was he pulling her around? In no way would she assist such a person, even for a silver coin, especially not when considering Meng Yulian's innocent plight. Before stepping out, Tang Zhujun had informed Xiao of her plans. Due to the nature of Meng Yulian's reputation, she spoke vaguely, merely stating that she needed to accompany Prince Jin for a while. Xiao glanced between her and the prince, nodding vigorously. My lady, do not worry, there's no rush to return. I shall help cover for you. Tang Zhujun was left speechless. Truly, this maid seemed as if she could be tossed into a garbage heap without anyone noticing. Xiao, you truly have a talent for this. Fuming and wishing not to engage in further conversation, Tang Zhujun hurriedly followed Prince Jin out. A carriage, she inquired, holding up a lantern and scanning the surroundings. Only horses, Prince Jin replied, time is of the essence. I apologize for the inconvenience. Before she could respond, Tang Zhujun felt two iron clamps gripping her sides, and in an instant, she was hoisted onto the horse's back. She barely had time to gasp before a broad, solid figure pressed against her from behind. Go! Having never ridden a horse before, Tang Zhujun was terrified, crouching low on the saddle, gripping the horse's mane tightly, and cursing, you scoundrel. Prince Jin held the reins with one hand while the other clutched her waist firmly. However, she clung to the horse for dear life, completely oblivious to how awkward this posture was for the man behind her. Prince Jin felt his face heat up, utterly at a loss for words. After a moment of adjustment, Tang Zhujun noticed the wind rushing past her ears, and with a steady grip on the horse, she realized that perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. Yet, she still dared not rise, her sense of security stemming from her extensive contact with the horse's back. She harbored grave doubts that Prince Jin had treated Meng Yulian in a similar manner today, which had led to her injury. What a lunatic Prince Jin was. A wise woman does not suffer a loss in front of her adversary. She would settle the score later, lest he become angry and loosen his grip, jeopardizing her life. Prince Jin, having no idea which entrance of the Meng Duke's residence to approach, eventually dismounted with Tang Zhujun. At the entrance stood a man resembling a steward and an elderly woman, both anxiously holding lanterns, awaiting his arrival. Although the night was dark, Tang Zhujun noticed their expressions change upon seeing her. It was understandable. In the dead of night, with Meng Yulian in distress, Prince Jin had brought another woman, and their close proximity on the horse was undeniably suggestive. Yet, Prince Jin showed no intention of clarifying the situation, commanding in a low voice, lead the way. Yes, the steward replied, as Prince Jin pulled Tang Zhujun's sleeve and moved forward. After taking a few steps, Tang Zhujun felt a burning pain in her thighs, a result of her first horse ride, which had harmed her delicate skin. However, with the urgency of saving a life, particularly that of the ethereal Meng Yulian, she gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed, her gait slightly awkward. Unbeknownst to her, Prince Jin's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he said nothing. After winding through several corridors, they arrived at a tranquil courtyard, the air fragrant with flowers. A row of lanterns illuminated the swings and rock formations within the yard, casting flickering shadows. However, the courtyard was filled with numerous people, men and women, both masters and servants. Upon seeing Prince Jin enter, Meng Duke approached with his family, bowing and greeting, and lamented, it is my poor management that has led to this situation. I hope His Highness will pardon me. He appeared to be in his 50s, flanked by his wife and concubines, all of whom bowed their heads in deference to Prince Jin. Prince Jin spoke solemnly, first, let us assess Miss Meng's condition. Have you summoned a physician? Meng Duke replied, this matter is a family disgrace. I fear it may tarnish His Highness's reputation, so we have refrained from calling a physician, awaiting your decision. Tang Zhujun was taken aback by his words, feeling an overwhelming anger. Wasn't Meng Yulian still his daughter? Even if a married daughter is like spilled water, she had not yet been wed. If Meng Yulian were truly in dire straits, it would be too late to act now. And what disgrace? Tang Zhujun could not fathom what sort of disgrace a person like Meng Yulian could possibly create. Prince Jin declared, this is Tang Zhujun, skilled in medicine, let her examine her. Very well, Meng Duke acquiesced. However, Meng Duke's wife gasped in surprise, Tang Zhujun? Wasn't she the one destined to be a concubine for the prince? Why was she with him in the middle of the night? Meng Duke's face darkened, silence, speak not in the presence of His Highness. It seemed he was accustomed to maintaining authority, for his command silenced the crowd. Prince Jin then turned to Tang Zhujun, saying, "You may enter to examine her. I shall remain outside." Tang Zhujun lifted her skirts and hurried inside. In Meng Yulan's chamber, only a maid knelt by the bed, softly weeping, while Meng Yulan lay on the bed, her complexion pale as paper, a deep bruise encircling her neck, eyes closed, seemingly devoid of life. Tang Zhujun was taken aback. Had Meng Yulan hanged herself? Not daring to delay, she approached, declaring, "I am a physician, allow me to examine Miss Meng." Meng Duke's wife followed suit, gesturing for the maid to step aside. As Tang Zhujun placed her hand on Meng Yulan's pulse, the latter opened her eyes, weariness etched on her face as she self-deprecatingly remarked, "I am fine, I won't die. I apologize for disturbing you and making you run here at such an hour." Tang Zhujun breathed a sigh of relief, plopping down on the footstool, gazing at her lifeless visage, and could not help but exclaim, "Sister, what has driven you to such despair? Do you not realize how unsightly it is for those who hang themselves, their tongues protruding so grotesquely? Surely, a miserable existence is better than a futile death." She could not comprehend the mindset of one who would take their own life. Tears streamed down Meng Yulan's cheeks, flowing into her inky black hair. In her eyes, Tang Zhujun discerned profound hopelessness. Meng Duke's wife interjected, "Yulan is fine. We kindly ask Miss Tang to inform His Highness that she is well, and we will ensure her care moving forward. In the presence of His Highness, please speak favorably on our behalf." Her words dripped with veiled reproach. As a mother, she was likely dissatisfied that her future son-in-law was favoring a concubine, bringing her into the household at such an hour. Tang Zhujun was poised to retort, "Didn't you bear responsibility for driving your daughter to this state, and now you address him as His Highness as if he were your own son?" However, Meng Yulan interjected, "Mother, please return to rest. I have something to discuss with Zhujun." Although Meng Duke's wife was apprehensive, she could not deny her daughter, thus leading the maid out with her. Chapter 40 Late Night Heart-to-Heart. "I apologize for disturbing your rest," Meng Yulan said once more. "I am quite well, yet I cannot comprehend why someone of your stature would be so despondent," Tang Zhujun replied, her gaze lowered. "Surely, someone like me, whose reputation is in tatters, continues to strive for survival." At this thought, she felt an urge to curse. Though her family's circumstances were dire, she believed she could alter her fate through hard work. However, the myriad of troubles from her past life loomed heavily over her, leaving her uncertain of when she might finally find resolution. The individual she had offended, her tarnished reputation, and the imposing presence of her biological father, all these ticking time bombs could explode at any moment. Yet, despite these overwhelming challenges, she had no desire for death. There were too many things in this life that she cherished. Who could say whether she would have another chance to live, or what form that life might take? Having been reborn in this way, they had truly become victors in life. One must be cautious, for ingratitude might invoke divine wrath. "Because I," Meng Yulan declared, "do not wish to marry the prince." Tang Zhujun responded with a silent pause. The princess' reputation was indeed abysmal, loathed by the masses. Two women on the brink of an arranged marriage, one contemplating an escape due to chronic ailments, while the other resolved to die rather than wed. "To be honest, I cannot ascertain the prince's character," Tang Zhujun admitted candidly. "However, based on our limited interactions, he seems to possess a sense of reason, contrary to the rumors that paint him as a tyrant. Perhaps, dear sister, you might consider getting to know him better? The prince is a fallen celestial, yet I refuse to marry him," Meng Yulan replied. "My refusal is not due to his inadequacies. Rather, my heart belongs to another." Tang Zhujun was taken aback by this shocking revelation, momentarily at a loss for words. The more one knew, the swifter the demise. She had no intention of prying into Meng Yulan's innermost thoughts. Any situation could be navigated alongside the masses, basking in the joy of shared gossip, free from peril. However, to hold knowledge that others did not, that was akin to handling a bomb, one that might detonate and leave her bloodied at any moment. Yet, perhaps Meng Yulan was simply eager to unburden her heart. Continuing, "I am now 19, Tang Zhujun thought to herself, I am 20, yet I still wish to call you sister. From the age of 13 to 19, I have declined countless marriage proposals, all in hopes of waiting for him. Yet, in the end, I cannot overcome my fate, nor the decree of the emperor, but if I cannot fully surrender myself to him, I would rather perish." What a fiercely resolute woman she was. What could Tang Zhujun possibly say? Lacking the full context, all she could offer was, "I believe, since the decree has yet to be issued, if you truly do not wish to marry, consider a plan, but do not impose hardships upon yourself. The emperor has already proclaimed it publicly. What room is there for negotiation?" Meng Yulan's face bore a pall of despair. "What chills my heart the most is that, even now, I may find myself unable to choose death. If I cannot even manage this small matter, I am truly worthless." It seemed even exemplars could experience such moments of self-doubt and despondency. Tang Zhujun felt a pang of discomfort. However, given the shallowness of their acquaintance, it was perhaps best to refrain from further words. Meng Yulan continued, "I met you for the first time yesterday, but I had heard of your deeds prior." Tang Zhujun's cheeks flushed. "Ah, the misdeeds of my previous life, their repercussions have returned." Yet, Meng Yulan continued, "To speak frankly, I envy you. I envy your ability to boldly declare your affections, and your freedom to be yourself, unbound by societal constraints." Wait. "Sister, what is there to envy in infatuation? Your perspective seems somewhat skewed," Tang Zhujun interjected. "Upon meeting you yesterday, you truly embodied the unrestrained spirit I had imagined, which has only endeared you to me further," Meng Yulan remarked. "I had not anticipated that our paths would cross again under such circumstances." Tang Zhujun's face grew even warmer, feeling embarrassed by the praise. Such an unexpected admiration from Meng Yulan left her somewhat speechless. Meng Yulan gestured towards an exquisite three-tiered jewelry box on the vanity. Zhujun, could you please retrieve that box for me? Tang Zhujun complied. The box, crafted from Wangwali wood, was heavy, its contents a mystery. Meng Yulan struggled to sit up, the unsightly red mark on her neck now largely concealed. As she opened the drawers of the jewelry box, she said, I know that your disdain for the prince is not entirely genuine. You must have feelings for him. In her youth, she too had feigned disdain towards someone, while secretly reveling in the sweetness of her affection. Tang Zhujun protested, no, absolutely not. Do not speak such nonsense. I, however, have someone in my heart and am truly indifferent to him. I have long been aware of my family's intentions, thus my feelings are genuine. In retrospect, what does this situation have to do with the prince? It is merely my own inadequacy, a lack of fortune. Tang Zhujun thought, sister, there is no need to speak kindly of the prince. I genuinely do not fancy him. As Meng Yulan opened the drawer, the brilliance of the contents nearly blinded Tang Zhujun. Each tier was filled with an array of exquisite jewelry, gold, silver, and precious gems of every kind. These are gifts bestowed upon me by my elders over the years. I have kept those I cherish here, Meng Yulan explained, closing the box and pushing it towards Tang Zhujun. I wish to gift these to you, to adorn you. May you and the prince enjoy a harmonious and blissful union. It is a token of my fondness for you, as well as an apology for the prince's undeserved plight. Tang Zhujun hastily declined, sister, I cannot accept this. Such valuable treasures were far too extravagant for her to accept. Please take them. I am but a fleeting presence in this world, Meng Yulan insisted. Though her family would keep a watchful eye on her, she was resolved. If hanging herself was not an option, she could resort to swallowing gold, and if that failed, she could choose starvation. Once her death was announced, it would serve as a testament of her unwavering devotion to him throughout this lifetime. As thoughts of her beloved consumed her, tears streamed down Meng Yulan's face. Tang Zhujun felt a heaviness in her heart, akin to being burdened by a stone. The disparities in their backgrounds, appearances, and upbringing, all of these factors had not contributed to Meng Yulan's pursuit of happiness, a thought that deeply pained her. Initially a mere observer in this unfolding drama, she now realized Meng Yulan held genuine affection for her, even contemplating the bequeathal of her treasured jewelry before her demise. This sentiment left Tang Zhujun feeling profoundly indebted. Thus, she retrieved a handkerchief to dry Meng Yulan's tears, speaking softly, sister, do not see our why. As the decree has yet to be issued, if you truly do not wish to wed the prince, I will help you devise a plan. She had never felt indebted to anyone, particularly unable to tolerate such heartfelt expressions of affection. Yet Meng Yulan appeared skeptical, self-deprecatingly remarking, at present, there seems to be no retreat. Nevertheless, I am grateful to you, it is merely regrettable that I did not meet you sooner. Enough, it is not the time for despair. Allow me to speak. Chapter 41. A heart for another. Meng Yulan, despite her evident resignation, remained unconvinced by Tang Zhujun's words. I understand your intentions are well-meaning, but you cannot grasp the gravity of imperial power. The emperor has spoken before so many, it is unlikely he would retract his words. Until a formal decree is issued, anything remains possible. Zhujun, may I call you that? Meng Yulan grasped her hand. I appreciate your concern, but dear fool, such words should not escape your lips. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is inherent to humanity, yet Tang Zhujun's involvement in Meng Yulan's affairs bore no benefit for her. This was precisely why Meng Yulan found herself increasingly fond of Tang Zhujun. Her reckless sincerity stood in stark contrast to the shackled and masked lives of their noble peers. If it were anyone else, I would not intervene, Tang Zhujun declared breathlessly, revealing her own plans to concoct a remedy for a grievous illness. Sister Meng, I shall give you the medicine. Meng Yulan stared at her in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such audacious thoughts. After a moment, she offered a bitter smile. Zhujun, you are truly naive. If you give me the medicine, what will become of you? It was inconceivable for both to suffer from the same affliction. Suspicion would inevitably arise. I have another reason, Tang Zhujun replied, having deliberated over her options and settling on a shared fate with Meng Yulan. What reason? That I cannot divulge at present, but rest assured, I shall emerge unscathed. She was not a maiden, and that fact alone could be her salvation. Meng Yulan, however, would not relent. No, that is your means of survival. I refuse to accept it. Even if we evade the Duke of Jin this time, we cannot escape the scrutiny of others. Moreover, she offered a wry smile. Zhujun, how does your family treat you? Very well. Tang Zhujun replied without hesitation. You know my past reputation, yet my father and elder brother have always been kind to me, never abandoning me. She harbored deep gratitude for that, despite her past being of no concern to her. I envy you even more. I wondered how you could possess such a fervent and innocent disposition. Indeed, it must be due to your family's indulgence. Yet I have heard that you are quite favored in the Meng Duke's household as well. This statement was half-truth, half-comfort. The truth was that among the unmarried girls in the Meng Duke's residence, Meng Yulan received the most favorable treatment, a fact known by all. The comfort stemmed from Tang Zhujun's earlier observation of the Duke's sycophantic demeanor towards the Duke of Jin, revealing the superficiality of such favor. You speak correctly. I am favored, and compared to my sisters, I have little cause for complaint, Meng Yulan admitted. But should I fall ill, I would become a source of shame for my parents, burdening my mother. She has already endured so much. In the fierce competition for favor among the wives and concubines of affluent families, Tang Zhujun, though inexperienced, understood the dynamics at play. But sister, if you were to die, would that not affect your mother as well? At least death would bring an end to my suffering, Meng Yulan lamented, each day is a torment. I think of him, so desperately. Tang Zhujun wished to ask why, if she longed so deeply, she did not flee to seek him. A 6-year-long, sunless yearning was beyond her comprehension. Yet she understood that her modern perspective could not be expected of Meng Yulan. She felt a profound sympathy for her. Had Meng Yulan dared to act as her past self had, it would likely be her family who would first seek her demise. Meng Yulan was correct. Should her union with the Duke of Jin materialize, it would betray her longing and resolve, yet if it did not occur, she would still fail her parents and burden her mother with further anguish. Why must it be so difficult? If Meng Yulan found herself at an impasse, what of the Duke of Jin? Sister! Tang Zhujun exclaimed, what of the Duke of Jin? If he opposes this union, would it not absolve you of any connection? At worst, you would face a few taunts, but given your reputation and the Duke's notoriety, sympathy would ultimately fall in your favor. Meng Yulan gazed at Tang Zhujun, utterly bemused by the wealth of ideas contained within her youthful mind. A spirit unconfined, how enviable it was. Tang Zhujun stroked her chin thoughtfully. Let me ponder how we might persuade the Duke of Jin to withdraw. It was likely he wished to curry favor with the Emperor. Defying the Emperor would be a daunting task. They seemingly had no leverage to sway the Duke's heart. Meng Yulan regarded her. Zhujun, do you know the Duke of Jin well? Tang Zhujun, she knows him well enough, not extensively, but did his daughter not suffer from poor health previously? Now she is under my care, a most endearing child. Is she the young lady who accompanied you yesterday? Indeed. It is evident she holds you in great affection. Yes, affection is mutual, much like the bond between you and me. Did we not find an instant rapport? Tang Zhujun smiled. In truth, by age, I am the elder. I am 20 this year, yet I feel you embody the role of an elder sister. Meng Yulan chuckled softly. I am delighted to have met you in these final moments, Zhujun. These are all treasures I cherish, gifted to one I hold dear, please accept them. She pushed the items towards Tang Zhujun. Before I depart this world, I wish to find them a new master. Also, I am not entirely selfless. I have a request of you. I cannot accept these gifts, and you must not perish. However, you may share your needs with me. Did I not mention that we will devise a plan regarding the Duke of Jin? If I can manage to outmaneuver him, how much more so can you, with your intelligence? Her words were somewhat boastful. Her earlier success had been born of coercion and temptation from the Duke, yet, in this moment of encouragement for Meng Yulan, a little bravado was permissible. The maid who accompanied you earlier, named Lzu, is the daughter of my wet nurse. She has attended to me since childhood. Meng Yulan said. She harbors many letters of mine. Tang Zhujun immediately comprehended the significance of those letters, her eyes misting with emotion. This ardently devoted girl. Please keep them safe for me, for I fear they may be discovered and implicate her, Meng Yulan implored. When he returns to the capital one day, deliver them to him, so he may know that Meng Yulan has never betrayed him, not ever. As she spoke of the one who occupied her heart so deeply, tears streamed down Meng Yulan's face. Fate is indeed capricious. They were childhood sweethearts, well matched in status, with their mothers being close friends. She had overheard her mother privately inquire whether she wished to marry him. How she wished for that. To marry him was her lifelong dream. For him, she aspired to be the best woman she could be. Yet, before the marriage could be finalized, calamity struck his family, leading to their exile to the frontier, and thereafter, silence reigned. Chapter 42, granting you 1 year. Chapter 42. Listening to her recount the events, Tang Zhujun found herself utterly perplexed. 6 years ago, her previous incarnation had yet to arrive in the capital. Even had she done so, it was unlikely that she would have taken interest in such matters, unless there was an exceptionally handsome young gentleman involved. Yet, something felt amiss. Exile did not preclude communication, so why had there been no word from him all these years? Had he perhaps passed away? This was a thought she dared not voice aloud, and instead, she delicately inquired, Sister, has he never written to you? Not at all, Meng Yulan replied. He is a man of remarkable restraint and pride, undoubtedly wishing to spare me any burden. Yet in my heart, he is the sole occupant. To be wed to another would be a fate I cannot endure. Alas, it was a tragic plight for the two star-crossed lovers. Tang Zhujun felt a sense of unease, for unlike herself, Meng Yulan had no family to provide her with unwavering support. Any trouble that befell her would first reach her kin. Thus, they needed to approach the Prince of Jin for assistance. However, she found herself devoid of any leverage against him, which only deepened her distress. Meng Yulan grasped Tang Zhujun's hand tightly. His name is Zhang Beihan, the heir to the Wuyan Marquisate. On the day he returns to the capital, dear sister, please convey to him that my heart belongs solely to him. Present him with my letters, so he may understand that Yulan is his in life and in death. Sister Meng, please, do not speak thus, Tang Zhujun urged. It has not reached such dire straits, truly it hasn't. You must live, no matter how arduous it may be, only then might you have the chance to reunite with the one you cherish. Once a life is extinguished, all else is lost. In that moment, Tang Zhujun found herself at a loss for solutions, and after a moment's hesitation, she proposed, Sister Meng, it was the Prince of Jin who brought me here. Perhaps we should invite him in and speak candidly, revealing that your heart is already claimed, and inquire how he intends to proceed. Meng Yulan was taken aback. How could we ask the prince for guidance in such a matter? He has committed no wrong, that in truth, my demise would be deeply unfair to him. If word of this were to spread, he would certainly acquire a reputation for being a husband who brings misfortune. Especially since she wished for death, while Tang Zhujun sought to evade a wretched fate. Combined, who would dare marry the Prince of Jin thereafter? No, Tang Zhujun contended. I believe he is not unreasonable, let us speak to him honestly, otherwise, should 2 lives be lost, it would reflect poorly upon him as well. Is it not better to resolve this amicably? Meng Yulan felt an instinctive sense of disquiet regarding the entire situation but found herself rendered mute by Tang Zhujun's fervor. Tang Zhujun summoned the Prince of Jin into the room. Meng Yulan knelt upon the floor, refusing to rise despite Tang Zhujun's attempts to assist her. She merely bowed her head, accepting whatever judgment the prince might bestow. The Prince of Jin made no effort to bid her rise, disregarding Tang Zhujun's frantic gestures, his eyes seemingly impervious to her plight. Speak, he commanded coldly. Before him, Meng Yulan found it impossible to declare that her heart was already possessed. Were this to reach her father's ears, the consequences would be dire. It was Tang Zhujun who could not contain herself, exclaiming, Your Highness, regarding the matter of marriage, silence, I did not ask you, the prince interrupted. Tang Zhujun fell silent, seething inwardly. Meng Yulan bowed her head, struggling to articulate, Your reputation is illustrious, and yet, I am unworthy to stand beside you. Tang Zhujun chimed in, I am equally unworthy. The Prince of Jin sneered, You are aware of your own notoriety. His words were directed at Tang Zhujun. How unfortunate it was for such a fine man to possess such a sharp tongue. The Prince of Jin turned back to Meng Yulan, stating, If you are unwilling, then go before the emperor and refuse the marriage. Meng Yulan fell silent, while Tang Zhujun thought, had men and women been treated equally, it would have been simple enough. However, the reality was that women were at a severe disadvantage, and circumstances did not permit such actions. Your Highness, Tang Zhujun pressed against the prince's frigid gaze, swallowing hard. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Tang Zhujun, do you believe I have ever been picky about my food? How dare you? For a prince of such stature to be so indiscriminate. The blessings of thunder and rain are the sovereign's grace, the Prince of Jin replied icily. Whether it is sweet or not is not for the chosen to decide. Tears cascaded from Meng Yulan's eyes onto the tiles below. Did she not understand this truth? Just as Tang Zhujun was about to unleash a torrent of invective upon the prince, he continued, You both have 1 year. Should you wish to refuse the marriage, you must rely on your own abilities. A year? Both Tang Zhujun and Meng Yulan stared in astonishment at the Prince of Jin. He turned his back to them, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his voice like shattered ice. Before May of next year, the emperor will not bestow any marriage. Why? Tang Zhujun questioned, her disbelief palpable. Yet Meng Yulan bowed in gratitude, Thank you, Your Highness. With nearly a year left, hope flickered within her. She had previously heard whispers that the case involving the Woyan Marquis had shown signs of new developments, and the emperor's stance had shifted slightly. Consumed by despair, she felt as if darkness were swallowing her whole before dawn. Before that time, you two must either convince the emperor to change his mind or obediently marry into the prince's household. Should you dare to act in a manner that tarnishes the prince's reputation, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The prince's words were heavy, laden with icy resolve. What a wretched man, what a vile attitude. Who was afraid of whom? Were it not for his granting them a year's reprieve, Tang Zhujun would have spat in his face, yet Meng Yulan sincerely thanked the Prince of Jin once more, bowing 3 times. A year, she did not expect to change much, but she hoped her beloved would return to the capital to grant her more time. Even if death were the outcome, she wished to meet it with grace and without regret. Will you not accompany me? The Prince of Jin urged. Wait, Tang Zhujun interjected. Sister Meng may face difficulties due to today's events. We must first devise a plan to help her navigate this hurdle. I command you to leave, the prince responded sharply. He was a man, and there were women who, in their desperation to avoid marriage to him, would go so far as to take their own lives. His patience had already been tested, and offering a year was an act of great mercy. Must you be so fierce, Meng's sister? Tang Zhujun quickly suggested. You could say that my reputation is poor, and you do not wish to share a husband with me. However, having met me today, you have realized that the outside world is rife with misinformation, and thus you have come to terms with it. How does that sound? The Prince of Jin scoffed. Meng Yulan urged, Sister, you should leave, do not provoke the prince's wrath. That I can manage my own affairs and will not burden you. The prince's reputation was even more tarnished, her unwillingness to marry him would likely carry more weight. He cast a penetrating gaze at her, and Meng Yulan felt an icy chill sweep over her, as if all her innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. The Prince of Jin was truly formidable. He escorted Tang Zhujun back. Though she was no longer as flustered as she had been upon arrival, she remained rigid in her seat. When the Prince of Jin attempted to lift her down, she remained stiff as a board. You are as stiff as a plank. Have you used all your courage to oppose me? He scolded. You just realized that. Tang Zhujun retorted, feeling the ache in her thighs intensify. Before the Prince of Jin, she cast aside any pretense of decorum. After all, he had witnessed all her embarrassing moments, and now she walked like a waddling duck. The Prince of Jin sighed, return and apply some ointment. Suddenly, Tang Zhujun turned back, Your Highness, considering I assisted you in the dead of night, might you grant me a single pill? What sort of pill? He inquired, bemused. Are you not a physician? Chapter 43. The prophecy concerning Tang Zhujun. I desire a pill for reassurance. Tang Zhujun gazed at him. Is the 1 year period you mentioned genuine? The Prince of Jin replied, Get inside before my wrath is unleashed. Tang Zhujun, taken aback, thought, fine, I concede. I cannot best him. However, after taking just a few steps, she heard him say, "My grandmother has passed away, and I shall observe a year of mourning for her." Ah. Tang Zhujun felt genuinely embarrassed, stammering, "I'm sorry, I was unaware." Although the Prince of Jin could be despicable at times, such as in his impure intentions to marry her, he was, as a prince, not devoid of cunning. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Ultimately, he was, on the whole, a decent person. The fact that he chose to mourn for his grandmother, despite not being obligated to, spoke volumes of his deep affection. "My condolences," Tang Zhujun remarked, "death is irreversible." In truth, when one departs, it does not signify the end of all. They transform into stars in the heavens, watching over us, that whenever you think of those who have passed, gaze upon the brightest stars in the sky. They are your loved ones. Goodness, what nonsense was she spouting? Such was her tendency to ramble when feeling flustered. After all, the prince was no child, yet the Prince of Jin took her words to heart, tilting his head to observe the night sky. After a prolonged silence, he replied, "You may go inside, I shall remain here, watching over you." A sudden warmth enveloped her. The wounded demon king had become more amiable. Sighing, Tang Zhujun returned home, tossing and turning restlessly in bed. With an injury to her leg and burdens on her mind, she found sleep elusive and decided to rise and prepare a meal. Tang Mingfan discovered 2 large food boxes prepared for the day and cheerfully remarked, "June, you've worked hard. There was no need to prepare so much, you've only benefited others. Just look at Scholar Su, who prides himself on his refinement, refusing to brew tea unless it is made with the snow from the plum blossoms, yet he is quick to snatch up pig's stomach and trotters." Observing her father's self-satisfied demeanor, Tang Zhujun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Father, this is yours, and this one is for you to take to the Prince of Jin." The Prince of Jin? He could hardly believe his ears. Han Ti, his daughter, just vehemently declared her disinterest in marrying the prince upon her return yesterday. Although puzzled, he nonetheless felt a sense of pride, whispering to himself, "Indeed, she is my daughter. Wealth cannot corrupt her." Yet today, Tang Zhujun seemed to have changed her mind. Children shouldn't be so fickle, should they? Noticing the misunderstanding in her father's expression, Tang Zhujun clarified, "No, father, I haven't changed my mind. It's just unnecessary now. The prince said he would speak to the emperor and delay the marriage for another year. We should be grateful to him." The origins of the prince were shrouded in mystery, and no one seemed to know who his grandmother was, so she inadvertently revealed nothing. How can it be delayed for another year? Tang Mingfan found it hard to believe. He opened the food box meant for the prince and discovered 2 plates of buns, a small dish of pickles, and 2 bowls of rice porridge. Nothing more. Opening his own box, he found braised meat, eggs, and sheep's milk, with thin-skinned, juicy soup buns that were entirely different from the round, fluffy buns meant for the prince. His daughter certainly favored him the most, yet, would the prince be angered? He hoped it wouldn't be too apparent. As he opened his mouth to speak, Tang Zhujun interjected, "Father, the prince is currently observing a fast. These are vegetarian buns." "A fast?" "Yes, so you need not worry, just deliver them to him." "Very well, but June, what about you and the Prince of Jin?" "Nothing of the sort. It is utterly impossible." "Oh." After the court session concluded, Tang Mingfan sought to dine with the prince. The prince appeared somewhat surprised but did not refuse. Once he tasted the vegetarian breakfast Tang Zhujun had specially prepared for him, a flicker of warmth blossomed in his heart. She had remembered the words he spoke the previous night. Having finished his meal, the prince expressed his gratitude to Tang Mingfan and then rose to see the emperor. "Your grandmother has passed away?" The emperor appeared somewhat taken aback, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. Wang Fu replaced the cold tea before the emperor with hot tea, making no sound, and then quietly withdrew to eye in the expansive study. Only the father and son, along with Wang Fu, remained. Wang Fu had served the emperor since his time in the palace, and after many years, his position was firmly established, making him one of the most trusted aides of the emperor. "Yes," the Prince of Jin lowered his gaze. "Your grandmother has nurtured you, and I consent." "Thank you, father." After a brief silence, the emperor continued, "Your royal consort and secondary consorts have all been meticulously selected by me. Although the marriage cannot be conferred for another year, I do not wish for any further complications. Father, as for Meng Yulan, that is one matter," the prince stated, "but I truly do not comprehend why you would bestow Tang Zhujun upon me." Both Meng Yulan and Tang Zhujun were reluctant to marry him. However, he felt particularly aggrieved towards Tang Zhujun, harboring a near rebellious notion. If she did not wish to wed, then neither would he compel her. Hence, today, he intended to extricate Tang Zhujun from this arrangement. He was a proud man, how could he force a woman? The emperor replied, "In truth, I have met her, though she has forgotten." At that time, the emperor had seen Tang Mingfan return home after a visit to his family, appearing gaunt and haggard, and he wished to understand the cause. However, when the emperor inquired, Tang Mingfan merely said there was nothing amiss. The emperor felt something was off, and in disguise, he ventured to the Tang residence. At that moment, Tang Zhujun was at home, causing a ruckus due to her pregnancy, demanding to go outside, with both Granny He and Xiao Er unable to restrain her. When Tang Baixian slapped her, she collapsed to the ground and refused to rise. Tang Mingfan wept helplessly nearby. "She is pregnant?" The Prince of Jin could scarcely believe his ears. "Indeed. The child that Tang Baixian sired is, in fact, her offspring from another man while she was in the countryside." "But then, why would you still bestow her upon me, father?" "I was indeed furious at the time and contemplated punishing her severely. However, Tang Mingfan and his son implored me earnestly. After returning to the palace, I remained incensed, pondering how such a woman could exist, and I smashed several teacups in my rage." At that moment, Master Hong En arrived. Master Hongyan was the abbot of the great Shangwa temple, revered and respected. When no one believed in the emperor's potential, he had prophesied that the latter would one day ascend to greatness. After the emperor's ascension, he frequently invited the master to the palace. Seeing the emperor in a melancholy state, Master Hongyan inquired about the cause. The emperor, eager to unburden himself, recounted the incident. Master Hongyan remarked, "Is she the daughter of Lord Tang?" Indeed, the emperor ground his teeth in frustration. "Then may I ask, how many daughters does Lord Tang have?" "Only this one. She was raised in the countryside, hence her unruliness." "There is no need for concern, Your Majesty, that girl merely lacks an opportunity. After she turns 20, her fate will transform." Chapter 44 Wang Fu's misguided assistance. The emperor, filled with skepticism, ultimately relegated the matter to the recesses of his mind. "You see, she has just turned 20 this year," he remarked to Prince Jean. "The young lady you behold now is indeed a stark contrast to the rumors that circulate. I find myself increasingly convinced of Master Hongyan's profound insight, even concerning the past between your mother and me. He foresaw it all. It appears there were deeper reasons at play. Had she not borne a child, I would have considered bestowing her upon you as a formal consort. The Tang family, particularly Tang Mingfan and his son, are invaluable ministers." Aware of the undeserved misfortune that had befallen Tang Baixin, the emperor admired his fortitude and steadfastly defended him against counsel to the contrary. "Now that Tang Zhujun has undergone a remarkable transformation, and for no other reason than her preservation of Yanran, I feel I owe your mother an explanation, lest I be unable to face her in the afterlife." Tears glimmered in the emperor's eyes. "Let her serve as your secondary consort. May her fortunate fate protect both you and Yanran. I, too, am but a father who wishes for the safety and prosperity of his children." "Father!" Prince Jean lifted his robe and knelt. "Your heartfelt intentions are deeply etched in my soul. Rise, for I cannot help but think of your mother." Yet Prince Jean did not immediately stand. "Father, I comprehend your good intentions. However, Tang Zhujun has, after all, borne another's child." What could he possibly say? Tang Zhujun harbored a profound aversion towards him, utterly disinterested in his company. At that moment, Wang Fu interjected, "Miss Tang grew up in the countryside, unattended and thus strayed onto a misguided path. I observed her genuine affection for Miss Yanran yesterday. Even more remarkable is that the young lady reciprocates her feelings. Your Highness, forgive my impertinence, but securing a good maternal figure for Yanran through a secondary consort is truly worthwhile." The emperor cast a glance at him and chuckled, "You old rascal, it's rare to see you meddling in affairs. Speak honestly, did you receive a gift from the Tang family?" Prince Jean was equally astonished. When had Wang Fu ever advocated for someone, especially on such a sensitive matter as marriage? Should Tang Zhujun falter in the future, the emperor would surely hold him accountable. "So why did he speak up?" Wang Fu laughed. "Your Majesty, even if I were to accept gifts, I could not possibly accept anything from Lord Tang. You know well that I personally supplement the imperial kitchen to ensure they prepare fine breakfasts for Lord Tang. To imply otherwise is to paint me a greater victim than Doi." The emperor chuckled reproachfully, "You old fool, do you think you can play tricks in front of me? Do not evade the truth. Why do you advocate for Tang Zhujun? Could it be that you have grown fond of her?" The jest about Wang Fu dining at Tang Mingfan's table had become a well-known quip, and the emperor was aware of it. Prince Jean silently absorbed their exchange. Wang Fu bowed. "Indeed, no thought escapes your keen perception. I genuinely wish to speak in favor of Miss Tang, for she possesses both beauty and a kind heart." "Oh? Pray tell," the emperor inquired with interest. "Your Majesty, at yesterday's Dragon Boat Festival feast, I was compelled to bring my insignificant wife along." "You mean your lady wife?" "Precisely. I am aware of this matter," the emperor replied, gesturing towards Wang Fu and advising Prince Jean, "I must caution you to never offend Wang Fu. He is a man who harbors grudges." It turned out that Wang Fu had been castrated at the tender age of 7 and had since cut ties with his family out of resentment. However, his parents had been driven to this choice by their dire circumstances. For over 20 years, Wang Fu had not communicated with his family, who presumed him dead. By the time their fortunes had improved, with ample arable land, they had become a modestly prosperous household. Wang Fu's mother, filled with longing and remorse for her son, arranged for him a bride, a frail young girl who had fled famine, acquired for a measure of rice, who would eventually become Madame Wang. Though Madame Wang was aware of her husband's background, she humbly endured ridicule and dutifully cared for her in-laws and managed household affairs. Later, when Wang Fu's brother came to the capital for the imperial examination and recognized him, he bore an uncanny resemblance to their father. A series of events led to Wang Fu reconciling with his family. The entire Wang family journeyed to the capital to visit, bringing Madame Wang with them. It was during this visit that Wang Fu first laid eyes on his considerably younger wife. Despite lingering estrangement, Wang Fu discovered that his family had not taken advantage of him, and even his brother, who could have remained in the capital, chose a distant post to prevent any insinuations of favoritism. Wang Fu was ultimately moved by their sacrifices. Logically, he would have looked down upon Madame Wang. With his current status, he could have attracted countless suitors, yet, fate works in mysterious ways, and he gradually found himself falling for her, even beseeching the emperor to grant her a title. Thus, the emperor understood the significance of Madame Wang in his life. Wang Fu continued, "You are aware that she is not one to grace the halls of high society, yet upon returning yesterday, she incessantly extolled the virtues of Miss Tang, lamenting so much that I am now utterly fatigued. I wondered why you seemed different today. It appears you were merely trying to curry favor with your wife." The emperor laughed heartily. "I believe your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. Prince Jean thought to himself, Tang Zhujun, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that your own ill-conceived kindness has led to this predicament. Should Tang Zhujun be aware, she would surely feel wronged. She had done nothing more than adhere to the most basic of courtesies. Does one not realize that good intentions can lead to unfortunate outcomes? Thus, Prince Jean returned empty-handed. He did not spare Tang Zhujun from recounting the entire saga. Tang Zhujun responded, what are you staring at? I am contemplating which wall would be suitable for me to crash into. Prince Jean retorted, since this is of your own making, henceforth, behave yourself. Do not let me discover any further entanglements with unsavory individuals. Until you possess the means to annul this engagement, our fates are intertwined. Tang Zhujun smacked her forehead. Oh no, I forgot. I am out of medicine. Why am I babbling on with you? I must go prepare some. In a world so vast, making money reigns supreme. Recently, business at Qingfun's establishment had flourished, and the demand for medicine had surged. With the prospect of profit, who cares for men, Prince Jean could only stare in disbelief. At that moment, Yanran emerged from the room, giggling, and upon witnessing his grim countenance, she inquired in surprise, Father, what troubles you? Nothing, Prince Jean gritted through his teeth. It remained unclear how Meng Yulan had explained the situation to her family, but this matter had seemingly been laid to rest. Upon hearing Meng Yulan's arrival, Tang Zhujun was overjoyed and rushed to greet her, saying, Sister Meng, you have come. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Yulan smiled and remarked, actually, I have come today without any urgent business. Chapter 45 of the threat from Prince Jean. It turned out that Meng Yulan sought Tang Zhujun's assistance to deliver something to Jiang Beihan. I had long intended to do this, yet I found myself devoid of any capable companions, Meng Yulan remarked with self-deprecation. Although Zhu is eager to help, she is merely a sheltered girl and cannot offer much assistance. Moreover, the more individuals who were aware of this matter, the greater the peril. She simply could not confide in outsiders. I recognized that this request might be somewhat excessive. Meng Yulan lowered her gaze, but honestly, you are my only option. Tang Zhujun hesitated initially, as she was reluctant to become embroiled in such affairs. She was still unclear about the reasons behind Jiang Beihan's past condemnation. What if her involvement inadvertently implicated her family? Once bold and fearless, she now felt the weight of responsibility due to the 3 men in her household. I fear he might resent me for not having contacted him all these years. I am impatient and yearn for him to know my true feelings immediately. Tang Zhujun grasped that Meng Yulan intended to send something under her own name, that made it less daunting. Very well, it is merely a matter of finding someone to deliver a package, she readily agreed. Meng Yulan expressed her profound gratitude. Should there be any news from that side, please do inform me. Of course, Tang Zhujun resolved to discreetly inquire further. Meng Yulan did not linger, stating, my family is quite strict with me. I was only allowed to visit you today, so I must return promptly. Tang Zhujun escorted her to the door just as she lifted the curtain to allow Meng Yulan to pass. Tang Bai rushed in, nearly colliding with her. Tang Bai froze momentarily, then blushed deeply as he repeatedly apologized. He stood with his head lowered, obscuring his expression, yet his earlobes betrayed his embarrassment. Tang Zhujun found the situation amusing, realizing her elder brother was surprisingly bashful. Meng Yulan, too, had not anticipated such a near encounter with a male stranger. While the gender segregation here was not overly stringent, the close call still left her flustered, and she blushed as she greeted, I apologize for my recklessness, esteemed Tang. Tang Zhujun steadied her, playfully chiding, what has gotten into you today, brother? Why the sudden rush back? Tang Bai replied, I forgot to bring an official document. I will head in first. You should see Meng Miss off. Not wishing to tease him further given his awkwardness, Tang Zhujun waited until she had seen Meng Yulan off before asking, oh, brother, how did you know she is Miss Meng? I haven't introduced you yet. Tang Bai stammered, I happened to see her once or twice in the past. Well, I am quite busy, so I must take my leave. With that, he hastily departed, clutching the document. Tang Zhujun mused to herself, is there truly such a need to be in such a rush? Could it be that her elder brother harbored feelings for sister Meng? Oh dear, upon further reflection, Meng Yulan would indeed make an impeccable match for him. Alas, her heart was already pledged to another, otherwise, she would have endeavored to unite the two, allowing Meng Yulan to become her sister-in-law, thus enabling her to enjoy the company of such a graceful, gentle, and genuine young lady daily. In that case, her refusal to marry would likely not invite rejection from Meng Yulan. Determined not to dwell on the matter, Tang Zhujun felt a pang of regret that nearly prompted her to slap her thigh in frustration. Meng Yulan herself was uncertain about what to send to Jiang Beihan. Tang Zhujun rummaged through her things, finding 2 old bundles, wrapping them in 2 layers, and then took some silver out to seek a courier. The capital was bustling and prosperous, with frequent trade in all directions, and there were individuals dedicated to such businesses. Thus, it required little effort for her to locate a suitable place, where she spent 20 taels of silver to arrange the express delivery. The young attendant smiled, assuring her, rest assured, when the recipient receives the item, you will receive a receipt. If the person cannot be found, the item will be returned, though the silver will not be refunded. Tang Zhujun found the service satisfactory. She settled her recent expenses for cold dishes at the restaurant, totaling over 40 taels, bought meat and vegetables, and then returned home to prepare a meal. Lin Lin was teaching Yanran to read when Tang Zhujun arrived. The 2 little ones rushed over eagerly to help her carry the items. Tang Zhujun smiled, I brought you some snacks, let us wash our hands and enjoy them. However, do not overindulge, for if anyone neglects their lunch, there will be no more snacks in the future. The children both agreed, helping her organize the items before washing their hands to enjoy the treats, insisting that she eat first. Tang Zhujun observed the large characters Yanran had written, exclaiming, "You have written quite well." Linlin chimed in, "Better than what my aunt writes." Tang Zhujun laughed heartily, "Is that so? Then I must work harder." After all, her previous studies had not been in vain. Despite only a few months of practice, she could now recognize a considerable portion of the challenging characters. However, she was still not adept at wielding the soft brush for writing, a fact Linlin never hesitated to criticize. As they enjoyed their snacks, a knock echoed at the door. Xiaoer dashed to answer, soon returning with a hefty piece of pork weighing 7 or 8 pounds and 2 plump carp, announcing, "Miss, Changji said he wanted to treat us to a feast." Tang Zhujun was taken aback. Had it not been for the perfectly marbled pork that she longed to turn into braised meat, she would have ignored him altogether. To her surprise, Prince Jean also appeared at noon for the meal. Yanran and Linlin rushed to embrace his legs, causing Tang Zhujun to feel a twinge of envy. She was tirelessly tending to 2 little ones at home, earning their affection, yet what had Prince Jean done to enjoy the same treatment? How infuriating. In her annoyance, she adopted a sarcastic tone. Does the prince not understand the concept of maintaining distance? I am well aware, unlike you, who is utterly illiterate, Prince Jean replied, his expression unchanged. Tang Zhujun gritted her teeth in frustration, yet, Prince Jean continued, you belong to me, there is no need for such caution, you are now subject to the household regulations of the Jean manor. I believe that if you continue to look at me with such eyes, it may be necessary for me to send 2 governesses to instruct you on proper conduct. The mention of governesses carrying wooden rulers was particularly vexing. In a moment of spite, Tang Zhujun seized a handful of salt and tossed it into Prince Jin's bowl of soup. That mischievous scoundrel, she placed the soup before him, lingering nearby under the pretense of serving others, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Prince Jin lifted the bowl and took a sip, immediately furrowing his brow, yet he maintained his composure as he addressed Tang Zhujun, this bowl of soup is a reward for you. Tang Zhujun was left speechless. I am your master. It is a reward for you, you ought to express your gratitude, Prince Jin insisted. Tang Zhujun was seething with indignation, thinking, how dare he act superior while mooching off her, I owe you nothing. Chang Ji, devouring the braised meat, burst into laughter. Prince, Jun, why are you two behaving so oddly today, exchanging playful banter? Tang Zhujun wished she could pour that bowl of soup over Prince Jin's head. Chapter 46, The grandmother's assault. He resides by the seaside, yet meddles so excessively. As for her marriage, her own family has yet to voice their opinions. What business is it of Prince Jin? The prince himself had not anticipated that Chang Ji would speak out, and feeling somewhat awkward, he turned to Tang Zhujun and said, another bowl of soup, please. Tang Zhujun paid him no heed and entered, taking the 2 children to have their meal. Just as Prince Jin was about to leave, she intercepted him, I have something to discuss with you. Chang Ji interjected, alright, I shall take my leave first, you two can converse at your leisure. By the way, I, Lao Chang, still do not comprehend when you two began your entanglement. Get lost, hurry and go. This time, Tang Zhujun and Prince Jin shared an unexpectedly fierce glare. We are merely pretending. Tang Zhujun declared to Prince Jin, requesting that he cease with the pretense. Since it is merely an act, there is no need for any semblance of discretion, Prince Jin replied coolly. Today, having left Tang Zhujun in a state of disarray, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Very well, I concede your point. Tang Zhujun acknowledged that the art of argument required one to perform well in the moment. Today, she had not been at her best, and she accepted her defeat. She would seek to reclaim victory another day. Prince Jin smirked. There is indeed one truth, the Jin prince's household has its own code of conduct and a matron to instill proper behavior. With that, without waiting for Tang Zhujun to respond, he departed. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, where is her laxative? She mused, next time, she would administer a stronger dose to him. She, the good person, had merely been delayed by her verbosity. Direct action was the key. Those who were resolute spoke little. As Prince Jin exited the Tang residence, he felt quite pleased, yet his elation was short-lived as he was soon confronted. He narrowed his eyes towards Ruan Anrua, emanating a chilling aura, his gaze dark and foreboding, revealing an undercurrent of frost. Ruan Anrua could not help but shiver. She was brimming with disparaging remarks about Tang Zhujun, yet at that moment, her words caught in her throat, leaving her utterly speechless. In a state of panic, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Your Highness, I. Prince Jin cast a condescending glance her way. Ruan Anrua trembled, unable to utter another word. He did not linger, hastily exiting. Your Highness. Ruan Anrua seized the opportunity, unwilling to let it slip away, and summoned all her strength to call out. Prince Jin turned his head. The courage Ruan Anrua had mustered evaporated under his icy gaze, leaving her weak and crumpled on the ground. Xiaoer, brimming with excitement, approached Tang Zhujun. Miss, I just went out to fetch water, and you won't believe what I saw. Tang Zhujun, preparing for a midday rest, had just reflected on her earlier battle, feeling utterly disheartened by her performance. Arguing was truly gratifying only when one emerged victorious in the moment. Revisiting the encounter afterward only deepened her sense of loss. Thus, when she heard Xiaoer's exuberant tone, she languidly inquired, did you find some silver? More exhilarating than finding silver. Xiaoer replied. Did you discover gold, then? Miss, you've hit the jackpot. Xiaoer exclaimed, I just witnessed Ruan Anrua being humiliated before Prince Jin. How was she humiliated? Tang Zhujun finally expressed some curiosity. She relished the misfortune of her 2-inch foes. Xiaoer animatedly recounted the earlier incident, embellishing the details. You should have seen it. Ruan Anrua could not utter a single word before the prince. I dare say she nearly soiled herself in fear. Oh, Tang Zhujun replied, somewhat disinterested, there was no substantial harm done, after all, yet Xior continued to relish the moment, the prince is truly formidable. Miss, you have an eye for talent, once you wed into the prince's household, who would dare to bully you? I suspect Prince Jean would dare, Tang Zhujun retorted. Xior fell silent. Tang Zhujun scoffed, what skill is it to frighten legions on the battlefield? Intimidating women is hardly an accomplishment, humph. Though secretly pleased, she would never be swayed to utter a word of praise for Prince Jean. Days passed, and Tang Zhujun was in the courtyard, practicing martial arts with Xior and the two children. While Ling Ling was exceptionally earnest, the three women were nearly doubled over with laughter. All right, enough of the foolery. Xior, focus, you must protect your mistress should any trouble arise. Xior wore a pained expression. Her limbs were uncoordinated, making her training exceedingly difficult. Thus, when she heard a knock at the door, she leaped up as if salvation had arrived. Miss, I shall answer the door. Soon, a confused voice echoed from behind the screen. Old madam, whom do you seek? Is this not the residence of Tang Mingfan? As Tang Zhujun was still arranging Yan Ran's hair, she was struck by the sudden, oddly familiar voice, nearly dropping the red string in her hand. How had this old witch made her way to the capital? Indeed, it was none other than her grandmother, Songshur, who had tormented her previous incarnation during her childhood. Songshur had not come alone. She had brought along her maternal family's niece, Song Chuer. Speaking of this old hag, she was quite resourceful, arriving unannounced with a young girl in tow, both having journeyed such a great distance to reach the capital. Supported by Song Chuer, Songshur entered, and upon spotting Tang Zhujun, her face contorted in displeasure. Still the same foolish child, unable to even extend a proper greeting. Do you not recognize your own grandmother? Now nearing 60, she was gaunt yet sturdy, with high cheekbones that betrayed a sharp and acrid disposition. Song Chuer appeared to be around 16 or 17, shivering and shrinking, her clothing ill-fitting, revealing her wrists and ankles, while her eyes darted about restlessly, betraying her uneased. It seemed that heaven had deemed her too idle, sending her two intriguing challenges for her to contend with. Tang Zhujun crossed her arms. My grandmother resides in the countryside. You, old crone, dare impersonate her. Sure, do not hesitate to report this to the authorities. Chapter 47 of The Wrath of the Grandmother, Part 1. The Song matriarch was furious, exclaiming, where is your father? Bring him forth. How dare this wretched girl speak such nonsense with her eyes wide open? Her audacity knows no bounds. Lin Lin and Yanran, one on each side, grasped Tang Zhuyun's hands, their faces etched with confusion, yet their stance resolutely united against the outside world. At that moment, a coachman outside bellowed, where's the silver? Wasn't it agreed that payment would be made upon entering the capital? Upon hearing this, Tang Zhuyun felt as though her lungs might burst with fury. It seemed they had calculated the cost of her journey to the capital solely on her shoulders. There is none, take these two deceitful women directly to the magistrate. After a considerable uproar, Granny He had discreetly informed Tang Mingfan, who hastily returned home. Mother! What brings you here? Tang Mingfan exclaimed, astonished. The Song matriarch pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Zhuyun. This wretched girl does not recognize me. You must punish her, teach her a severe lesson. Mother, there must be some misunderstanding. It is only natural that Ayun, having not seen you for many years, would not recognize you. Natural, my foot, I raised her until she was 15. How dare she claim not to recognize me? The Song matriarch berated, her voice akin to that of a shrew. Tang Zhuyun leaned against the door, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. So it is indeed you, the one who withheld my silver, forcing me into a corner. Tang Mingfan shot her a warning glance. Ah Yun, refrain from speaking too much. Are you not feeling unwell? Shouldn't you go inside and rest? Tang Zhuyun had no intention of confronting the matter head-on. After all, in this era, filial piety governed all, and she was at a disadvantage in terms of status. She could only rely on her wits, not brute force. However, the Song matriarch was determined to assert her authority over Tang Zhuyun and would not let her off lightly. Make her come and bow to me in apology, or I shall lodge a complaint with the emperor, claiming you are unfilial. Tang Zhuyun was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity of it all, pointing towards the east. Go ahead, do it now. Let my father be dismissed from his position and let your parasitic descendants starve. Tang Mingfan's tone hardened slightly. Ah Yun, do not think that just because you are now the side consort of the Prince of Jin, you can show disrespect to your grandmother. Tang Zhuyun remained silent, but the Song matriarch was visibly taken aback, clutching Tang Mingfan's arm. What? What did you say, side consort? Who is the side consort? For the first time, Tang Zhuyun found the Prince of Jin rather endearing and straightened her posture. The side consort of the Prince of Jin is present. You should pay your respects, however, given your seniority, I shall let it slide. That was a close call. Had it not been for this identity, she would have surely been subjected to the whims of that old hag today. Father, well done. The Song matriarch was so shocked that she ceased her ruckus, and with Tang Mingfan as coaxing, she was led into the main hall. Upon returning to her own room, Tang Zhuyun felt a flicker of sympathy for her father. Being caught in the middle was no easy task, balancing between his own mother and his daughter, yet her heart ached for Tang Mingfan, as he had only scolded her outwardly, all the while siding with her in truth. This father of hers certainly had a clear mind. Yanran tugged at Tang Zhuyun's sleeve, interrupting her thoughts. Sister, I am so frightened, that wicked old woman is truly terrifying. Tang Zhuyun comforted her by grasping her hand. Do not be afraid. Your sister is here, besides, what is there to fear? You are the daughter of your father. At that moment, a question suddenly crossed her mind. The Prince of Jin was a royal prince. Should Yanran not be a princess, why was she not? Could it be due to her being a concubine's child? She pondered this quietly within her heart. However, it mattered little. The Prince of Jin was protective and genuinely cherished Yanran, which was more than enough. Lin clenched her small fists and declared, I hate her, I hate her. Given her understanding of her own origins, she likely knew how their grandmother had treated the previous incarnation. Tang Zhujun consoled her earnestly, saying, rest assured, if she intends to stay for a while, we can endure. But if she wishes to make this her permanent residence, my aunt will certainly not allow her to have her way. Her current concerns were twofold. Firstly, Tang Mingfan still harbored feelings for his mother, and secondly, the careers of the three men in the family. Being labeled as unfilial would be detrimental, and even the emperor's favoritism would not be of any help. You two stay here and be good, do not venture outside. I will eavesdrop and find out what she intends to do. Bending low, Tang Zhujun crept along the wall, positioning herself to listen through the window. I do not trust you lot, the Song matriarch said. You are not marrying when you should, and this household lacks a person to take charge. Do you think I wish to endure such hardships after traveling a great distance? I am still unable to let go of you. Tang Zhujun felt a wave of nausea wash over her. This old hag was truly a master of deceit. Her grandfather was still alive, albeit a pushover who listened to the matriarch without question. I brought Shui'er along because I think this child is quite good in every aspect. I intend for Baixin to marry her. Tang Zhujun cursed inwardly, feeling an overwhelming desire to scratch the old hag's face. The mere thought of her dashing brother standing beside that skinny, dark, and emaciated Song Shui'er made her feel nauseous enough to vomit. Fortunately, Tang Mingfan was perceptive and did not immediately acquiesce, smiling as he said, Mother, we can discuss future matters later. You have had a tiring journey, please rest first. Mother, I have matters to attend to at the magistrate's office. I will return shortly. Ayun, give the coachman 80 taels of silver and send him off. Tang Mingfan stepped out to find Tang Zhujun, who had already straightened up, exuding an air of noble elegance. Ayun, let us settle this first. Father understands your grievances, do not confront your grandmother directly. Whatever it is, wait until father returns to discuss it. He gently coaxed his daughter, and even though Tang Zhujun felt the urge to take her frustrations out on him, she could not bring herself to do so. She gritted her teeth and agreed. Tang Zhujun knew that this sum of silver was unavoidable, and after sending Tang Mingfan off, she begrudgingly produced the silver and slammed the door with a thunderous crash. The Song matriarch emerged from the room. Wretched girl, do you think after living so many years, I would still have to look to your face? After living so many years, you still haven't given me a chance to return home for mourning. Tang Zhujun. Upon hearing this, the Song matriarch was infuriated, collapsing to the ground in a fit of wailing. Oh, what a pitiful life I lead. I have raised my son with great difficulty, and now that he has achieved success, I thought I would finally enjoy some comfort. Tang Zhujun dug at her ears, a smirk playing on her lips. You can raise your voice even louder. The royal palace is just next door. Let them hear it and impeach my father, and it would be best if they stripped him of that ridiculous title, so he does not have to suffer daily. I would rather feel pity for him. The Song matriarch's voice almost immediately diminished, and she resorted to hurling venomous insults at Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun had initially wished to ignore her. However, seeing both children peeking through the door, she refused to indulge the Song matriarch any further. With a cold laugh, she said, You wish to bring up past grievances? Do you dare to mention the past to me? Are human flesh buns particularly delectable? The silver from her first sale had been pilfered by the Song matriarch. If she dared to mention that, she could not blame Tang Zhujun for being ungracious, yet, the Song matriarch believed she had seized upon Tang Zhujun's Achilles heel, declaring, Wretched girl, if you provoke me, I shall inform the prince of your past indiscretions, preventing you from becoming a side consort. Go ahead, do it now, Tang Zhujun scoffed. A family guilty of treason against the emperor deserves to be eradicated, and with so many accompanying me to the grave, I fear not death. The Song matriarch, being a provincial woman, was instantly cowed by the mention of eradication. Tang Zhujun continued, No, the prince is quite fond of me. He may very well spare my life. I shall bid you farewell at the execution grounds. The Song matriarch was so incensed that she nearly fainted. Chapter 48 The Grandmother of Duel, Part 2 Tang Zhujun is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Once a simpleton who was easy to control, she has now transformed into a slippery EEL. At that moment, Songsher found herself at a loss with Tang Zhujun, and seeing that she had no intention of offering assistance, turned around to scold Song Shui'er, You dim-witted child, why aren't you quick to help me? With that, she shot a fierce glare at Tang Zhujun before striding into the main house. Upon their arrival, Tang Mingfan had no choice but to yield the main room to them, squeezing himself alongside Tang Baixin, and his SONIT was exceedingly cramped, and soon Linlin came rushing back to squeeze in with Tang Zhujun. That night, as Tang Zhujun tucked the two children into bed, she noticed they were wide awake. What is the matter? She inquired. Auntie, I am hungry. Sister, I am also hungry, they chorused. Tang Zhujun sighed inwardly. From the moment Songsher crossed the threshold, she had resolved not to lift a finger to cook for the old witch. Thus, tonight's meal had been prepared by Granny He, reverting to the previous standard that left the entire family frowning at the table. Even Songsher expressed her disdain, complaining, What kind of rubbish is this? It's worse than what one would find in the countryside. Since her arrival, she had been full of complaints about the smallness of the house, the shabby furnishings, and now the absence of meat. Tang Zhujun retorted bluntly, Everything in the capital is expensive. If grandmother were to contribute a little, we could afford some meat. Songsher began to hurl insults, accusing Tang Mingfan of being heartless for not providing his own mother with meat. Now, she dared only to scold Tang Mingfan, for Tang Zhujun had no patience for her antics. Tang Mingfan responded, "Mother, you came in such haste that you were unable to prepare anything. Zhujun, tomorrow you should buy some meat to cook especially for grandmother." Tang Zhujun extended her hand. "Silver, the household's funds have already been given to the coachman, and I even borrowed 2 taels from shore. What remains is barely enough to get us by until the next payment." Tang Mingfan replied, "I still have a few taels of loose silver here, take it." This was money that Tang Zhujun had specifically placed in his pouch, insisting that a man of his stature should not be without any funds, despite not having a servant. She accepted it without hesitation, that if her father was soft-hearted towards grandmother, she would not hesitate to be hard-hearted in return. It was paramount to drive the old witch away first. Songshur continued to nag Tang Baixin about marriage, but he was not one to tolerate such nonsense and abruptly threw his chopsticks down and left. Tang Baixin still harbored resentment towards Songshur for the harm she had inflicted upon his sister all those years ago. His restraint in not flipping the table was already a testament to his patience. Excellent, there was an ally in the house. However, in her preoccupation with dealing with the old witch, Tang Zhujun had forgotten that the 2 children still needed to eat. "Wait, I will sneak off and boil a few eggs for you. Tomorrow, I will take you to the neighboring kitchen for a meal." The Wang residence next door was vacant during the day, and she could easily scrounge a meal there for Yanran, confident that the Jin Wang would not mind. The 2 little ones each devoured 2 soft-boiled eggs before finally drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Tang Zhujun woke early to prepare breakfast for Tang Mingfan to take to the palace. As he gazed at the large lion's head in the food box, he sighed silently. He understood that his daughter was deliberately putting her mother in a difficult position, but from her perspective, her actions were entirely justifiable. He had intended to suggest leaving the lion's head behind, but upon meeting his daughter's bright gaze, the words caught in his throat, and he simply took the food box and departed. Tang Zhujun yawned and returned to bed for a little more rest. The morning fare consisted only of thin porridge, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns, which Songshur consumed with evident displeasure, banging her utensils as Tang Zhujun pretended not to notice. After finishing her meal, Songshur demanded the household funds from Tang Zhujun, asserting that she would take charge of managing the household. "Very well, no problem at all." Tang Zhujun handed over more than 200 when along with the few taels of loose silver Tang Mingfan had given her the previous day, then took the 2 children out to play. If they could not eat well at home, they would venture out to dine. After enjoying breakfast, she took the children to buy supplies, then they had lunch at a tavern before returning home to rest. However, what she discovered upon her return left her astounded. The few pieces of somewhat decent furniture in her room had been moved to the main house, and the fabric previously given by the Jin Wang had also been scavenged by Songshur. Fortunately, Tang Zhujun had hidden her silver in the beams of the house to prevent theft, thus escaping disaster. Songshur, undeterred, proclaimed, "This household has been too unruly in the past. Shouldn't the good things come first to the elders? Clearly, a head of the household is needed." Song Chuyer stood beside her, dutifully massaging her back, behaving like a little maid. Tang Zhujun felt her blood boil with indignation. No, she must swiftly expel these 2. After returning to her room, Tang Zhujun pondered for a moment before saying to the 2 children upon waking, "Linlin, take Yanran to the yamen and inform grandfather that we will be having braised pork for dinner tonight and invite the Jin Wang as well." She had resolved to wield the power of the tiger through the fox. Though the Jin Wang was not without his flaws, he would suffice to intimidate a village woman like Songshur. Yanran was particularly thrilled, for this would be the first time her sister had actively invited their father to dinner. Linlin was equally excited, as it meant she could ride with him again. With joyful hearts, the 2 children set out. While Tang Zhujun approached Songshur extending her hand, she demanded silver. "What are you doing?" Songshur asked, her face contorted with displeasure. "To buy groceries. The Wang said he would come to see me tonight, and naturally, he must be provided with a meal." "Coming to see you tonight? What kind of rule is that? Is grandmother suggesting that I establish rules for the Wang?" Tang Zhujun replied with a smirk, "The Wang will come whenever he pleases. If grandmother does not wish to provide the money for groceries, just say so. I am too lazy to fuss over it. Should the Wang take offense later, whoever caused the trouble shall bear the consequences." Songshur was infuriated, but ultimately relented and handed over 2 strings of coins for her to buy groceries. "She invited me to dinner?" The Jin Wang's first reaction upon hearing this news was disbelief. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. She would invite him to dine. He could not fathom that there was no ulterior motive involved. "Indeed, father, if you have time, come early. Sister will prepare braised pork for you." Yanran chimed innocently. The Jin Wang hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. However, it would later prove that this decision was profoundly misguided, a choice he would regret. Chapter 49 The Disposable Tool. Prince Jin Tang Mingfan, having concluded a day filled with official duties, sat in his chair, massaging his shoulders and lost in thought. Recently, this should have been his most anticipated time. Upon returning home, his daughter would have prepared a sumptuous feast, and Linlin and Yanran would be waiting eagerly at the door, hand in hand, to greet him. However, with the arrival of his mother, a sense of hesitation crept in, and he even found himself reluctant to return home. Master Tang, Prince Jin entered the room. Tang Mingfan snapped back to reality. "Your Highness, you have not yet departed?" "I waited for you to join me," Prince Jin replied. Tang Mingfan was taken aback. Miss Tang mentioned that she had prepared braised pork today and invited me for dinner. Hearing this, Tang Mingfan felt like slapping his thigh in realization. What a brilliant idea he had overlooked. Just yesterday, in a moment of inspiration, he had suggested it, and today his daughter had acted upon it. This was splendid. His mother would feel a sense of reverence and would not dare to cause trouble, allowing the family to live a more comfortable life. Thus, Tang Mingfan warmly gestured, "Your Highness, please this way." If Prince Jean felt a nagging intuition that something was amiss, but he could not discern what it was. Initially, he intended to probe Tang Mingfan, but it seemed futile now, so he steeled himself and followed. To his surprise, he received an unprecedentedly warm welcome. From a distance, he spotted Tang Zhujun standing at the door, and he expected her to ignore him as she had in the past or to huff disdainfully, regarding him as merely a freeloader who had come for a meal. However, today was entirely different. Tang Zhujun appeared as though she might burst forth with flowers in hand, singing, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." She greeted him with a beaming smile and a courteous bow. Prince Jean instinctively reached out to steady her, fearing she might topple over. After all, he had never before experienced such treatment and was unaccustomed to it. Then he heard Tang Zhujun playfully admonish, "Your Highness, one must not disregard decorum. Please, do not behave in such a manner, for grandmother is present today." Prince Jean was left speechless. "What did I do? Speak properly to me, straighten your tongue." "Your Highness." Tang Zhujun inwardly berated him soundly, thinking to herself how he indeed appeared out of breath, yet she placed her hand on his arm. "I specially prepared braised pork for you. If you do not eat soon, it will grow cold." Tang Mingfan could no longer tolerate the farce. While self-preservation was important, was his daughter not being a tad excessive? Songshur had been watching from behind the door, and seeing the two act so intimately only deepened her wariness. However, she, feeling rather self-satisfied and believing herself to be quite presentable, greeted him with a smile that, in Song Jingyang's eyes, resembled that of a brothel madam welcoming guests. "Ah, it appears my esteemed grandson-in-law has arrived." Preposterous. Song Jingyang, who had long been unable to endure the situation but dared not speak out due to his fear of Tang Zhujun's formidable presence, finally found his opportunity. Prince Jean's expression darkened, a storm brewing. Songshur, being a simple countrywoman, was taken aback and shrank back in silence. Just as Tang Mingfan was about to speak, Tang Zhujun sweetly interjected, "Your Highness, grandmother is merely a country person. Let us not impose such rigid rules upon her." "Would you truly have to strike her 100 times? Your Highness, consider my feelings." If Prince Jean was still oblivious to the game being played, he would have wasted his life. He was not here merely as a diner, he was but a tool. It was likely that Tang Zhujun was relishing the thought of closing the door behind him, treating him as a mere royal convenience. With this in mind, he leaned closer to Tang Zhujun's ear and gritted his teeth. "I am showing you leniency, otherwise, I would have no qualms about slapping you 100 times. Songshur, indeed, there is an affair afoot. This little minx is truly a beguiling vixen." Having Prince Jean utterly enchanted, Tang Zhujun, "Your Highness, please don't." At that moment, Prince Jean lost all appetite for the meal. Not only did he lose his desire to eat, but he also felt nauseated at the thought of the food he had consumed the previous day. Tang Zhujun, not oblivious to the seething anger radiating from the man beside her, quickly called out, "Yanran, your father has arrived. Hurry and come out." Yanran, holding Lin Lin's hand, dashed out. Prince Jean's expression softened slightly. Tang Zhujun sighed in relief. How could she not have him under control? This was her strategy, using Yanran to command the prince, as clever as she was. During dinner, Tang Zhujun busied herself serving dishes to Prince Jean, nearly causing him digestive distress, as his expression remained grim throughout. Song Chuyer, serving at another table, often cast furtive glances this way, her cheeks flushing. Tang Zhujun noticed her gaze and deliberately maneuvered to block Tang Baixin, though Song Chuyer continued to steal glances, inciting Tang Zhujun's ire. When Prince Jean finished his meal and prepared to leave, Tang Zhujun accompanied him, grinning, "Your Highness, thank you. Do come again tomorrow." Having said this, she attempted to slip back inside to eat, for she was famished, yet, a firm grip seized her arm, preventing her escape. "Your Highness, know when to stop," Prince Jean coldly replied. "Should this occur again, there will be severe consequences," which meant, this time, he would let it slide. Tang Zhujun felt a rush of delight. "Rest assured, Your Highness, once is sufficient, you are merely a disposable prince. Fare thee well. Should you desire this treatment again tomorrow, I shan't be at your service." Prince Jean, reading her expressive countenance, felt a surge of indignation and stormed off in a huff. The effect of Prince Jean's visit to dinner was immediate. Songshur became considerably more subdued, at least refraining from ordering her about as she had before. Out of sight, out of mind, Tang Zhujun busied herself either taking the children out to play or retreating to her room to teach them. Following that day, Prince Jean did not visit for 4 or 5 consecutive days. He missed Yanran and sent Song Jingyang to fetch her, offering a few words of advice and sending her back with a gift. Upon learning that Yanran was Prince Jean's daughter, Songshur dared not act rashly, privately advising Song Chuyer, "You must learn to conduct yourself properly, the customs in this capital are indeed different. Do not be timid or clumsy, for it is clear you come from the countryside." In the countryside, it was unheard of to send one's daughter to be raised by her betrothed before marriage. One day, Tang Zhujun dispatched her 2 children next door to play while she calculated the month's earnings. Tang Mingfan and Tang Baixin's silver had been given to the old hag, which left her quite displeased. However, her own earnings from selling spices totaled several dozen taels, and Qing Feng's profits were even more impressive, amounting to 150 taels, adding up to nearly 200 taels altogether. In the village, she would undoubtedly be considered a wealthy woman, but in the capital, it was a different story. Even at her current earning pace, it would take 2 years to repay Prince Jean's debt. Not to mention, she longed for a larger house, a fine horse for Lin, and the opportunity for Lin to study under a great scholar. In this capital, while earning money was relatively easy, spending it was akin to water flowing away. "Is my cousin in?" Song Chuyer's voice called from outside. "Here, come in," Tang Zhujun replied, putting away her charcoal pencil and little black account book. Song Chuyer timidly entered, struggling for conversation, alternating between complimenting Tang Zhujun's beautiful attire and her looks. Tang Zhujun grew impatient and, scratching her ear, said, "The children will be back shortly. If you have something to say, please do so directly." Chapter 50 of The Prince Engages in Self-Castration daily. Song Chuyer then spoke. I think the prince is rather good," Tang Zhujun responded. "Rather good? In what way, what makes him good? However, she maintained a composed facade, feigning shyness as she replied, he is acceptable, I suppose. Song Chuyer flushed crimson. Tang Zhujun remarked, Nanny, why are you blushing when I praise my man? Song Chuyer stammered, I heard that marrying the prince requires bringing along a maid of honor. Cousin, have you prepared for this? Is it show or is one enough? Not enough, why not add another? Surprisingly, Tang Zhujun discerned a hint of meaning from Song Chuyer's expression. This matter had turned intriguing. Wasn't she originally intent on her brother? For days, Tang Zhujun had been pondering how to resolve this issue. Allowing Song Chuyer to become her sister-in-law was absolutely out of the question. Yet, unexpectedly, before she had formulated a strategy, Song Chuyer had already diverted her affections. Well done, young lady, you possess discerning taste. You immediately set your sights on the esteemed Prince Jin, whose reputation is beyond commendation, for indeed, one is rather insufficient. Tang Zhujun feigned seriousness, but our family is impoverished and cannot afford to purchase a maid. Just so you know, a suitable maid of honor costs dozens of taels of silver. Song Chuyer inquired, then cousin, do you think I could suffice? I promise to be obedient and not compete for your favor. Tang Zhujun could hardly suppress her laughter and solemnly declared, that one do, cousin, you see, the prince treats me quite well, yet in reality, he has quite a temper. Just one blare from him sends me trembling. You see, to pique someone's interest, one must first elevate their own worth. A lowly thing, even if given away for free, would find no takers. She was intentionally tantalizing. Sure enough, Song Chuyer remarked, I actually noticed that the prince was glaring at you during dinner the other day. Tang Zhujun, however, I think such a demeanor only adds to the prince's masculinity. Tang Zhujun thought, here, take 2 little whips and go find Prince Jin. Do you think so too? Tang Zhujun continued, to speak candidly, truly, how does my brother compare to the prince? My brother earns merely a dozen taels a month, while the prince earns 1,200 taels a month, do you know? Song Chuyer gasped, then the prince must slay a chicken every day. Dear sister, refrain from such crude expressions. Let us maintain civility. Your words prompt me to ponder further. The prince engages in self-castration daily. That is hardly sufficient. Tang Zhujun stifled her laughter, shaking with suppressed mirth. Song Chuyer exclaimed, oh my heavens, what kind of life is that? Cousin, come enjoy the good life with me. I promise to listen to you. Truly, I am quite obedient and capable. Can you outdo Prince Jin? Tang Zhujun mused internally. If you could surpass Prince Jin, I would willingly offer a dowry to send you away. Yet, she dared not promise Song Chuyer anything, for she knew she could not deliver, and currently, Song Chuyer did not appear to be a villainous character. It is entirely reasonable for a young lady to seek a prosperous match. I cannot make that decision, Tang Zhujun stated seriously. Considering Song Chuyer's honesty, she chose to show mercy for the time being. To her surprise, Song Chuyer looked incredulous. Cousin, are you afraid I would compete for your favor? Tang Zhujun replied, how about this, if you truly wish it, you can ask the prince. If the prince agrees, I shall take whoever he permits. How does that sound? She did not believe Song Chuyer would have the audacity to approach Prince Jin. After all, even a paragon like Ruan Anroa wilted under the prince's piercing gaze, akin to a withering flower before the frost. However, she underestimated the power of love. One day, upon returning, Prince Jin found Song Chuyer pacing anxiously at his doorstep. What are you doing here? Song Jingyang inquired as he approached. Song Chuyer replied, you are Song Dage, right? We are of the same family. Song Jingyang retorted, but what exactly do you want? With a shy glance upward, Song Chuyer stammered, I am looking for the prince. The prince, adorned in the hues of sunset and dawn, descended like a celestial being. She imagined the heavenly Erlangchen must appear thusly. Erlangchen paid her no heed, and the celestial dog was less than pleased. What do you seek the prince for? Song Chuyer, growing impatient, retorted, I am looking for the prince. Why do you keep obstructing me? I am not seeking you. Noting her peculiar demeanor, Prince Jin chose to ignore her and proceeded inside, yet, Song Chuyer, flustered, called out, Prince, I have come to ask if you would mind if my cousin had an additional maid of honor? Not to replace one, but to add another, would you be amenable? She was quite clever. Should she propose a replacement, Prince Jin might be selective, but an additional maid, only a fool would refuse. Song Jingyang nearly stumbled, his knees quaking. Prince Jin paused at the door, turning back to her, enunciating each word, repeat that. Terrified by his imposing presence, Song Chuyer stammered after a moment, I am inquiring on behalf of my cousin. Fearful of losing control, she could only invoke Tang Zhujun's name. What did that good cousin of yours say? Prince Jin's face bore the chill of approaching winter. She said, if you agree, she will take me to the palace. And what else did she say? The prince's hands clenched into fists, the veins on his forehead pulsing. Song Jingyang thought, quick, go fetch Tang Zhujun and give her a good beating. It would be utterly unbecoming not to address this matter. Song Chuyer pondered that Tang Zhujun had not said much else. Yet, given the prince's anger, she needed to utter something pleasing. With sudden inspiration, she declared, cousin said that the palace slaughters chickens every day. The prince gestured for Song Jingyang to escort her away. Moments later, Song Jingyang returned, cracking his knuckles. Prince, shall we go settle the score with Tang Zhujun now? Prince Jin chuckled coldly, there is no rush, let her rest well. We shall pay her a visit tomorrow. Meanwhile, Tang Zhujun, in the midst of narrating a story to 2 children, sneezed twice, cursing inwardly, that old witch must be berating me again. Lin Lin exclaimed, Auntie, when will great-grandmother leave? I detest her. Yen Yen added, Sister, I also dislike her, she always bullies you. It's fine, let her stay a few more days. Tang Zhujun thought it unwise to act just yet. She had to consider Tang Mingfan's perspective, enduring the old witch for a month. When Tang Mingfan could no longer tolerate the disturbance surpassing filial duty, then she would take action. Sister, why don't you move in with father? She fears him, Yan Yan suggested. Lin Lin, however, disagreed. No, auntie will not marry father. Yan Yan was on the verge of tears. Just then, Tang Zhujun noticed Lin Lin grasping Yan Yan's hand, earnestly declaring, do not fret, my aunt will not marry anyone. When you grow up, you can marry me, and then we will all be family. Tang Zhujun, what a clever child, destined for greatness. Chapter 51. Attending to His Highness's change of garments the following morning, as Tang Zhujun prepared to set out with her two children, Prince Jean arrived. Tang Zhujun, taken aback, inquired, why has your highness come? Is there no court session today? However, Lin Lin and Yanran rushed forward, each seizing one of the prince's legs. Lin Lin exclaimed, Your Highness, I wish to ride a horse. Yanran added, Father, I too wish to ride a horse. The prince's gaze was gentle and clear as he reached down to pat their heads, saying, Very well, Song Jingyang is outside with the guards, and I have acquired several fine horses. You may choose for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhujun's eyes sparkled. Your Highness, may I join as well? Riding was akin to driving in the modern world, possessing that skill could prove invaluable in times of urgency. She had longed to learn horseback riding. Prince Jean cast a sidelong glance at her, his lips curving into a slight smile. No, you may not. Tang Zhujun, Yanran chimed in, Father, please allow my sister to accompany us. The prince chuckled, I have matters to discuss with her. You both may go ahead. Understanding that adults had business to attend to, Yanran dutifully followed Lin Lin out. Tang Zhujun, feeling a chill at the prince's ambiguous smile, asked, Are you waiting for me to invite you inside? Prince Jean smirked coldly. With determination, Tang Zhujun declared, There is no one at home. Speak plainly, Your Highness, what do you wish to accomplish today? The Song family had gone to the market with Song Shuer and old lady He, and since the old witch had taken charge of the finances, she was meticulous, fearing that old lady He and Shuer would pilfer her money, thus she insisted on going herself. However, given her lofty status, it was beneath her to carry anything. Prince Jean replied, I find myself with idle time and thought to inquire about my consort. With that, a stern-looking matron in her 40s, clad in a deep sandalwood-colored robe, entered with a straight posture. Upon reaching Prince Jean, the matron performed a perfectly measured curtsy. Tang Zhujun's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Prince Jean. He had indeed brought a teaching matron. This old servant greets your highness and Miss Tang. Prince Jean instructed, Lady Rong, please be at ease. Tang Zhujun nearly bit her tongue in surprise. May I ask your esteemed surname, madam? Lady Rong, averting her gaze, replied, this old servant's maiden name is Rong. Lady Rong, do you have needles with you? Tang Zhujun inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lady Rong seemed momentarily taken aback before responding, this old servant carries some in my pouch. Tang Zhujun thought, so the dramas were not misleading, yet, she could not simply sit idly by. Before anyone could prick her, she needed to scratch the prince's face. Prince Jean announced, Lady Rong is here to teach you to read and write. You must learn diligently and not bring shame to the prince's residence or to me. What? A female tutor. Tang Zhujun withdrew her outstretched hand, smiling sweetly. Then I look forward to your guidance, Lady Rong. Though her learning ability was commendable, she could easily be outshone by Lin Lin. Prince Jean called out for attendants, and soon, guards, matrons, and maidservants entered in a procession, quickly setting up in the flower hall. A rosewood official's chair, adorned with a thick, soft cushion, was placed in the center, designated as Prince Jin's seat. In front of it lay a bamboo mat with a carved table atop it, equipped with the 4 treasures of the study and the book Li Weng Dui Yun, along with a ruler. Miss Tang, please take a seat, Lady Rong gestured with a bow. Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes and sat cross-legged. Prince Jean sipped his tea, his expression enigmatic as he remarked, Lady Rong, I entrust her education to you, you now represent me in guiding her. Tang Zhujun nearly overturned the table. It wouldn't budge. What kind of trickery was this? No wonder it took 7 or 8 attendants to bring it in. Prince Jean was doing this on purpose. Tang Zhujun glared at him, thinking, did he really believe himself to be so esteemed? Lady Rong chuckled lightly, this old servant dares not. In the future, before the young lady enters, the teaching matron will naturally instruct her in the proper etiquette. I have merely come to pay my respects and acknowledge my mistress. Tang Zhujun was taken aback. Lady Rong, you are not playing by the rules. Prince Jean appeared equally surprised that his appointed aide would turn against him. Furrowing his brow, he said, let her at least maintain decorum while seated. Tang Zhujun retorted, Lady Rong has said nothing. Why do you have so much to say, madam? Let us begin. Lady Rong knelt beside her, her voice gentle yet resolute as she commenced the lesson. Tang Zhujun felt slightly embarrassed in comparison. However, with Prince Jean seated above her, looking down with an air of superiority, she could not bring herself to kneel. How exhausting that would be, not to mention kneeling. Even sitting on the ground for a while made her back ache, leading her to fidget restlessly. Before she could voice her discomfort, Lady Rong suggested, Your Highness, Miss Tang learns swiftly, perhaps she should take a brief respite. Prince Jean glanced at Tang Zhujun, his expression unchanging despite the pride shining in her eyes. Since you find sitting uncomfortable, rise and learn to serve tea, he commanded. Tang Zhujun thought, if it weren't for him having some utility, she would have splashed a bowl of hot tea on that infuriating face. She wanted to protest, yet when Prince Jean remarked, it seems you no longer require my grandmother's intimidation, she relented. Fine, she would endure, waiting for the day she could send the old witch back to her origins before turning against him. When Songsha returned, she found Tang Zhujun repeatedly serving tea under Lady Rong's guidance, so intimidated that she dared not speak, greeting them meekly before scurrying into the kitchen to eavesdrop through the door crack. Prince Jean seemed finally satisfied, declaring, "Acceptable, remain in attendance." If looks could kill, Tang Zhujun would have reduced Prince Jean to mere fragments. As he perused the book Li Wing Duiyun, it was as if he sought a hidden treasure map within its pages. Tang Zhujun stood there for what felt like an eternity, her internal volcano simmering reproaching noon. Prince Jean ordered her to prepare a meal, and upon completion, she had to serve him, keeping her in constant motion. The slightest hint of resistance was quelled by his piercing gaze. Tang Zhujun thought, very well, she would regard him as a disabled person today. Caring for the disabled was a noble duty. "Attend to my change of garments," Prince Jean proclaimed as he rose. Tang Zhujun stared in confusion. Change garments? Here, what was she to provide for him? Lady Rong, noticing her bewilderment, whispered, "His Highness wishes to relieve himself." Tang Zhujun's eyes widened. What did he need assistance with for that? Surely, she was not expected to wipe him. Lin managed without assistance, after all. "You are to help His Highness with his belt and towel," Lady Rong hinted. How absurd. Did he lack hands? She had no desire to witness the extent of his aim. Tang Zhujun. Prince Jin's voice grew impatient. At that moment, Songsha interjected, "Jun, the prince calls for you. What are you doing? Your Highness, please do not be angry. My granddaughter is simply a bit dim-witted. My niece, however, is much more astute." As she spoke, she nudged Song Chuyer. "Why are you not attending to the prince?" While having her granddaughter as a consort was advantageous, she felt no hope of benefiting from it, so she decided to arrange for one of her own. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, "Quickly come, Chuyer, help His Highness with his trousers." Chapter 52. The inquisitive Tang Zhujun. Such a splendid opportunity, she selflessly relinquished it. Song Chuyer's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she still took a few steps forward, suddenly kneeling before the Prince Jean. Chuyer serves the prince." Tang Zhujun was filled with joy. "Chuyer, you must go to the restroom. One cannot relieve oneself indiscriminately." Song Chuyer was momentarily taken aback. "Go to the restroom and change clothes? What if that attire fell into the latrine?" The Prince Jean recalled the incident when Tang Zhujun had stripped him of his trousers, coupled with the memory of her deeming him a clumsy fool for merely stoking a fire. Old grievances and new resentments intertwined, causing him to coldly remark, "Tang Zhujun, it appears you no longer desire the position of consort. Do you truly doubt my desires?" However, Song Chui was flustered, pushing Tang Zhujun. "I told you, you're clumsy. Why don't you go serve the prince?" Tang Zhujun narrowed her eyes. "Is the prince certain he wishes for my service? If she were to attend to him and he were to suffer an unfortunate fate, would she bear the blame?" Prince Jean sneered as he walked towards the restroom. One might think he was heading to court. Given his imposing demeanor, Tang Zhujun gritted her teeth and followed. The weight of her restraint felt like a knife poised above her. Once she could no longer endure, who could foresee where that knife would land? The restroom was hardly spacious, with the towering Prince Jean standing within. Tang Zhujun felt exceedingly cramped, almost able to hear his every breath. A peculiar warmth crept to her cheeks as she disdainfully pressed against the wall, forcing a smile while saying, "Do you require my assistance in removing your trousers once more, my prince?" Prince Jean, still facing away, coldly loosened his belt and, lowering his voice, commanded, "Clap your hands." Tang Zhujun. "What on earth? Clap your hands, or else it will be a slap across the face." Meanwhile, the sound of water flowed audibly at Tang Zhujun. "What in the world? You threaten me to applaud while you relieve yourself. If I do not cheer you on, will you not perform well? Very well, let us applaud then, while others clap for love." She may do so out of disdain. Tang Zhujun lightly clapped her hands. It was uncertain whether Prince Jean felt any embarrassment. However, she, with her audacious demeanor, found herself awkwardly confronting this peculiar quirk. "Louder," Prince Jean barked. Tang Zhujun replied, "Yes." She clapped vigorously. "My prince, may you strive forth. Please urinate against the southern wall, straight to the imperial palace." Prince Jean, undeterred by her assistance, donned his garments, wiped his hands against the red brick wall, and then smeared them across her face. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, "What have you smeared on my face?" He washed his hands, he urinated without cleansing his hands, and now he dared to touch her face with those still damp hands. Prince Jean seized her collar, shoving her out. The infuriated Tang Zhujun nearly stumbled, regaining her balance after several awkward steps, and instinctively reached to scratch him, only to be firmly held back by Song Chui. Song Chui scolded, "You little vixen, are you courting death by challenging the prince? What is wrong with him giving you a few slaps? Why do you think you're so precious?" Tang Zhujun. So this is what clapping entails. She glanced at Prince Jean, who was now staring at the trembling Song Chuyer, his expression frigid. "This is the rule of the royal residence. So, Prince Jean intended to intimidate Song Chuyer. Had she sought him out, no wonder he suddenly took it upon himself to cause her trouble. This was the reason. But Song Chuyer was a masochist. Cousin, are you frightened?" Tang Zhujun exclaimed, enjoying the spectacle without fear of heights. Song Chuyer stuttered, I am not afraid. I will behave." Tang Zhujun could barely contain her laughter, lowering her head as her shoulders shook. "My prince, I acknowledge my mistake." She could well imagine how grim Prince Jean's countenance must be. Alas, Song Chuyer had a penchant for such formidable men. Prince Jean retreated in defeat, accompanied by Mama Rong. Tang Zhujun could not shake the feeling that Mama Rong was also amused. Was this Prince Jean's way of assisting her? Though she mocked Prince Jean, the thought of him touching her face after failing to wash his hands left her feeling queasy. In this encounter, both parties were left wounded. Tang Zhujun washed her face countless times, truly rubbing it raw. When the Tang family returned and heard from Song Chuyer that Tang Zhujun had been slapped by Prince Jean for her disobedience, they immediately set down their chopsticks. Lin Lin, having never heard of this before, looked at Tang Zhujun in shock. "Aunt, is it truly the prince?" Yan Ran, exhausted from play, had already fallen asleep and was absent from the table. "Nothing of the sort," Tang Zhujun replied, "it's all a misunderstanding. Let us eat," Tang Mingfan asserted. "Jun, do not be afraid, father will stand up for you," Tang Baixing queried. "Jun, did you compromise for my sake?" Lin Lin chimed in. "Aunt, I will assist you, I shall no longer regard the prince," Song Chuier angrily interjected. "Have you all lost your minds?" Clearly, it was she enough. Tang Mingfan slammed the table. "Mother, this matter does not concern you. I shall go find the prince. Father, I shall accompany you. I will too. As the three men prepared to leave, for the first time, Tang Zhujun reached a consensus with Song Chuier. "Do not go. I truly have not suffered any indignities." Not only had she not been wronged, but she had nearly driven Prince Jean to his wits' end. "Let us eat first. After our meal, I will explain to you what truly transpired." The three men visibly lacked appetite, and upon finishing their meal, they all gathered in Tang Zhujun's chamber. Song Chuier attempted to eavesdrop at the door, only to be chased away by Tang Mingfan. Tang Zhujun candidly recounted the events, stating, "I believe the prince was irked by my defending my grandmother." Thus Tang Mingfan's brows furrowed deeply. "That is utterly unreasonable. No, I must have a proper discussion with him tomorrow." "You are still my daughter. It is not his place to intervene. As for marrying into the royal residence, no, father, there is no such future," Tang Zhujun retorted. "Did we not agree that you would inform the emperor I am not intact? If it were not for grandmother's arrival, this matter would have long been settled." Tang Mingfan cleared his throat. "We shall discuss this later. Let it be for now," he continued. "I will speak with Prince Jean tomorrow. Jun, remember, regardless of when you feel wronged, you must inform father." "Understood." Tang Zhujun's eyes grew misty as she cheerfully replied. "Oh, brother, wait a moment. Oh, never mind, it's nothing. I will just speak with Lin Lin." Tang Baixing cast her a worried glance before following Tang Mingfan out. Lin Lin asked, "Aunt, what do you wish to discuss with me?" "It's about that." Tang Zhujun squatted down, whispering, "When you were relieving yourself with the prince, how did he urinate?" She was quite concerned about this matter. Lin Lin was taken aback by the question. "He just stood with his legs apart." "What of it, Aunt?" Tang Zhujun pressed. "Did he get any on his hands?" Lin Lin replied, "No, how could he get any on his hands?" Tang Zhujun sighed in relief. "That is good. And, do men need to hold themselves? What? Never mind, never mind." Tang Zhujun covered her face. "Quickly wash up and go to bed." However, shortly thereafter, Lin Lin was called out by Tang Baixing. "What did your aunt ask you?" Lin Lin truthfully replied. "She asked if the prince got any urine on his hands." Tang Baixing, was his sister so distrustful of Prince Jean? Could it be that she had discovered something amiss with him today? Otherwise, how could she harbor such doubts? Surely, one would have to be quite careless to get any on their hands. Tang Baixing grew serious and concerned. "So, Lin Lin, did the prince get any urine on his hands?" Lin Lin replied, "Father, why are you both asking this? Answer your father's question. This is quite important." Lin Lin responded, "No." Tang Baixing exhaled in relief. Chapter 53 The provocation of Ruan Anrua. Tang Baixing instructed Lin Lin to return home, cautioning him, "This matter concerns men, do not speak of it to your aunt." Lin Lin nodded, albeit with a touch of skepticism. Why were the adults behaving so peculiarly today? After a moment, he added, "Father, I would like your guidance on my composition. I have attempted to write an essay. It may be somewhat immature," but he had initially hesitated, fearing that his grandfather and father would deem him overly ambitious. However, Tang Zhujun had encouraged him, asserting that nothing worthwhile is achieved overnight, and that gradual effort leads to improvement. Upon learning that it pertained to scholarly matters, Tang Baixing replied, "Retrieve it and come to my room. My grandfather and I will review it with you." Lin Lin eagerly agreed. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Baixing hurriedly entered the house to discuss the significant matter regarding Prince Jean with Tang Mingfan. "Shall I go see him tomorrow?" Tang Mingfan inquired. "No need for that," Tang Baixing replied. "Isn't Yan Ran still around?" "She is the acknowledged offspring of the emperor, so there should be no mistake." He offered this reassurance to Tang Mingfan, while also seeking to comfort himself. The father and son had reached a consensus regarding the authenticity of the marriage, yet they had not disclosed their thoughts to Tang Zhujun. Thus, they remained quite concerned about the various aspects of Prince Jean. Tang Mingfan nodded, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his eyes. Tang Baixing was deeply apprehensive that his father might indeed go to assess Prince Jean tomorrow, yet he refrained from urging him otherwise. It was a dilemma, for whether to observe or not bore its own advantages and disadvantages. While the three men immersed themselves in scholarly pursuits, Tang Zhujun pondered the affairs concerning Prince Jean. It was entirely understandable for Prince Jean to be incensed. After all, Song Chuier had invaded his space, which was indeed a profound affront for someone of his exalted status. Should he be severely offended, she would not emerge unscathed either. It would be prudent to seek a means of reconciliation first. The following day, Meng Yulan arrived. Tang Zhujun welcomed her into her chamber, remarking, "The household is in disarray. Your visit at this time must be quite amusing." Meng Yulan expressed surprise. "I heard that your grandmother has come to the capital, and I thought to pay my respects to the elder, as well as to see you. You might as well forget it." Tang Zhujun interjected, "She is nothing but a parasitic leech, and once you are entangled, it is nearly impossible to shake her off." Meng Yulan cautioned softly, Jun, do lower your voice, she is not here. She went out to buy vegetables early this morning and has yet to return." In truth, Tang Zhujun found herself somewhat in awe of the Song matriarch, who could manage to exchange a mere coin for 3 pounds of greens, and still entice an additional pair of garlic cloves. This was all information relayed to Tang Zhujun by Xior, who spoke of it with great admiration. "Let us not speak of her any longer. It is best if you do not meet her," Tang Zhujun suggested. "Engaging with your family matriarch is an entirely different matter." They were, in essence, two disparate species. Meng Yulan leaned in and admonished, be cautious not to provide anyone with ammunition. Sometimes, it is necessary to maintain appearances. Do you understand? If you cannot endure a moment of humiliation, you may face far greater losses in the future. I understand, Sister Meng, Tang Zhujun replied. Life is not a mere game of leveling up. There are indeed constraints that necessitate moderation. Enough of that. Are you anxious for news from the border? Tang Zhujun inquired, grasping her hand. Meng Yulan's hand was soft and delicate, her nails tinged with a faint pink, a testament to her daily indulgence in milk soaks. Indeed, beauty flourishes in every aspect. Meng Yulan lowered her head a little, but I am also aware that things will not unfold so quickly. Tang Zhujun offered a few words of comfort, albeit somewhat lackluster. She herself felt that aside from reuniting and lovers ultimately finding solace in each other, everything else felt painfully insipid. Ah Jun, come out. Hearing the furious voice of Songshi, Tang Zhujun could not suppress an eye roll. She is always like this, she whispered to Meng Yulan, stay here for a moment. I will see what trouble she is stirring. Having already hinted at some of Songshi's outrageous antics, Meng Yulan understood her intent and nodded in agreement. Tang Zhujun, with a forced smile, lifted the curtain and stepped outside, crossing her arms as she leaned against the doorframe. What has provoked you this time, my esteemed elder? At your age, do take care not to be too hard on yourself, otherwise, you may suddenly pass away, and how will you enjoy my father's fortune then? Song Chuer glanced at Tang Zhujun, her expression a mix of grievance and reproach. Tang Zhujun raised an eyebrow in response. Xior, meanwhile, signaled to Tang Zhujun, mouthing the name Ruan Anrua. It took Tang Zhujun a moment to comprehend. What trouble could Ruan Anrua be causing now? Hadn't she already encountered enough misfortune to warrant her interference? Over the past few days, Tang Zhujun had vaguely overheard her father and brothers discussing exam fraud, and she strongly suspected it was linked to Ruan Anrua's troublesome cousin. Such a matter could cost one their head, had they truly not caught wind of the investigation, that would indeed spell disaster. Songshi, in a fit of rage, declared, so you are trying to be the prince's concubine. The prince already has a legitimate wife. Tang Zhujun retorted, and what of it? You, how can you still be so arrogant? Tang Zhujun calmly adjusted her hair, exuding an air of tranquility. As long as the prince is fond of me, that is all that matters. I am well aware of everything, Songshi said with pride, you will have to serve her on your knees. Only the true princess holds any real authority. Tang Zhujun smiled faintly, raising her hand to inspect the calluses on her fingers, marks left from her recent labor and martial training. She then abruptly shifted the subject. So, grandmother, are you contemplating remarriage? Meng Yulan, listening from within, was first taken aback, then stifled a laugh. Tang Zhujun's tongue was truly something to behold. Songshi's eyes nearly bulged in fury, shaking with rage as she stammered, You would just wait, I will go find that legitimate future princess and reveal to her exactly what you are. Does the elder have something to convey to me? Meng Yulan stepped through the curtain, revealing a graceful and lovely visage. Song Chuer was momentarily speechless. How could someone possess such beauty, akin to a character from a play, both in appearance and attire? She was simply exquisite. Songshi was similarly taken aback, stammering for a moment before finally uttering, I am the legitimate wife of whom the elder speaks. May I inquire what you wish to tell me? Songshi was left dumbfounded. Tang Zhujun was astonished to witness this rare moment of mischief from Meng Yulan, stepping forward to support her arm. Sister, my grandmother has been yearning for you. She fears that I might inadvertently offend you due to ignorance of propriety, and wishes to apologize in advance. Meng Yulan gently pinched her, signaling her to temper her playfulness. The elder need not overthink. My relationship with Ah Jun is quite harmonious. Songshi was at a loss for how she had retreated to her room, and after a prolonged moment, she slapped her thigh in frustration. To think that even the legitimate princess has been deceived by that little vixen. Song Chuer whispered, did one girl not say? You are the elder, even if you were to chastise her, she would not dare retaliate, though she may speak fiercely, she is truly timid at heart. Song Chuer harbored resentment towards Tang Zhujun, feeling that with the presence of Prince Jin and his rightful consort, her hopes of entering the royal household were dwindling. Although she could not articulate why she felt this way, her heart brimmed with indignation. Wait, once the guests have departed, I shall show that little vixen her rightful place. Chapter 54. Misguided injury to Meng Yulan. Your grandmother is not easy to deal with, you must exercise caution. Moreover, you should be wary of that scheming Ruan Anrua, who always sows discord. Meng Yulan, preparing to take her leave, earnestly advised Tang Zhujun, your temperament is far too forthright. Tang Zhujun chuckled, I am aware. And there is one more matter, Meng Yulan continued, you must keep a close watch on your grandmother to prevent her from engaging in any inappropriate conduct. Her words were delicately phrased, yet Tang Zhujun failed to grasp their full implication. Your father and elder brother are both renowned upright officials. However, should anyone attempt to conspire with your grandmother, the resulting accusations will be inescapable. Tang Zhujun nodded solemnly. This was indeed a pressing concern. Meng Yulan was well aware of her grandmother's arrival, and it was likely that many others were too. As Tang Zhujun accompanied Meng Yulan outside, she observed Songshi, her expression radiant, conversing with a matron clad in luxurious brocade. The woman, unmistakably of noble lineage, adorned in gold and silver, was effusively flattering Songshi, her countenance brimming with smiles. Behind her stood two young maidservants, each carrying gift boxes. Just as Meng Yulan had mentioned, they had arrived with impeccable timing. Tang Zhujun whispered, Sister Meng, please hold on for a moment. Stepping forward, she coldly confronted the matron, who are you, and what business do you have at my home? Songsher retorted angrily, how dare you speak that way? Do you not recognize your elder? The matron, wishing to avoid causing turmoil in the Tang household, hastily interjected, this must be Miss Tang. I am a servant of the Ministry of Personnel, working for the Wang family, can you read? Tang Zhujun interjected with a cold smile. The matron looked embarrassed. The entrance of the Tang residence displayed a couplet penned by Tang Mingfan himself, do not violate the way, do not wrong the people, true fairness resides in an untainted heart. No favoritism, no acceptance of bribes, those who deceive shall face the law's severity. You have heard of my father's reputation, should you come to bribe him, he will report it for action. But should you proceed with bribery, the punishment is even more severe. The matron was taken aback. Bowing in a fluster, Tang Zhujun commanded, leave now, I shall pretend you were never here. If you persist, do not blame me for informing my father. The matron, along with her maidservants, fled in disgrace. Songsher, furious at having lost her chance, exclaimed, I am the master of this household, you insolent wretch, have you turned against me? If you seek to eat prison food, then go ahead, Tang Zhujun replied defiantly. Dare to accept any gifts or money behind my father's back, and do not blame me for being ruthless. Songsher was no longer tolerated. Her forbearance over these past days had been for the sake of Tang Mingfan's filial piety. Now, Tang Zhujun could endure no longer. As Songsher raised her hand to strike, Tang Zhujun, having nearly regained her strength, coldly smirked and prepared to seize her wrist, intending to give her a taste of her own medicine. However, her gaze caught sight of the wide-open courtyard gate, where Tang Mingfan and his son were hastily returning, just about to enter. In an instant, Tang Zhujun altered her course, merely turning her face aside to deflect most of Songsher's force, allowing the slap to graze her cheek. Songsher, caught off guard, stared at her own hand in disbelief. Did she truly strike Tang Zhujun? Tang Zhujun pinched herself hard, rising with a wail, you dare slap my face, my father has yet to do so. I shall fight you to the end. Seeing this, Meng Yulan rushed forward to intervene. Such a transgression against an elder could not be permitted, yet, someone was quicker. Tang Baixin tightly embraced Tang Zhujun, his eyes ablaze with fury. Elder brother, let me go. I must confront her. She had endured so much suffering at Songsher's hands, and it was imperative to create a scene that would force Tang Mingfan to recall the past, severing any lingering ties to Songsher. Even if complete severance was not possible, Songsher must be made to leave promptly. Meng Yulan's hand brushed against Tang Baixin's arm, her cheeks flushing slightly. She stepped back and gently advised, Jun, do not act impulsively. Remember what I have said. Her voice was soft yet resolute, but it could not sway Tang Zhujun, who was determined to escalate the situation today. Brother, release me. No, allow me. Tang Baixin bit his lip, a storm cloud hovering over his brow, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I should have avenged you long ago. With that, he swung his hand toward Songsher with great force. Out of filial piety, even after his sister had nearly been harmed by this wicked old hag, he had swallowed his anger, but now, with his sister in good health, she dared to bully them. If he remained silent, what right did he have to be called an elder brother? Slap. The sound echoed heavily, as if the air itself had frozen. Miss Meng, you. Tang Baixin stared at Meng Yulan, who had intervened to stop him, momentarily at a loss for words. He had just struck Meng Yulan. Meng Yulan's arm throbbed painfully, yet her gaze remained sincere and clear as she shook her head. Tang Gongzi, it is not worth it. Tang Mingfan, having difficulty due to his poor health, entered the courtyard panting heavily. Songsher collapsed onto the floor, exclaiming, I cannot go on, my grandson seeks to strike me. Enough. Tang Mingfan's face flushed, a mix of despair and anger in his gaze. Mother, gather your things. I shall resign from my post and take you back to our hometown. He would leave, and only by taking Songsher with him could he provide his children with a peaceful life. Songsher dared not weep, stating, you do not know how that little wretch has bullied me in your absence, she curses my death. Listening to her hysterical cries, Tang Mingfan glanced at the siblings and instructed, you two go inside first. Tang Baixin bowed deeply, Miss Meng, I sincerely apologize for today. Jun, please enter and tend to Miss Meng's injury. Rest assured, elder brother will risk his life to ensure she is no longer mistreated. Meng Yulan was profoundly moved. She had several elder brothers, yet they treated her with formality and distance. None possessed Tang Baixin's youthful vigor or impassioned spirit. She felt that this course of action was reckless, yet she was also touched beyond measure. Tang Zhujun pushed Tang Baixin away. Elder brother, have you lost your mind? Why do you not trust me? He was the pillar of the family, a celebrated talent. How could he jeopardize his future? Villains ought to be dealt with by others of their ilk. Meng Yulan was once again taken aback. What was Tang Zhujun doing? Then, in the next moment, she beheld Tang Baixin smile. His smile, like a melting snow-capped mountain, suddenly blossomed into a myriad of pear blossoms. His eyes sparkled, as if he had shattered the very starlight. Foolish girl. Tang Baixin ruffled Tang Zhujun's hair. With elder brother here, you need not worry. Tang Zhujun felt her eyes welling with tears, stamping her foot in frustration as she pulled Meng Yulan back into the room. Sister Meng, I truly apologize. It is all my impulsiveness. Tang Zhujun retrieved the ointment to apply to Meng Yulan's reddened arm. Tang Baixin had struck with considerable force, and given Meng Yulan's fair skin, the fingerprints were starkly visible, making it easy to imagine the pain. I am fine, Meng Yulan reassured her. You should tend to your own face first. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Tang Baixin thrust the ointment into her hands and busied himself rummaging through the medicine cabinet. Chapter 55 of The Pleasure of Being a Green Tea, Part 1. After a brief moment, Tang Zhujun retrieved another jar of ointment, applying it to the slightly reddened areas of her face while gazing into the mirror, which instantly felt fiery against her skin. "Ah Jun," Meng Yulan exclaimed, her voice trembling as she observed Tang Zhujun's face swelling at an alarming rate. Tang Zhujun gestured for silence, grimacing in pain. "I did this on purpose." Meng Yulan was taken aback. "What are you doing? I need my father to witness her striking me, otherwise, when the time comes for me to remove her from our lives, won't he feel guilty?" Tang Zhujun declared with conviction. "I just didn't anticipate that my elder brother would be so impulsive. Dragging you into this mess. I'm fine," Meng Yulan reassured her. "I'll recover in a few days." "But your situation is truly concerning. It's alright, I have a plan," Tang Zhujun replied confidently. Today, she wished to receive gifts and then resorted to violence. The maternal bond between them has nearly eroded. She had never reproached Tang Mingfan for his leniency towards Song, for she was his biological mother. Tang Mingfan's unwavering support for his daughter made him a paragon of paternal devotion in this era. Tang Zhujun could only employ some subtle strategies to gradually dishearten him, ultimately leading to Song's return to her hometown, allowing them to continue their lives without burdens. "Then please keep me informed of any developments. Otherwise, I will constantly worry about you. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." The title of the Duke's residence may serve as a deterrent. Tang Zhujun escorted Meng Yulan outside, where Tang Baixin awaited, repeatedly apologizing to Meng Yulan. She sidestepped, saying, "Your concern for Rajun is commendable, yet given today's events I urge you to think carefully in the future." "Thank you for your guidance, miss," Tang Baixin responded. However, he felt no remorse that he and Tang Zhujun shared a common understanding. She was their father's biological mother, and despite her transgressions, it was difficult to sever ties. Aside from employing drastic measures, he could conceive no other means of avenging his sister. After parting ways with Meng Yulan, Tang Zhujun noticed the mother and son still engaged in conversation in the main room, so she pulled Tang Baixin into her chamber, saying, "Brother, you are being foolish. I did this deliberately. It's also my fault for acting on impulse without consulting you." She recounted the events and her intentions. "Is your face truly unharmed?" Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes. "It's perfectly fine. Do you think I would disfigure myself? Brother, did you not hear what I said? Do you think this plan is viable? It's worth a try. How can I assist you? Just manage your own affairs and refrain from interfering," Tang Zhujun said disdainfully. "What business do you have in women's matters? You focus on your official duties, and in the future, you can shield me. Jun, I am still the elder brother, and I am still the younger sister. Go fetch Linlin and Yenran, do not let them see me in this ghastly state." Tang Zhujun found a veil and tucked it into her bosom, vigorously rubbing her eyes until they appeared bloodshot, then pushed open the door to the main room. Upon seeing her, Song was instantly filled with rage. Tang Mingfan, however, looked at his daughter with deep remorse. Seeing her swollen face only intensified his guilt, and he resolved to speak on her behalf today. "Father," Tang Zhujun said softly, her voice trembling, "is grandmother still angry with me? I know today was entirely my fault. It is my wrongdoing." Tang Mingfan hurriedly reassured her. "She is no longer angry. Grandmother would not harbor resentment towards you." "How is your face? Why didn't you send Shower to fetch some ointment?" "I'm fine." Tang Zhujun lowered her gaze. "I was simply too impulsive today, but I became anxious upon hearing about the gifts being presented." "Fearing I understand," Tang Mingfan said, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke with difficulty. "I have resolved to submit a memorial to the emperor tomorrow, resigning my post and returning home to care for your grandmother." Song interjected with a loud gasp, abruptly rising from her bed. "No. I will not permit you to resign." Tang Mingfan ignored her. As it appeared Song was about to escalate the situation, Tang Zhujun interjected, "Grandmother, please do not be agitated, allow me to reason with my father." "You little wretch, this is all you're doing," Song exclaimed, grabbing a nearby feather duster to strike at her. Believing she could still exert her authority as she did in the countryside, she acted as if she were untouchable. Tang Mingfan seized the duster angrily. "Enough, Jun, come with me, assist me with the writing implements, I shall draft the memorial immediately." Tang Zhujun followed him, glancing back at the door, she offered Song a mocking smile and mouthed the words, "Wait for it." Both Song and Song Chuyer clearly saw her gesture. In a fit of rage, Song pounded her fist on the bed, crying hysterically, "You little wretched girl, behind my back and in front of others, you." Tang Mingfan pulled Tang Zhujun away, slamming the door shut behind them. He returned to his desk, unable to find peace. "Father, have some tea." Tang Zhujun offered him a cup of hot tea, displaying utmost obedience. "Today was my mistake, after all, she is my grandmother. I will go apologize to her shortly and seek her forgiveness. Do not go, you must not go," Tang Mingfan insisted. "It is my inadequacy, it is all my fault. When I left for my studies, your mother endured countless hardships alone at home." As he spoke, he slumped helplessly into his chair, tears welling in his eyes. "Father, do not dwell on it. If mother were aware, she would only wish for our well-being." "Wouldn't she?" Tang Zhujun said. "As for your resignation, take your time, perhaps in a few days, the relationship with grandmother may improve." "No, I have seen through it. If she does not leave, you siblings will have no peaceful days ahead." "You were soft-hearted, but your elder brother was deeply wounded by her in the past. When you were in trouble, had I not intervened, your brother would have set fire to our ancestral home." Tang Zhujun was taken aback. "Your brother has loved you since childhood, he would always share his treats and toys with you." First Tang Zhujun lowered her gaze, fully aware that behind those reckless impulses lay an unbearable threshold of tolerance. Just as she felt when she witnessed Linlin being bullied by the children of the Rongwang residence. At that moment, all she could think was of the person who touched her heart. She would rather perish alongside them than allow them to harm her loved ones. Jun, I lack the ability to protect you. In the future, while in the capital, consult your elder brother on all matters. I feel at ease with you like this. I am growing old and wish to return home to accompany your mother. She waits alone, gazing towards the capital, having awaited my return for far too long." Seeing Tang Mingfan in distress, Tang Zhujun retreated to allow him to process his emotions. She donned the veil and was about to prepare a meal when the Prince of Jin entered, holding a child by the hand. Upon noticing Tang Zhujun wearing the veil, he displayed a look of disdain. However, Yanran cheerfully bounded forward, saying, "Sister, you look lovely like this," but isn't it hot? Linlin, being a tad more perceptive, remained silent, jumping up to tug at the veil. Tang Zhujun pressed down on her veil. "It's not hot, it's to ward off mosquitoes." Chapter 56, The Delight of Brewing Green Tea, Part 2, and, have you been struck? Linlin asked incisively. "It's not you, let me have a look." Tang Zhujun could only respond with silence. What a domineering young CEO. Meanwhile, as the conversation unfolded, the powerful CEO had already stepped forward to tear away her veil. Upon seeing her swollen and disfigured face, King Jin's demeanor shifted dramatically. A chill emanated from him as he inquired, each word laced with menace, "Who struck you?" Yan Yan gasped and cried out, "Sister, what has happened to you?" Linlin bit her lip fiercely, her small fists clenched tightly, and, "Who did this to you?" "It's nothing, I just bumped into something," Tang Zhujun replied, genuinely fearful that their interference would complicate matters further. Alright, aren't you both hungry? Let us wash our hands and have some snacks." The two children were reluctant to leave, and it was only when King Jin spoke that Xior led them into the room. King Jin cornered Tang Zhujun against the wall, his voice as cold and sharp as shattered ice. "I demand to know, who did this?" Tang Zhujun retorted, "It's nothing, you need not concern yourself." Was this man truly possessed by the spirit of a tyrannical CEO? Such ambiguity could lead her imagination astray, yet recalling the ruthless way he had unhinged someone's jaw made her shiver involuntarily. "You need not concern yourself?" King Jin scoffed, "Even when beating a dog, one must regard its master." "You are mine now." "Ah, how preposterous, you are the dog here." "Enough already," Tang Zhujun said impatiently, "are you truly so oblivious to our situation? I can handle my own affairs. That if you genuinely want to assist, then please prevent my father from submitting his resignation for the next few days." After a moment of contemplation, King Jin stated decisively, "It is your grandmother." "Who else could it be?" Tang Zhujun replied, "Now, please move aside. I need to check on the two children." King Jin narrowed his eyes, casting a fleeting glance toward the main room, his gaze sharp and piercing. In the latter half of the night, as everyone succumbed to slumber, a sudden, harrowing scream erupted from the main quarters where the Song family resided. Song Chui'er cried out, "A snake, there's a snake!" This commotion roused everyone. Apart from the two children, all rushed to the main room. Song Chui'er, who had been sleeping on the couch, suddenly felt a chill on her leg, something coiled around her. She reached down to touch it, feeling its slippery, frigid form, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. She flung the snake to the ground, clutching her blanket in panic and screaming. "This snake is not venomous," Tang Zhujun remarked after a cursory glance. "You should first get dressed." She cast a glance at the bulging shape beneath the bed curtains, choosing to remain silent. Tang Mingfan added, "It is normal for insects and snakes to appear in the summer. As long as it's not venomous, we have nothing to fear." However, the Tang father and son soon sensed something amiss. How could such a ruckus fail to awaken Songshur? Tang Mingfan approached the bed, pulling back the covers. Mother! His trembling hands checked for her breath, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Songshur gradually awoke at Tang Mingfan's shaking, but soon realized she was paralyzed, unable to speak. In her alarm, she exerted all her strength, producing only incoherent sounds of distress. "Mother, what has happened to you?" Tang Mingfan asked in a panic. "Father," Tang Zhujun urged, "please summon a doctor immediately." Tang Baixin pulled her back, restraining her from speaking. The swelling on her sister's face left him devoid of any sympathy for the old witch in bed, better off dead, yet Tang Zhujun thought otherwise. The old witch couldn't die. If she did, her father and elder brother would surely resign from their posts to mourn her. Moreover, that would be far too lenient for her. The old witch must endure. She had to remain alive. Originally, she assumed that everyone would only discover Songshur's peculiar condition the following day, never anticipating the snake incident would occur at night. Clearly, even heaven could not tolerate Songshur any longer. Tang Mingfan, flustered, exclaimed, "Alright, I'll fetch a doctor right away. Baixin, come with me. We must act swiftly. I fear your grandmother's condition is grave." He had no direct understanding of Tang Zhujun's medical expertise and had already forgotten about it. Tang Baixin was reluctant to move but, upon seeing his sister's expression, gritted his teeth and complied. "Chui'er, why aren't you helping to light the lanterns? Sure, hurry outside to find someone." "I'll tend to grandmother here." All were dispatched to assist, leaving only old lady He to watch over the two sleeping children. Tang Zhujun sat down at the bedside, touching her own face with a sardonic smile. "Grandmother, isn't it worth it to exchange a slap for the rest of your life in silence and immobility?" Songshur stared at her, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, veins throbbing on her forehead. It was her, this little wretch was the cause of her plight. Tang Zhujun calmly continued, "Grandmother, your advanced age, coupled with the indulgent feasting since arriving in the capital, has likely led to your stroke." She contemplated what measures she could take without the doctor's noticing. "Grandmother, do you not feel that after a hearty meal, having me massage your back and shoulders is quite soothing?" Feigning to curry favor with Songshur, she seized the opportunity to employ her own methods. Tang Mingfan felt a pang of guilt towards her, already having prepared his emotions for the worst. Songshur was in a state of utter panic. The figure before her was not a granddaughter but a demon. "Rest assured, grandmother," Tang Zhujun smiled as she caressed her wrinkled face, "I shall devote myself to honoring you every day, every moment." Songshur was horrified to the core. She felt as though she were on the brink of death, tormented by this little wretch. No, she did not want Tang Zhujun to serve her. When the doctor arrived, he confirmed Tang Zhujun's assertions, declaring that Songshur had suffered a stroke due to her advanced age, with no viable treatment available. Tang Mingfan aged visibly in that moment. Father, I will attend to grandmother alongside Xiaoran and Song Chui'er, Tang Zhujun offered eagerly in front of Songshur. Songshur immediately became agitated, struggling to move her fingers and emitting a harrowing sound. She protested, she was protesting. Both Tang Mingfan and his son recognized this. Tang Baixin sneered, if one cannot recognize a good deed, then so be it. Father, let us hire 2 more maids to care for grandmother. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, that would not do. Even the sight of the old witch disgusted her. Furthermore, she had no intention of repeatedly resorting to violence. She was secretly using needles to prick Songshur's acupoints, which could not be sustained for long. She needed to swiftly move Songshur to the countryside and find someone who could restrain her. Tang Mingfan pondered, I will think it over. Each day, Tang Zhujun feigned obedience and filial piety in front of Tang Mingfan, while turning around to intimidate Songshur, causing the latter to visibly wither away. Father, grandmother must be yearning for the countryside. Perhaps we should send her back to it. Would be lively with more family around, but if you are concerned, we can hire someone specifically to look after her, and we shall provide more silver. What do you say? Tang Mingfan appeared somewhat swayed. Is there someone suitable who can care for grandmother well? Of course, leave it to me. Tang Zhujun had already contemplated the perfect candidate. Once Tang Mingfan agreed, she would immediately seek that person. Your Highness, it was Tang Zhujun, truly Tang Zhujun who orchestrated this. I overheard her discussing it after releasing the snake from the rooftop. Song Jingyang declared with conviction. Chapter 57, I am open to both men and women. Prince Jin said lightly, understood. Song Jingyang, witnessing his indifference, became anxious. Not only was he a close attendant of Prince Jin, but he was also his foster brother, having been raised together since childhood by the same wet nurse, who happened to be his mother. Due to this bond, Prince Jin held him in particularly high regard. Before entering the capital, his mother had repeatedly cautioned him to keep a close eye on the prince, warning him not to let the prince be distracted by any enchanting temptresses, which could jeopardize significant matters. Everything had gone smoothly until they encountered Tang Zhujun. Initially, Song Jingyang did not categorize Tang Zhujun among the temptresses. He even thought that with such relatives as hers, she was merely a case of a beautiful yet unattainable prize. However, he soon realized that the reality was far from that. Tang Zhujun was utterly devoid of moral limits, pregnancies, male courtesans, filial disobedience. There was nothing he could conceive that Tang Zhujun had not done. Your Highness, Miss Yanran seems to be recovering well. Shall we return to the manor? And then let her wail and throw a fit, burning with fever and convulsions by night? Prince Jin retorted. Song Jingyang, that wicked woman had a firm grip on Miss Yanran. Compared to other women who had designs on the prince, Tang Zhujun was the most insidious. From now on, broaden your horizons and do not fixate solely on women, Prince Jin advised. Look at Hui, he is already out there working tirelessly on my behalf, handling matters independently, yet you remain stagnant. Song Jingyang scratched his head. My mother said I'm like a dog, incapable of handling serious affairs, and that I should just serve the prince well. Thus, he remained on high alert regarding Tang Zhujun. If he could not even serve the prince properly, he would be worse than a dog. Prince Jin valued him for his loyalty, just as he did Tang Zhujun, out of a sense of nostalgia. The day is wearing on, you should rest, Prince Jin said. There are important matters to attend to tomorrow. Understood, Song Jingyang replied promptly. The following morning, during breakfast, Tang Zhujun served a bowl of porridge to Tang Baixin and asked, Elder brother, could you take a day off to watch over the 2 children at home? Sure, things have been relatively quiet lately, Tang Baixin replied. What do you need to attend to? Tang Zhujun chuckled, noticing the 2 children looking up at her, and swallowed her explanation, responding vaguely, just some matters, I will return shortly. Be careful, he cautioned. Tang Baixin, gazing at her still swollen face, expressed concern and sympathy. Why is your face still not healed? What was there to worry about now that her father was well? It's nothing. My skin is delicate, and it doesn't hurt anymore, Tang Zhujun said. Shamelessly, after breakfast, she donned a veil and stepped outside, relying on her memory to find the spring treading pavilion where Qingfeng was located. What a fitting name, Tang Zhujun murmured to herself as she gazed at the signboard. The last time she came, she had been thrown out before even entering, but this time she was greeted with respect by Qingfeng's attendant as she walked in. It was her first visit to such a place, and she felt a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, yet she did not wish to appear timid, so she followed the attendant with a feigned calmness. Miss Tang, young Master Qingfeng is waiting for you inside. As Tang Zhujun entered, she saw Qingfeng, dressed in a robe, seated at the dressing table, his inky hair cascading down his back as he groomed himself before the mirror, exuding a languid charm with his eyes slightly raised, embodying a myriad of alluring qualities. Miss Tang, you have arrived quite early, Qingfeng greeted her with a smile. Tang Zhujun asked, were you quite busy last night? The bedding was neatly arranged, suggesting it had just been tidied up. Thankfully, she had not encountered any of his guests. I should have been busy, but I declined in anticipation of your visit, Qingfeng replied. Thanks to you, my business is now unrivaled in the area. He gestured for the attendant to serve tea and snacks. Tang Zhujun remarked, is the competition quite fierce among you? To her surprise, her medicine had become Qingfeng's core competitive advantage. Currently, I offer you 60% of the profits today. I would like to propose a contract with you, whereby this medicine will be exclusive to me, and I can raise it to 70%. What do you think? Tang Zhujun shook her head. Qingfeng's expression turned slightly urgent. We can negotiate the terms. What I mean is, 70% is acceptable for exclusive supply to you, but I cannot sign a contract. In the future, I fear it may be used against me. We must rely on mutual trust. What do you think? Agreed. Qingfeng sighed with relief. I trust you, Mississippi. I cannot stay long, Tang Zhujun stated. What about the person I asked you to find? A few days prior, she had instructed an attendant to convey her request to Qingfeng for assistance in locating someone. She is already here. I will have her come to see you, Qingfeng replied. As the attendant went to fetch the person, Qingfeng added with a smile, your request is rather peculiar. Why would you want an older courtesan? He hesitated to mention that Tang Zhujun had specifically emphasized the need for someone skilled in bed, capable of serving men, and with a fiery temperament. Was she perhaps looking to hone her skills before entering the prince's manor? Regardless of her reasons, Qingfeng dutifully adhered to her requirements. Noticing Tang Zhujun's silence, he cautiously suggested, you may use her, but perhaps it would be best to avoid bringing her into the prince's manor. She is 26, but the skills of courtesans are not something you can easily match. Tang Zhujun responded, I would use her? Actually, I advise against it. If you wish to learn the art of intimacy, I could assist you in that regard. Tang Zhujun, having just taken a sip of tea, sputtered it all out. Truly, Qingfeng insisted earnestly, I cater to both male and female clients. Stop right there, stop right there. You must cease at once. You are far more fearsome than any woman. You are a man who can compete with women for men. Qingfeng erupted in laughter, then self-deprecatingly remarked, it's merely a pastime. Is there any pastime worth its weight in gold? Qingfeng chuckled again, had I known you were so amusing, I would have sought your acquaintance much sooner. You have a strict policy at this establishment. No entry for those without money, I understand. Just as they were conversing, the attendant ushered in a woman. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26, remarkably beautiful, though the long-term use of makeup had left her eyes with faint lines that could not be concealed. Nonetheless, she remained a beauty. She was quite obedient, kneeling to greet Tang Zhujun and Qingfeng upon entering. Jia Hong pays her respects to young Master Qingfeng in Mississippi. Qingfeng did not allow her to rise but turned to Tang Zhujun, saying, Miss, her contract is in my possession. If you find her appealing, take her as a gift from me, if not, I shall sell her elsewhere. Jia Hong immediately prostrated herself, pleading, I implore you, miss, do not cast me aside. Compared to the uncertainty of her fate, this young woman at least did not seem to be a villain. Your Highness. That is not Tang. On the opposite third floor, with the window half open, Song Jingyang was astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Chapter 58, caught red-handed by the prince. Prince Jin approached the window, peering outside with furrowed brows. Although the distance rendered their words inaudible, the scene before him was unmistakably clear. Tang Zhujun and Qingfeng sat facing each other, while a woman knelt beside them, unfastening her garments and inching closer to Qingfeng. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, no, no. Qingfeng had just commanded Jia Hong to disrobe for his inspection, an affront too egregious to bear. Though Tang Zhujun did not consider herself a saint, as a woman, she found such a sight intolerable. Qingfeng shook his head, my dear lady, let us keep the selling contract firmly in my possession. Tang Zhujun understood that their business would thrive only under such terms. That Jia Hong, having spent over a decade in the brothel, was adept at reading the room. She immediately bowed her head to Tang Zhujun and crawled closer, saying, I can serve, be it foot rubs or massages. No need, Tang Zhujun replied, I wish for you to serve someone else. Jia Hong paused, then inquired, whom does the lady wish for me to attend? Qingfeng coldly interjected, slap yourself. Jia Hong hesitated but, cowed by Qingfeng's authority, promptly raised her hand and began to strike her own face with considerable force. Song Jingyang remarked, she has come here to bully people. Prince Jin narrowed his eyes. This time, Tang Zhujun remained silent, aware that Qingfeng was asserting dominance on her behalf. Unfamiliar with Jia Hong, she felt compelled to heed Qingfeng's judgment. After some time, once Jia Hong's face had swollen, Qingfeng finally commanded her to stop, his smile devoid of warmth. What was your mistake? My master spoke, and I should not have interjected. Whatever my master wishes, I shall comply, Jia Hong replied, lowering her gaze submissively. Since Miss Tang is present, I wish to avoid frightening her, especially as she is an unmarried maiden. Otherwise, should I reward you with a cat, you should know the consequences. I dare not, I shall never do so again, Jia Hong said, repeatedly bowing her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tang Zhujun, perplexed but not inquiring further, suggested, perhaps I could take her home for a trial period. If it does not work out, I will return her. What do you think? If she is returned, it would be a loss of face for me. You know how I would handle that, Qingfeng warned Jia Hong. Yes, I understand, I would never dared. I shall serve the lady well, obeying her every command. Qingfeng then turned to Tang Zhujun, would you like her to demonstrate her skills in serving men? Jia Hong, startled, immediately began to remove her garments upon hearing his words. Tang Zhujun interjected, no need for that, let her go down first. As the servant escorted Jia Hong away, Tang Zhujun sighed in relief and then angrily chastised Qingfeng, were you doing that on purpose? Qingfeng laughed heartily, I was merely helping you establish authority. I feared you might struggle to manage her in the future. I have no intention of managing her, Tang Zhujun muttered, thank you, I will certainly reward you. Thanks are unnecessary, a mere 180 taels of silver is trivial, Qingfeng replied, just do not come directly to me next time. I can handle matters for you, but I truly fear that if you continue this, it will reach the prince's ears, my neck feels quite chilly as it is. As they spoke, Tang Zhujun suddenly felt something soft brushing against her leg. Looking down, she discovered an entirely snow-white puppy tugging at her pants. Lady Yi, do not be troublesome, Qingfeng chuckled. Lady Yi? Indeed, that is its name, my surname is Yi, Qingfeng stated. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, your tastes are rather peculiar. Even such a small puppy does not escape your grasp. The puppy, seemingly fond of Tang Zhujun, clung to her, refusing to let go and nuzzling against her as if determined to follow her. Qingfeng called to it, but it ignored him, forcing him to squat before Tang Zhujun and attempt to pull it away gently, careful not to damage its tiny teeth, creating a standoff between the two. From Song Jingyang's perspective, he could only see Qingfeng's head bobbing at Tang Zhujun's side, either nodding or remaining still. What are those two doing? Prince Jin asked coldly. Oh, yes, your highness. Song Jingyang exclaimed, rushing out ahead, you lot, go. After struggling briefly, Qingfeng, unable to overcome the puppy, simply sat down on the ground. Lady Yi, consider this a warning. What? It's a male dog? Of course it is, if you do not believe me, I shall show you. While speaking, Qingfeng turned the stubborn puppy around, exposing its belly. See, a Tang Zhujun covered her eyes, who would wish to see such a thing? How indecent. If you wish to see, then peer through your fingers, Qingfeng teased. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and 7 or 8 tall men wearing masks burst in, declaring, the Jilin guards are conducting an investigation. Qingfeng was taken aback, then rose to bow, saying, I did not anticipate the esteemed officials visiting the Takhun building. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome, Tang Zhujun thought. Jilin guards, are they not affiliated with Prince Jin? The puppy, frightened, leaped into Tang Zhujun's embrace. Tang Zhujun mused, indeed, she is beloved by all, both humans and dogs alike. Aside from the pair of master and servant from Prince Jin, even dogs were not as well regarded. For instance, even while masked, she could recognize that the pair of master and servant had blended into the crowd. She needed to return and thoroughly study the current laws. If a fiancé were to catch his fiancée, no, even if she were merely a concubine visiting a brothel, would she still be subjected to severe punishment? Calmly seated, her heart raced with anxiety. If she were to explain to Prince Jin that she was merely purchasing a concubine for him, would she suffer repercussions? Search, a voice commanded coldly, neither that of Prince Jin nor Song Jingyang, and the sounds of commotion erupted both inside and outside the room. Tang Zhujun said, Qingfeng, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Do hold on to your lady. By the way, may I take my servant with me? Qingfeng glanced at the Jilin guards, and seeing no one objecting, reluctantly said, esteemed officials, this is my friend. She is visiting for the first time today. If there is nothing amiss, might you allow her to leave first? Still, no one objected, and Tang Zhujun swiftly made her exit. Once downstairs, she called for Jia Hong and fled in haste. Back at her residence, she was still shaken, cursing under her breath, wondering why Prince Jin seemed to haunt her every step. What was his purpose in visiting a brothel? Surely it could not be to apprehend her. Unlikely, she could not possibly be that significant then. Was he there for Qingfeng? Had he developed ill intentions upon seeing Qingfeng unclothed last time? Could it be? What could not be? Tang Zhujun found herself torn in her thoughts, while Jia Hong stood behind her, secretly surveying the Tang residence, contemplating its apparent lack of wealth. Jia Hong, Tang Zhujun finally steadied herself and announced, I intend to send you to the countryside. Jia Hong fell to her knees with a thud, trembling yet too frightened to voice any opposition. Tang Zhujun ignored her, continuing, my grandmother is ill, and my grandfather requires assistance each year. I shall provide 200 taels of silver. If you can win my grandfather's favor, the silver will be yours, and I shall not concern myself with it. However, my grandmother must not pass away, and family disgrace is unacceptable. That is non-negotiable. The rural folk lack sophistication, and your talents would be wasted there. Yet, you shall not be bullied. This life will not be a hardship for you. In a few years, you may adopt whomever you wish. Your identity shall remain a secret. To them, you will be an upstanding maiden. However, the selling contract shall remain in my possession. Chapter 59. Is the prince a mule or a horse? Jia Hong quickly grasped the situation and, after a moment's contemplation, cheerfully acquiesced. Among her peers of similar age, most of her sisters faced dismal prospects. The current circumstances were far from ideal, yet they were undoubtedly preferable to a life of unrelenting abuse. Tang Zhujun informed Xiaoer that Jia Hong was to attend to their grandmother, and Xiaoer took her around to familiarize her with the surroundings. In an effort to stave off thoughts of the perverse reactions of Prince Jin, Tang Zhujun busied herself with the preparation of small medicinal pills. After all, these were precious silver coins. However, it was not long before Prince Jin made his appearance. I have captured Qingfeng, he declared. Tang Zhujun's eyes widened in disbelief. Why, is it love turned to hatred? You overestimate yourself, he retorted. Overestimate myself? What do your affairs with him have to do with me? The prince's breath grew heavier at her words. She suggested he harbored unrequited feelings for Qingfeng. I have no interest in men, nor do I covet the ones you might admire. What? Was this man speaking in riddles? Convince him to assist me, and I shall ensure your happiness, Prince Jin commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression stern. Tang Zhujun replied. How could he possibly think she had any affection for Qingfeng? I cannot persuade him, she refused. You cannot force a bull to drink water. Qingfeng does not fancy me, he is fond of wealth, you are reluctant to part with your coin, surely you cannot barter with me. The esteemed Prince Jin, what assistance could he possibly require from Qingfeng? Yet, considering the prince's position as the leader of the Golden Scales Guard, and recalling Qingfeng's connections within the city's most elite men's club, Tang Zhujun's intelligence allowed her to draw a reasonable conclusion. He has agreed, but I do not trust him, the prince replied, you shall speak with him. Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes while shaping her pills, if your highness believes I am so significant to Qingfeng, then why not use me to coerce him? That is indeed a good idea. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, get lost. Yet, Prince Jin did not leave. Instead, he seated himself, his gaze fixed on her hands as she worked. Is this your business with Qingfeng? Yes, and what of it? If others were to discover that the beloved daughter of Lord Tang engages in such activities, hearing the veiled threat in his words, Tang Zhujun felt anger rise within her. Mimicking his cold smirk, she replied with a feigned smile, if others were to know, I would simply say that your highness is incapable, and that I am doing this for you, which you have taken to profit from. Prince Jin gritted his teeth, repeat that. Why must your highness deceive himself? I did not originate that statement, but if you were truly untroubled, why would you be without a woman by your side? Prince Jin ground his teeth, I have had women. Indeed, or else how would Yen Yen have come to be? Tang Zhujun regarded him as one might an imbecile, but what was acceptable in the past does not guarantee the same now. The world evolves. One must take a mule or a horse out for a stroll to discern the truth. Before Prince Jin could erupt in anger, Tang Zhujun interjected, the doubts regarding your highness are not my words. Surely you have heard criticisms before? Would you care to test that? If any other woman had heard such a challenge, she would likely have flushed and fled, but she was Tang Zhujun. She may have forgotten most of her university classmates' names, yet the memory of a certain yellow satin from their late-night discussions remained vivid. Let's not, I fear it would be awkward. After all, in my eyes, your highness has always been a paragon of masculinity. Tang Zhujun, the Jin prince's estate has its own rules. Your highness, this is the Tang residence. As the two remained locked in a stalemate, Xiaoer called from outside, Miss, someone is looking for you. Prince Jin made no move, and Tang Zhujun wiped her hands on a cloth before standing, I'm coming. Before exiting, she cast a glance back at Prince Jin, your highness, the quantities of my medicine are accounted for. Implicitly, she warned him not to pilfer her supplies. Observing the prince's grim countenance brought Tang Zhujun great joy as she gracefully stepped outside, who is it? It was a courier, the very same who had previously assisted her in delivering items to Jiang Beihan. He now approached with a bundle, smiling broadly, Miss, I have returned this item to you, along with your silver. Tang Zhujun was taken aback, but the time has not yet come for a refund. Even if it were to be returned, it should not be so swift. She began to doubt the efficiency of this ancient courier service. Miss, are you not aware? The courier beamed, Jiang Beihan, was he not the former heir of the Woyang Marquis? Yes, Tang Zhujun replied, utterly confused. The Woyang Marquis' estate is to be rehabilitated. He is already on his way back to the capital, however, the path he has taken is unknown, hence the return of your items, and the silver shall not be accepted. Really? Upon hearing this news, Tang Zhujun was elated. She rejoiced for Meng Yulan, she cheerfully accepted the items and handed the courier a generous handful of coins. Song Chuyer stood at the door, watching the spectacle, muttering, that must be at least 20 coins. Tang Zhujun shot her a glare, and she promptly retreated inside, pretending to attend to Mrs. Song. After Mrs. Song's near demise, Song Chuyer's demeanor had shifted subtly, clearly lacking the previous eagerness. Once the courier departed, Tang Zhujun returned to her room, her spirits high, only to remember with a start that Prince Jin had yet to leave. What are you staring at? Am I so captivating? Tang Zhujun unobtrusively stowed away the bundle, her tone irritable. Truly the capital's foremost infatuated maiden, is there any man you would not dare to aspire to, not even Jiang Beihan from thousands of miles away? Tang Zhujun replied, thank you for the compliment, but I have no desire for your praise. Now, if you would, you seem quite busy, no need to waste time here. As for your dealings with Qingfeng, conduct them as you wish, I am neither aware of nor will I interfere. What I choose to do is of no concern to you. She tidied her pills, I must now attend to my grandmother and fulfill my filial duties, so please do not hinder my devotion, Filial devotion, and yet you intend to take advantage of her? Tang Zhujun was taken aback but quickly regained her composure, your highness should exercise caution in speech. Beware lest your tongue slip in the wind. The Golden Scales Guard was perhaps too fearsome, she had believed her actions impeccable, yet Prince Jin still harbored suspicions. However, suspicions were merely that. Without evidence, she would never concede. Chapter 60 Sending away the plague god. Prince Jin coldly remarked, I shall ensure that your beloved is well taken care of, I shall not harm you, but remember this. Should I catch him even once, I shall deal with him accordingly. Poor Qingfeng, beset by such unwarranted misfortune, yet, since Prince Jin intended to make use of him, his so-called dealing with would likely amount to mere thunder without the accompanying rain. Tang Zhujun cast him a glare before gracefully turning to leave. She then proceeded to intimidate Songshur, leaving the latter in a daze, eyes wide open in perpetual fright, unable to eat her meals. Having achieved her objective, Tang Zhujun sought out Tang Baixin, and together they played off each other's words. Tang Baixin pretended to lament to the sorrowful Tang Mingfan, Father, I wonder if grandmother, after falling ill, is longing for her hometown? Perhaps we should send her back to live out her days in peace? Songshur blinked rapidly in agreement. She longed to depart, to return home. A few more days under Tang Zhujun's torment would be her undoing. However, Tang Zhujun countered, that cannot be. I believe the capital is far better. It aids in grandmother's recovery. Songshur's protests grew fervent, her face a mask of fierce defiance. No, this little vixen aimed to bring about her demise. She could not remain. Song Shuier, not wishing to leave without having followed the valiant prince, hurriedly chimed in, cousin is right, I too believe staying in the capital is preferable. Nevertheless, Tang Mingfan had already noticed Songshur's expression and said, Mother, if you wish to leave, just blink. Songshur's eyes fluttered rapidly, fearful that Tang Mingfan might misinterpret her intent. Yet Tang Mingfan remained uncertain. Mother, if you truly wish to go, this time, keep your eyes wide open, do not blink. Then Songshur stared unblinkingly, resembling a fish that refused to close its eyes in death. Tang Zhujun watched, suppressing laughter to the point of pain. Thus, the matter of Songshur's return was settled. Tang Zhujun suggested sending Changji back with her and then produced 400 taels of silver, stating, Father, this is the money I earned from selling cold dish recipes over the past 2 months. This is all I have, please take it back for grandmother. Tang Mingfan was moved. Jun, you have been wronged. Your grandmother has treated you so well, even if you contributed not a single coin, I would still feel, that simply would not do. If she did not provide financial support, Tang Mingfan would forever be preoccupied with Songshur, neglecting his duties as an official, and might indeed foolishly return to fulfill his filial obligations. She wanted to navigate her way through this, but could not do so without the protection of her father, the Minister of Justice. Furthermore, emotionally, she wished for Tang Mingfan to be content. Blind filial piety was a common ailment of this era. She did not expect those around her to rise above worldly matters to the heights of the 22nd century. After all, she was the beautiful warrior maiden. With everything thus confirmed, Tang Baixin privately inquired of Tang Zhujun, how did you manage to save so much silver? Did you not only have a little over 200 taels before? Tang Zhujun giggled, I am the little god of wealth. Tang Baixin laughed, I know my sister is capable, but I still wish to remind you, do not touch Prince Jin's silver, understand? Of course, she understood, but that was not feasible. She could not allow herself to be a free beneficiary of his generosity. Look at father, Tang Baixin sighed again, you see, with 400 taels of silver, he is merely grateful and does not even inquire how you earned it. Tang Zhujun covered her mouth, laughing, I've noticed that too. Father is truly, but no matter, I am here, I will work hard to earn money, so that father and brother can serve as esteemed ministers without any concerns. As she pondered this, she suddenly recalled the earlier scandal involving embezzlement and asked, Brother, have you found out how far father has investigated that matter? Tang Baixin lowered his gaze, father and I are both aware of the situation. It was for this reason that they deliberated thoroughly and ultimately decided that Tang Zhujun should marry Prince Jin. They did not seek for her to gain favor in the future, only that she might live safely. However, such matters could not be disclosed to Tang Zhujun, they must not allow her to be burdened with worry. Tang Zhujun sensed his reluctance to speak and did not press him, only advising him to be cautious in the future. I understand, Tang Baixin said, you should prepare the items grandmother will take for the journey. As for that Jia Hong, I cannot shake the feeling that she is not as innocent as she seems. Is she truly trustworthy? Tang Zhujun smiled slyly, do not worry, brother, she will certainly be trustworthy. What could possibly go wrong with her grandfather involved? Just look at how filial she was, alleviating her grandmother's worries, ensuring her grandfather's old age was filled with joy. TSK. Rest assured, though grandmother's departure may lack dignity, I shall see to it that she is sent off in a manner worthy of her status, Tang Zhujun declared. Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Must we still be so formal between us? Tang Baixin gazed at his spirited sister, feeling as though he had awoken from a dream. No, even the most beautiful dream had not dared to envision her current state of well-being. When she had wished to sell Linlin, Tang Baixin had nearly struck her in fury. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a twinge of fear. About the examination fraud incident, do you know how far father has investigated? Tang Zhujun whispered. The smile vanished from Tang Baixin's face. Jun, who has been speaking to you? Nobody, Tang Zhujun replied, I am not inquiring on behalf of others. I am simply curious. Ruan Anrua's constant meddling is utterly annoying, so I intend to settle the score with her. What do you intend to do? Tang Baixin was exceedingly cautious, reluctant to divulge information immediately. But Tang Zhujun could tell from his demeanor that he was well informed, so she did not hide her intentions, quietly sharing her plans. Though she appeared busy every day, she absolutely could not forget matters of revenge and venting her frustrations. Some individuals simply cannot be allowed to suffer losses. She was not referring to herself, she was speaking of Prince Jin.At most, she would only emulate his vengeful spirit. At that moment, while interrogating Qingfeng, Prince Jin sneezed, and Song Jingyang promptly suggested, Your Highness, it is time for you to return and rest. Qingfeng knelt on the ground, forcing a smile, Your Highness, I truly have nothing left to say. That is your future concubine. Even if I possessed the courage of a bear, I would never dare entertain any improper thoughts. Prince Jin sat in his chair, gazing down at him with deep, starry eyes, his fingers idly playing with a jade ring on his other hand, silent yet exuding an oppressive air akin to a mountain pressing down. You need not use Tang Zhujun as a shield. You must know what I truly wish to ask. Qingfeng trembled. Yes, should I speak, you would ensure my demise, but if I remain silent, I shall find myself unable to leave today. Prince Jin stood, a cold smile gracing his lips. What do you think will happen to you if I ruin your body? Song Jingyang, restrain him, bring forth the branding iron. Song Jingyang pressed his foot onto Qingfeng's head, using a knife to pry open his waist, forcing him into a sacrificial position. Qingfeng felt a chill creep up his back, followed by an overwhelming heat approaching. He was forced to remain prostrate, only able to see the hem of Prince Jin's robe and the fiery branding iron clutched in his hand, steadily drawing nearer. Your Highness, I shall speak. Chapter 61. Trembling with joy, Qingfeng, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, his body drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from a body of water. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: Prince Jin was truly formidable. Despite harboring suspicions about the master behind him, he still dared to employ such unorthodox methods. The realization that Prince Jin was completely unafraid of those who stood behind him was what instilled genuine fear. Though Qingfeng was returned to his original state unscathed, he felt as if a layer of skin had been stripped away, and he languished for several days. After sending away the Song family, Tang Zhujun intended to free her hands to deal with Ruan Anrua. She needed to act swiftly. Tang Baixin had informed her that investigations into the examination fraud had revealed some leads and were now in the latter stages of thus. Before Ruan Anrua's cousin faced misfortune, she must ensure that Ruan Anrua boarded the same ship and shared in the calamity, preventing her from leaping about like a toad before her. Such dubious dealings required Qingfeng's assistance, however. Given that Prince Jin was omnipresent, Tang Zhujun instructed Xiao'er to deliver a message to Qingfeng. Xiao'er, fleet of foot, returned promptly after delivering the message, exclaiming, "Miss, Qingfeng was quite agitated upon seeing me." How was he agitated? His entire body trembled. Tang Zhujun remarked, "Trembling, indeed. Such exaggeration. What did he say after reading the letter?" "He mentioned he would arrange things promptly." "Very well." Tang Zhujun then asked Qingfeng to investigate whether Ruan Anrua's cousin had been frequenting brothels and to inform her if any leads surfaced. "Miss, I also received a bag of honey candy," Xiao'er said joyfully. "Running errands has its perks." Tang Zhujun chuckled, "Since you are so eager, I shall assign you another task." Xiao'er readily agreed. This time, Tang Zhujun instructed her to visit the residence of Duke Meng. She reiterated, "You must only speak after seeing Miss Meng alone, and this matter must not be mentioned to anyone, not even your mother, understood?" Xiao'er promised, "Rest assured, I wouldn't utter a word even with a knife to my throat." "Who have you set your sights on now?" Tang Zhujun replied, "Must I not have any serious business? Go tell Miss Meng that Jiang Beihan has returned." Xiao'er mumbled, "Isn't this still a matter concerning men? Please don't lead Miss Meng astray." Tang Zhujun was tempted to give her a good scolding. "Off you go." Once Xiao'er departed, Tang Zhujun practiced martial arts and studied with the two children, relishing the rare tranquility following the departure of the Song family. During their breaks, they caught insects to feed the chickens. Linlin felt transformed after her martial training, showcasing her skills in the courtyard, chasing the most splendid rooster until it flapped in disarray, feathers flying in every direction. Tang Zhujun sighed, noting how fleeting men's affections could be. Yet just earlier, someone had desperately implored her to purchase chickens, yet now they were being chased skyward. Yanran watched with a beaming smile, clapping her hands and cheering, "Linlin, over there." Had she not donned a new pair of shoes today, fearful of stepping in chicken droppings, she would have joined in the fun. Yet, the primary reason was Tang Zhujun's prohibition. "Look at you, sun-baked into a little black ball," Tang Zhujun remarked candidly. "Wait until the sun is less harsh before you play outside." Yanran's health improved day by day, her appetite growing, yet being a girl, her appearance remained significant. Yanran obediently stayed close, subtly asking, "Sister, when will you marry my father?" Tang Zhujun nearly choked on a hawthorn candy, and after a moment, replied, "Did we not agree on this?" "But," Yanran said, her tone tinged with grievance, "if I grow up to marry Linlin, it will be a long, long time." "You could marry my father right now." Tang Zhujun thought, "While I hold great affection for you, marrying your father is too great a sacrifice." Yet why did Yanran suddenly bring this up again? The little one, hugging her knees, looked forlorn. "Because my father asked me yesterday when I would return to the palace, saying it was inconvenient for him to be here." Tang Zhujun, though reluctant, understood that all good things must come to an end. After all, Yanran was the daughter of Prince Jin. Her staying with her was untenable. However, whenever she attempted to persuade Yanran to return, no matter how much she promised to visit later, Yanran would dissolve into tears. Tang Zhujun's heart broke at her distress, leaving her with no choice but to relent without principles. "Sister, please tell my father that I won't leave, alright?" Tang Zhujun thought, "I, too, wish to avoid dealings with your father." "Very well." After a while, Xiao returned, exclaiming, "Sister, Miss Meng's attendant, Sister Elza, gave me a hefty sum of money, more than 30 coins. "And what of Miss Meng? Was she pleased?" After waiting with bated breath, the anticipated return of the one she so dearly missed stirred excitement even in this outsider. "Speaking of which, I found it curious." Xiao'er squatted down. Miss Meng said she was already aware, and her eyes were swollen from crying. "Sister, what is the meaning of this? She isn't happy." Tang Zhujun explained, "You wouldn't understand, it is what we call tears of joy." "Oh," Xiao'er concluded, "well, as long as she's happy, that's good enough for me. I shall go give the money to my mother." Tang Zhujun observed the two little ones dashing about the courtyard, resting her chin on her hand as she pondered that for Meng Yulan and Jiang Beihan to achieve their romantic aspirations, they must eliminate the emperor's intention to bestow a marriage. Nevertheless, being with the one you cherish, even through mountains of knives and seas of fire, one must face the challenges head-on. She wished them well, cheering them on, hoping for their overwhelming victory against Prince Jin. Yet, the thought of facing Prince Jin made Tang Zhujun's scalp tingle with apprehension, a mixture of concern for Meng Yulan and relief at not having to confront the great demon herself. Unbeknownst to her, Prince Jean was currently staring at the letter she had sent to Qingfeng, his expression as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. She has taken a fancy to Ruan Anruo's cousin? This woman, indeed, lives up to her reputation for infatuation. Is she not enamored with Qingfeng? To enlist her lover's help in such matters, does she have nothing but tofu in her head? Qingfeng's attendant knelt on the ground, too intimidated by Prince Jin's presence to utter a word. Return and inform him to proceed as Tang Zhujun instructed. The attendant, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly complied, departing in a flurry. Prince Jean sneered, eager to see what Tang Zhujun would concoct. Throughout their interactions, he had not perceived her as merely infatuated, yet each of her actions had solidified her reputation, proving that the rumors were not without foundation. Song Jingyang, nearby, muttered, why does she fall in love with every man she meets? But she hasn't succeeded here, why is she unconcerned? Prince Jean queried, what if why? He hoped his capable aide would return soon to advise Song Jingyang to temper his tongue. Song Jingyang quickly replied, Your Highness, he should arrive in the capital within the next few days. Very well. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the skies finally cleared, and while Tang Zhujun was out purchasing vegetables, several riders galloped past, splashing water and soaking her skirt and shoes. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Tang Zhujun fumed. At that moment, the riders seemed to realize their error, halting their horses, and one of them called out to her, Miss, are you unharmed? Chapter 62. The noble birth-father of Linlin. The man approaching was tall and imposing, with a dignified appearance, though a hint of fatigue from travel marred his visage. It's nothing. The once fierce Tang Zhujun lowered her head. That's good, I take my leave. The rider urged his horse onward, kicking up droplets of water that splashed onto Tang Zhujun's skirt. However, this time, she paid it no mind to the maiden beside her. Sure, remarked, Miss, why have you fallen silent? I thought you were going to strike him. Is it because he is handsome that you find it hard to let go? Tang Zhujun retorted sharply, silence. She hastily picked some green vegetables, paid with silver, and set off for home. Home? We haven't yet procured the pig offal. The master instructed that we prepare more, as Lord Wang from the Ministry of War will be dining with us tomorrow. Go buy it. I cannot leave the 2 children alone. I must return and check on them. Tang Zhujun hurried away, leaving Xior in a state of bewilderment. Had the young lady encountered a ghost today? Upon her return, she found Granny He teaching Yanran to embroider beneath the great trellis. Yanran, with her head tilted cutely, gazed at the patterns with sparkling eyes. Hearing Tang Zhujun's footsteps, she dashed over, sweetly calling, Sister. Tang Zhujun's smile was somewhat forced as she ruffled the girl's hair and said, Good girl, I bought you. Oh dear, I forgot to get you treats today. It's all right, we still have plenty at home. Yanran replied sensibly, Sister, let me carry the basket for you. Tang Zhujun nodded with a smile and inquired, What of Linlin? A sense of unease gripped her heart inexplicably. Brother Linlin is inside practicing his calligraphy. Linlin was rigorously disciplined, refusing to sleep until he had completed 100 characters each day, a true embodiment of self-improvement. Good, Tang Zhujun sighed in relief, washing a plate of peaches to bring to Linlin. He was so engrossed in his practice that he did not notice her entrance. She chose not to disturb him, instead retreating beneath the grape trellis to begin rolling her small medicinal pills. Only in this manner could Yanran refrain from pestering her for playtime. To be honest, her encounter with that man on the street had left her heart in turmoil, rendering her incapable of considering anything else. The memories from his former life revealed it was he who had chosen her on the flower boat. That man had forgotten her, and rightly so. She had been young and heavily made up at the time. The thought of her reflection in the mirror then still sent shivers down her spine. That man must be Linlin's father. He rode a magnificent steed, adorned in silk and satin, wielding a jeweled sword. This man was both affluent and powerful. Who but someone with influence could brazenly gallop through the capital? The world was indeed small, and she had crossed paths with him once more. If this man were to recognize her and realize that Linlin was his flesh and blood, he would scarcely allow his progeny to be lost to the world. Even if it came to a legal dispute, it was unlikely she could safeguard Linlin. What to do? No, she would never permit Linlin to be taken away by another. Who exactly was this man? What was his standing? Could she evade him? Tang Zhujun's mind was in a state of disarray. This was not something she dared to discuss with her father or brothers, lest they too become anxious and distressed, and it was doubtful they would offer any solutions. In the worst-case scenario, how could she protect Linlin? Should she cultivate a good rapport with Prince Jean, and seek his intervention? No, it would be best to approach the emperor. After all, everything ultimately hinged on his decree. Do not panic, Tang Zhujun reassured herself. Perhaps that man had long since forgotten her. A man accustomed to flower boats would likely not remember a fleeting encounter from years past. Moreover, even if he did recognize her, he would hardly suspect that Linlin was his son. In the most dire circumstances, should he discover everything, perhaps he would be too intimidated by her father and elder brother's power to speak out. After a prolonged mental struggle, Tang Zhujun finally began to relax. Is Miss Tang at home? A voice called from outside, prompting Xior to open the door. Who is it? Oh, Sister Ilza, what brings you here? Please, come in. It turned out to be Ilza, the maidservant attending Meng Yulan. Tang Zhujun warmly welcomed her and instructed Xior to wash some fruit. Ilza's eyes were red-rimmed as she suddenly knelt, exclaiming, Miss Tang, please save Our Lady. Tang Zhujun quickly urged Granny He to take Yanran inside, helping Ilza to her feet. Speak slowly, what has happened to your mistress? Could it be that after Zhang Beihan's return, Meng Yulan had confronted the Meng family? The Duke of Meng would undoubtedly resist. Zhang Beihan could not bypass Prince Jin, and that was the Emperor's intention. With tears streaming down her face, Elsa sobbed, "Our Lady, I implore you to see her." She recounted the events that had transpired. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? Repeat that." Had her hearing failed her? Zhang Beihan had married and fathered children. Meng Yulan had waited in vain for him, only to be left in despair? Elsa cried, "When he was exiled, Our Lady sent silver and letters, urging him to wait for her. He too vowed to wait for her, yet he has broken his promise, leaving Our Lady in such a woeful state. From youthful bloom to becoming an old maid, steadfast in her vow, even risking her life, only to receive such a bitter outcome?" If Zhang Beihan had never made a promise, it could be lamented, but he had clearly given his word and then reneged. Was this not infuriating? Tang Zhujun declared, "You tell your mistress that shedding even a single tear for such a heartless wretch is a waste. I shall go visit her tomorrow." Her heart was tumultuous, and with mealtime and nap-time approaching, it was ill-timed to go to the Duke of Meng's residence. "Miss Tang, I beseech you to go now. I fear Our Lady may do something foolish." "Very well." There were priorities to consider. She and Meng Yulan had shared a bond, and knowing of this situation without offering her support would weigh heavily on her conscience. Tang Zhujun instructed Granny He and Xiaoer to look after the two children, changed her clothes, and hurriedly followed Elsa to the Duke's residence. Upon seeing her, Meng Yulan burst into tears, breaking Tang Zhujun's heart. There, Sister Meng," she comforted, patting her back. After the outpouring of emotion subsided, she spoke gently, "I am aware of everything. However, he has forsaken his humanity. We must continue to live well, for the sake of ourselves, not for the scoundrel. Let us shed our tears and begin anew. A three-legged toad is hard to find, a two-legged man is even more elusive." Zhang Beihan, lacking vision, has lost a woman like Meng Yulan, and that is his loss. "Ah Jun, I wish to see him. I must confront him and ask why he has wronged me so." Tang Zhujun shook her head. "Sister Meng, remain calm. Can one ask a dog why it bites? If reasoning were possible, it would not be a beast." Chapter 63. Yanran resembles her daughter, yet no matter what Tang Zhujun said, Meng Yulan found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. She yearned to meet Zhang Beihan, desperate for clarity. Meanwhile, Tang Zhujun pondered the fickleness of men, likening it to a dog's unyielding desire for excrement, impossible to restrain. One could inquire as to why, but the answer lay in their very nature. Nonetheless, she understood that after so many years of steadfastness and sacrifice, it was only reasonable for Meng Yulan to seek an explanation. Were the roles reversed, she might have acted even more irrationally. Jun, please help me, Meng Yulan implored, her desperation palpable. She could confide in no one else. As a sheltered young woman, she had no one to turn to. Tang Zhujun managed a bitter smile. "Sister Meng, you overestimate my abilities. I am powerless to assist. Not every situation could be taken upon oneself." While she empathized with Meng Yulan's frantic search for a remedy, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. If it were about meeting the Crown Prince, perhaps she could lend a hand. Jun, think of a way for me. You needn't run about, just help me devise a plan to see Zhang Beihan. "I can go on my own," Meng Yulan insisted, clearly aware of the underlying concerns. "Sister Meng, do not fret now that he has returned. He cannot vanish. He has a wife and children now, and you too. It is destined to be impossible. While you seek an explanation, it is not urgent in this moment." She hesitated to articulate that seeking an explanation came with its own burdens. Overwhelmed, Meng Yulan sank into a chair, murmuring, "I simply do not understand why let us do this." Tang Zhujun proposed, "I will return and contemplate a solution, but do not place too much hope in it. I shall inform you of any progress. You must prioritize your own well-being first." She genuinely wished to help but was uncertain how much aid she could truly provide, thus refraining from letting Meng Yulan harbor false hopes. Meng Yulan expressed her profound gratitude, tears brimming in her eyes. "I realize this matter should not involve you, yet I find myself utterly without recourse. Jun, forgive me. I shall strive to regain my composure." Indeed, as Tang Zhujun wisely noted, the outcome was already immutable. Upon returning home, Tang Zhujun felt a pang of sympathy for Meng Yulan. She believed it was essential for Meng Yulan to confront Zhang Beihan and clarify their situation once and for all, allowing her to sever ties and begin anew. But how could she arrange such a meeting? Approach the Crown Prince? That would be courting disaster. The Crown Prince had always considered Meng Yulan as his own, and to facilitate a clandestine meeting between his woman and another man would likely incite his wrath. As she dwelled on this dilemma, her elder brother, Tang Baixin, returned home. Tang Zhujun's eyes lit up. "Brother, you're here. I have something to discuss with you." Tang Baixin entered her chamber, presenting her with a box of pastries. "These are treats brought by a colleague from Jiangnan. Please, indulge yourself. No need to save the best for the younger ones. I cannot eat. My mind is preoccupied." Tang Zhujun recounted the predicament concerning Meng Yulan. "That is inappropriate." Tang Baixin frowned. "It is not suitable for you to assist her. She should not seek to meet Zhang Beihan. Indeed, but how do I respond to Sister Meng?" Tang Zhujun lamented, feeling overwhelmed. "Here is the plan." Tang Baixin reflected for a moment. "You are not suited to take the lead in this matter. I will discreetly inquire. Zhang Beihan has just returned and is soon to inherit a title. He is a focal point in court. A few subtle questions from me will raise no suspicion." "What will you inquire about?" Tang Zhujun asked. "Puzzled foolish girl," Tang Baixin replied. "I shall inquire about his wife's situation. I am certain Meng Yulan wishes to know. Moreover, this way, you can indeed assist her, honoring your friendship. Oh, how fortunate to have such a considerate brother. How splendid it would be if Meng Yulan were to notice him." Yet, this thought was but fleeting, as Meng Yulan's current state was truly concerning, leaving little room for other considerations. "Brother, please gather the information swiftly. I have a day off tomorrow. I shall visit the Ministry of Personnel the day after to ask around," Tang Baixin stated. "Have you prepared the incense and paper money?" Tang Zhujun smacked her forehead. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Fortunately, everything was prepared beforehand. I was about to ask you, since we are going to the Great Shangwa Temple to honor our mother, should we refrain from bringing meat offerings? Tomorrow marks the anniversary of their mother's passing, and every year, Tang Mingfan would take the family to the Great Shangwa Temple to pay their respects. Indeed, Tang Baixin affirmed there is no need for food offerings, simply prepare plenty of incense and candles. Father is on good terms with Master Hongyan and only charges a small fee for the eternal lamp. That works too. Very well, I shall prepare immediately. Tang Mingfan had harbored profound feelings for his deceased wife, never once entertaining the thought of remarriage over the years, and he had no one to attend to him. Such reflections evoked sympathy. He lost his wife in his early 20s and was now in his 40s, 2 decades of sleepless nights. Such unwavering devotion was truly moving. Tang Zhujun conferred with Yanran, suggesting she accompany the crown prince the next day. After all, this was a family ritual, and given Yanran's esteemed status, the Tang matriarch would likely not bear the weight of such a ceremony alone. However, as soon as she voiced her suggestion, it was as though she had stirred a hornet's nest. The usually obedient child cried heartbreakingly, "Sister, are you sending me home? Do you no longer want me?" Her wails echoed, drawing the attention of the crown prince next door. He regarded Tang Zhujun with a look that suggested she had abused Yanran. "Father, hold me." The crown prince extended his arms, yet Yanran, utterly unresponsive to such sentiments, shrank into the corner, wailing even louder, "Speak." The crown prince's patience wore thin. In her fit of sobs, Yanran could hardly articulate a word. Tang Zhujun awkwardly interjected, "This is my fault for not explaining clearly," leading Yanran to misunderstand. She recounted the entire situation, adding, "Your Highness, please speak to Yanran, we never intended any such thing." "Then bring her along," the crown prince replied. Tang Zhujun was taken aback. Yanran immediately ceased her crying and rushed to embrace the crown prince's leg. "Thank you, father, thank you, father." Tang Zhujun held her head in disbelief. When had that sweet, demure child transformed into such a sycophant? Yet, from the crown prince's perspective, it seemed he had learned to match Tang Zhujun's tenacity to achieve his goals, resorting to tantrums to get his way, which was not entirely unpalatable. Despite his aversion to Tang Zhujun's antics, he couldn't help but feel that seeing his shy daughter blossom into someone less vulnerable to harm was a change he could somewhat accept. "Tomorrow, tone it down, do not be so unruly, or you shall face the consequences upon your return." This admonition was directed at Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun, Yanran, however, assumed the reprimand was meant for her, obediently responding, "I will listen to my sister." If she were to heed her sister's words, wouldn't she end up demolishing the roof of the Great Shangwa Temple? Chapter 64 of The Relentless Spirit of Prince Jin. The following day, the family visited the Great Shangwa Temple with incense and candles. Tang Zhuyin, accompanied by her elder brother, bowed before their mother's memorial tablet, and Lin Lin and Yanran followed suit with utmost decorum. Tang Zhuyin refrained from objecting to Yanran's bowing, for she knew that the latter would weep inconsolably otherwise. This little crybaby was becoming increasingly adept at navigating the whims of adults, yet, recalling the lifeless child once chastised by that wretched maid, she preferred to see Yanran's current lively and spirited demeanor. "I shall meet with the master. Baixin, please take them around, but do not stray too far," Tang Mingfan instructed. The vicinity of the Great Shangwa Temple bustled with activity, its vibrant incense offerings giving rise to numerous small businesses. There were not only those related to Buddhism but also many selling an assortment of trinkets. For instance, while Tang Baixin ventured off to purchase snacks, Tang Zhuyin found herself captivated by a woodblock print, unable to tear her gaze away. The chubby child depicted in the print was simply adorable. However, the themes of the woodblock prints were evidently lacking. Aside from symbols of prosperity and various deities, there were merely charming images of plump children. Shouldn't there be more depictions of handsome men? In truth, she could provide material for such art in her leisure time after work. She delighted in observing various young talents in the entertainment industry, which was a significant source of joy in her life. Men could be categorized into two types. For aesthetic appreciation, one should admire the beauty of youthful faces, yet, during moments of fantasy, she preferred tall, muscular men with chiseled abs. Oh dear, perhaps she was overthinking it. Such musings would surely find no resonance in ancient times. Yet, she felt her cheeks flush. Why was she indulging in such springtime dreams in the midst of the bustling crowd? What is the young lady pondering? A jovial voice shattered her reverie, and Tang Zhuyin felt as though her clandestine thoughts had been exposed, causing her face to redden even further. She looked up to find herself confronted by Prince Jin's cold-visaged goodness. How could he be everywhere at once? Both of them read the same unspoken sentiment in each other's expressions. The speaker was the emperor himself. Today, he had inexplicably chosen to don commoner's attire for a covert visit. Tang Zhuyin shivered slightly and smiled. "Ah, it is you, Lord Huang." "Lord Huang?" The emperor stroked his beard, clearly pleased with this appellation. Yanran stepped forward, obediently addressing him as father and grandfather, which further delighted the emperor. "This child has certainly become much more astute than before," the emperor remarked approvingly. Lin Lin, ever obedient, offered her respects in a hushed tone, her demeanor composed and dignified. Tang Zhuyin noticed that, besides Prince Jin, a man of slightly older age accompanied the emperor. His gaze was sharp, his features rugged, yet his face bore the marks of time, like a finely tempered sword, its edge concealed yet not to be underestimated. Tang Zhuyin observed him for a moment longer, feeling a peculiar sensation that Prince Jin's gaze upon her was tinged with a certain sharpness. Oh dear, had she truly begun to consider herself the legitimate wife? "What brings you here today?" the emperor inquired. Tang Zhuyin dutifully replied, "Today marks the anniversary of my mother's passing." "Ah, I see," the emperor turned to Prince Jin, "you should pay your respects to Lady Tang later. By all rights, the mother of a secondary consort should not receive such honors." However, considering Tang Mingfan's status, it was not entirely inappropriate. Prince Jin nodded in agreement. Tang Zhujun noted his reluctance and thought to herself that she would soon inform Yanran that if she were to die, she hoped Yanran would not seek a husband like Prince Jin, for she feared she would be unable to partake in the offerings. The emperor then addressed the other man beside him. Beihan, you and Prince Jin are of similar age. How many children do you have now, and what are their ages? Beihan, Tang Zhujun's eyes widened in surprise. Was this Jiang Beihan? Prince Jin seemed to let out a cold chuckle, before Jiang Beihan replied, 1 son and 2 daughters, my eldest is 5 years old, while my daughters are 3 and 1. This scoundrel. Meng Yulan had vowed never to marry for his sake, yet here he was, blessed with a brood of children. Tang Zhujun felt an explosion of indignation, unable to restrain herself as she quipped, it appears exile is indeed beneficial for progeny. Perhaps the emperor ought to exile Prince Jin as well, so he could enjoy a few more grandchildren. The emperor laughed. What is this, Tang girl, do you know Beihan? I do not, Tang Zhujun replied, as a country girl, how could I possibly be acquainted with such esteemed gentlemen? The emperor turned to Jiang Beihan, you must have offended this young lady at some point. She does not forgive easily. Prince Jin smirked, openly displaying his unrequited affection in the emperor's presence, truly believing he was impervious to scrutiny. Tang Zhujun had initially corresponded with Jiang Beihan, but upon learning of his family, her demeanor shifted, showcasing her disdain before the emperor. Her pursuit of Jiang Beihan was now evident. Jiang Beihan replied coolly, if I have indeed offended Miss Tang, I beg her forgiveness. I have heard that Miss Tang is soon to marry the prince as a secondary consort. Congratulations to you. Tang Zhujun retorted, thank you for your well wishes. My ability to work alongside Miss Meng as husband is surely a blessing from my previous life. Jiang Beihan's expression remained unchanged as he cast her a deeply scrutinizing glance. In the presence of the emperor, do not speak recklessly, Prince Jin admonished, withdraw now. Tang Zhujun took 2 steps back, watching them depart before daring to lift her gaze to the emperor. She understood the decorum. Direct eye contact with the emperor was a grave disrespect, hence she had maintained a lowered gaze. However, when she finally looked up, her eyes met the emperor's brow, and she was momentarily taken aback. The emperor looked so, Your Majesty, Lord Huang. Tang Zhujun could not help but exclaim. The emperor turned back with a smile. What is it, Tang girl? Lord Huang, please take care as you walk. There are many people around, mind not to be jostled. She swallowed the words that nearly escaped her lips. You are truly a thoughtful girl, come now, the emperor said, leading the 2 rascals away. Tang Zhujun felt a sense of loss. Lin squeezed her hand, and, the emperor, Lord Huang, Tang Zhujun gestured for silence, whispering, he is not someone we can freely discuss. Come, let us see why your father has not yet returned. No sooner had she spoken than Tang Baixin strode towards them. Elder brother, just now, I saw, Tang Baixin replied, it's nothing. That gentleman frequently visits to discuss Buddhist teachings with Master Hong En. Oh, elder brother, when will father come out? Will he perhaps encounter? He likely will, Tang Baixin said, but it matters not. Is there anything else you wish to buy? I will take you. No need, I'm weary, let us find a place to rest. They located a spot to catch their breath, and Tang Zhujun quietly recounted her encounter with Jiang Beihan, saying, he has 3 children now. Sister Meng has truly lost all hope. Tang Baixin's gaze flickered, yet he quickly lowered it, remaining silent. Elder brother, please keep an eye on them, I am going to find father. Tang Zhujun stood up to leave. Ah Jun, are you going to seek Jiang Beihan? Tang Baixin grasped her hand, do not act impulsively. After all, Miss Meng is now the prince's betrothed. Your actions could, I will not interfere. I have other matters to discuss with father. Chapter 65 Tang Zhujun cannot hatch chickens with Prince Jin. Tang Zhujun independently located Master Hong En's residence, only to be intercepted outside. With a smile, she inquired, I am the daughter of Tang Mingfan, may I ask if my father is inside? The monk on guard nodded, Lord Tang, there are other esteemed guests within as well. Understanding the situation, Tang Zhujun replied, then I shall wait here for my father. The monk did not impede her. Instead, he brought a chair into the shade and offered her a fan. When Prince Jin emerged from the house, he spotted Tang Zhujun seated beneath the tree, fanning herself, her large eyes intently fixed on the door. Upon seeing him, her gaze betrayed unmistakable disappointment. She was refreshingly candid. Indeed, Prince Jin approached, looking down at her. Who are you waiting for? Tang Zhujun waved her hands dismissively. Don't block my view. Of course, I'm waiting for my father. Am I supposed to wait for you? Self-awareness is a virtue, albeit one that Prince Jin lacked. When did your father replace you, Tang Zhujun? I warn you for the last time, should you dare to bring shame upon me or the royal household, I will have your skin flayed. Tang Zhujun, bewildered, retorted, if you are unwell, seek medical help, but do not ask me. I do not treat fools. Stubborn as a dead duck, Prince Jin gritted his teeth, forcing each word out through clenched jaws, Jiang Beihan. I will not treat Jiang Beihan either. May all scoundrels perish. She would not care for any of them. Do not feign ignorance while pretending to be wise. You gaze at every man with longing, but if you dare to stare at men so brazenly again, you can bid farewell to your eyes. At last, Tang Zhujun comprehended his implication. Did he truly believe she had affections for Jiang Beihan, for someone who was so fickle and reeked of insincerity? Tang Zhujun glared at Prince Jin. If he dared to take her eyes, he would not be a man if he did not. After a moment, seeing the prince's grim expression, she suddenly laughed. Your Highness, there is no need for you to puff up with indignation. Perhaps today I can persuade the emperor to annul our engagement. That would be for the best. Prince Jin declared, sweeping away in a huff. As he strode back inside, he suddenly remembered he had merely come out to relieve himself, thoroughly flustered by Tang Zhujun's antics, and turned towards the latrine. Tang Zhujun mused. Such arrogance, truly believing himself to be something of value, a mere dog among men. It was only a matter of time before the emperor's thoughts of marriage would be dispelled, lest this dog of a man continue to suffer from lovesickness, imagining she would willingly marry him. Moments later, Zhang Beihan also appeared, having exchanged a few words with Prince Jean before entering together. Their camaraderie only deepened Tang Zhujun's irritation. Like attracts like, they were two peas in a pod, sharing the same foul stench. As she continued her musings, Tang Mingfan finally emerged. Father, father. Tang Zhujun called gently as she rose. Tang Mingfan's face lit up with a smile upon seeing her. It was clear he appreciated his daughter's thoughtfulness in waiting for him. As they walked outside together, Tang Zhujun feigned nonchalance, saying, Father, why were you inside for so long? I saw the emperor. The emperor mentioned he saw you too and praised how well you have raised Yanran. Tang Mingfan replied, his face glowing with pride. Father, is the emperor good to you? To be honest, without the lofty rhetoric, Tang Zhujun suddenly inquired. Tilting her head, Tang Mingfan was taken aback by her unexpected question but maintained his serious demeanor. Of course, the emperor has held me in high regard since my days in the palace. My rise to this point has been solely due to his support, without forming cliques or currying favor. The emperor is meticulous, aware of our family's difficulties, and has generously bestowed many gifts upon us. This residence we inhabit was purchased with the emperor's own funds. Tang Zhujun's first thought was, then why not buy a larger one? Tang Mingfan laughed heartily. Am I the sort of person who does not know when to be grateful? The emperor initially intended to grant me a grand estate, but I could not afford its upkeep. Thus, the emperor compromised, providing me with a more modest dwelling, while maintaining his dignity. Tang Zhujun understood. Her father and the emperor were not merely sovereign and subject but also friends. The emperor held Tang Mingfan in high esteem, cherishing his talents. Tang Mingfan intended to add that even knowing she had an illegitimate child, the emperor was still willing to suggest her as a concubine for Prince Jean, which was a testament to the emperor's favor. However, considering his daughter's apparent discord with Prince Jean, he swallowed his words. The young must find their own way, feelings will naturally blossom in time, Tang Zhujun thought to herself. How can anything flourish? A fool will never hatch a chick. Her relationship with Prince Jean resembled that of a simpleton, without a seed. What outcome could there possibly be? Father, she continued, reverting to serious matters, if there were something beneficial for the emperor but potentially detrimental to yourself, would you proceed? She already had a sense of the answer, yet still posed the question. Tang Mingfan, predictably, replied earnestly, as a loyal subject, it is my duty to serve the emperor, without question. Jun, remember, we have but one master, the emperor. Should Prince Jean ever stray from his path, it is imperative to counsel him. Nevertheless, Prince Jean is currently quite admirable. Whether Prince Jean was admirable or not held no significance for her, yet she was aware that the emperor was not in good spirits at present. Father, Tang Zhujun stated, I had the audacity to glance at the emperor today. Tang Mingfan chuckled, no worries. The emperor will merely perceive you as a mischievous young girl and will not take it to heart. I still retain some dignity before the emperor, so do not fret. As he spoke, his gaze was filled with affection and pride. For all these years, it was the emperor's trust and concern that sustained him through hardship and despair. That is not the case, father, Tang Zhujun insisted. I suspect the emperor is ill, and quite severely so. When she had looked at the emperor, she had immediately noticed that, despite his smile, there was a stiffness to his expression. The emperor did not appear to be merely putting on a facade. This suggested he might be constrained either by habit or by physical ailment. Father, the emperor's face is swollen, his lips purplish, his earlobes wrinkled, and there are bulging veins in his neck. These combined symptoms lead me to believe his heart condition is quite grave. Tang Zhujun spoke solemnly. Her father was a staunch loyalist. If he were aware of the emperor's deteriorating health, he would surely be consumed with worry, unlike his current cheerful demeanor when speaking of the emperor. Thus, Tang Zhujun deduced her father was oblivious to the situation, and if her father was unaware, it could only mean the emperor was either deliberately concealing his condition or being deceived by others. In either case, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. However, considering Tang Mingfan's feelings, she ultimately decided to confide in him. She had her own selfish motives. The emperor's favor had been a boon for their family, and if he were to pass, their family's fortunes would surely wane. Jun, are you certain of what you say? Tang Mingfan's expression immediately shifted. Chapter 66, Do you favor Lin Lin's biological father? Tang Zhujun was acutely aware that this was a gamble. If the emperor wished to keep his ailment a secret, their meeting with him would leave him feeling discontented. However, if he was unaware of his condition, perhaps this reminder might yield some positive effect. The most favorable outcome would be that, regardless of the emperor's awareness, she could assist him better than the imperial physicians, thus allowing her to petition the emperor for the annulment of her verbal engagement with Prince Jean. She had already devised a rationale. She de Fei Ao. Tang Mingfan inquired further into some matters before escorting her back to await an audience with the emperor. Throughout the encounter, his concern was solely for the emperor, with not a hint of doubt regarding his daughter. When the emperor emerged and spotted Tang Mingfan and his daughter standing outside, he expressed mild surprise, smiling as he remarked, Minister Tang, are you inviting me to dine at your residence? I must decline, for I am aware that you have a daughter skilled in the culinary arts, yet I must return to present scriptures to the Empress Dowager. Prince Jean cast a threatening glance toward Tang Zhujun, an unspoken warning to refrain from causing trouble. Tang Zhujun paid him no heed, kneeling before the emperor and stating, Your Majesty, it is my humble self who has a matter to request of you, though it is difficult to articulate. I beseech you to grant me a moment alone. A private audience with the emperor. What intentions could she possibly harbor towards him? Prince Jin interjected. Speak your mind to me first, do not waste Father Emperor's time. The emperor turned to Tang Mingfan, who offered a pleading glance and said, it is the old minister's failure in raising his daughter. Despite his hesitation, the emperor trusted Tang Mingfan's integrity and replied, very well, let the others withdraw. You two may remain to converse. Tang Zhujun turned to see Prince Jin and Zhang Beihan lingering by the entrance and insisted, no, you must stand far away. Prince Jin retorted, Tang Zhujun, know your limits. She shot back, Your Majesty, see how the prince bullies me. I no longer wish to proceed with this engagement. Silence. Tang Mingfan feigned anger, meticulously adhering to the script he and his daughter had previously devised. The emperor waved his hand, instructing, you may all withdraw for the time being. Prince Jin and Zhang Beihan retreated several paces. Zhang Beihan whispered to Prince Jin, it appears that Miss Tang is unwilling to follow the prince. However, this may be advantageous, her reputation would be a burden to you. Prince Jin's expression darkened, clearly unfazed by the consolation. Zhang Beihan continued, as for Meng Yulan, I advise the prince to exercise caution. At this, Prince Jin's eyes finally flickered with interest. It was not due to any concern for Meng Yulan, but rather because Zhang Beihan dared to speak ill of a woman universally praised in the capital, an act unbecoming of a gentleman. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Beihan confessed, to be frank, I once sought to marry Meng Yulan, yet after a mishap at her residence, she chose to add insult to injury. Such a woman is unworthy of becoming a princess. She is fit only to be his servant, subject to his whims. A fleeting shadow of malice crossed Zhang Beihan's gaze. Prince Jin laid bare his thoughts. You seek revenge for unfulfilled desires from years past? Lord Wuyang, seeking personal gain and avoiding harm is human nature, especially when it concerns a mere woman. Your repeated deliberations reveal a pettiness of spirit. Zhang Beihan chuckled, the mirth sharp as a snow blade. Perhaps the prince has never loved and cannot fathom the agony of betrayal by one as beloved. Anyone may turn against him, but not the woman to whom he would willingly offer his heart. Prince Jin chose silence thereafter. The emperor's decree of marriage left him no room for dissent. Should Meng Yulan fail to devise a means of her own, he would have no choice but to take her as his bride. To him, women were all the same, marrying one was no different than marrying another. No, as for Tang Zhujun, that was out of the question. That woman was far too perilous, he feared he might meet an untimely demise at her hands. Tang Zhujun. My lord, elder brother, it's time for your medicine. At the mere thought of her name, Prince Jin pressed his lips tightly together, his brow furrowed. He wondered what schemes that woman was concocting before the emperor. Reflecting on her previous words, could it be that she sought the emperor's intervention to annul their engagement? Tang Zhujun lowered her voice to express her judgment, bowing her head and staring intently at the ground, awaiting the emperor's response. Tang Mingfan, filled with urgency, implored, Your Majesty. The emperor chuckled softly, his voice tinged with melancholy, I believe my concealment was flawless, yet a mere child has seen through it. Jun, rise and speak. Hearing him address her in such a manner eased Tang Zhujun's anxiety. It seemed the worst outcome would not come to pass. I have been aware since last year. At that time, the imperial physician stated that I had 3 to 4 years remaining. Tang Mingfan also knelt, his tears flowing freely. Your Majesty. Ah, Minister Tang. The emperor reached out to support him. I have long known. Matters of longevity are predestined, and no one can alter them. My soul wishes to accomplish my duties while I still draw breath, ensuring that loyal ministers like you are well taken care of. The realm of the Yuan family must continue to be upheld by you on behalf of my son. The question remained, which of his 8 sons would he require assistance for? Nevertheless, the emperor's magnanimity and generosity exceeded Tang Zhujun's expectations. His affection for her father was undeniably genuine. Of course, her father was deserving of the emperor's regard. Your Majesty, Tang Zhujun ventured, may I attempt to take your pulse? You little girl, do you presume yourself more capable than the imperial physicians? The emperor chuckled, his demeanor carefree. Not at all, I merely wished to see if I might lend you some assistance and alleviate my father's regrets. Very well, the emperor replied, placing his hand upon the stone table. He then addressed Tang Mingfan, Minister Tang, your steadfastness has finally borne fruit. I do not know if I am blessed enough to have a truly filial child like you. Neither father nor daughter dared to respond to such a statement. Tang Zhujun composed herself, focusing intently as she took the emperor's pulse, her devotion, seriousness, and professionalism capturing his attention. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable trust and hope in her presence. Ah Jun, how does the emperor fare? Tang Mingfan inquired eagerly, his voice trembling. Tang Zhujun released her grip, kneeling before the emperor as she declared, I do not question the medical skills of the imperial physicians, however, when discussing your health, I believe they have exaggerated the severity of your condition to avoid future reproach. Her words were somewhat convoluted, yet the emperor, upon processing them, exclaimed with delight, Child, are you implying that my illness is not as grave as they claim? In my humble opinion, your Majesty's preoccupation with state affairs has indeed affected your health, yet to suggest it is a matter of mere years is utterly unfounded. Years of falsehood, her implication being that he might still have a decade or more to live? Tang Mingfan, elated, exclaimed, Ah Jun, truly, you are not deceiving the emperor, are you? Tang Zhujun touched her neck, Father, would I dare to deceive the sovereign? Do you think I have a death wish? Meeting the emperor's joyful gaze, she added solemnly, I possess a remedy and methods for daily care, which I shall document for you. You may present them to the imperial physicians for their perusal. She had faith in her medical prowess, confident it could withstand scrutiny. Although the emperor did not wholly believe her, he was nonetheless overjoyed, exclaiming, "Minister Tang, your family is indeed heaven sent to assist me." Chapter 67. The Prince of Jin can never become emperor. The emperor summoned Tang Zhujun to rise, yet she hesitated, stammering, "Your Majesty, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you." "Speak, then." "Your Majesty, I fear I shall often need to enter the palace to attend to your health. However, you surely would not want others to be aware of your condition, otherwise, there would be no need for such secrecy. What is it you wish to convey?" The emperor narrowed his eyes. Tang Zhujun then realized that when the Prince of Jin narrowed his eyes, his expression bore a striking resemblance to that of the emperor. "Your Majesty," Tang Zhujun swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty, "if I were to become the Prince of Jin's concubine, would that not be rather inappropriate? The emperor would certainly not want his sons to be privy to his health issues." "What is it? You do not wish to accompany the Prince of Jin?" "Your Majesty, he is a man of great stature, and in my youth, I was far too reckless. I am utterly unworthy of his highness." "Is it because the Prince of Jin treats you harshly that you are frightened?" The emperor's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Fear not, my dear Tang, I shall support you. If he dares to bully you, come to me, and I shall have him punished." "Tang Zhujun, your Majesty, I have articulated this quite clearly. Is this how you repay your savior?" The emperor looked at her forlorn expression and suddenly burst into laughter, addressing Tang Mingfan, "My dear Tang, this little girl seems to disdain my son. Bring the Prince of Jin in." The Prince of Jin soon entered, bowing his head in respect. "Father." The emperor feigned a stern demeanor. "Kneel." The Prince of Jin lifted his robes and knelt beside Tang Zhujun, feeling somewhat apprehensive, uncertain of his father's sudden outburst, yet maintaining a composed exterior. The emperor coldly stated, "I bestow upon you, Tang Zhujun, as your concubine. Have I wronged you?" The Prince of Jin replied steadily, "I dare not presume." "Then why does she tell me that you bully her?" "Tang Zhujun." I have not, please do not speak falsely, she was merely being modest, listing her flaws by the basketful." The emperor, too, spoke untruths. This only added fuel to the fire, making the already displeased Prince of Jin resent her even more. The Prince of Jin replied, "I acknowledge my mistake. I implore you to punish me, father. If I punish you, I fear Tang will be unwilling. I shall let you off this time, but should there be a next, it shall not be so lenient." "Yes, I shall take heed." Tang Zhujun felt tears welling in her eyes. "My lord, please allow me to explain. This is not how it is. Your father is the one speaking nonsense. It truly does not pay to be a good person. Good deeds are often met with ingratitude." "And father, do you not realize how foolish you appear, laughing so heartily? Do you not see that the emperor is digging a pit to bury me?" She timidly averted her gaze from the Prince of Jin. The bold words of breaking off the engagement had already been uttered, and now it had turned into a complaint. Was the Prince of Jin planning to have her executed or blown to bits? The emperor truly knows how to stir the pot. "Enough, now accompany Tang to pay respects to Madame Tang." Tang Zhujun alone with the Prince of Jin, "Your Majesty, you are killing me." "Yes." Tang Zhujun led the Prince of Jin to offer incense to her adoptive mother, and observing his formal demeanor, she silently prayed, "Mother, I am sorry, but this is the emperor's decree. If you find this solemn face uncomfortable, please take it up with the emperor." As they exited, with the Prince of Jin in front and Tang Zhujun following like a dutiful wife, the prince suddenly halted. Tang Zhujun nearly collided with him, instinctively asking, "What are you doing?" The Prince of Jin scoffed coldly, "Tell me, how have I bullied you?" From the very beginning, it had always been this woman scheming against him, yet she turned the tables and accused him instead. Tang Zhujun replied, "This matter can be explained. We have always found each other unpleasant, thus I wish to seek the emperor to annul the engagement, so you cast all the blame upon me? Why do you not mention your fickleness?" "Tang Zhujun, I considered it, but I cannot involve others." The Prince of Jin's expression darkened, his fists clenching at his sides. How dare she feel wronged? She truly had the audacity to think so. He coldly retorted, "I wish to know whom you truly favor. Is it that Qingfeng, Jiang Beihan, or your formidable biological father?" "He knows." Tang Zhujun's eyes widened in shock. "How did you find out?" "Who in the capital does not know? You fall in love with every man you meet." Yet Tang Zhujun considered, perhaps her formidable biological father appeared both affluent and noble. The Prince of Jin might very well know him. The circle of the powerful in the capital is far too small. Realizing she might need to seek the prince's assistance in reclaiming her child, Tang Zhujun decided to mend their relationship. "My lord, you claim I fall in love with every man, but that is not accurate. I harbor no improper thoughts about you, truly, absolutely none." She sincerely wished to sever ties with him, yet the emperor's meddling complicated matters. The Prince of Jin's face was as cold as ice, his voice frigid. "Are you suggesting that I am inferior to anyone?" "Tang Zhujun, when did you become so insecure, my lord?" "I genuinely wish to ask the emperor to annul the engagement. I mean no offense, sighed out. I suppose you will not believe my explanations, but rest assured, I shall strive to rectify this matter." The Prince of Jin's demeanor remained unyielding. Tang Zhujun stated, "I shall assist you in raising your daughter, but I absolutely refuse to let you help me with my son. Whether you believe me or not, I truly do not wish to marry you, nor do I want to be looked down upon by you." "Why did Mang Yulan take her own life?" "What?" Tang Zhujun was taken aback by his sudden turn of topic. Had Jiang Beihan said something to him, or had the Jinlin guards uncovered something? But to think she could exploit her guilt to pry answers from him was nothing but a pipe dream. Tang Zhujun feigned ignorance. Was it not because she did not wish to marry you? After all, not everyone can withstand such blows as I do. Are you implying that you are resilient? Tang Zhujun replied, you would do well to consult the emperor's opinion on that. She now possessed a protective talisman. Who was there to fear? Perhaps by treating the emperor's ailments, she could convince him to adopt her as a goddaughter, thus securing a princess's status without having to marry that insufferable man. As was customary, they parted ways in dissatisfaction. Upon returning home, Tang Zhujun asked Tang Mingfan, Father, does the emperor believe I will not speak carelessly of his condition, or does he think it matters not if the Prince of Jin knows? Before departing, the emperor had given no instructions, which puzzled her. The emperor does not regard the Prince of Jin with suspicion. Tang Mingfan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Tang Zhujun? The Prince of Jin is the one the emperor favors, then I am doomed. The Prince of Jin can never become emperor, Tang Mingfan asserted firmly. Tang Zhujun sighed in relief, yet could not help but inquire, why is that? Because the emperor has bestowed the Jinlin guards upon him, and also because he has chosen you for him. Tang Zhujun was left speechless. Was she not a barrier to the throne? Marrying her would distance the Prince of Jin from the imperial authority. Chapter 68. He became intrigued. Father, the reason you eventually agreed to my marriage to Prince Jin. No, father, when did you ever agree? Tang Zhujun nearly choked on her own saliva, her wide eyes round with disbelief. I never consented to this either. Hadn't he previously agreed to approach the emperor to withdraw the engagement? Ah Jun, Tang Mingfan said with a bitter smile, I wish to support you for a lifetime, but alas, I am unable to do so. And I have my elder brother, and Lin Lin. Besides, I am capable of earning my own living, I do not require anyone to support me. Tang Zhujun humbly implored, please, do not cast me aside. Ah Jun, allow me to finish, Tang Mingfan continued. I inquired about the daughters of the Meng family. I had initially sought to propose for your brother, but upon hearing of it, your brother, much like yourself, dismissed the idea, claiming it was a mismatch. However, that girl is truly remarkable. Only then did Tang Zhujun realize that Meng Yulan had nearly intersected with her elder brother's fate. As the primary wife, she shall not make things difficult for you, Tang Mingfan assured. Prince Jin is the emperor's biological son. As long as he does not involve himself in the struggle for succession, he shall remain a wealthy and idle prince unless there is a change of dynasty. Moreover, Prince Jin was accepting of Tang Zhujun's past and treated Lin Lin kindly. Father, how can you be certain he will not engage in such matters, she queried, feeling that Prince Jin was not someone to be underestimated. Because the emperor has granted him the golden scale guard. That is not a clean position. A true heir apparent would never be permitted to associate with such affairs, Tang Mingfan patiently explained. Tang Zhujun immediately grasped the situation. The emperor was shrewdly utilizing Prince Jin for less than honorable tasks, instructing him, come, my son, you shall clean the latrines. The thought made her chuckle. The emperor wishes to extricate Prince Jin from that environment, Tang Mingfan remarked, filled with emotion. His intentions are noble. Isn't the matter of the golden scale guard a secret? Do others know of it? Whether others are aware, I dare not say, but the princes certainly know, Tang Mingfan replied. Tang Zhujun lamented her dwindling mental faculties. To promise you to the princes likewise, he continued. For all in court are aware I am a loyal subject, unwilling to attach myself to anyone but the emperor. Oh. So, it seemed Prince Jin could not ascend to the throne. She could not fault him, but rather her own father. This is also a testament to the emperor's care for me. Tang Mingfan sighed deeply. Tang Zhujun thought while his intentions may be good, the outcome ultimately depends on Prince Jin's perspective. He seemed intent on stirring the waters, inviting calamity upon himself. No, that simply would not do. The best course of action was to distance herself from danger and find a way to annul the marriage. Father, she recalled another matter and inquired curiously, who was Prince Jin's biological mother? How did he end up among the common folk? He hardly resembles someone who has experienced hardship. Prince Jin was anything but humble, entirely unearthly, Tang Mingfan replied. Jun, that is a private matter of the emperor. I only know him to be a good emperor. The affairs of his harem and his children do not detract from his character. Tang Zhujun interpreted Prince Jin's origins were not particularly honorable, likely indicating that his mother held a lowly status. Tang Mingfan then shifted the conversation to the emperor's health, and Tang Zhujun sensed his genuine concern. Rest assured, I am here for you. How do you feel about your health lately? Me? I am quite well. Then you must trust me. I have not administered any medicine, merely nourishing food, and you feel significantly better, do you not? She laughed. For someone who had long endured nutritional deficiencies, a diet rich in, it must be your mother's blessings from beyond. 1, 2, 3. Tang Zhujun silently counted to 3, and indeed, Tang Mingfan's eyes welled with tears. Father, she remarked with a smile, we visited mother today. She must be overjoyed. Perhaps she will come back with us. If you cry, it will only cause her pain. Tang Mingfan replied, no tears, I shall step inside to rest. Go on, weep in secret. Tang Zhujun then shared with Tang Baixin about Jiang Beihan, unable to refrain from cursing. Has his conscience been devoured by dogs? If he had been forthright all those years ago, not wanting to burden Sister Meng, then all would have been well, and I would have held no resentment against him. Yet, having taken the silver, promising to wait for one another, what has become of that? No, Tang Zhujun could not dwell on it. Such thoughts would surely induce a heart attack. Such a scoundrel, it would be unjust not to sacrifice a few in his name. Tang Baixin remained silent. Sigh, when father sought to propose to sister Meng on your behalf, why did you not agree? Tang Baixin muttered, should I force her like the prince did? Tang Zhujun interjected. That is not entirely fair, the prince bears some blame in this matter. She was, after all, a reasonable child. Go tell her, Tang Baixin suggested, encourage her to plan for herself and live well with the prince. If you two get along harmoniously, I shall rest easy. Tang Zhujun found the statement peculiar. Who would he be at ease for? Was she not still Meng Yulan? If only there were no engagement with the prince, I could persuade father to send a matchmaker to propose for my elder brother, she tentatively suggested. Tang Baixin's face flushed crimson, a flicker of anger in his eyes. June, such words cannot be uttered. If you ruin her reputation, how can you make amends? Ah, she understood, but when had this brooding elder brother developed feelings for Meng Yulan? Was it merely because of her fleeting glance when she sought him out, or had he become infatuated after she had restrained him in a fit of madness, only to receive a slap? In any case, she was certain that Tang Baixin had indeed fallen for Meng Yulan. Alas, Meng Yulan was to marry Prince Jin. Tang Zhujun could not extricate herself from her own engagement, let alone dream of helping Meng Yulan annul hers. She felt a pang of regret yet consoled herself that marrying Prince Jin might not be so bad after all. Each time she provoked him to anger, Prince Jin merely thundered without rain, scaring her with a few harsh words. And considering Prince Jin's patience with children, Tang Zhujun began to feel he was a good man. Very well, if Meng Yulan were to marry him, it could work out, though her foolish elder brother would suffer unrequited love. Having discerned Tang Baixin's feelings and understanding the impossibility of the situation, she resolved to refrain from mentioning Meng Yulan in the future while urging Tang Mingfan to find Tang Baixin a gentle, beautiful, and understanding wife. Tang Zhujun naively believed that the matter of Meng Yulan had reached its conclusion, unaware that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 69. Blindly Lin Tang Zhuyan instructed Xiaoer to convey a message to Meng Yulan, informing her that Zhang Beihan had already fathered 3 children. She refrained from visiting Meng Yulan again, for the conclusion was heart-wrenching and beyond her control. Upon returning, Xiaoer remarked, Miss Meng expressed her gratitude. She is already aware of the situation. Miss, why did you feel the need to tell her about Zhang Beihan? Tang Zhuyun shot her a glare. Do not inquire, and do not let this slip. Xiaoer pouted, you have changed. In the past, you would tell me about handsome men, but now you only share with Miss Meng. Tang Zhuyun retorted, but if you keep babbling, I shall send you to Zhang Beihan as a concubine. But he must want me as well. Xiaoer rolled her eyes, busily wiping the table until it gleamed. Tang Zhuyun sighed, feeling lethargic and unwilling to move. Linlin, having heard that she was experiencing abdominal pain, was quite concerned and wished to stay by her side. Tang Zhuyun urged him to take Yanran out for some amusement, reminding him before he left, Auntie, I won't stray far. I shall merely go next door. If you feel unwell, just call for me. All right, the key is hanging over there, Tang Zhuyun replied with a smile. The Prince of Jin did not stay every day, leaving a key for the 2 children to visit. His courtyard was significantly more spacious and boasted a garden, where the children often ran about. Linlin tiptoed to retrieve the key, holding Yanran's hand as they departed. Xiaoer turned to Tang Zhuyun and suggested, Miss, should we consider an engagement between Linlin and Yanran? In the household, children were addressed by their names, and Xiaoer was no exception. Tang Zhuyun replied, absolutely not, even if the 2 children remain unchanged. Do you truly wish for me to become in-laws with the Prince of Jin? He is already a difficult man, marrying his daughter would surely be a torment. Oh, Prince of Jin, do reflect upon how you might affect Yanran's future suitors. Tang Zhuyun, disinclined to stir, decided to grant herself a day of leisure, lounging on the couch with a book, only rising for meals in the restroom. It must be said, despite her father's poverty, his collection of books was extensive, even comprising tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens. Tang Zhuyun read with great interest, learning many new characters along the way. It was not until dusk that she realized she had spent the entire day absorbed in reading. Rubbing her neck, Tang Zhuyun called for the 2 children. Xiaoer poked her head out from the kitchen, chirping, they went out after lunch and have not returned yet. How much time had passed? Tang Zhuyun set down her book, slipped on her shoes, and immediately felt a wave of discomfort. The onset of menstruation was upon her. Having tidied herself, she was about to step out in search of the children when she saw Linlin and Yanran returning. At a glance, she noticed Yanran's pallor, a striking shade of white. What happened to Yanran? Tang Zhuyun crouched down to feel her forehead and check her pulse. She did not appear ill. Linlin explained, on our way home, we encountered a rather large rat, and Yanran was frightened. Yanran quickly nodded, fearing Tang Zhuyun might not believe her. However, Tang Zhuyun found it difficult to accept. Linlin's expression was inscrutable, but the boy was cunning. He was capable of spinning tales that could ensnare anyone. Yanran, on the other hand, was particularly honest and obedient, and one could easily see through her lies. Yet, Yanran was compliant with Linlin, so it was unlikely she would divulge the truth. Considering Yanran's pale complexion, it appeared she truly had been frightened. Thus, Tang Zhuyun led her to wash her hands, face, and change her clothes, planning to inquire about the matter with Linlin later. After dinner, her abdomen ached, prompting her to retire to bed early. When she awoke in the middle of the night, she thought to herself that she would ask in the morning. Having enjoyed a restful night's sleep, Tang Zhuyun felt invigorated and resumed her routine of preparing breakfast for Tang Mingfan. He urged her to return and rest, saying, do not toil at this hour. You shall regret it later. Tang Zhuyun blushed, realizing her father was aware of her condition. It's fine, I won't handle cold water, she replied with a smile, it will be ready shortly. If she did not cook, how could her father indulge in such extravagance? She was determined to pamper him to the utmost. Tang Mingfan's lips curled into a proud smile, for his daughter was the finest in the world. Tang Zhujun prepared iron pot braised fish with pancakes and several cold dishes, along with a bowl of sweet, icy dessert. Father, I have set the icy dessert aside in this small ice container. Keep it at a distance when enjoying the hot pot, lest it melt. After savoring the steaming braised fish and pancakes, indulging in a bowl of sweet, icy dessert would surely make even the gods envious. Such thoughtfulness from a daughter was truly commendable. Today felt like another day of garnering envious glances, and Tang Mingfan strode out with great pride. In his haste, he completely forgot to bring along his ceremonial tablet, the very one he held during court. Tang Zhujun realized this only after he had already departed. Tang Baixin declared, "Give it to me, I shall chase after father." Though running on 2 legs could not compete with 4, Tang Mingfan had a habit of leaving early. Perhaps if Tang Baixin hurried, he might encounter other officials on their way to court, and if he recognized any of them, he could solicit their assistance. Thus, Tang Zhujun handed the tablet to him, and Tang Baixin darted out swiftly. She did not perceive this as a significant issue. After all, the emperor and her father were practically bosom buddies, unlikely to punish him over such a trivial matter. If anything, the emperor might even sympathize with Tang Mingfan for lacking a servant, thus overlooking the oversight, and perhaps reward him with a few attendants. Oh, how she longed for such a touching love story in her own life. Surely, she could find a kindred spirit with her sister as well. Gender should not be so rigidly defined. The 2 children were the last to rise in the household. Tang Zhujun served them their meals, fixing her gaze on Yanran. "You are not to give any of your egg to Lin Lin." Yanran was picky and disliked eggs, often sneaking the fried egg from her bowl to Lin Lin when Tang Zhujun wasn't looking. Yanran chuckled sheepishly, struggling to take small bites of the egg, hardly finishing half of it. Tang Zhujun offered her half a bowl of warm milk, saying, "You must eat well to grow tall. Otherwise, Lin Lin will be much taller than you, and you won't even reach his shoulders on your tiptoes." Though the Prince of Jin was quite tall, it did not necessarily mean Yanran would inherit that stature. Lin Lin, due to previous malnutrition, was not particularly tall compared to his peers. However, he had long legs, and it was certain he would grow to be quite tall in the future. Furthermore, Tang Zhujun herself was not short. The man she encountered that day had legs that seemed to stretch 2 meters and 3 centimeters when seated on horseback, so in terms of genetic inheritance, she had no cause for concern. Upon hearing this, Yanran obediently finished her egg. Just as Tang Zhujun was about to furrow her brow and question the events of the previous day, she did not indulge her children in lying, as affection must be balanced with discipline. Suddenly, Xior's loud voice rang out from outside. "Oh my, what has happened? What is it?" Tang Zhujun rose to investigate, initially fearing that something had befallen an elderly woman. To her astonishment, she emerged to find Tang Baixin breathlessly carrying a woman in his arms, exclaiming, "Jun, hurry, help, we need help." The woman's hair was disheveled, obscuring her face, but blood dripped steadily from her head. "Help! Your sister is here to form a pair with you." Chapter 70 of The Situation Has Escalated, Part 1. Had it not been for Elju stumbling into the room behind Tang Baixin, Tang Zhujun would never have imagined that it was Meng Yulan who had been injured. "Quickly, carry her to my room," Tang Zhujun instructed Xiao to take the 2 children next door while she hurried to assess Meng Yulan's condition. Meng Yulan had already lost consciousness, a significant gash on her forehead bleeding profusely. "What happened?" "She ran into a wall," Tang Baixin replied, his voice heavy with pain and urgency, concern evident in his tone. "How is she?" "Jun, will she survive?" His white robes were nearly soaked in Meng Yulan's blood, the fabric blooming with crimson stains, yet, despite his usual fastidiousness regarding cleanliness, even in worn garments, Tang Baixin's eyes were solely focused on the barely breathing Meng Yulan. "She is not in mortal danger." "Brother, please step aside, I need to tend to Sister Meng's wounds." "Ah, yes." Tang Baixin, flustered, stumbled aside, nearly tripping over himself, clearly rattled. Tang Zhujun commanded Elju, "Go find Xiao and bring warm water." To her surprise, Elju suddenly knelt, clutching Tang Zhujun's leg, pleading, "Miss Tang, I beg you, grant Our Lady a swift release." "Do not save her, do not save her." Tang Baixin, consumed by fury, stepped forward to grasp Elju's arm. "Step aside, if you delay her rescue, you are willfully endangering her life." The thought that such a devoted servant as Meng Yulan's maid would wish for her death ignited an extraordinary rage in Tang Baixin, one far surpassing that of betrayal. Tang Zhujun, however, sensed the underlying truth and spoke gravely, "If she wishes for death, it is but a matter of a single poison. Once your lady awakens and clarifies her thoughts, if she still desires to die, I shall assist her." "Jun. Brother, take Elju outside." "Jun. Out." Tang Zhujun's tone was calm yet commanding. Neither Elju nor even Tang Baixin had witnessed such a sight of her. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly pulled Elju away. Tang Zhujun proceeded to cleanse and dress Meng Yulan's wounds. Noticing her cold sweat, she sighed, "Sister Meng, how much longer will you feign such pain?" Meng Yulan had long regained consciousness, awakening the moment Tang Zhujun had expelled the 2 individuals from the room. Yet, the agony during the cleaning process was so excruciating that even with the veins on her forehead visibly throbbing, she refrained from opening her eyes. "Jun, you should not waste medicine on me." Meng Yulan finally opened her eyes, which sparkled with a mix of tenderness and determination, yet now appeared as desolate as a land scorched. "You are willing to sacrifice your life over someone who does not love you, do you not find that shameful?" In the realm of noble ladies, even a single disparaging remark from a competitive peer can stir discontent. "How could you allow a man to mistreat you so?" To perish for love may be acceptable, but to perish for one who does not love you is a disservice to oneself. Tears streamed down Meng Yulan's face as she stared at the ceiling. Her spirit was crushed, not easily swayed by mere words, yet, at this moment, she was enveloped by profound guilt, her conscience troubled. I am sorry, Jun, I fear I have brought harm to your brother. Having uncovered secrets from the past that she had never known, she felt utterly despondent, impulsively seeking out Jiang Beihan, hoping that her death would etch her memory into his heart for eternity. Yet, it culminated in an inescapable farce and mockery. Fate is capricious, and the human heart is inscrutable. Meng Yulan had two maids who had served her since childhood: Ilju, who was lively and innocent, and Ying Shui, who was prudent and thoughtful. Both were her confidants. When trouble struck the Wu Yang Marquisate, Meng Yulan was frantic, secretly selling her possessions to gather 2,000 taels of silver, which she entrusted to Ying Shui along with a letter expressing her resolve to deliver to Jiang Beihan. Upon returning, Ying Shui reported that Jiang Beihan had accepted the letter and would act as stated, urging her not to be disheartened. Days later, Ying Shui's family came seeking her redemption. Although reluctant, Meng Yulan, upon learning that Ying Shui was to marry, lent her 200 taels to facilitate her departure from the estate. Little did she know, Ying Shui had sought out Jiang Beihan, and the man she was to marry was indeed Jiang Beihan. She was the mother of Jiang Beihan's 3 children. Tang Zhujun was taken aback by Meng Yulan's revelation, yet it was not entirely unfathomable. Ultimately, it was Meng Yulan's misplaced trust that led to the subsequent events. Even to label Jiang Beihan a scoundrel seemed unfounded, it was merely a matter of her own folly. Do you believe this is the entirety of it? Meng Yulan murmured, her complexion as pale as parchment. Tang Zhujun was perplexed. Was this not already tragic enough? Surely Meng Yulan was not still contemplating a reunion with Jiang Beihan, to become a stepmother? Is it that you wish to clarify the situation and have Jiang Beihan punish Ying Shui, only to be rebuffed? Tang Zhujun probed cautiously. No, Meng Yulan gently shook her head. If punishment is to be meted out to Ying Shui, I shall be the one to enact it. Jiang Beihan and I, there is no possibility left. The 3 children standing between them rendered her heartbroken. Even if she were willing, what of Ying Shui? Would she kill her? What would the 3 children think? If not, would she share a husband with Ying Shui? Meng Yulan was not willing to degrade herself in such a manner. Thus, when she learned the truth, fate had carved an insurmountable chasm before her, eternally separating her from Jiang Beihan. Knowing this, why do you not come to terms with it? Tang Zhujun exclaimed. Without Jiang Beihan, is there not still the Jin Wang? The Jin Wang would suffice. Essing Jing Ying, eavesdropping, ground his teeth. The prince had no desire to take on such a burden. What did it mean to suffice? The prince must be exceptionally capable. If it were in the past, Meng Yulan's eyes reflected a sardonic smile. No matter how much pain I felt, I could never openly confront Jiang Beihan in public. However, now, Tang Zhujun suddenly recalled that Meng Yulan had previously been concerned about Madame Meng's predicament, choosing silence even in death. She would never have acted so recklessly, exposing everything before the court and subsequently colliding with a wall. It was my mother who orchestrated Ying Shui's actions back then, Meng Yulan cried out in anguish. Yet, Madame Meng had not anticipated that Ying Shui would retain a measure of control. Madame Meng instructed Ying Shui to inform Meng Yulan that Jiang Beihan wished for her to move on, only for Ying Shui to reply that Meng Yulan should wait. As for Ying Shui's marriage to Jiang Beihan, that was Madame Meng's scheme, aimed at extinguishing Meng Yulan's hopes entirely. My mother, Ying Shui, are the architects of my misfortune, Meng Yulan lamented. And Jiang Beihan has grossly underestimated me. Did he truly not comprehend the nature of the one he loved? His rapid marriage to Ying Shui was that not an act of revenge against her. He could not even take the time to send a letter to clarify the circumstances before hastily passing judgment on her life. Her mother, her maid, her beloved, all conspired to push her to the precipice, leaving her with no desire to cling to life. Chapter 71 The Catastrophe Unleashed, Part 2. Thus, Meng Yulan was indeed resolute in her intent to perish. In this world, there was scarcely anything left to cherish. Yesterday, I had LV place the items I intended for you in the inn. June, it brings me great joy to have made your acquaintance. You are truly like an elder sister to me, Tang Jie, thank you. Tang Zhujun replied, Do not speak of farewells. If you were to die, you would be utterly alone, unable to rest in your ancestral grave, left as a wandering spirit, with no one to honor you. Are you not afraid? I am not afraid, Meng Yulan responded. Is not the human heart more fearsome than a ghost? Besides, with matters having escalated to this extent, do you truly believe I can continue to live? Neither the Meng family nor the royal family would allow her to survive. I have merely incurred debts to your elder brother and to you. I shall repay them in the next life. To flee from one's debts is rather dishonorable, Tang Zhujun remarked. The next life is too distant. Who could possibly find you? It would be better to settle this life. Jun, Meng Yulan forced a smile. Please do not jest. I am unable to laugh. Thank you for saving me, but you cannot alter my fate. Tang Zhujun said, I am more than willing to help. It is but a small effort on my part. However, what of my elder brother? Although he sought this trouble himself, he carried you back amidst the gaze of many. What will he do henceforth? Meng Yulan bit her lip fiercely, desperately attempting to suppress her tears, yet they flowed forth uncontrollably. I am sorry, truly sorry. Beyond her pale apologies, she found herself at a loss for words. She had never intended to implicate others, even LV had made arrangements, yet fate had proved itself to be more capricious than anticipated. Such a noble man extended his hand to her, but now he would bear the burden of her consequences, facing scorn and even the wrath of the crown prince. If reparation were possible, Meng Yulan would willingly do anything. There is no need for you to feel guilty, it is my own choice, Tang Zhujun stated, having appeared at the door, now clad in clean attire, tall and refined like a jade tree. He stepped forward, addressing Meng Yulan, as for today's events, they are entirely my recklessness, and I shall take full responsibility. Tang Zhujun, with sparkling eyes, thought, oh dear, how manly my elder brother is. Meng Yulan panicked, Master Tang, no, that is not what I meant, I do not wish for you to take responsibility, I have brought trouble upon you. Watching the two of them defer and insist upon their own positions, Tang Zhujun could only think. Please, just get married already, elder brother, for goodness sake, now that you are home, if you cannot seize this opportunity, it will be a life of solitude. Tang Zhujun, evidently, pondered more deeply. He spoke solemnly, no one is forcing me, I willingly take on this responsibility, you need not feel remorse, for I have weighed the pros and cons before making this choice, a lie. Upon witnessing the injury of the one he cherished, he was already in a state of panic. What weighing of choices was he speaking of? You need not worry, I will negotiate with the emperor and the prince. Even if my strength falls short, I will persist until the end. Though human strength may falter at times, I am willing to give everything for you. Each word rang with conviction, resonating profoundly. Tang Zhujun felt her eyes brim with tears. Why did it seem that her role as the protagonist was being stolen away by Sister Meng? She had been here for so long without encountering a devoted male lead or even a supporting character. Yet Meng Yulan had only known her elder brother for a few days and had already garnered such loyalty. Indeed, the tales were deceiving, those skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and virtue were the true protagonists. She was merely a fool. The sudden declaration of responsibility clearly left Meng Yulan at a loss. No, it should not be this way. I shall not force you, Tang Zhujun assured her. Stay at the Tang residence to assist me in guiding my sister. My efforts on your behalf shall be my recompense. Once time has passed, you may then decide your course. Meng Yulan bit her lip, her body trembling uncontrollably, the white bandage on her forehead accentuating her pallor. What merit did she possess to receive such treatment from the Tang siblings? Tang Zhujun's suggestion to stay at the Tang residence was, in truth, a recognition of her plight. After this incident, she would have nowhere to turn. The Meng family would compel her demise, and the crown prince would as well. She had become the disgrace they wished to cleanse. Tang Zhujun, belatedly, had similar thoughts. However, her concern was directed towards the emperor. This matter rested upon his whim. If the emperor chose to be lenient, all would be well. If he were unwilling, the consequences would be dire. Surely, the emperor would not be inclined to acquiesce. This was the consort he had prepared for his son. How could he let Meng Yulan off after such a public uproar? The emperor must think. What matters could not be resolved discreetly, that it had to escalate to such scandal, bringing shame upon him. Moreover, Meng Yulan was a veritable source of calamity. The crown prince, Zhang Beihan, and Tang Zhujun, all three were esteemed young talents in the emperor's eyes, yet they found themselves embroiled in controversy because of Meng Yulan. It was over. The more Tang Zhujun contemplated, the colder her heart grew. This time, her father's meager influence would likely prove ineffectual. And then there was the crown prince, that man who valued his reputation above all else. Perhaps due to his already tarnished name, he had little left to lose, and this incident would surely provoke his wrath. He had long warned them both against bringing shame upon the royal household. In retrospect, the trivial matters she had engaged in, such as visiting a lowly establishment, seemed inconsequential. Sister Meng was the one truly embroiled in significant troubles. Tang Zhujun felt overwhelmed. Previously, she had considered that untangling Meng Yulan's engagement to the crown prince would require considerable effort, yet, unexpectedly, this hot potato had landed in the Tang family's lap. Jun, take care of Sister Meng, Tang Zhujun instructed. I shall await father after the court session. Given the gravity of the situation, he would certainly need to confer with Tang Mingfan first. Master Tang, Meng Yulan called out, her gaze gradually hardening with resolve. Thank you, but truly, it is unnecessary. I can bear the consequences of my own actions. As for involving you, I can only apologize. I believe if you were to explain to the emperor that I acted out of concern for Jun due to our close relationship, he may not pursue the matter further. Such a good person as Tang Zhujun should not be entangled in her troubles. All of this was her fault. She had misjudged the situation, she was blind, and she was willing to pay any price for her missteps. She accepted that. I can bear the consequences of my own actions. Jun, please look after her. Tang Zhujun declared, each word deliberate. Wait for my return. Master Tang, do not call out to me. My elder brother is as stubborn as a mule. Once he has made up his mind, there is no swaying him. This favor is one you are destined to owe. Tang Zhujun noted. Meng Yulan nearly bit her lip. In Chapter 72. This has caused quite a stir. Part 3. Jun, I am famished. Stop harboring such fatalistic thoughts. I am right here with you and am not going anywhere. Tang Zhujun was not easily swayed. What have you done wrong? Is it death for simply misjudging someone? Meng Yulan forced a bitter smile. Jun, my existence is a disgrace to both the Duke's residence and the Wang family. Don't be so melodramatic. You are not that significant. Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes. Do you not believe that if something else were to arise now, no one would even discuss your situation anymore? Do not consider yourself the center of the universe. Others merely nibble at the gossip and quickly disperse, forgetting you as soon as they encounter you again. Let me tell you, before you do something foolish, at the very least, take a couple of jabs at those scoundrels and shameless individuals. If you must perish, drag a few down with you. Tang Zhujun spoke venomously. But for now, let's refrain from that. You owe my brother a tremendous favor, and it must be repaid. Meng Yulan lowered her gaze in silence. She could not repay it, her presence would only bring more trouble to the Tang family. She understood the good intentions of the siblings, yet she also valued her dignity. Enough, just focus on recuperating. Since Tang Zhujun was fond of her, it meant they were truly a family. Tang Zhujun continued, you should not be idle either, since you refuse to rest, let us brainstorm together. If we are to remain in the Tang family without facing hardships, how should we proceed? Meng Yulan replied, I truly cannot stay, Jun. Now that you are here, if you encounter any more trouble, my brother's efforts to save you today would have been in vain. His reputation is already tarnished, and if people continue to gossip about him, how will he ever marry? Meng Yulan grasped the bedclothes, the veins on her hands protruding. She had never contemplated the future. Did she even have a future? Yet the Tang siblings would not relent, they clung tightly to her as she teetered on the edge of despair, determined to rescue her despite her pleas for them to let go. She could not possibly drag her saviors into the abyss alongside her. After a prolonged silence, Meng Yulan spoke again, her eyes now clear. I shall go to see the emperor and seek his forgiveness. If possible, I will then kneel before Prince Jin and implore his pardon. Regardless of whether it was the emperor or Prince Jin, her intent was not merely to survive but to ensure that the Tang siblings were not implicated in her plight. They were a blissful family and should not be embroiled in such turmoil. Very well. Tang Zhujun clapped her hands together. Let my father and brother meet the emperor, I will approach Prince Jin. She would need to confront him, the villain of this tale. No, what I mean is, Meng Yulan grew anxious. Your opinion is of little consequence. What matters now is that you focus on healing. Tang Zhujun asserted, her brother had taken a liking to her, and it was his duty to resolve this matter. As for herself, she would merely play a supporting role. Although this role made her heart race with trepidation, Prince Jin, Tang Mingfan, accompanied by Tang Zhujun, sought an audience with the emperor, the father and son kneeling outside the imperial study for several hours without being granted entry. The emperor was genuinely enraged by this incident. Both father and son valued their dignity above all else. Your Highness, Tang Zhujun advised Meng Yulan to appease you. Song Jingyang exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation, nearly beside himself with rage. How could they scheme against the prince, treating him as if he were a mere scavenger? With Meng Yulan's current reputation, who in the capital would desire her, Prince Jin sat behind his desk, his expression stormy. He had suspected something amiss between Jiang Beihan and Meng Yulan, but he had not anticipated the magnitude of the chaos she could cause. Even if Meng Yulan had not instigated this uproar, he would have sought a way to dissolve the engagement. He would never marry a woman who did not wish to marry him, his pride would not permit such a thing. Now, however, he had become the laughingstock of the realm. His woman had feelings for another man, throwing herself against a wall for him. Then her brother, the man he would one day call brother-in-law, had rescued her. Was Prince Jin merely a figure of mockery for all to scrutinize? Having always been discreet and reserved, he found himself thrust into notoriety in this unsettling manner. Now, Tang Zhujun still thought to foist someone upon him. Did she believe he lacked enough disgrace already? Your Highness, Miss Tang requests an audience. Tang Zhujun was in a state of panic, having heard that her father and brother were still kneeling in the palace. This information had come from Madame Wang, who advised her to plead with Prince Jin, for only he, the suffering party, would be inclined to forgive her, thus perhaps prompting the emperor to show leniency. Without further hesitation, she instructed Xiaoer and Luzhu to look after Meng Yulan and the two children, then hurriedly made her exit. Once outside, she realized a small shadow was trailing her. It was Linlin. Linlin, you must return, your aunt has urgent matters to attend to. Aunt, are you going to find the prince? I want to go too, I miss him. Tang Zhujun firmly replied, no. She had mentally prepared herself to face Prince Jin's wrath today, resolved to keep her mouth shut, no matter how he insulted her. Yet, this humble posture must not be witnessed by Linlin. She too had her pride. However, Linlin was relentless, her lips pressed tight, brows furrowed, determined to follow her aunt. Tang Zhujun felt as if her vision had blurred. For a moment, Linlin's stubbornness reminded her of Prince Jin. Fine, let us go. Tang Zhujun, pressed for time, grasped Linlin's hand and headed out. Upon hearing that Tang Zhujun had arrived, Song Jingyang nearly leaped from his seat. Your Highness, she has come. She has come to collect your disgrace. Prince Jin coldly remarked, let her kneel outside. He understood her intentions, she sought to compel him to relent. He had done nothing wrong yet had become the topic of gossip for all, and now she expected him to yield? Song Jingyang agreed, yes, let her kneel. Yet the guard delivering the message interjected, Miss Tang, she brought a child with her. Despicable, she had brought Yanran with her, using the child to plead for mercy. He had been far too lenient. Prince Jin rose swiftly, striding out, his robes billowing in the wind, revealing his true fury. However, upon seeing Linlin, he was taken aback. What are you doing here? Tang Zhujun forced a smile, ingratiatingly bowing. I offer my respects to your Highness. May I borrow a moment of your time for a private conversation? Linlin also politely bowed before Prince Jin. Seeing Linlin's presence, Prince Jin refrained from immediate anger and merely said coldly, return home and reflect. Mind your own business. Tang Zhujun implored, Your Highness, my father and brother are still kneeling in the palace. I understand that this matter has unjustly caused you distress. I will do everything within my power to make amends. Her medical skills could be of service to him. You wish to make amends for me? Prince Jin sneered. Have you ever heard of compensating someone with another's possessions? The implication was clear. You are already mine, and you dare to bargain, Tang Zhujun thought, endure, one must endure. Your Highness, may we speak privately? Very well, of course. Prince Jin's voice was like ice as he grasped Tang Zhujun's chin. I shall take you to a place where you can tell me all about it. This man could easily dislocate someone's jaw. Tang Zhujun dared not move in her fury. Your Highness, after you Song Jingyang, lead the way to the Golden Scale Guards prison. Prince Genie choose any of the 72 forms of punishment. The choice is yours. Tang Zhujun. Woe is me, Linlin, with the demeanor of a domineering CEO. Do you think I am a mere bystander? Have you consulted me before bullying my mother? Tang Zhujun, raising a son is far preferable to keeping a dog. Linlin, that Your Highness, you may proceed. Chapter 73 of the affection for the Prince. Tang Zhujun remarked, Your Highness, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? As a mere minion, there was no need to squander the resources of the imperial prison on her. The Prince of Jin responded coldly, Linlin, come here. Linlin hesitated briefly before stepping forward, whereupon the prince grasped her hand. Follow me, he instructed. Today, he intended to teach Linlin that one must not be led by the nose by women, particularly not by someone like Tang Zhujun, lest the child be misguided. Although most reluctant, the thought of her father and elder brother still kneeling in the palace compelled Tang Zhujun to grit her teeth and follow suit. Song Jingyang brought forth a horse, and the prince lifted Linlin onto it. As Tang Zhujun surveyed her surroundings, she found no carriage. Disheartened, this rascal of a prince expected her to walk. If you cannot keep up, inform me, and I shall have someone bind you and drag you along, the prince declared. Tang Zhujun ground her teeth in vexation as she watched him. Linlin, unable to remain still, wished to dismount and seek her out but was restrained by the prince's hold. Tang Zhujun, this is between him and me, so mind your own business. Just follow along. Who hasn't sprinted a distance of 800 meters, the prince rode ahead at a pace that was not too swift, just right for Tang Zhujun to keep up. Yet, the scene was undeniably peculiar. A distinguished man riding with a child, trailed by guards, and a woman running with flushed cheeks, soon drawing the attention of onlookers. Tang Zhujun felt like a monkey. No matter how thick-skinned she was, it was difficult to suppress the discomfort, yet, thinking of her father and brother, and envisioning the future harmony of Tang Baixin and Meng Yulan, she reasoned that this minor humiliation was trivial. She was a woman of resilience, and as she had reassured Meng Yulan, within 3 days, the capital would have other news to discuss. After all, her reputation as a lovesick fool was already well known. Song Jingyang followed behind, noticing that despite the sweat glistening on Tang Zhujun's brow, her breathing remained steady. He felt a twinge of wariness. Could this woman possess internal strength? Unbeknownst to him, since Tang Zhujun's arrival, she had carved out time for physical training and had nearly restored her pre-transmigration fitness level. Linlin occasionally attempted to glance back at her but was held firmly in place by the prince's embrace. I am merely teaching her a lesson, instructing her to meddle less in matters that do not concern her. The prince's voice was low and frosty. Moreover, he felt the need to assert his stance regarding this incident. Linlin lowered her head, tears cascading onto the horse's back. The prince, sensing the unusual behavior, reached out and brushed his hand against her tear-streaked face. Linlin, no crying. He slowed the horse, his tone growing stern. Did I not tell you that while men may bleed and sweat, they must never shed tears? As they slowed, Tang Zhujun caught up, displeased to hear him scolding Linlin. Your Highness, our Tang family's child does not require your guidance. Linlin was just a child. How could one endure seeing her aunt in distress without shedding tears? If you have grievances, direct them at me, Tang Zhujun retorted defiantly. You shall not escape retribution, the prince sneered, his slanted eyes glinting with malice as he pointed his whip at her, then turned back to Linlin. Linlin, have you cried enough? We shall proceed once you have. Linlin twisted her body, suddenly wrapping her arms around him, trembling as she silently wept in his embrace. Linlin, come down, I shall carry you. Tang Zhujun stepped forward on tiptoe, reaching for Linlin. Release her. The prince raised his whip. His affection for Linlin was genuine, and he did not wish her to be led astray by Tang Zhujun's influence. Your Highness, please don't. Linlin grasped the whip, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. I will not cry anymore. Linlin, dismount. Tang Zhujun, who was exceedingly fond of children, would rather endure punishment herself than allow Linlin to suffer indignities. You need not plead with him. Aunt, I want tea, Linlin replied, her eyes red and filled with profound affection and reluctance. Tang Zhujun almost thought she must be mistaken. Why did Linlin have such an expression now? What was the child attempting to convey? Linlin. Tang Zhujun urged anxiously, these are matters for adults, they do not concern you. She deeply regretted bringing Linlin along. The prince held Linlin securely with one arm while gripping the reins with the other, continuing onward. Tang Zhujun, perplexed by Linlin's intentions and consumed by worry, jogged alongside them. When the horse came to a halt once more, Tang Zhujun was taken aback, following the prince's gaze to discover they had arrived at the entrance to the imperial prison. Linlin, wait outside. Song Jingyang, take Tang Zhujun inside. Your Highness, I wish to accompany you. Linlin tugged at his sleeve, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. I promise not to cause any trouble. Even if I discipline her, you can promise not to make a scene. The prince pointed at Tang Zhujun. Linlin bit her lip resolutely, this time clutching his arm with both hands, her face nearly pressed against his. Yes. Though Tang Zhujun was concerned for Linlin, she felt something was distinctly different in Linlin's attitude toward the prince today, an indescribable affection and closeness, as if she sensed that after today, there might never be another chance. Tang Zhujun was startled by her own thoughts, exclaiming sharply, Linlin, do not emulate Meng Yulan, you must not harm yourself, do you hear? The prince regarded Linlin, sensing something amiss, but if the little one dared to jeopardize her life for the Tang family, he would first administer a beating. As a man, one must consider how to resolve matters rather than seeking sympathy through self-sacrifice. Aunt, I wouldn't. Linlin lowered her head. My body and skin are gifts from my parents. I would never dare to harm myself. The prince sneered. Tang Zhujun, what are you lingering for? Would you like me to have someone escort you inside? Fine, he thought she was deliberately stalling. Tang Zhujun, even if it were the depths of despair, would enter today. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. However, as she traversed the long, dark, damp corridor and reached the end room, her gaze fell upon the bloody and ominous instruments of torture, both familiar and unfamiliar, and she faltered, her legs turning to jelly. Humanity truly employs every conceivable means to torment its own kind. The prince sat in the only chair in the center, his countenance as frosty as ice, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice. Linlin stood beside him, her eyes still red, her fists tightly clenched at her sides. Tang Zhujun was forced onto the torture chair, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over her. This is your last chance. You may leave now, the prince stated. I shall consider you never having arrived, and you will still be my consort in the future. His women must stand behind him. Knowing full well he was enraged, she still dared to plead. What audacity she possessed. Your Highness, please hear me out. Tang Zhujun carefully contemplated her words. Will you leave or not? Your Highness, my father and elder brother, please let me explain. She truly had something of significance to convey. Very well, the prince conceded, I shall hear you, but first, allow me to extinguish my anger before you speak. He gestured toward the chilling implements scattered about. Which one do you think is appropriate? Chapter 74. I know the prince's secret. Tang Zhujun was acutely aware that the prince was in a foul mood today and would undoubtedly seek to vent his frustrations upon her. However, the situation was truly terrifying. In spirit, she was a steadfast and unyielding warrior, yet in action, she was a timid coward, fearful of pain. As a doctor, she had no qualms about performing surgery on others. Yet, when her own finger was grazed by paper, she winced in pain, wishing to file for workers' compensation. Your Highness, Linlin suddenly spoke up. Linlin. The tone of Prince Jean turned sharply severe. What did you promise before entering? Linlin lowered her head and suddenly picked up a long black whip from the ground, kneeling before Prince Jean and raising the whip high. I said I wouldn't cause trouble for your Highness, that I wouldn't make a scene. It is I who have been untrustworthy. I beg for your Highness's punishment. The implication was clear. In order to plead for Tang Zhujun, she was willing to accept punishment. Prince Jean did not take the whip but instead fixed his cold gaze upon her. Tang Duo, raise your head and look at me. Linlin struggled to suppress her tears, yet her eyes still shimmered with glistening droplets, gazing at Prince Jean as if bidding a final farewell. It was indeed a farewell. At this moment, both Prince Jean and Tang Zhujun shared the same sentiment. Your Highness, do not involve children in adult matters. Tang Zhujun was on the verge of tears. It is all my fault. Your Highness, see that my aunt acknowledges her mistakes, Linlin interjected. Please punish Tang Duo, grant him an opportunity to speak with you alone. Let the punishment be noted. I will listen to you. For the first time, Prince Jean felt a sense of panic, as if he might lose something precious, though he did not reveal this anxiety outwardly. Your Highness, may I speak with you in private? Prince Jean rose to his feet. Your Highness, Tang Zhujun began, please allow me to explain. I am of use, I can assist you in many ways. I do not require your assistance, Prince Jean coldly interrupted. The punishment for Linlin can be noted. I have not said I would spare you. Linlin silently shook her head at Tang Zhujun, her eyes filled with a comforting resolve, as if to say, Aunt, I will handle everything. Tang Zhujun felt tears welling up. If the price for Tang Baixin and Meng Yulan's relationship was her own humiliation, she could bear it. After all, she owed much to her father and brothers. Having taken over the body of her former self, she shouldered the responsibility of repaying that debt. However, if the cost was Linlin, she could not acquiesce. Linlin had already borne too much that was not her burden to carry. Linlin, do not go. Aunt, I am merely going to say a few words to the prince. It will be over quickly. Linlin reassured her, though her eyes were still glistening with tears, a smile beginning to break through. Prince Jean led Linlin to the adjacent room, a place where he typically rested after interrogating prisoners. The furnishings were simple but impeccably clean. Linlin knelt once more before Prince Jean. Linlin, you know I have high hopes for you, Prince Jean said. I have not encountered many children, but without a doubt, you are the most exceptional. I know that you care for me, your Highness. You have taught me to ride and hunt and to read and write. You, with your esteemed status, need not do such things. Linlin tilted her head slightly, striving to hold back her tears. I know you regard me with the affection of a relative, and I admire you greatly. Prince Jean was different from Tang Mingfan. Every boy harbors a dream of a hero, and Prince Jean was the manifestation of Linlin's dreams. Then tell me, Linlin, should I be angry today? In this matter, he was an innocent party. If Linlin could not even grasp this, it would be a true disappointment of his expectations that he permitted Linlin to side with her kin, but at the very least, she should comprehend right from wrong. Your Highness should indeed be angry. Miss Meng's actions, regardless of her circumstances, have harmed your innocence and sullied the royal dignity. My father has acted thoughtlessly, allowing you to become the subject of others' ridicule. It is entirely reasonable for you to be upset. Prince Jean exhaled deeply. There is never love or hatred without reason. He cherished Linlin precisely for her extraordinary wisdom and maturity beyond her years, far surpassing that of his own biological mother. Yet Linlin defended Tang Zhujun. Your Highness, my aunt understands, however, she had no choice, she prioritizes familial ties over reason. Prince Jean remained silent, recognizing the truth in her words. Moreover, my aunt never intended to marry you, Linlin continued. So please do not blame her for not considering you as paramount. Did she tell you she does not wish to marry me? She did, Linlin replied. My aunt said she would not marry anyone. She would stay home and raise me. Did you truly believe her words? What is Qingfeng, what is Jiang Beihan? She may refuse to marry, but she certainly does not lack for suitors. Prince Jean refrained from further conversation, as Linlin's unwavering belief in Tang Zhujun warranted a childless hope. Your Highness, I wish to share a secret with you. What is it? My aunt is, in truth, my mother. Prince Jean replied, so it is for this reason that you defend her so fervently? A child's defense of their mother, especially at a young age, is instinctual and unbreakable. No, it is because I believe she treats me well, Linlin said. In the past, during difficult times, I wished she had never existed, but now, I could never wish for that. Your Highness, I wish to share another secret with you. At that moment, Linlin could no longer suppress her tears, which streamed down her face. This time, Prince Jean was moved by the sorrow emanating from the small child, and he felt unable to scold him further. Your Highness, yesterday, when you spoke with that subordinate named Huai Shang, I overheard. Prince Jean's expression shifted instantly. Are you threatening me? He regarded the small child with a complex gaze. Prince Jean was furious. How dare Linlin bring this matter to light? Had he truly been ruthless, the child would never have been allowed to leave that door. I will not tell anyone. I promised I will tell no one. Linlin cried, I will not reveal it to anyone. I only ask that you do not make things difficult for my mother. She is my mother. He cried with profound sorrow, his small body trembling like leaves in a storm. Prince Jean lifted him up, wiping his tears away. Why are you crying? Is this how one should conduct negotiations with me? Linlin choked back his sobs. Your Highness, I do not wish to cry. I know you do not like it when I do, yet, I also know that from this point on, you will no longer like me. He had uncovered Prince Jin's deepest secret, a secret that could lead to the prince's demise. Had he remained silent, he could have continued to regard Prince Jean as a beloved elder, basking in his affection, yet now, he was compelled to speak. To shatter this fragile barrier meant something profound, and he understood that all too well. Therefore, today, he found himself uncharacteristically on the verge of tears. He was about to lose his hero. Prince Jean was taken aback. He had never realized that such a young child could possess such profound thoughts and intense emotions. Linlin admired him, felt close to him, yet had to choose to forsake that bond for the sake of family, and in doing so, endured great suffering. Prince Jean embraced Linlin, gently stroking his back, inwardly chastising the Tang family. Could they not spare this child from such burdens? Chapter 75 Emotions laid bare. Previously, Tang Zhujun was a source of concern, yet he was still manageable, and now, however, Tang Baixin's antics have escalated to an intolerable level, verging on chaos. Tang Ningfan, an old fool, indulges his children, failing to chastise Tang Baixin or seek the emperor's pardon. Instead, he dares to plead on his behalf. Does he truly believe the emperor lacks temper? Now, with Linlin cornered in such a manner, not a single member of the Tang family is innocent, including the scheming Tang Zhujun plotting against him from afar. Linlin is genuinely heartbroken, weeping in the embrace of Prince Jean for quite some time, clinging to him with a longing for that final embrace to linger a little longer. Have you cried enough? As Linlin's sobs softened, Prince Jin's voice returned to its previous icy tone. Yes. Linlin, feeling bashful, stepped away from his arms and stood to the side, lowering her head. Your Highness, I swear by heaven that I shall never disclose your secret to anyone. Should I break this vow, may heaven enough? Prince Jean interrupted, casting a deep gaze upon her. Did Yanran hear that? These two children are inseparable. It is illogical that Linlin would be aware while Yanran remains in the dark. Linlin replied, though she heard it, she did not comprehend. I intentionally misled her and frightened her enough. She will not speak of it, and I suspect she will forget this matter soon. What would you have done had today's events not transpired? I would have kept it to myself. Linlin looked at him with sincere eyes. Your Highness, please help my father. I promise to study diligently and assist you when I grow up. Prince Jean fell silent for a moment, and when he finally spoke, his decision was made. His gaze was profound, his voice cold. Come with me. Tang Zhujun had been watching their direction intently, and upon seeing them emerge, her anxiety eased slightly, calling out to Linlin repeatedly. Linlin smiled at her, assuring her that she was fine, yet the despondency in her eyes was heart-wrenching. She feared she would entirely lose Prince Jin's affection and guidance. The secret he harbored could be lethal, yet she had spoken it aloud. Tang Zhujun remarked, Your Highness need not threaten. You wield the knife while I am but the fish upon the board. Do as you wish. However, what relevance does it have with a mere child like Linlin? Indeed, the Tang family had wronged him, yet she returned. If Linlin were not present, that scoundrel would have him choose repeatedly, and she would insist he be chosen. If he were not an option, then he was worthless. Hold her down. Prince Jean spoke with an unyielding tone. Tang Zhujun retorted, Release her. Whoever lays a hand on her today is a fool. Yet, Prince Jin's orders were absolute. Her protests held no weight. Linlin, come here. Prince Jean beckoned. Linlin bit her lip and slowly approached. Lie down. Prince Jean pointed to his thigh. Linlin hesitated for a moment but ultimately complied. Prince Jean pressed down on her shoulder, raising his other hand high, the iron palm landing firmly on Linlin's bottom that he did not hold back. The sound was loud, and Linlin truly felt the pain. "Auntie, it doesn't hurt." Linlin's entire body tensed, her small face flushed, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Your Highness, I understand your noble status. I have made many mistakes in the past. If you wish to punish me, direct it toward me, not Linlin," Tang Zhujun pleaded. Her heart-aching Prince Jean, however, regarded her as inconsequential, striking again, his voice sharp. "This is your first warning. Should you err again, the consequences will be far harsher." Linlin, who had not uttered a word of protest nor shed a tear, clung to his leg and wept heartily. She understood the reason for the punishment. It was Prince Jin's way of conveying that despite knowing his secret, he was still willing to guide her, and they had a future together. Her guilt deepened. She had used cunning against Prince Jean. From the very beginning, she could have disclosed the secret, yet she held her tongue until Prince Jean had vented his frustration on her aunt. Only then did she speak, knowing he had already released some of his pent-up anger. She also recognized that Prince Jean cared for her, believing that if she demonstrated greater understanding, he might relent, yet she did not know that after revealing a secret that could jeopardize Prince Jin's life, he would still choose to respond to her in such a manner. "Release her." Prince Jean felt the weight of Linlin's tears soaking through his trousers and, taking a deep breath, turned to Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun immediately rushed forward to embrace Linlin. "Let the prince hold me," Linlin said softly. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhujun momentarily forgot her tears. Was it possible that this punishment had fostered some affection? Tang Zhujun relinquished her hold, and Linlin shuffled back to Prince Jean, though this time with a hint of shyness. Prince Jean lifted her and seated her directly on his lap, causing Linlin to inhale sharply in pain. "In the future, when you are punished, you shall sit on a chair and write 1,000 characters as the final remedy for your transgression." Linlin lowered her head, smiling. Tang Zhujun, the world had truly turned upside down. "Bring me my writing crop," Prince Jean commanded, fixing his gaze upon Tang Zhujun. With gritted teeth, she retrieved the crop from the table and handed it to him, then closed her eyes. Prince Jean, still holding Linlin, stood and strode out without a glance at Tang Zhujun. She braced herself, expecting the enemy's interrogation, yet instead, she heard the sound of receding footsteps. Fortunately, she was not the only one left bewildered. Song Jingyang called out, "Your Highness, what shall we do about Tang Zhujun? What should we use to punish her, and how much?" "Tell her to leave." Prince Jin's voice echoed from a distance. Tang Zhujun was more than willing to vacate, provided he returned Linlin to her. "Moreover, Your Highness, could you not show some leniency and let our family off lightly?" "Thank you, Your Highness, and I apologize," Linlin murmured softly from the horse. "Linlin, tell me, if you were me, what would you do?" Linlin was momentarily taken aback. "Think again. What does the Emperor expect me to do now?" Prince Jean coaxed gently, the answer looming clear. All matters had come to this. It was merely a matter of following the current. Chapter 76. Driven to extremes after a moment of contemplation, Linlin remarked, "If I were a prince, I would plead for my father's mercy before the Emperor." Prince Jean's gaze was calm yet profound. "And why would you do that?" "Because that is what the Emperor wishes to see." Prince Jean silently admired her insight. Indeed, she was the child he had chosen. The Emperor, having lost face, would undoubtedly be furious, yet, would he relinquish the Tang Mingfan father and son duo? The answer was evident that he would not abandon them, yet could not refrain from taking action. The dilemma of how to strike while preserving his dignity left the Emperor in a precarious position. At that moment, Prince Jean realized that to please the Emperor, he must adopt a lofty stance and act as a benefactor. In doing so, the Emperor could impose a light punishment on the Tang family while soothing Prince Jean's grievances, allowing the matter to fade into oblivion. Personal affairs would always pale in comparison to the stability of the realm. Prince Jean understood the Emperor's mindset all too well now. Linlin had also come to a realization, however. She looked at Prince Jean with her obsidian-like, glistening eyes, uncertain. "My lord, am I correct in my assumption?" "Indeed," replied Prince Jean. Linlin pondered, feeling as though her aunt's efforts had been in vain, as had his. Even if they did nothing, the prince would ensure that this matter did not spiral out of control. "Do you feel as though you have suffered in vain?" "Not at all." Linlin felt a bit embarrassed. "It is my own folly for threatening the prince. Thus, I deserve the punishment." Such a humble and understanding child, how could one not be fond of her? It was truly perplexing how someone like Tang Zhujun could give rise to such a remarkable child. "My lord, thank you," Linlin earnestly expressed. "I will keep your secret as my own and assist you when I grow up." Prince Jean affectionately patted her head. "First, let us overcome the immediate challenge." The nature of the Emperor's light punishment loomed ominously over the Tang family like a sword. Meanwhile, Tang Zhujun, upon seeing Prince Jean enter the palace with Linlin, contemplated pursuing them, yet was thwarted by her aunt's disapproval. Having been out for so long and compelled to run by Prince Jean, she was feeling quite unwell. She could only return home, where she discovered that her garments had indeed become soiled, though thankfully not visible through her skirt. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing. After changing her attire, Meng Yulan rushed in, anxious. "June, what has transpired?" She felt an overwhelming guilt for the trouble she had brought upon the Tang family, one that words could scarcely convey. Tang Zhujun was also in a state of agitation, worried about her father and brothers, while simultaneously incensed over Linlin being struck by the dog prince. However, she did not reveal her inner turmoil in front of Meng Yulan, saying, "Prince Jean has already entered the palace to plead on our behalf. Let us await news at home." Meng Yulan sank into a chair, her complexion pale as snow, now tinged with an even greater pallor, her lips devoid of color. Don't worry, Sister Meng, Tang Zhujun comforted her, also trying to console herself. Since Prince Jin has softened his stance, the Emperor will likely impose a minor reprimand. Her father's poor health and the Emperor's benevolence would likely ensure that any punishment would ultimately fall upon Tang Baixin. All for the sake of him marrying a wife. If punishment was to be meted out, so be it. Meng Yulan remained silent, her hands unconsciously gripping the armrests of the chair. Observing her demeanor, Tang Zhujun discerned that her mind was in turmoil, yet she was preoccupied with worry for the 3 men at home, coupled with a dull ache in her abdomen, and thus leaned back against the chair in silence. Miss, the madam has arrived, Lu Zhu announced in a flustered manner at the door. It was Madame Meng. The incident that had transpired during Meng Yulan's early morning audience was now drawing to a close as dusk approached, yet she had arrived rather promptly. Meng Yulan glanced at Tang Zhujun. Jun, please excuse me for a moment. My mother likely has something to discuss. Tang Zhujun nodded and retreated to the inner chamber, separated only by a curtain. The voices of mother and daughter conversing were distinctly audible from outside. Tang Zhujun anticipated that Madame Meng might reprimand Meng Yulan, however, she was utterly unprepared for the shocking counsel that followed. Madame Meng urged her daughter to take her own life. My child, it is not that your mother does not care for you, but with matters having escalated to this extent, if you were to die, others would forget the affair between you and Lord Tang, deeming you noble for your resolve, believing it was due to being wronged by Jiang Beihan. If you live, our family's reputation and that of the Tang family will be irrevocably tarnished. You must go. Your elder brother is still the heir. If you live, how can he maintain his dignity? What will become of the title? And mother, how can I explain this to your father? Is this truly a mother? Tang Zhujun was overwhelmed with indignation. Meng Yulan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Mother, did my father send you here? Madame Meng wept profusely and nodded. Then does my father also know of the letters I sent to Jiang Beihan? That was your mother. Madame Meng lowered her head, unable to meet her daughter's gaze, but mother did this for your own good. At that time, no one could foresee that the Wuyang Marquis could ever rise again. You also did not foresee that you would using Shua only to be bitten back, provoking Jiang Beihan's eternal enmity towards the Duke's residence, Meng Yulan said softly, her gaze falling upon the 3-foot-long white silk, before continuing with scorn. Mother, you are aware that I do not wish to implicate the Tang family, yet you still wish for my demise within their walls. Is this not a case of repaying kindness with enmity? The absurdity of the situation was laughable. Even in death, she was expected to do so outside, lest she tarnish the Duke's residence. She was the legitimate daughter of the Duke, a paragon of noble women in the capital, yet in a single night, she became a disgrace, reviled by all. Yulan, you, Meng Yulan coldly laughed, tilting her head slightly to reveal her long, fair neck. If you wish to take back the life you granted me, then come and do so yourself. I have died once, the King of Hell does not accept me, forbidding me from seeking death again. Tang Zhujun felt an overwhelming urge to applaud Meng Yulan. Such a Duke's residence, such cold-hearted parents, were not worth keeping. From beginning to end, Madame Meng had never once shown concern for her daughter's plight. All she spoke of was the reputation of the Duke's residence and the heir's prospects. Why should Meng Yulan continue to care for them? Madame Meng, of course, was unwilling to relent, passionately urging Meng Yulan to reconsider. Eventually, Meng Yulan chose silence, merely regarding her mother with icy disdain. Madame Meng, having reached her limit, slammed her hand on the table. If you refuse to heed my words, do you think there will be a place for you to go? Can the Tang family shelter you for a lifetime? I shall not be a burden to the Tang family, Meng Yulan declared. I am leaving now and shall no longer trouble you. I resent you for altering my fate and despise you even more for your ability to remain unperturbed and self-righteously urge me to die. Mother, this is my final word. You shall no longer have a daughter like me. She knelt and bowed 3 times to Madame Meng, rising with a resolute gaze. Lu Zhu, let us depart. She knew not where to go, but she could no longer implicate the Tang family. She awaited only news of the safety of the Tang father and son. Now entangled with Madame Meng, she resolved to leave. Seize her. Madame Meng's voice transformed, now harsh and commanding. Since you refuse to maintain your dignity, allow your mother to do so for you. Take this disgraceful girl away. Who dares? Tang Baixin had returned. Chapter 77 of The Concubine of Prince Jin. It was not only Tang Baixin who returned, but also Tang Mingfan and Linlin. Tang Zhuyun hurried to support Tang Mingfan, only to be gently pushed away by him. Father is fine. Thank you, young Master Tang, for saving my life, Meng Yulan said, bowing gracefully, her expression composed and her gaze resolute, no longer the weeping figure she once was. I have other matters to attend to. It is getting late, so I must take my leave. Tang Zhuyun was about to plead for her to stay, for once Meng Yulan left this home, her mother would surely suffocate her. However, she was not given the chance. Tang Baixin declared, the Emperor has issued an edict, awarding you to me. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. The Emperor had bestowed Meng Yulan upon Tang Baixin? Bestowed? Why did it sound so much like addressing a servant? From now on, she is a member of the Tang family and shall have no ties to the Duke's residence, Tang Mingfan remarked, stroking his beard as he spoke to Madame Meng. If there is any disgrace, it will be the disgrace of the Tang family. Madame Meng was stunned by this news and, in a daze, was ushered out. Tang Zhuyun exclaimed, elder brother, what did the Emperor say? Please clarify. She harbored concerns about the Emperor's whimsy. Although the Emperor could not kill, he certainly would not allow the Tang family to remain at ease. Meng Yulan also gazed at Tang Baixin in bewilderment. Tang Baixin stated, from now on, Miss Meng shall be your sister-in-law. Ah. The change in address was far too abrupt. As she saw Meng Yulan's cheeks flush with color, Tang Zhujun interjected, "Elder brother, you need not be so blunt. Should we not wait until after the marriage to change how we address her?" Tang Baixin cast a glance at Meng Yulan, resolute in his decision. "The emperor has commanded that Miss Meng become my concubine." The emperor had expressed himself in even harsher terms, demeaning Meng Yulan, stating she was only worthy of being a concubine and forbidding any formal ceremony, designating her merely as a lowly concubine. As Tang Baixin attempted to continue, he was interrupted by Prince Jin, who pulled him back, prompting him to swallow the rest of his words. "I understand this is a great indignity for Miss Meng, but perhaps it is for the best," Tang Baixin said awkwardly. "Should Miss Meng have other plans in the future, it will be easier this way. Elder brother, have you lost your senses? This is a woman the emperor has conferred upon you. How dare you consider passing her on to another? Once she becomes a concubine, it will likely cement her status for life, and elevating her to a rightful position would be exceedingly difficult. The censors have long been prepared to voice their discontent, and the emperor would surely think twice before granting his consent. This truly is a tremendous humiliation for Meng Yulan." Unexpectedly, Meng Yulan nodded, kneeling in the direction of the imperial city, bowing deeply in gratitude, then turned to Tang Baixin and prostrated herself, saying, "This lowly concubine pays her respects to the master." She clearly understood the emperor's intention for her to be a lowly concubine. Otherwise, she would not refer to herself in such a manner. Tang Zhujun watched her resigned demeanor, her throat tightening. Just as she was about to assist Meng Yulan, she saw her elder brother kneeling before Meng Yulan as well. "Well, this is how they will proceed with the ceremony." Tang Baixin looked at the flustered Meng Yulan and said, "On the way back, I already spoke with father. It is an immense fortune to have you. The emperor has merely decreed you as a concubine. He has not compelled me to take a wife. In the future, you shall be the only woman by my side, no one else. Others may see you as a concubine, but you must know that in my heart, you are my wife. My failure to secure the status of a wife for you is my inadequacy, and I shall strive to make amends in the future. If you are unwilling, simply wait a few years. With time, circumstances may change, and I shall endeavor to set you free." "I am willing," Meng Yulan replied, tears streaming down her face. "Please rise. I cannot bear this." "Since you are willing," Tang Baixin remained calm and restrained, making a promise rather than expressing affection, "let us bow to father together, and in a few days, we shall pay respects to mother's memorial tablet." The two bowed to Tang Mingfan. Tang Mingfan said, "Rise, from now on, let us live well together, let the past remain in the past. We are family, and we must look forward. As the eldest brother's wife, this household will rely on you in the days to come." He acknowledged it. He recognized her as Tang Baixin's wife. Tang Zhujun felt her eyes welling with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The lovers had finally come together, though there were some regrets, and Meng Yulan might not immediately love her elder brother. With such devotion from him, surely Meng Yulan would grow to love him in time. However, she then noticed that Linlin had been observing her, his expression complex. "Linlin, what is it?" Tang Zhujun inquired with a smile. "Will I have another mother in the future?" Linlin asked. Tang Zhujun's smile faltered. Linlin knew she was his biological mother, and now he had accepted her. To then ask him to refer to a woman with whom he shared no affection as mother would indeed be a burden. Meng Yulan replied, "Young master, you may call me aunt. Though your father and elder brother do not mind, the emperor's decree must be honored, and our Tang family cannot be seen as defying imperial orders." "Oh dear," Meng Yulan has adapted to her role rather swiftly. "Then I shall still call you Sister Meng," Tang Zhujun said cheerfully, taking her hand. "From now on, we are family." Meng Yulan smiled back at her. Tang Mingfan exited only to return, his steps unsteady yet refusing assistance, presenting Meng Yulan with a book. "This is a gift for our first meeting." Tang Zhujun thought to herself, what could her father possibly say? A book as a gift for a daughter-in-law's first meeting, it surely cannot be the lessons for women. Meng Yulan appeared momentarily taken aback but quickly accepted it with utmost respect. Tang Zhujun leaned in to take a look. The title bore two characters, of which she recognized only one. What was it? "Secret," she ventured. "This book seems quite intriguing." "It is secret scores," Meng Yulan said, clearly delighted. "Father, this is too precious, I cannot accept it." Tang Mingfan waved his hand. "Our family is poor and has little of value to offer you. Please keep it." Tang Baixin added, "Since it is father's gift to you, you should accept it. In the future, we shall honor father together." "Understood." Meng Yulan knelt in gratitude, accepting it as if it were a treasured possession. As it turned out, this was a long-lost musical score, of immeasurable worth. 1,000 taels of silver? Tang Zhujun inquired. "Not a bit less," Meng Yulan smiled. Tang Zhujun was left speechless. It seemed she had been clinging to a golden rice bowl while begging for alms. Had she known, she would have gathered up those books in her father's study to sell, and would have long since risen from poverty, not merely seeking a modest living, but soaring to greatness. However, upon second thought, selling Tang Mingfan's books would likely result in her being sold off first. No wonder her elder brother claimed their father was indifferent to wealth. He truly regarded money as mere refuse. "Father, elder brother, you should return to rest," Tang Zhujun suggested. "I will fetch some ointment, and Shior will prepare the table for a feast tonight. Let us celebrate in a low-key manner." "Wait a moment," Tang Mingfan called to Tang Zhujun, "there is one more matter I must inform you." "Father, what is it? Please tell me," Tang Zhujun inquired cheerfully, already contemplating the arrangements for their lodging that night. To her surprise, this matter had been resolved so smoothly, and she was exceedingly happy. The emperor has decreed that you shall serve as a concubine to Prince Jin, but I have already spoken with the emperor. What? She had gone from being Prince Jin's minor concubine to being a concubine without status. Was she a person who cared for status? No, thus, nothing had truly changed. Chapter 78. Your Highness, I cannot take advantage of you, just do it. After all, it pertains to the future, Tang Zhujun remarked casually. She was quite satisfied with the outcome of the matter, which significantly diminished her resentment towards Prince Jin for his treatment of Linlin. Linlin, come, I shall apply the medicine for you. Everyone in the room stared at her in shock, as if she were a fool. From the secondary consort to the maidservants, were they completely devoid of feelings? Could it be that they were overwhelmed with grief? Linlin replied, I'm perfectly fine, I do not require any medicine. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, oh dear, the little one still cares about her dignity. Yanran, who had remained silent until now, interjected, the maidservant should still accompany my father, correct? Tang Ningfan, concerned that the term maidservant might provoke Tang Zhujun, hastily added, Jun previously assisted His Majesty, and he has not forgotten her. Therefore, the designation of maidservant is merely a momentary outburst from His Majesty, it will soon be resolved, and she will continue to be a secondary consort. Oh, Tang Baixin said, feeling guilty. Moreover, His Majesty has requested that you attend to the prince at the royal residence immediately. I amiss, the sycophant has arrived. Xiao'er called out loudly. Then, everyone heard Song Jingyang's voice exclaim, who is the sycophant? You are the sycophant. Xiao'er retorted, I am indeed my lady sycophant, what of it? Song Jingyang immediately fell silent. Tang Zhujun laughed heartily. When two fools collide, who can claim victory? She was too busy enjoying the spectacle to remember that she was supposed to report to the royal residence at once. I have come to escort Miss Tang, Song Jingyang declared, his face stern. Only then did Tang Zhujun realize, must it be today? Could it not wait until tomorrow? Prince Jin, must you be so impatient? It cannot wait, His Highness has decreed it, came the reply. Emang Yulan's expression turned remorseful, recognizing that this predicament arose because of her. Very well, then, Tang Zhujun said, Father, brother, I shall speak with His Highness and return tomorrow. Linlin, do take good care of Yanran. She was not worried at all. With Yanran remaining in the Tang household, would Prince Jin dare to prevent her from returning home? Tang Baixin reassured her, Jun, do not worry. I have already interceded with His Highness. Quickly now, do not keep His Highness waiting, Song Jingyang mischievously urged, preventing them from conversing further. He could easily deduce that Xiao'er's earlier remark about sycophants was learned from whom. You all ought to tidy up, have your meals, and rest. I shall be on my way. Since she had to go, there was no need for tearful farewells. She was not going to her demise. Tang Zhujun returned to her room to gather a few belongings, packing a small bundle, and stepped out with Song Jingyang. As dusk settled, the moonlight bathed the earth. Tang Zhujun widened her eyes, failing to notice the carriage at the entrance, and exclaimed in anger, has Prince Jin lost his mind, insisting that I rush to the royal residence? Do you expect this prince to carry you there on a gilded palanquin for a distance of 3 steps? Prince Jin's cold voice resonated. Tang Zhujun turned her head to see Prince Jin standing a few paces away at the entrance. His entrance, while the mention of 3 steps was an exaggeration, 10 steps seemed hardly necessary. I merely thought we were going to the royal residence. Tang Zhujun mumbled softly. Tang Baixin followed her out, saying, I have already arranged for you to stay next door. You can return to your mother's home at any time. Many thanks to His Highness for his generosity. Should Jun ever act unruly, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall reason with her. Tang Zhujun chuckled, brother, hurry back to rest. You must also reassure, I am perfectly fine, and His Highness as well. She cleverly refrained from mentioning Meng Yulan, fearing it might provoke Prince Jin. Tang Baixin watched her leave. Just as she was about to enter, he suddenly bowed to Prince Jin, saying, I entrust Jun to you, your Highness. Prince Jin stepped forward to assist him up, his tone solemn. There is no need for such formality. Today's events were driven by your eagerness to help, which was not primarily your concern. His Majesty has issued a decree. There is no need to dwell on this matter in the future. Listen to him, how adept he is at feigning humility, yet he does not speak to himself in such a manner. Nevertheless, it was reassuring to know that his family would be at ease. Tang Zhujun followed Prince Jin into the room. This was not her first visit, so she did not feel particularly anxious. Serve tea to His Highness, Song Jingyang instructed. There is no need, Prince Jin interjected, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with her. Tang Zhujun breathed a sigh of relief as she knelt to present the tea, fearing that her heart might burst from the tension. You must be aware of His Majesty's decree, Prince Jin stated bluntly. This is a request made by your Tang family, so do not blame fate or others. Remember your place. As long as you adhere to the rules, I shall not make things difficult for you, and I shall turn a blind eye to your visits home. However, should you bring me humiliation, do not blame me for my wrath. Might you still possess any dignity to lose? Understood. A wise woman does not suffer immediate losses, especially given their disparate statuses. Noticing Tang Zhujun fidgeting with her hands, revealing an unusual hesitation, Prince Jin remarked coldly, is there something further you wish to say? Speak clearly today, do not wait until you suffer punishment and then cry injustice. Then I shall say. Your Highness, must I still serve you in bed? Instantly, a cloud of displeasure shadowed Prince Jin's face, and through clenched teeth, he squeezed out a few words. What do you think? My words hold little weight. It is your decree that matters. My favor towards you is an honor bestowed upon you as a maidservant. I wholeheartedly agree, Tang Zhujun replied earnestly. Everyone in the capital knows that should I ascend to your bed, it would be I who benefits. However, I feel unworthy of such an honor. You should allow me to study the 4 books for women and cultivate my character. Silence. How could Prince Jean not discern her disdain? My decision to sleep with you depends solely on my own inclinations. And the capacity to do so, Tang Zhujun thought to herself. Never mind, sleeping with him would not be a loss. A man of his status would be exorbitantly priced in any establishment. Just because he sought no monetary gain does not mean he should be underestimated. Compared to someone as weak as Qingfeng, Prince Jean had become her ideal. Then, Your Highness, let us defer this for another day, unless you desire a fierce battle, Tang Zhujun said, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. After a moment of realization, Prince Jin's handsome face flushed crimson, and pointing towards the door, he commanded, "Get out." Tang Zhujun joyfully exited. Song Jingyang queried, "Have you provoked His Highness again?" Tang Zhujun gazed at the moon at a 45-degree angle, her heart filled with melancholy. "I wish to devote myself entirely to His Highness, yet he tells me to leave." Song Jingyang asked, "Would you truly be that obedient? Perhaps you should inquire with His Highness?" Song Jingyang fell silent. A knock at the door interrupted, and upon opening it, 2 small figures entered hand in hand, holding a lantern. It was Linlin and Yanran. "Sister, I want to sleep with you," Yanran sobbed. Linlin declared, "Auntie, I came to find His Highness. He told me to come to him tonight." Tang Zhujun immediately became alert. "What do you need to see His Highness for?" Surely, they would not attempt to coerce her through Linlin. Such measures were unnecessary. She had already made her position clear. "Prince Jean, my surname is Yuwen, my given name is Qi, formerly known as Xiao Jianxi, and I go by the pseudonym Kisalang, which is not true. I am merely jesting." Chapter 79. My lord, I heard for you Linlin, you should return, Tang Zhujun said. "There are medicines in my aunt's cabinet, specifically the little white bottle adorned with plum blossoms. Seek Shower to assist you in applying the ointment." Although she could not contend with the Jin Wang, she resolved to reason with him. It was unacceptable to vent emotions on a child simply because they were young. Linlin's face flushed crimson. "Aunt, please do not say any more." Yan Yan inquired, "Brother, what is wrong? Why do you need medicine?" Tang Zhujun spun a tale for Linlin. "Your brother has accidentally sprained his ankle, but he shall be fine." The Jin Wang commanded, "Song Jingyang, go fetch Shower to bring the medicine." "I shall tend to him." "That will not do," Tang Zhujun protested, concerned that he might lash out again. Linlin interjected, "There is no need, I have already applied the medicine, albeit not from the little white bottle, but from the blue one. I recall that it was the same medicine Aunt used when our great-grandmother struck her face." Tang Zhujun exclaimed, "Linlin, that medicine is not suitable. It was intended to exacerbate the symptoms. Hurry, wash it off," she yelled over the wall. Sure, bring me the medicine in the little white bottle with plum blossoms." "Got it." Soon, Shior arrived like a gust of wind. "Miss, is this it?" "Yes." "Hand it over," the Jinwang commanded coldly. Shior promptly thrust it into Tang Zhujun's hands and dashed away. Song Jingyang remarked, "Are you foolish?" As Shior fled, she retorted, "Who is foolish is known to all. With the prince so fearsome, why would she stay and risk misfortune?" "Who would care for the young lady then?" The Jinwang extended his hand. "Give it to me." Tang Zhujun insisted, "I can go myself, there is no need to trouble the prince." The Jinwang snatched the medicine away. Song Jingyang, prepare hot water for a bath. "My lord, though Linlin is but a child, he is not your outlet for anger. This matter is entirely unrelated to him." Silence. "Aunt, it is not as you think, the prince is not venting his frustrations on me," Linlin interjected. "I have made some mistakes that I cannot share with you, but it pains me to see you blame the prince." Tang Zhujun was left bewildered. "Very well, you may tidy up first, and we shall discuss this later. Song Jingyang, take her and Yan Yan to rest." No, we can wait here." "First, settle them in the guest room," the Jinwang ordered. Tang Zhujun sighed in relief. Within a courtyard, there was still some semblance of noise. She led Yan Yan into the guest chamber, where the latter beamed with joy. "Sister, does this mean you will marry father? Henceforth, you shall be my mother, correct?" Joy illuminated her grape-like large eyes, overflowing with anticipation. Tang Zhujun sighed and stroked her head gently. "Yan Yan, I am merely a concubine to your father, akin to a maidservant. Even if she were to be formally recognized, she would still be a secondary wife, and thus she wished to resign from this role. What shall we do then?" Yan Yan nearly wept. "What if others bully you, sister? And what about you?" Tang Zhujun replied with a smile, "Will you protect your sister? You are the only daughter in the prince's residence, and you are the mistress. As long as you are sufficiently assertive, no one here, save your father, can bully me." Yan Yan's temperament was too gentle. She must gradually grow stronger. A girl's most crucial support lies not with her family but within her own strength. "All right," Yan Yan declared loudly, "I shall certainly protect my sister." Meanwhile, the Jinwang sat with Linlin in the enormous bathing tub, steam rising all around. The Jinwang reclined against the side of the tub, while Linlin barely managed to keep her head above water. She found the vastness of the tub fascinating and enjoyed splashing about. "Come here," the Jinwang beckoned, bending his knee to lift Linlin onto his lap. "My lord," Linlin nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his neck, feeling quite close. "I am sorry." "Why do you apologize?" Linlin had never been so close to the Jinwang before, and due to the nature of their relationship, he would not bathe with Yan Yan in such a manner. The little child, with her soft form and trusting gaze, all of this felt unfamiliar yet delightful to the Jinwang. He had struck many, yet only Linlin, who had suffered and still chose to approach him without resentment, made him feel this way. The sensation of being wholly trusted warmed the Jin Wang's heart. Grandfather, my aunt, and I all have someone who cares for you as no matter what mistakes we make, there are those who assist and sympathize. Only you, my lord, have suffered without cause and received no compassion. In the matter concerning Meng Yulian, the Jin Wang had been a victim from the beginning to the end. He stared in shock, and after a long pause, he said, there are others who care for me. But they are not by your side, Lin replied, my lord, I will treat you well from now on, just as I do my aunt. If anyone bullies you, I will help, although I may be small, I will stand by you. The Jin Wang was moved, yet he teased, what if your aunt were to bully me? Lin found herself in a quandary. Her aunt was indeed wonderful, but she often did bully the prince. I shall speak to my aunt about it, Lin finally resolved. Then I thank you. The Jin Wang laughed heartily, lifting her under her arms and tossing her playfully, splashing water everywhere. Lin's face flushed with excitement, yet she remained silent, afraid that Yan might hear and feel hurt. After all, he was her father. The Jin Wang continued to laugh heartily. Shall we continue? Is it fun? Shall we do it again? The sound of splashing water accompanied their laughter. Tang Zhujun, eavesdropping, felt a wave of relief. It appeared that Lin and the Jin Wang had reconciled. Perhaps the Jin Wang realized his error. Today had been chaotic, and she would discuss the matter with him thoroughly tomorrow. Now she had time to reflect on the entire situation and recognized that the Jin Wang had suffered unjustly. His fury was unassailable, however. This incident should have been directed at any adult in the Tang family, rather than a child. My lord, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Young Wang, and the 7th Prince have arrived. Song Jingyang announced. Tang Zhujun was taken aback. What business did these esteemed gentlemen have? No sooner had the words left her mouth than the 7th Prince strutted in. This is not the prince's residence. There are no such formalities. Today, we have come to hear that 6th brother has acquired a little sister-in-law, and we seek to toast to this occasion. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, what audacity, to come to someone else's home and declare there are no rules. Such a brazen demeanor. The voice of the young Wang followed. Old 7, do not be foolish. It seems that your 6th brother is currently unfit for company. Let us not cause a disturbance. Time spent in spring evenings is invaluable. The Crown Prince chimed in with a chuckle. I told you not to come, yet you two monkeys insisted. Tang Zhujun felt overwhelmed by their banter. These were all battlecocks, and their collision would surely spark a flurry of chaos. She gestured for Yan to be quiet. She had no intention of stepping out to become a target. Ah, it is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, 5th brother, and 7th brother. Moments later, the Jin Wang emerged, holding Lin's hand. Without waiting for him to speak, Lin had already curtsied to the guests. 6th brother, the 7th Prince exclaimed in astonishment, when did you acquire such a large son? The resemblance between the two was becoming increasingly apparent with each glance. Chapter 80 of the fierce combat power upon the 7th Prince's loud exclamation. Both the Crown Prince and Prince Yong were momentarily taken aback. A cursory glance would not reveal much, but upon closer inspection, the similarities were indeed striking. It is not my son. It is Tang Baixin's child, declared the 7th Prince. He has taken 6th brother's woman and is now presenting his son as collateral. How intriguing. 7th brother, do not speak nonsense, the Crown Prince admonished, his authoritative presence palpable. Prince Yong added, let us refrain from such talk. We are here to congratulate 6th brother, not to add to his distress. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, you three scheming individuals have already inflicted wounds, yet you feign innocence, dripping with hypocrisy. The 7th Prince, however, laughed heartily. It is indeed amusing. 6th brother has lost his woman and now finds himself burdened with an additional mouth to feed. Tang Zhujun felt an overwhelming urge to confront Prince Jin on behalf of her son. The 7th Prince's tongue was far too sharp, and Prince Jin's speechlessness was undeniably ineffective. The Crown Prince interjected, 6th brother, do not stoop to the level of 7th brother, he is but a child in spirit and means no harm. Suddenly, Lin burst into tears. Tang Zhujun's heart ached, and she discreetly tore a hole in the paper window to peer outside. A few men outside wore expressions of confusion, but only Prince Jin maintained his composure, crouching down to ask, what is the matter, Lin? Are you frightened? Fear not, I am here. Through her tears, Lin explained, no, I am not scared, I was just reminded of my beloved parrot that has passed away when I heard 7th Master speak. I adored it so much, but it talked too much and exhausted itself to death. It resembled 7th Master in its chatter. Tang Zhujun struggled to contain her laughter, trembling with suppressed mirth. Oh dear, her son was truly remarkable. When he chose to speak, he made an astonishing impact. Prince Jin gently ruffled the boy's hair. Such words are not befitting. He then rose to face the visibly irate 7th Prince, asserting, children speak without restraint. Surely, 7th brother will not take offense at a mere child. Though the 7th Prince was childlike in nature, Lin was undeniably an actual child. He gritted his teeth. I want tea. Go find your aunt, Prince Jin instructed. Lin bowed to the gathered company, looking up at the 7th Prince with pure innocence. 7th Master, once I find a new parrot that resembles the old one, I will be sure to show it to you. It will be truly similar. With that, Lin innocently pranced away, leaving the 7th Prince seething with fury. Nearly on the verge of explosion, the banquet was laid out in the courtyard, and the brothers began to toast one another. Tang Zhujun urged the two children to lie down and sleep, intending to tend to Lin's injuries, but Lin claimed that Prince Jin had already attended to it. He remained unfazed, as the adults stood in the courtyard, still able to care for Lin's wounds. Tang Zhujun whispered, let us not speak, they are here to provoke the prince. We must not disturb him in dealing with these villains, understood? Sister, will you not assist father, you are so formidable. Lin expressed concern, Aunt, you wouldn't betray us at this crucial moment, would you? Tang Zhujun, was she really perceived as such by her child? However, one does not retaliate with a smile when slapped across the face. Rising to her feet, she declared, I shall go. At that moment, Prince Jin spoke coolly, she is currently attending to Yanran, who cannot be separated from her. Should she awaken in the night and fall ill, I fear the emperor will have cause for concern again come morning. The crown prince replied, then let it be. How is Yanran's health of late? The topic was swiftly diverted. Tang Zhujun felt as if she had brandished a mighty sword only to sheath it once more. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she contemplated Yanran's serene sleeping visage. This indicated that Yanran held considerable significance in the emperor's eyes, to the point that even the crown prince dared not act recklessly. Yet, Yanran was not even a princess. This was indeed peculiar. Lin, being but a child and having gone through so much that day, quickly fell asleep. Tang Zhujun, too, succumbed to slumber, leaning against the bed while listening, unaware of when the guests outside finally departed. She dreamt of wielding a small whip, exuding an air of royal authority as she commanded Prince Jin, assume the position, and remove your trousers. This delightful dream was abruptly interrupted by an overwhelming wave of discomfort. Aunt Flo had made her grand entrance, rubbing her eyes and yawning. Tang Zhujun lifted her head from the bedside, feeling as though she had been trampled by a herd of horses. The room was equipped with a toilet. She tidied herself, placing her soiled garments on a chair before climbing back onto the bed to continue her interrupted dream. However, moments later, she felt a sense of unease, abruptly opening her eyes to find Prince Jin seated in the chair, breathing heavily. What are you doing? Tang Zhujun asked warily, detecting a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Could it be that she had bled? It was not. She realized, albeit belatedly, that Prince Jin was clad in dark night attire, with what appeared to be a wet patch on his right chest. Your Highness, are you injured? Come with me, Prince Jin ordered. Tang Zhujun adjusted the blankets for the two children and followed Prince Jin outside. She silently begged the heavens for mercy. From the early hours of the previous day to now, in less than 12 hours, it felt as though she had lived through an eternity, with so many events converging at once. Yesterday, when Prince Jin had struck Lin, she had cursed him countless times, yet, this retribution came far too swiftly. Prince Jin's injury was serious. A barbed dart had lodged itself in his chest, though fortunately not in his left side. This presented a dilemma: how to treat it while minimizing the wound, especially in the absence of antibiotics, as the risk of infection loomed large. Hurry, Prince Jin urged, what are you pondering? Was this truly a tone of supplication? Tang Zhujun replied, I was contemplating whether a concubine could receive a chastity monument after enduring widowhood. Chapter 81, I shall sew your mouth shut. One day the Prince of Jin comprehended her intent, sneering coldly, you do not deserve a chastity archway. However, a burial as a concubine might be suitable. Tang Zhujun replied, burial as a concubine, do such practices still exist? How had she never heard of this before? Before I meet my demise, I shall specifically request a favor for you, he continued. Tang Zhujun was left speechless. May you suffer greatly. I must make an incision all along your side. She gestured towards the prince's wound, for only then can I extract that hidden weapon. It will be excruciating. Though I could administer a narcotic to alleviate the pain, it would still hurt afterward. Spare me your ramblings, I do not require any narcotic. I have to attend court, and time is of the essence. Have you lost your mind? Tang Zhujun exclaimed. I command you to hurry. For the first time, her hands trembled, not out of uncertainty, but from the absence of anesthesia. Each incision felt as though she were a hangman. The Prince of Jin bit down fiercely on a cotton cloth, beads of sweat trickling down his face, veins bulging, his expression grotesque. An hour later, both appeared as though they had been pulled from a river, drenched to the bone. This peculiar wedding night was indeed a bloody struggle. She truly had a knack for foreboding. Tang Zhujun collapsed onto the footrest, her voice weak. You cannot go to court today, absolutely not, unless you wish to risk your life. I must go. Unnecessary. Leaning her head against the edge of the bed, she continued, you chose this day to make your public appearance, knowing full well it would reveal your acquisition of a concubine and your revelry with the crown prince and his entourage. Thus, following your wedding night, resting for 2 days would raise no suspicions. Although she was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the prince's injury, his refusal to summon a physician, along with his current attire, spoke volumes. The Prince of Jin's voice turned icy. What do you know? Had Lin divulged anything to her? No, Lin would not. I know nothing, Tang Zhujun replied, nor do I wish to know. I only beseech you, my lord, do not involve me. As a concubine, I could be dismissed should trouble arise. She was seeking an escape route. In the past, she might not have felt this way, but after hearing the crown prince's words, she understood, albeit slowly, that the Prince of Jin was at odds with them. The prince ignored her, and after a moment, ordered, prepare yourself and come to bed to accompany me. Tang Zhujun protested, you cannot move your wound. I command you to come to bed. I move? I cannot. Tang Zhujun, one day I shall sew your mouth shut. Silencing her was not an option. Tang Zhujun quickly washed herself, changed into fresh attire, and changed the prince's bedding. Gritting her teeth, she helped him out of his clothes, urged him to lie down, and then crawled into bed next to the wall. Lying still, the Prince of Jin did not go to court and remained in bed the entire day, with meals brought to his chamber. Tang Zhujun felt as though she might become a mummy from lying down so much. She recounted to the prince the incident regarding Lin being beaten the previous day, only to be met with his curt response, "This is a matter for men." Tang Zhujun sensed that these two were concealing something from her, and she would have to wait to ask Lin what she had discussed with the Prince of Jin. Growing weary from lying down, she tentatively suggested, "My lord, may I sit up for a moment? I can rock the bed." "Why rock the bed? It would show that you are vigorous. Stay put and lie down." The prince ground his teeth. "Otherwise, do not blame. Surely you understand." The Prince of Jin, fearing for his sanity, ordered her to leave. Tang Zhujun said, "My lord, I shall return home briefly. I will not be gone for more than a quarter of an hour." Lin and Yanran had been sent over that morning, and she wanted to check on the children and see how Meng Yulan was faring. "Do not let your father or elder brother find out about my injury. Please keep it a secret." "Understood." Tang Zhujun replied, feeling as though she had boarded a ship of thieves. However, upon exiting, returning to the Tang residence, her spirits lifted immediately. Meng Yulan was in the courtyard, tending to the chickens with the two children. She had never done this before, and it was evident she was thoroughly engaged. "Sister Meng, I have returned." Tang Zhujun greeted cheerfully. Meng Yulan hurriedly handed the bowl of grains to Lu Zhu, washed her hands, and asked, "How was it? Did the prince cause you any trouble?" "Not at all, how could he?" Tang Zhujun replied, "The prince and I have known each other for quite some time. Where are you staying? Are you comfortable?" I am temporarily residing in your room." Meng Yulan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. "I haven't touched your belongings, whether as a lowly concubine or a wife. She should have served her husband last night." Yet, Tang Baixin had not mentioned this matter, allowing Shoer to take her to Tang Zhuyun's room to rest. "Sister Meng, you need not be so reserved. Consider this your home. This place is too small. When the time comes, we shall move to a larger house, and I shall invite you to stay, and you will still complain." Seeing that she was not angry, Meng Yulan sighed in relief and added, Jun, I have something to discuss with you. I left some belongings at the inn, and over the years, I have saved a sum of money in Shanxi and Suzhou. Can you help me retrieve it?" Tang Zhuyun's mouth watered at the thought. Meng Yulan was quite resourceful. The money she had saved was undoubtedly intended for Jiang Beihan, but alas, he was out of luck. He deserved it. "We can retrieve the items from the inn, but for the ones out of town, we shall plan carefully." "All right." Also, Meng Yulan eagerly continued, "This morning I prepared breakfast for my father and elder brother, but I am unsure of their preferences. Could you guide me? Moreover, if I bring back the money, should it go to my elder brother or my father? Will my elder brother be angry?" Tang Zhujun chuckled, "They are all family. You need not worry about what they eat. You will manage the finances, not just your own but also those of my father and elder brother. Do not give any money to my father, I beg you." Meng Yulan looked bewildered but nodded nonetheless. The rules of the Tang family rendered all her prior learnings useless. She would need to relearn everything slowly. "If you ever feel wronged, do not keep it to yourself. Remember to tell me, and I will confront my elder brother." Meng Yulan shook her head, "I will not. My elder brother is a good man, but you, the prince, is difficult to deal with, and any animosity towards me will likely fall upon you. Are you all right?" Today, upon hearing the two children mention that Tang Zhujun had yet to rise, having remained in the prince's chamber, her heart ached. "It is nothing, I am well. It was just that the crown prince and his entourage came to drink yesterday and caused quite a ruckus, which is why the prince did not rise today. It has nothing to do with me," Tang Zhujun reassured her. While they spoke, the sounds of an argument reached them from outside. Tang Zhujun did not catch the details, but Meng Yulan turned pale. Jiang Beihan had arrived. Amidst the commotion, a woman's cries could be faintly heard. Was it Ying Jun, do not go. This is my matter. I shall handle it. Meng Yulan took a deep breath. "What do you mean my matter? Come, we shall go see together." Tang Zhujun rolled up her sleeves. Who dared to come here and bully them in their own home? Chapter 82, a raucous outburst. No, Meng Yulan grasped Tang Zhujun's sleeve, her resolve wavering. "Jun, I shall not go out." "What are you afraid of? Haven't you suffered enough at their hands?" Tang Zhujun retorted, her temper flaring at the words. "I should not forget my current status," Meng Yulan replied. "If my lord has not permitted me to step outside, and I venture out of my own accord, won't it appear to discerning eyes that I seek to meet Jiang Beihan?" She had vowed never to meet him again in this life, nor in the next. If Tang Baixin permitted her to go, she would be obeying her husband, otherwise, her departure would be indefensible. "Very well, your concerns are valid," Tang Zhujun conceded. "Just wait here, I shall go. I will confront those scoundrels on your behalf." "Miss, I shall accompany you," Shoer declared, brandishing a broom with fervor. One must possess the awareness befitting a sycophant. Truly, she was a commendable maid. As Tang Zhujun stepped outside, she beheld Jiang Beihan in a standoff with Tang Baixin, a pallid, emaciated woman standing behind them, resembling a weathered peasant woman. "Lord Marquis, let us return," the woman pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. "It is not that I am guilty. After all, we have shared bonds of servitude with the young lady. Why must we humiliate her?" This was indeed Ying. Tang Zhujun chuckled. "To covet another's man, only to end up aged and unattractive, how moving. If only you had worked yourself to death, you might have earned a memorial to be revered." She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, her demeanor cool and detached. Jiang Beihan shot her a glance, his expression as frigid as frost. Tang Zhujun, undeterred, her eyes sparkling, remarked, Lord Marquis, I am aware of my beauty, however, propriety forbids unwanted gazes. Jiang Beihan turned to Tang Baixin, declaring, I demand to see Meng Yulan, I wish for her to confront Xue. Tang Baixin replied coldly, My lord, please maintain your dignity. My wife manages household affairs and does not meet with unfamiliar men. Meng Yulan, come forth. Jiang Beihan shouted directly into the room. You know my nature, I will not relent until I see you today. Tang Zhujun interjected, Oh dear, you still claim the title of Lord Marquis and speak such words without fear of ridicule. Allow me to pose a few questions, should your answers satisfy me, I shall relay your message. June. Tang Baixin interjected. This matter does not concern you, and I cannot acquiesce. Brother, trust me. It is not a matter of trust. Rather, I cannot wager her on this. Tang Baixin stated solemnly, if she does not wish to meet, she will not want to hear his words. Tsk, tisk, Tang Zhujun observed Xue. Do you see? Even I, despite my harsh words towards Sister Meng, my elder brother is reluctant. Look at you, I have scolded, yet you remain silent. Where is your man? Xue sobbed, as long as I can remain by the Lord's side, I will be eternally grateful. Tang Zhujun dug at her ears, incredulous. How could Jiang Beihan have not discerned such folly for years? Lord Marquis, she turned to him, you insist on having Sister Meng confront your debased wife, pray tell, what incentive does she have to do so? What advantage would she gain from this? If she triumphs, can you take her away? She has already been granted to my elder brother by the emperor himself. If she loses, you find solace, proving you were not in error, affirming that your choice of Xue was impeccable, allowing you to live comfortably henceforth, am I correct? There are no benefits in winning, yet losing serves you well. How is it that your ancestors' graves are smoking while all good fortune befalls you? Tang Zhujun unleashed a barrage of scathing words upon Jiang Beihan. Come, let me ask you again, my lord, she said, her smile devoid of warmth. Please, use your intellect. If Sister Meng is indeed heartless, why would she send Xue 2,000 taels of silver? Tossing it into the water would yield a sound, feeding it to a dog, only to be bitten in return. Lord Marquis, with your steadfast character and profound affection, you accept the 2,000 taels from Sister Meng, sold from her own estate, and indulge in lavish excess while raising a brood with your lowly mistress, yet now you spit venom and speak with conviction. Sister Meng is callous and fickle, refusing to marry at 19, crashing against walls in public, her family disowning her, reduced to a concubine, now left speechless and unwilling to meet. Am I correct, my lord? Ah, how repugnant. You demand a confrontation yet embrace your mistress nightly, do you not recognize her true nature to question us? Very well, let me enlighten you, you harlots are fit only for dogs, destined for eternity. Sniffle? Xue, do you still have the audacity to weep? Let me guess, it was you who proposed this confrontation today. In any case, only you two know the truth of what transpired back then. The intentions of Sister Meng are a mystery, each has their own reasoning, yet the dispute could last until the seas dry and the stones crumble, remaining a muddled affair. But why come here? Look at these neighbors, observe the eyes behind those windows and doors, this commotion tarnishes Sister Meng's reputation. If my elder brother were to be enraged, he would certainly return to rectify the situation, ensuring she would suffer thereafter. And you, with 3 children, while Jiang Beihan remains oblivious to you, you have him all figured out. Even if the heavens were to cave in, you would still be their mother, and he would not dare harm you. One cannot harbor fierce dogs in a secluded chamber. Sister Meng, however, proves formidable, having raised a wolf. Xue, do you feel triumphant? You have defied fate to become the Marquis's wife, while the girl you once served has been relegated to a mere concubine? Let me tell you, that girl has captured your man's heart, while you are left to endure his suspicions, scraping by on the scraps of his affection. Your lady will one day be the apple of my elder brother's eye, while you must live in perpetual unease. Why does Jiang Beihan harbor such hatred for your lady? It is born of love turned to loathing. Today, no one shall debate with you, you have prevailed, the days ahead are long, and we are still young, we shall see what unfolds. Jiang Beihan, kindly return the 2,000 taels of silver when you have the chance. Dear neighbors, I sincerely apologize. I have yet to treat you to celebratory sweets, yet you have been treated to such a grand spectacle. Allow this to serve as a testament, the emperor's verdict is final, and those who wish to stir the pot now are certainly not us. Jiang Beihan stood there, speechless, rendered immobile by Tang Zhujun's piercing words. Xue wept, my lord, I truly did not, my heart is solely for you, you know this after all these years. Tang Zhujun was about to speak again when she suddenly heard the cold voice of the Jinwang. Come back to serve. Tang Zhujun. This man, always sabotaging her, did he not see her in such fine form, sweeping all aside? Tang Baixin clasped his hands before Jiang Beihan, saying, my lord, you and your wife may enjoy your union, but please spare the Meng family. She is well now, and will continue to be. I shall forego the 2,000 taels on her behalf, offering it as a gift to you, and I implore you not to repay kindness with malice. You may not care for her, but I do. Behind the door, Meng Yulan wept profusely. Let us go, truly a dog, incapable of understanding human speech. Xiao brandished the broom, sending dust flying. Cursing was exhausting. After a morning spent penning a chapter, it was time to continue. Chapter 83. The prince relies on others. The Jin prince remarked, Tang Zhujun. Coming, Tang Zhujun pouted as she approached, softly grumbling, could you not give me a bit of face, your highness? However, the Jin prince turned to Zhang Beihan and said, today's incident was her recklessness. I apologize on her behalf. Zhang Beihan bowed to the Jin prince and replied, your highness speaks too highly of me. As for today's matter, I have affairs to attend to at my residence, so I shall take my leave. With that, he left, taking Ying Xue with him. Come inside with me. Tang Zhujun entered dejectedly. One must not be overly arrogant, for it invites retribution. Tang Baixin cast a glance before proceeding into the Tang residence. Meng Yulan felt guilty and anxious, saying, elder brother, Zhujun, the prince, it is of no consequence. Tang Baixin replied. If the prince had not intervened, Zhang Beihan, in his rage, would likely have stormed in. The appearance of the Jin prince doused Zhang Beihan with cold water, urging him to regain his composure. Furthermore, the prince's apology provided Zhang Beihan a graceful exit, hence his departure. In truth, Tang Zhujun and the Jin prince had collaborated quite effectively in this matter. I fear the prince will blame Zhujun. The prince merely came to mediate. He would not make things difficult for her. Indeed, Tang Zhujun had initially anticipated a reprimand from the Jin prince, resigning herself to the prospect of receiving a scolding behind closed doors. Yet, the Jin prince simply instructed her to prepare a meal without uttering anything further. Is that all? Well, she excelled at cooking. In high spirits, Tang Zhujun declared, your highness, I shall prepare a chicken soup for you, hee. Although her reflexes were somewhat delayed, she soon realized that without the Jin prince's intervention, the situation might not have resolved so easily. It likely would have required several exchanges, providing a spectacle for onlookers. Primarily, it affected her sense of triumph, and this outcome was indeed favorable. After simmering the chicken soup and preparing several dishes, Tang Zhujun called out to Xior over the wall, Xior, bring over a food container. Coming. She divided the prepared dishes, sending half with Xior while serving the other half to the Jin prince. It dawned on her that there were no women in the household aside from herself. The previous matron had seemingly vanished. Your highness, today I shall treat you, Tang Zhujun announced, may I discuss something with you? The Jin prince leisurely sipped his chicken soup, his demeanor elegant yet haughty, not even lifting his eyelids. Considering my father's poor health, and since Ling Ling has grown accustomed to my cooking, would it be acceptable for me to continue preparing meals for them? Rest assured, I will bear the expenses myself. I possess ample funds, or perhaps, I could even support you as well. Would that be agreeable? Delicious meals do not harm the stomach. A twinge of guilt accompanied her, for she now counted herself among the Jin prince's people. Strictly speaking, her wealth could also be considered his. Song Jingyang, according to the rules of the household, the Jin prince began. I understand this is inappropriate, Tang Zhujun interjected obediently, feeling as though she was about to be coerced by familial law, but your highness is magnanimous, and my father must work for the emperor's health for another 50 years. The Jin prince ignored her and addressed Song Jingyang, who stood at the door, drawn in by the aroma of the food. Ensure the concubine receives her monthly allowance. Remember to pay her regularly. This, Song Jingyang hesitated, there are no precedents for this. After all, what the prince dictates is final. Other royal households have a chief steward to manage such matters, but the Jin prince's residence is an exception, with no one overseeing these affairs. Tang Zhujun, do not be modest. I have the silver, she asserted. She had no intention of becoming his woman, nor did she wish to spend his money. The only individual from whom she could confidently request silver would be her future partner, though encountering such a person seemed increasingly improbable. Then grant her 100 taels of silver monthly, the Jin prince stated. Both Tang Zhujun and Song Jingyang were taken aback. My woman can certainly afford her own upkeep, the Jin prince declared. Tang Zhujun felt as though she had been struck by a windfall. May I contribute 10 taels of silver, covering my own food expenses and partaking of the leftovers? Song Jingyang inquired. Despite Tang Zhujun's faults, her culinary skills were truly exceptional. This matter had, due to Tang Mingfan's boastfulness, become common knowledge among court officials. 10 taels, how much is your monthly salary? 20 taels. 20 taels a month, and you wish to spend 10 on food? You truly are a glutton, the Jin prince acquiesced, and thus Tang Zhujun received a total of 110 taels of silver. She deposited the 100 taels given by the Jin prince into a designated account, intending to repay him in the future should the opportunity arise. When Tang Zhujun ventured out to purchase groceries, she discovered that the price of pig offal had surged, nearly rivaling that of meat. It was said that the daughter of the Tang family, a prominent figure in Dali Temple, had single-handedly driven up the price of pig offal in the capital. Truly remarkable. It was time to explore new recipes: spicy chicken, twice-cooked pork, dongpa pork, steamed pork with rice flour, mapo tofu. However, the Jin prince could not consume spicy food, so she resolved to prepare lighter fare for now. The Jin prince had yet to return from court. This diligent individual had only rested for a day before resuming his duties. Each day, Tang Zhujun changed his bandages, nourishing him with delectable food and drink, and his wound healed more swiftly than a donkey's. Of course, she did not labor without reward. During the bandage changes, she would discreetly admire his muscular physique, occasionally feigning incidental contact, which felt quite pleasant. As Tang Zhujun cooked, Xior hurried over to assist with the fire. Aside from the wall separating their homes, they were rapidly becoming like one family. Tang Zhujun prepared a milky bone broth and was just about to place pancakes beside the pot when she suddenly heard Xior ask, Miss, have you and the prince consummated your marriage? Tang Zhujun's hand trembled, nearly dropping the pancake. Was there such a matter? She had completely forgotten about the prospect of sharing a bed these past few days. Why do you ask that? Oh, nothing in particular, I just recalled that elder brother and Miss Meng have consummated their marriage, and I haven't heard you mention it. What? This time, the pancake genuinely fell to the ground. My elder brother and sister Meng have consummated their marriage? How do you know? The night following Zhang Beihan's ruckus, I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and saw Miss Meng entering elder brother's room. Out of curiosity, I peeked through the window, and to my astonishment, Miss Meng entered and shed her cloak, revealing that she wore nothing underneath, which frightened me into a hasty retreat. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, "What were you doing peeping around?" Oh dear, how had this couple progressed so swiftly? It seemed Sister Meng had taken the initiative. However, if her elder brother were to take Sister Meng in such a manner, would that not be well? It was fine. As long as they were both willing. And what about you and the prince, is he a good bedfellow? Tang Zhujun nearly spluttered. He was not good at all. After lying down for an entire day, her waist ached for several days afterward. Not at all, she replied peevishly. Ah, what a shame. You exerted so much effort and endured so many trials to achieve this, yet it is not enjoyable, Xiao lamented. Unfortunately, now that you are with the prince, you cannot seek out Qingfeng. Tang Zhujun ground her teeth. Shall I send you to find Qingfeng to give it a try? Your Highness, she turned and saw the Jin prince standing at the kitchen door. Chapter 84. The birth mother of Yanran. Come in with me, commanded the prince. Jin. Tang Zhujun washed her hands, allowing Xiao to tend to the fire gently, before following the prince into the room. The reason I find it difficult to sleep is that I feel anxious in your presence, nothing more, she explained. Truly, your vitality is intact. I discerned this when I took your pulse. She added, I also noticed your urine, it was indeed quite distant. Silence, I inquire. When did you come to know that Meng Yulan harbors affections for Jiang Beihan? The prince recalled his encounter with Jiang Beihan during morning court and suddenly remembered how Tang Zhujun had been fixated on Jiang Beihan with an unusual gaze at the great Shangwa temple. Could it be that she was already advocating for Meng Yulan back then? On the day of Sister Meng's suicide, Tang Zhujun replied. What of it? So you were fully aware yet chose to conceal it from me? The prince's voice was a mixture of reproach and disbelief. Tang Zhujun was momentarily speechless. Was it truly fair to bring up past grievances now? I, your majesty, have erred, she admitted. Regardless of the circumstances, the Prince Jin found himself quite innocent in the matter concerning Meng Yulan. He was merely an older youth troubled by matters of marriage, his reputation so tarnished that not a soul would approach him. Even the Grand Princess had to orchestrate a flower-viewing banquet for him, only to have it disrupted by past events. After finally receiving a marriage decree from the emperor, a series of unfortunate events ensued. Given his current demeanor, he was exhibiting remarkable restraint. I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself for your transgressions. Such leniency was unexpected. Tang Zhujun sensed an undertone of scheming. This cunning man had evidently been biding his time. My injuries, your highness, I have done my utmost, Tang Zhujun replied. Given the short span of time, your recovery is commendable. While your constitution is robust, I assure you I have exerted myself fully without reservation. I did not imply you lacked effort, the prince clarified. According to tradition, on the 15th day of the 8th month, there shall be a royal kuju match, in which I shall participate. The Mid-Autumn Festival, Tang Zhujun calculated, that is fine. There are still over 20 days left, you will be fit to participate. She mused on the frequency of royal festivities, dragon boat racing during the Duanwu festival, and now kuju on the 15th. Even the princes must tire of such relentless engagements. After the kuju match, everyone will partake in a bath at Mingze Lake. Understanding dawned upon Tang Zhujun. You are concerned about how to explain your wounds at that time? Indeed. Tang Zhujun stroked her chin, her large eyes whirling with thoughts. Yet the prince had already devised a plan. If the burn can obscure the previous scars? Tang Zhujun was taken aback. Your highness, what are you contemplating? The prince replied coolly, each year, countless individuals in the capital suffer burns from fires. With oil lamps and candles in constant use, such accidents were inevitable. Why resort to such drastic measures against yourself? What a dreadful idea. Could you not simply obfuscate the matter? People already harbor suspicions about me. Ah, what unsavory deeds have you committed to draw such scrutiny, and so clumsily, at that? Tang Zhujun muttered, let me ponder a solution. Is there a legitimate reason, perhaps feigning illness to avoid attendance? That too would raise suspicions. They await the day to pounce. They? Tang Zhujun felt inexplicably linked to the crown prince's faction. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed heavily. Very well, I shall take charge. After all, my reputation is already tarnished. One more scandal matters little. The prince suddenly grew cautious. What do you intend to do? Why, to assist you, of course, Tang Zhujun pouted. From now on, you must return each day, bringing me gifts, just a casual stroll around the city to procure them, so that all may know how fond you are of me. And then? Then it shall depend on my actions. Oh, and you must show my father some respect, as love for the house should extend to the crow. After hearing her plan, the prince hesitated slightly. This may not bode well for you. Better than losing my head by following you, Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes. Moreover, regarding Sister Meng, we are indeed indebted to you. I cannot rest easy knowing I owe you a favor. Oh no, my pancakes are going to burn. She rushed out in a flurry. The prince watched her fluttering skirts, his gaze deep and complex. Moments later, her loud voice echoed, Linlin, Yanran, come and eat, Sister Meng, cease your cooking, I'll have Xiora bring it back. Soon, the two children arrived hand in hand, and upon seeing the prince, Linlin joyfully approached. Yanran dashed to the kitchen to watch Tang Zhujun cook, excitedly sharing her experience of learning to paint from Meng Yulan. Everyone, wash your hands. Tang Zhujun commanded. Help set the table, it's time for dinner. The four gathered around the table for a meal. Tang Zhujun understood her place, yet as the prince remained silent, she felt no need to separate the seating most of the time. Prince Jean was rather easygoing. Auntie, there is no spice, Linlin whispered, both the prince and I enjoy spicy food. Tang Zhujun retorted, the prince has offended me. You are on good terms with him, which makes me jealous, and thus, I shall not provide you with any food. Yanran giggled, sister and I are close, I prefer sweet dishes. Tang Zhujun served her a piece of sweet and sour pork, eat up. You are to accompany the prince for horseback riding this afternoon, are you not? Only Linlin brother is going, I shall not go, as riding does not suit me. Foolish child, does it matter how it looks? If you find yourself in a hurry to escape, will you wait for someone to saddle a horse for you? Skills are never a burden. Tang Zhujun ladled some bone broth for her, do not believe in the virtue of being meek. That is merely for show, acquiring skills is what truly belongs to you. A man may teach you weakness to exploit you, if you believe it, you become the fool. Yanran cast a timid glance at the prince. The prince remarked, I shall teach you how to ride and shoot, if you wish, you may join us. His expression was calm, yet unbeknownst to anyone, his hand beneath the table clenched tightly onto his thigh. The memories of valor and warfare faded into obscurity. Yanran's mother, too, had once wielded a sword with grace and vigor. Alas, father, I fear I shall not learn well. What of it if you do not excel? Who is born with such abilities? Tang Zhujun encouraged her. You should join as well, the prince directed his gaze toward her. Very well. Tang Zhujun replied, having long wished to learn horseback riding, now was indeed a prime opportunity. Linlin was still mounted on his steed, Gale, which, though not remarkable compared to the many fine horses of the royal stables, remained his favorite. Tang Zhujun gazed at the towering horse, feeling a sense of trepidation. She could not possibly mount it herself, surely, she could not ask the prince to lift her onto it as he did with Linlin. Come, step here. Unbeknownst to her, the prince had approached her side while she contemplated the horse, crouching down with his hands interlaced, palms up, offering her a step. How fortunate she was to receive such honor, yet, he bore injuries. Sixth brother and sister-in-law truly share a loving bond. The teasing voice of the seventh prince echoed, and thus, yet another source of annoyance emerged. However, this was beyond her purview. Close the door, let the prince be. Chapter 85. It's you, Prince Jean said. Why has the seventh brother come? The seventh prince, fanning himself, replied with a forced smile, a few days ago, I wanted to visit my little sister-in-law, but alas, the sixth brother kept her well hidden. Now it seems, my little sister-in-law is a paragon of beauty, it's no wonder the sixth brother is so protective. Indeed, she has a somewhat common appearance, nowhere near the future seventh sister-in-law, whose face is round and radiant, clearly a person of fortune, replied Prince Jean. Tang Zhujun struggled to suppress her laughter. The description of a round face reminded her of the flower-viewing banquet, where she had indeed encountered the would-be Princess Ji from a distance. She had appeared to have a large face and fair skin, resembling a white bun. At that time, she had thought that if such a person could marry a prince, so could she, which nearly led her to climb into Prince Jin's bed. Look at that, Prince Jin's sharp tongue could certainly stir the pot. The seventh prince, enraged, turned to Tang Zhujun. I have heard that my little sister-in-law had a rather poor reputation in the past. Now that she is with my sixth brother, she must cherish this opportunity and not bring shame upon him. Oh dear, can't you pick on someone less formidable than Prince Jean? Have your eyes gone blind? Tang Zhujun smiled. Seventh master, you are quite right. In the past, I was young and naive, indiscriminate in my choices, and I disturbed you, seventh master. Knowing that you hold Miss Chi in such high regard, how could I possibly overstep? You, who are you calling indiscriminate? The seventh prince's face flushed with anger. Of course, I am speaking of myself, Tang Zhujun replied. I would never dare to speak ill of the seventh master. Prince Jean interjected, seventh brother, father has long advised you to focus on your studies and not to engage in idle gossip. I am taking my family out for a ride today, so I shall take my leave. He subtly shielded Tang Zhujun behind his tall figure. Wait a moment, sixth brother, the seventh prince said, since we mentioned father, I admit I have been rather frivolous in the past, and father has urged me to learn more from you. I have been diligently practicing lately, could you spare me some guidance? It won't take up much of your time. Tang Zhujun immediately understood his intent. He was here to probe whether Prince Jean had sustained any injuries. Sure enough, the seventh prince continued, a few days ago, after leaving your place, my elder brother was attacked. I was quite startled and have since been working hard to improve. The crown prince was attacked? Prince Jean was actually the one who attempted to assassinate the crown prince, but why? Tang Zhujun pondered this in her mind. Seventh brother, be cautious with your words. When did my elder brother encounter an assassination attempt? The seventh prince said, oh dear, I misspoke. I do not speak falsehoods before real people. Father forbids me from spreading this news for fear of causing trouble. You wouldn't report me, would you, sixth brother? Prince Jean remained silent. The seventh prince glanced at Yanran and Linlin on horseback, stroking his chin. This must be the son of Tang Baixin. Speaking of which, these two children are quite fated, both having a father but no mother. Tang Zhujun was incensed, her chest heaving with anger. If she did not teach this fellow a lesson today, he would never understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. Come now, I shan't waste your time, please instruct me, sixth brother. Prince Jin did not respond immediately. Instead, Song Jingyang stepped forward, saying, Seventh master, I am unworthy, but I shall spar with you. For the first time, Tang Zhujun thought that having a sycophant step in wasn't just a farce but genuinely useful. She was untroubled by the thought that Song Jingyang might not be a match for the seventh prince. To be honest, with her discerning eye, she could see immediately that the seventh prince was unsteady on his feet, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly a potential client in need of her Tang's miracle medicine. Upon learning he was to marry Qi, the seventh prince had likely begun to consume in retaliation. Next time, she must have Qingfeng recommend her Tang's miracle medicine to him. The seventh prince, his face clouded with fury, exclaimed, Who do you think you are to spar with me? Watching Song Jingyang's face redden, Prince Jin said, Jingyang, step back. Tang Zhujun reached out and pulled Prince Jin slightly, smiling as she stepped forward, stopping just before the seventh prince. Looking up with sparkling eyes and a flirtatious smile, she said, Seventh master, please do not linger on this. If you are truly harboring anger, why not let me accompany you? The seventh prince, caught off guard, was bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor, now flirting with him in front of Prince Jin. But he was more than willing to slap Prince Jin in the face. Very well, then you shall. Before he could finish, Tang Zhujun seized his arms, shoulder-checked him, and before anyone could react, with a loud thud, the seventh prince found himself flat on his back, like a turtle turned upside down. After executing a beautiful shoulder throw, Tang Zhujun beckoned him with a finger and cheerfully said, Seventh master, come now, stop pretending, with my little strength, you should just lie down at isn't this akin to staging a scene? I am merely a humble concubine, and should our lord take offense, I would be unable to bear the consequences. The seventh prince's attendants rushed forward, one calling for a doctor, while the seventh prince lay on the ground, his eyes rolling back like a dead fish, his body in pain and utterly shocked. How had she done that? How had he ended up on the ground? Tang Zhujun felt a secret satisfaction. It was fine if he insulted Prince Jin, but daring to insult her child deserved a beating. She feigned innocence as she returned to Prince Jin's side. My lord, I am quite frightened. The seventh master challenged me to spar. Everyone heard it. I cannot be blamed. Prince Jin smirked. You are not to blame. Seventh brother was merely jesting with you. He stepped forward to help the seventh prince up, feigning concern. Seventh brother, do not be so mischievous. What strength does she possess? Speaking so will only invite ridicule. Now, get up. We must take our leave. The seventh prince groaned, his head spinning, forgetting all else, only to see Prince Jin lift Tang Zhujun onto his horse and then mount his own, with two attendants leading the children. They all rode off, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a bewildered seventh prince. Tang Zhujun, seated in front of Prince Jin, felt a twinge of anxiety. My lord, your wand hasn't reopened, has it? What was he thinking, trying to show off by lifting her onto the horse? If his wound opened, wouldn't it create trouble for her? It's nothing, hold on tight, Prince Jin replied, his voice laced with amusement. Upon reaching the spacious horse grounds on the outskirts of the city, the guards led the horses in circles with the children, while Prince Jin took Tang Zhujun to rest beneath a shaded pavilion. Do you know, the seventh prince is quite petty and holds grudges? Tang Zhujun replied boldly, I am equally petty, and I retaliate for even the slightest offense. If you offend him, he will surely seek revenge. I am in the inner courtyard. Can he come to the Jin residence to cause trouble? Unless Prince Jin were dead. Besides, do you think I could simply beg for his mercy and he would let me go? Tang Zhujun sneered. Am I supposed to clear my name with you, my lord? Prince Jin remarked, at last, you have shown some wisdom. Do you possess any skills? Just some trivial techniques, hardly worth mentioning. Hardly worth mentioning, yet you seem quite animated. Prince Jin felt quite pleased. For the first time, it wasn't him against the seventh prince, but someone defending him. Since his arrival in the capital, he had always fought alone, with no one backing him, not even his father. Tang Zhujun said, there is no use in discussing that. I have already offended him, and whether my lord or my brothers rise in prominence, none shall tread upon me. Now, strip off your clothes, let me see. Prince Jin remained unmoving, and she stomped her foot in frustration. I command you to remove your clothing. If you don't, I shall do it myself. Song Jingyang, bringing tea, overheard this and hastily made his exit. Tang Zhujun was far too fierce. My lord, you might as well give in. Chapter 86. You all play quite big. However, upon reflecting, Song Jingyang recalled the injury of Prince Jin and no, the prince cannot be in such a state now. Repaying kindness is a matter for the future. He cleared his throat and lowered his head to serve the tea. Restrain your prince. Tang Zhujun exclaimed fiercely. Song Jingyang now regarded Tang Zhujun with newfound admiration, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. After all, who else but Tang Zhujun could bring down the seventh prince? Yet, admiration aside, assisting her in subduing the prince seemed inappropriate in this context. Aunt, who is your aunt? Quickly check if your prince's wound has reopened. I shall fetch the medicine box. She hurriedly lifted her skirts and dashed out. Song Jingyang asked, your highness, should I help you undress or will you manage by yourself? Prince Jin replied, did you not see how she brought down the seventh prince? Song Jingyang responded, no, I did not catch it clearly. At that moment, he was preoccupied with indignation, berating Tang Zhujun for her frivolity and unrepentant nature, never anticipating such a delightful outcome. It was so exhilarating that Song Jingyang felt it would be worth it if the prince were to sacrifice himself tonight. I believe Miss Tang is quite remarkable, he ventured. Your highness, you should yield to her. What family possesses such a fierce concubine, coupled with her sharp tongue that can sweep away an army, who could possibly withstand her? Although the prince might feel somewhat wronged, the present circumstances were fraught with internal and external troubles, requiring support. Your Highness, do endure a little discomfort. This was the unspoken sentiment of Song Jingyang. Tang Zhujun returned in a whirlwind, carrying the medicine box. You took this with you when you left? The grass curtains surrounding the pavilion had been drawn down, obscuring the view of the outside world, revealing only the vague shapes of the two within. Of course, when taking children out, especially while riding, what if the child gets hurt? Tang Zhujun exclaimed. Oh dear, I told you, isn't it split open? The lighting was poor, yet Tang Zhujun, being adept, quickly redressed and bandaged Prince Jin's injury. She wisely refrained from inquiring about his assassination attempt on the crown prince. However, she harbored a lingering doubt that perhaps her family had misjudged him. Why did you help me today? Prince Jin inquired slowly. Because I could not stand his arrogance. I could tolerate his insults, but to bring up the painful matters of two children, how shameless. Tang Zhujun replied indignantly. Let him suffer this silent humiliation today. I refuse to believe he will have the audacity to say he was brought down by a woman. Did you not consider what if you cannot defeat him? If I cannot, is there not still a prince here? Then you trust me? There was a hint of amusement in Prince Jin's voice. Of course, after all, how much trouble has Song Jingyang caused you, yet he is still well regarded by your side? Tang Zhujun replied. Moreover, the seventh prince is clearly just a faade. Prince Jin said, regardless, today's events were for my sake. Speak, what do you desire? I shall grant it. Tang Zhujun marveled at his seamless transition between I and this prince, a display of eloquence that left her in awe. You cannot release me, after all, until you marry the princess. Perhaps you could place me in a secluded courtyard, provide for my needs without interference. Is that agreeable? If I can escape, that would be ideal. If not, I must ensure my own safety. I shall eventually find a way out. Prince Jin said, Are you concerned about being bullied in the future? With me around, no one would dare to mistreat you. Not at all, Tang Zhujun replied. They have a legitimate claim, while I am merely a nuisance. Let us not dwell on that for now, we can discuss it later. A man's promises are but fleeting memories, barely lasting 7 seconds. She harbored no illusions. If your highness feels indebted, perhaps you could waive the debt my brother owes you? Was it not already forgiven? My father insists on repaying you. Tang Zhujun said with frustration, what of my brother's matter? Why has there been no news despite the investigation? Was it never uncovered, or are you simply keeping it from me? You are being kept in the dark, Prince Jin replied. Tang Zhujun, why do you not speak up then? Yet, Prince Jin remained silent. Help me examine my leg, my right calf, he suddenly said. Oh, what is the matter? Tang Zhujun naturally squatted down before him, lifting his robe and rolling up his pant leg. This habit, cultivated over years as a physician, had become second nature. It itches and aches. It has been several days, Prince Jin explained. Initially, I thought I had merely bumped it and did not pay it any mind. The dim light forced Tang Zhujun to lean closer to his leg, recalling the last incident when she had pulled down his trousers, struggling to suppress her laughter. For Prince Jin, however, it was a different experience. He watched her with her flowing hair and delicate features, the warmth of her breath brushing against his leg, causing him to feel somewhat rigid. Ha! I never expected to find his highness here. Chang Ji burst through the grass curtains, laughing heartily. He had just returned from visiting the Song family and, upon hearing that Prince Jin was present with Tang Zhujun, he decided to greet them, only to be taken aback by the scene before him, his laughter abruptly ceasing as he stepped back. Oh my, are you all playing so boldly in broad daylight? Tang Zhujun replied, I am not playing boldly at all. Prince Jin remained silent. She stood up. Your highness is fine, it was merely an insect bite. A little medicine and it will heal in a couple of days. Chang Ji remarked, Your highness, so you were testing me by playing matchmaker. Prince Jin remained nonplussed. Tang Zhujun, uninterested in their banter, stepped outside to check on the two children. The incident with the seventh prince had quietly passed without causing a ripple. Tang Zhujun continued her daily routine, preparing spices, mixing medicines, caring for the children, and cooking. Her days were simple yet fulfilling. Prince Jin brought her gifts nearly every day, whether jewelry or food. Once, he went so far as to summon a vendor of snacks to her doorstep, insisting she eat them hot. To the uninformed onlookers, it appeared as though Tang Zhujun had bewitched Prince Jin, the normally aloof man, rendering him utterly captivated. Only Tang Zhujun, like a mother teaching her child, instructed Prince Jin. Buy one of everything. The lady loves to eat. She pretended to sit confidently atop a horse, adopting an air of lofty superiority. Everything is wrapped up. Let the lady choose. Do you understand? Do you comprehend? In this context, the princess concubine now assumed the title of lady, elevating her own status. She could hardly refer to herself as a lowly concubine, could she? No, Prince Jin remarked, affected and pretentious. Tang Zhujun retorted. Do you understand why, at your advanced age, you still await the emperor's decree for marriage? It is because you are foolish. However, despite his disobedience, Prince Jin at least managed to feign affection well enough to deceive many, allowing their plans for the 15th day of the 8th month to proceed smoothly. Chapter 87 A renowned reputation. The grand banquet on the 15th of August arrived as scheduled. Her status, Tang Zhujun, was originally meant to follow behind like a maid, yet now she found herself in the emperor's favor. He even teased Prince Jean, suggesting with a wink that although he had initially been reluctant, he now seemed quite pleased. Prince Jean, known for his stoic demeanor, showed no signs of discomfort. Yanran closely trailed Tang Zhujun, anxious to shield her from any potential slight to it. Was well known that while Yanran lacked the title of a princess, she was the most cherished among the emperor's numerous granddaughters. For instance, today the emperor had summoned her alone for a conversation and bestowed upon her gifts, while many of his other granddaughters were barely recognized by name. "Sister, look at my father!" Yanran exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she spotted Prince Jean riding in, her hands nearly crimson from clapping. "I must tell brother Lin when we return." This banquet had a smaller attendance, with only Tang Mingfan from the Tang family present. I see, Tang Zhujun replied. Prince Jean, clad in dark attire, sat proudly on his steed, exuding an air of haughty superiority, seemingly untouched by the dust of the world. His presence was indeed striking, setting him apart from the other 7 princes. Not every prince participated in the game of Kuju. For example, the crown prince and the 8th prince abstained, leaving only 6 princes to compete. However, the most awkward situation arose as Prince Jean led a retinue of his own while the other princes formed a separate group. Tang Zhujun sensed that apart from herself, no one else appeared to find this arrangement peculiar. The competition was thrilling. Tang Zhujun watched with rapt attention, as if engrossed in an exhilarating tale. Prince Jean seemed to possess an extraordinary prowess, mercilessly defeating his opponents with an astounding score of 18-0. In that moment, Tang Zhujun understood why no other princes aligned themselves with him. Such a victory could easily offend. They would rather endure the embarrassment alongside their brothers than triumph in the company of the seemingly oblivious Prince Jean. The audience sat in stunned silence, with nearly everyone awkwardly digging their feet into the ground, collectively estimating that if they continued, they might unearth a palace. Yanran exclaimed, "Father is so impressive," to which Tang Zhujun concurred, "The prince is indeed magnificent." Suddenly, it felt as if the crowd around them had vanished. Perhaps it was for the best. Such tranquility was a rare delight. Accompanying the prince brought a refreshing coolness. Soon, the princes, under the emperor's guidance, proceeded to bathe in Mingzi Lake. Tang Zhujun had already informed Tang Mingfan to relay to the emperor that the water was too cold for her, given her heart condition. As she prepared to follow Prince Jean, Tang Mingfan hastily intervened. "What do you intend to do? You are not the prince's maid." Though others perceived Tang Zhujun merely as Prince Jin's concubine, Tang Mingfan regarded his daughter as a secondary consort. How could she visit other princes? "I must go, you will understand shortly," Tang Zhujun insisted softly. While the emperor could not enter the water, he watched with a smile as his son splashed about. Tang Zhujun understood this sentiment, akin to a mother duck leading her ducklings into the water. "My lord, please refrain from going," she implored, grasping tightly at Prince Jin's belt, while he remained as stoic as ever. The 7th prince, eager to catch a glimpse of Prince Jean, approached and declared loudly, "Sister-in-law, are you so reluctant to part with 6th brother? Perhaps he should take you with him." Tang Zhujun narrowed her eyes and smiled faintly, threatening in a hushed tone, "Are you not afraid I might behave like a water ghost and drag you down with me?" The 7th prince shuddered at the thought. The emperor took note of the commotion, chuckling, "What are you two whispering about?" The 7th prince quickly replied, "Father, 6th brother is unwilling to bathe. I was merely attempting to persuade him, so as not to disrupt the traditions set by our ancestors." The emperor frowned. "What is the matter?" Tang Zhujun explained, "Your Majesty, the situation is quite complicated. It is entirely my fault for being ignorant of today's ritual, thus leading to some mischief." "What sort of mischief?" "Well, it's nothing grave," Tang Zhujun fumbled, "merely some frivolous antics in the chamber." Prince Jean interjected, "You may leave." He strode to the emperor and knelt on one knee, then unfastened his robe. The emperor glanced down to see a crudely drawn large kitchen knife on Prince Jin's left chest, accompanied by hastily scrawled words, "Property of Tang Zhujun, any unauthorized use will result in amputation." The emperor was both amused and exasperated. Tang Zhujun immediately knelt beside Prince Jean. "I only engaged in some playful antics, mixing pigments akin to those used in palace renovations that resist fading. I never anticipated." The emperor could hardly contain his laughter but managed to maintain a serious facade. "A lady ought to be gracious and magnanimous. Do you not recognize your jealousy?" Tang Zhujun dutifully admitted her fault. The emperor continued, unable to suppress his admonishment, "Look at your writing. It resembles a dog's paw. You truly bring shame upon your father. And you, Cheer, a dignified prince, should conduct yourself with more decorum." In the end, Prince Jean was penalized with a 3-month salary reduction, while Tang Zhujun was tasked with copying the lessons for women 100 times. Although only a select few, including the emperor, witnessed the incident, it spread like wildfire, becoming the latest topic of gossip both within and beyond the court. Tang Zhujun found herself frequently trending, becoming accustomed to the attention, even finishing an extra bowl of rice. Now, she could walk proudly in the capital, with a supportive father and brother, and a man albeit fictitious, providing her with leverage. She felt invincible. The only drawback was the tedious task of copying lessons for women, which left her fingers sore and the content eliciting her candid critiques. Daily life consisted of Prince Jean at his desk with 2 children, while Tang Zhujun scribbled and grumbled her complaints. The most entertaining aspect was the response of the Tang father and son. Tang Mingfan, red-faced, conversed with his daughter. "While this incident is indeed laughable, matters between husband and wife should remain private. As long as the bond is strong, do not let the whispers of others cloud your heart." "Heart, shall I continue to torment Prince Jean? Truly, this is a father." Tang Zhujun thought, rolling up her sleeves, resolute in her determination to maintain her fierce demeanor. Tang Mingfan advised, moderation is key. I see you and the prince get along splendidly. Jun, you must first solidify your position as a secondary consort. Let us not hold overly grand expectations, but your father and brother will strive diligently. Tang Zhujun was taken aback. Was she truly being encouraged to aspire to be the primary consort? That is not out of the question, Tang Mingfan remarked. With the right timing and circumstances, should you bear a son, the rest will be managed by your father and brother. Tang Zhujun gazed down at her flat abdomen. She was to bear a child, currently, with numerous matters converging. She had no opportunity to resist. However, she had not given up hope. If she tried hard enough, perhaps she could still distance herself from Prince Jin. Tang Baixin then sought counsel from Tang Zhujun. Jun, your relationship with the prince is flourishing at an astonishing pace. As for Yulan and I, you have consummated your marriage. What more is there to discuss? Not at all. How could I engage in such behavior? Tang Baixin replied with utmost seriousness. Another baseless rumor from Xiao'er. Tang Zhujun advised her elder brother, reminding him that there was plenty of time ahead, urging him not to let their rhythm be disrupted, as their progress was swift due to its fabricated nature. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. Tang Zhujun's public display of affection had captivated the emperor's attention, and with her father and brother convinced, others were bound to believe it too. Thus, the proverbial bird that stuck its head out was shot, and Tang Zhujun found herself at the center of attention. Chapter 88 Conversation between aunts and nieces. Tang Zhuan taught Meng Yulan how to make dumplings, while Lin Lin and Yanran played gleefully with the dough, leaving flour scattered all over their hair, faces, and clothes. Xiao'er rushed about, wiping this and that, her impatience evident as she stamped her feet. You're getting your clothes dirty and wasting things. You two young ladies should come out to play with me. She was indeed a diligent and cleanliness-loving maid. Lin Lin laughed heartily and said to Yanran, come on, we should go practice our writing. My father will check my homework tonight, and the prince will check yours. Meng Yulan smiled and added, Luzhu, you should help out too. After they left, Tang Zhuan discreetly asked Meng Yulan, Sister Meng, since you arrived and stayed here for some time, are you adapting well? She had always assumed their relationship was blossoming rapidly, hence her previous silence on the matter. It was unexpected that nothing had occurred, so she felt compelled to inquire about Meng Yulan's adjustment. Meng Yulan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, everything is quite well, the master treats me very kindly. In what way? Tang Zhuan asked with a playful grin. Meng Yulan's face grew even warmer. In every conceivable manner, it is simply wonderful. Oh dear, do share the details. Since becoming a concubine, Meng Yulan had lost contact with her family and former so-called sisters, save for Luzhu, with whom she had formed a genuine bond, especially as the latter was her sister-in-law. Thus, she shyly divulged some matters to it. Turned out that she had indeed sought out Tang Baixin on her own that day and had done what Xiao'er mentioned. It is not that I am shameless, but rather that I worry Jiang Beihan may continue to pester me in the future. I thought that if I surrendered myself to the master and bore him a son or daughter, he would be thoroughly dissuaded. Meng Yulan had long acknowledged that there was no possibility with Jiang Beihan, nor did she require his forgiveness. To forgive him would be the utmost cruelty to herself. Tang Zhuan listened in silence. Later, the master told me that I am now his person, regardless of whether I give him my body or not. He will not allow anyone to take me away, and he even said he does not wish to pressure me. Some matters have time on their side. Meng Yulan's face was flushed with emotion, yet her eyes sparkled with happiness and contentment. Life in the Tang household may have been modest, requiring her to labor with her own hands, but everyone treated her with genuine kindness, and she felt fulfilled and joyful. When I expressed my desire to contribute my own savings, the master said I could do as I wished. Tang Zhuan responded, what is there to be moved by? You offer money to support the household, and my brother accepts it, must you then be endlessly grateful? Not at all, Meng Yulan replied. Jun, you do not understand. Many desire their wives' dowries while also wanting to save face. The master truly regards me as part of the family. Tang Zhuan quipped, I also consider you part of the family, why not give me some silver to spend? As she spoke, she could not help but collapse into laughter against Meng Yulan's shoulder. Meng Yulan playfully admonished, you are taking advantage of me, I would not dare, what if my brother comes to settle accounts with me later? After their mirth subsided, Meng Yulan grew serious. There is something I have been hesitant to discuss with you. Sister Meng, please speak your mind. Yesterday, while Lin Lin and Yanran were playing, one of them lost control and pushed Yanran down. I reprimanded him, and then? Last night, I pondered this matter deeply. My status is insufficient, yet since he is the master's eldest son, I cannot simply stand by and watch him err without offering a warning. However, I fear he might resent my position, thinking the master does not care for him. In short, the stepmother found herself in a quandary. This ill-defined role of stepmother was even more challenging. Whether to intervene or abstain was a dilemma. Tang Zhuan laughed and said, you should intervene when necessary. Lin Lin is not a child who holds grudges. I am not criticizing you, but I noticed that during meals, you stood by, attending to the two children. Do not continue this way. My brother regards you as his wife. If you do not place yourself in that position and allow others to take your place, do not weep later. I understand what I must do. Meng Yulan's gaze was calm and resolute, exuding the same commanding presence she had displayed upon their first meeting. Thanks to the master's kindness, I will fulfill my duties. Which includes properly instructing your sister-in-law. Tang Zhuan laughed heartily. Meng Yulan chuckled in response, how are things between you and the prince? Much like yours. Nothing untoward had occurred. That is good to hear. A hint of sweetness graced Meng Yulan's face. Indeed, I find it quite agreeable as well. They maintained mutual respect and distance, hoping for enduring tranquility. Meng Yulan did not allow a moment's idleness. Once the meal was prepared, she began crafting garments for Tang Zhujun, as all of his clothing and footwear were fashioned by her hand. Do you wish to learn? Meng Yulan noticed Tang Zhujun's rapt attention as she embroidered bamboo and could not resist asking. Not at all. Since Xior was here before, and now I have sister Meng, I shall continue to be lazy. You must at least make some needlework for the prince. Make something for him. That was a fanciful notion. She had yet to even make anything for Lin Lin. When the prince's birthday comes, or during the new year, you must show some sign of appreciation, right? Meng Yulan suggested with a smile. I can cook. No matter how Meng Yulan urged her, she remained disinclined to learn. By the way, Meng Yulan said, yesterday, someone from Sihai Tower came to deliver 120 taels of silver. The master instructed me to give it to you today. Tang Zhujun kept half, stating that it was from business conducted at her maternal family, and they should each retain half. Then when the master returns, I will discuss it with him before making a decision, Meng Yulan replied. After a while, Tang Zhujun returned from the yamen, and Meng Yulan, accompanied by Lu Zhu, stepped forward to attend to him, assisting him with changing clothes, washing his face with a warm towel, and presenting tea and snacks, standing gracefully by his side. Tang Zhujun watched in astonishment. If she were to serve this way, would the Prince of Jin not smile down from the heavens? Good heavens, what blissful times for men in this era. Why had she not transmigrated as a man? Tang Zhujun invited Meng Yulan to sit, and she took her place at the lower seat, softly recounting the day's events at home. Tang Zhujun listened with a smile as she spoke of the meals she had prepared. You are not particularly skilled at these tasks, there is no need to force yourself. One must gradually learn to do these things. Tang Zhujun then turned to Tang Zhujun. Why are you still sitting here? Tang Zhujun thought, should I leave? I just returned with the prince. Tang Zhujun mused that she was not deaf. She had already heard Song Jingyang's booming voice. Well then, she would not disturb them any longer. On her way back, she noticed a multitude of items in the courtyard, along with many young eunuchs standing around. Wang Fu was conversing with the Prince of Jin. The emperor has been mindful of this. Even before the Mid-Autumn Festival, he instructed me not to forget your birthday. Today is only the 3rd day of the month, and the emperor has urged me to come quickly. The Prince of Jin was celebrating his birthday? For the sake of long-term harmonious coexistence, she ought to prepare a gift, but what should she give? That was indeed a dilemma. Chapter 89. The birthday of Prince Jin. Wang Fu, upon seeing Tang Zhujun, unexpectedly performed a respectful gesture of greeting. Such an honor should not be taken lightly, for she was a confidant of the emperor. Tang Zhujun returned the courtesy with graceful poise, stating, Wang Gonggang, I appreciate your effort in making this trip. Prince Jin raised an eyebrow, surprised that she was acting so graciously today. Wang Fu chuckled, saying, before I arrived, my humble wife heard that I was to convey the emperor's decree to the prince, and she asked me to inquire if it would be convenient for her to visit you. I too hope she can learn from your ladyship to avoid being so foolish in the future. Tang Zhujun replied with a smile, Wang Gonggang, you flatter me, your wife is most welcome to visit. I shall always be at her service. Song Jingyang handed Wang Fu a thick red envelope as he escorted him out. Tang Zhujun then inquired of Prince Jin, Your Highness, is your birthday tomorrow? To which Prince Jin responded with a nonchalant Birthdays held little anticipation for him. Before arriving in the capital, he had celebrated with a bustling family, filled with warmth and joy, yet now he found himself utterly alone, and the thought of a birthday only filled him with melancholy. Why didn't you mention it sooner, Your Highness? I scarcely have time to prepare a gift, Tang Zhujun murmured. How about this, I shall prepare a lavish feast for your birthday tomorrow. Prince Jin merely grunted in acknowledgement before retreating to his study, instructing Song Jingyang to serve tea. At the break of dawn the following day, Tang Zhujun rose early to craft longevity noodles, topped with eggs, garnished with fresh greens, and adorned with carrots carved to read heroic and divine. How splendidly flattering! She had pondered over those 4 characters, initially contemplating creating a small figure to depict a humorous scene, but given her limited skills and concern that Prince Jin might not appreciate the jest, she decided against it. Prince Jin said nothing and swiftly finished a bowl of noodles. Song Jingyang, meanwhile, had devoured 3 large bowls, expressing his desire for more. There are no more left. Wait until tonight. I plan to prepare 16 dishes to celebrate the prince's birthday, and I will invite Lin Lin and Yanran to join us for the feast. It was best not to include her brothers to avoid the obligation of gifts. However, noticing that Prince Jin showed no inclination to invite them, she refrained from mentioning it. Prince Jin simply stated he had affairs to attend to and would return later in the evening, advising her not to toil over preparations at noon. Tang Zhujun spent the morning shopping and began cooking in the afternoon. Sure, she called over the wall, could you check if we have any garlic left at home? She had purchased garlic but had used quite a bit, and her dish of garlic-flavored crayfish was running short. None left, Xior replied, I'll go buy some. Hearing Xior and Lilza playing hopscotch with 2 children, a game she had taught them, Tang Zhujun said, no need, I'll go see if I can find any for sale. She untied her homemade apron, counted the dishes she had prepared, ensuring she was not missing anything before stepping outside. When Prince Jin returned, he found the door ajar but was met with silence. The neighboring courtyard was filled with laughter, yet his own was eerily quiet. Where is everyone? He asked. The only response came from Song Jingyang. Is the lady over at the neighbors? It smells delightful. Has she prepared a feast? Song Jingyang sniffed the air, lifting the kitchen curtain, his eyes brightening. Your Highness, there are so many dishes. Prince Jean entered the kitchen to find an array of cold dishes on one table, the stove ablaze with fiery warmth, steam wafting from beneath pot lids, and a small charcoal stove bubbling with chicken soup. There is also Yunying noodles, Song Jingyang exclaimed joyfully. Yunying noodles required a great deal of ingredients and were quite labor-intensive, yet they were refreshingly delightful. If not for the children, Tang Zhujun rarely made them. However, in honor of the prince's birthday, she made an exception. Help me set the table. Prince Jin's typically stern demeanor seemed to soften slightly today. Certainly, Song Jingyang replied with enthusiasm. Perhaps hearing the commotion, Linlin and Yanran entered hand in hand, both offering bows to Prince Jean in celebration. Linlin presented him with a piece of her own calligraphy, while Yanran gifted him a hand-embroidered handkerchief. Where is my sister? Yanran asked, glancing around for Tang Zhujun. Prince Jean answered, is she not at the neighbors? No, Linlin replied, could it be that auntie has yet to return from buying garlic? She went to buy garlic. How long has it been? Prince Jean felt a sudden unease settle in his heart. About a quarter of an hour, Linlin remarked, gazing at the setting sun. Perhaps the vegetable vendors have mostly dispersed, and auntie has wandered far. Let us wait a bit longer. However, as the dishes were arranged on the table, they awaited Tang Zhujun's return, yet she was still missing. Song Jingyang, send someone to find her. Yes, at once. There was more than enough food on the table. What need was there for garlic? Linlin and Yanran stepped outside, peering eagerly at the door. Just then, Xior's voice rang out from next door, Miss, do you still need garlic? My mother just bought some. Upon hearing this, Prince Jean felt a surge of irritation. Did it truly take so long to buy garlic? Xior, receiving no reply, hurried over, finding only Prince Jean in the room. Your Highness, you should speak up. Is my lady still not back from buying garlic? Surely they have grown by now. Having grumbled, she too went out to search. Prince Jean stared at the table laden with dishes, watching as the steam dissipated and the light began to fade, yet still, Tang Zhujun did not return. The officials, including the Jingzhaoyin and the Jinlin guards, began searching for her. Meanwhile, Tang Zhujun felt as though she had evaporated into thin air, unable to comprehend how a simple trip to buy garlic could lead to such an ambush. Though she was skilled, the opposition, overestimating her abilities, had sent a dozen burly men to attack, employing underhanded tactics with soft sedatives that left her reeling. A sharp pain at the back of her neck caused her vision to darken, and she fainted. She awoke, doused with cold water, blinking her eyes and rubbing her neck as she surveyed her surroundings in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? She found herself in a vast, crude hall surrounded by people, torches blazing fiercely, creating an intimidating atmosphere. In the center, seated in a prominent position, was a woman in her 30s, with a face full of excess flesh and a malicious gaze, two gleaming long knives resting on the table before her. A female bandit leader? Ergu, did you catch the right one? The woman scrutinized Tang Zhujun with evident disdain. Is this the woman who has bewitched Prince Jean? Tang Zhujun thought to herself, so this is all due to Prince Jean. That's her, without a doubt, replied the man called Ergu. The woman descended from her platform, crouching to grip Tang Zhujun's chin, mediocre at best. Tang Zhujun retorted silently, compared to you, I could outshine you by a mile. It seems Prince Jean has quite the peculiar taste, the woman continued. Bring me paper and pen. Let her write a letter to the prince. Tang Zhujun weakly asked, what shall I write? Tang Zhujun thought, Your Highness, for your birthday, how about I perform a magic trick and make a person appear? Prince Jean approved. Tang Zhujun, I'm out. Chapter 90. Tang Zhujun's captivity. With a firm grip on her hand, the woman caused Tang Zhujun to feel a sharp sting in her jaw, and she inwardly cursed the wretched creature vehemently. Let the Prince of Jean bring my man in exchange for you. Tang Zhujun retorted, your man? Who is he? What connection does he have with the prince? My man has been captured by the court's minions, and now, your ladyship intends to use you as a bargaining chip to secure his release. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, honestly, sister, you overestimate my worth. The feasibility of such a scheme was utterly non-existent. I have heard that you are the daughter of the esteemed Tang Mingfan, the Minister of Justice, and that you are greatly favored by the Prince of Jean? No, she was indeed a daughter of the Tang family, but she had never experienced the prince's affections. Such rumors were nothing but fabrications. However, it dawned upon Tang Zhujun that her misfortune today stemmed from the grand spectacle of the 15th day of the 8th month, which had led everyone to believe in the prince's deep affections for her. But that was not the case, dear friends. Sister, Tang Zhujun said with a pained expression, while it is true that I am my father's daughter, the prince's favor is a mere illusion. She endeavored to demonstrate that she held no value for exploitation. Given her father's uncompromising integrity, if bandits were to place a knife to her throat, he would likely counsel her to sacrifice herself for righteousness. As for the prince, he would hardly spare her a second glance. What a sweet tongue you have, and such tender skin. No wonder you have captivated the Prince of Jean. Dear sister, please refrain from embellishing my narrative. I am of no use, yet, under the eaves of misfortune, one must bow their head. The female bandit demanded that she write something, and she had no choice but to comply, only to be criticized once more for her poor handwriting. Tang Zhujun, I shall endure. As the bandit dictated, Tang Zhujun put pen to paper, laboriously crafting 2 pages, the essence of which implored the prince to come quickly. Otherwise, she might be killed before his arrival. Let us leave it at that for now. The bandit, likely exhausted from racking her brain for words, waved her hand. Are you finished? Show it to me. Tang Zhujun rose from the ground. Poor thing that she was, she had just been lying on the floor to finish the letter and handed it to the bandit. The bandit scoffed at her handwriting once more and asked, what do these words mean? I circled the characters I couldn't write, Tang Zhujun replied, but it should convey the general idea. The content of the letter read, Your Highness, I have been captured. The court has targeted Wang, but please send someone to rescue me, or else I shall perish. The bandit tossed the letter at her face, exclaiming, what nonsense is this? Tang Zhujun replied, if you don't know how to write, find someone to teach me, and I will transcribe it again. I have been as honest as can be, I did not dare to omit a single word of what you said. She was compliant, begging for mercy. A cowardly creature, the bandit sneered, her disdain evident. When Tang Zhujun finished rewriting the letter, the bandit gestured, take her down and confine her with that sickly fellow. If I grow bored later, perhaps I shall have some fun with both of them. Tang Zhujun gasped in horror. Perhaps her shocked expression was too conspicuous, for the bandit reached out and touched her chest, remarking, this is quite nice, indeed, beauty often captivates more than mere affection, perhaps the Prince of Jin favors you for this reason? I, too, find it appealing. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, how terrifying, aren't you supposed to be rescuing your man, why this blatant disregard for propriety? By the way, unless I command it, no one is to lay a finger on her. If she is harmed, the Prince of Jin will undoubtedly hold us accountable, and that would be disastrous. Tang Zhujun expressed her gratitude, thank you, Your Highness, and so, she was confined to a woodshed. As she was let out, she realized that the winds howled around her and the foliage was lush, it seemed she had been taken to the mountains. Inside. Two men roughly shoved her into the woodshed, then locked the door, beginning to converse outside. The room was dimly lit by a flickering candle, casting shadows upon the floor where a figure lay amidst a pile of straw. He was tall and gaunt, clad in tattered garments, with numerous scars visible on his exposed skin. He lay on the ground, his face obscured by disheveled hair, rendering his expression unreadable. Tang Zhujun observed him furtively for a moment, confirming through the subtle rise and fall of his chest that he was still alive, yet she dared not approach recklessly. Tentatively, she asked, are you all right? After a prolonged silence, just as she believed she would receive no response, a hoarse voice replied, not dead. His tone was somewhat cold, yet not hostile. Tang Zhujun felt a sense of relief. She sensed that he was not to be trifled with, but now that they were both captives of the bandits, if he intended to harm her, she could likely defend herself. The effects of the drug were waning, given his pitiful state, she hoped to maintain her safety, yet, coexisting peacefully would undoubtedly be preferable. Tang Zhujun attempted to draw him into conversation, finally saying, I see you have injuries. I have some external medicine in my pouch, would you like to use it? Yes, came his surprisingly straightforward response. Then I shall assist you. Tang Zhujun moved closer, squatting down and asking, where are you injured? How did you end up here? I was captured without reason. The man seemed to understand her intent, responding in a raspy voice, this is a bandit's den, I do not know why you were taken, but I was captured because that wretched woman took a fancy to me. Ah! Tang Zhujun gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a case of AC King, while one man was kidnapped for the sake of another, he had also set his sights on her, the world of the elite was truly chaotic. So, did you endure such a fate because you refused to yield? Tang Zhujun's voice trembled slightly, let me help you remove your clothing and apply the medicine. Her motivations were twofold. To cultivate a rapport and extract information that might aid in her escape, and to help a fellow sufferer, which was an instinct ingrained in every healer whether good or evil, that was for the judges to decide. A doctor's duty was to save lives, moreover, they were both unfortunate souls in dire straits. All right, the man consented without hesitation, his willingness was quite refreshing. Do not feel embarrassed, I am merely treating your injuries. I shall not hold you accountable later. As Tang Zhujun lowered his trousers, she peered down and couldn't suppress a scream, covering her mouth tightly, her eyes widening in shock.